Chapter 1. Gotta get into the Marine quickly. You mean, oh no, you mean you want to be Marine? A trembling tone with a surprised expression. The interviewer couldn't help but ask the questions in his heart. Although he heard it very clearly just now, he still couldn't be sure in his heart. As the longest-serving Marine interviewer in Logetown, the number of Marines signed by him is not 100,000 or 80,000. He thought to himself what kind of person he had never met. No matter who he is, he only needs a glance to understand his character and possible achievements in the future. But he couldn't see the man in front of him, because what he saw was infinity. This was the only word he could find in his mind to describe the man in front of him. The man is nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a matching set of black trousers. Under the clothes are the most powerful muscles. The whole clothes are tightly stretched. His sharp brows, sharp black eyes, and angular contours are like an eagle in the dark night. He is cold and arrogant, but arrogant. The interviewer can see from the countless experiences of reading people that this man should be no more than 25 years old, but he looks quite mature in terms of body shape and appearance. Even let the interviewer unconsciously use honorifics, which has never happened before. Isn't it possible? A thick and steady tone came out of the man's mouth slowly. There seemed to be a hint of urgency in his tone. No, that's not the case. The interviewer quickly waved his hand to answer, for fear that if he was one step behind, the other party would immediately change his mind and leave. However, I have to report this matter to my superiors. It may make you wait for a few days. The interviewer explained to the man patiently. A few days? Can you give me a specific time? Hearing the interviewer's words, the man became a little excited and even stood up unconsciously. The sudden move put the interviewer under pressure. However, years of professional ethics and mental literacy did not make him panic. 15 days? Oh no. In 10 days at most, you will definitely pass your interview. The interviewer answered the man's question with a very certain tone, as if stating a certain fact. 10 days. That's okay. In fact, I can accept even 15 days. With the interviewer's affirmative answer, the man seemed to finally be relieved and slowly returned to his seat. Please fill out this application form, and I will submit it to my superior in a moment. After the interviewer finished speaking, he pushed a form in front of the man. The man glanced at the form and didn't feel anything strange. He picked up the pen on the side and began to fill it out seriously. After a few minutes, the man handed the form back to the interviewer. Sparrow Doug. The interviewer said the man's name slowly. Is there a problem? Doug asked. No, it's just that I haven't heard the surname Sparrow. The interviewer explained in a panic. Oh, that's normal. After all, I'm from a relatively remote island. Doug smiled and seemed to be in a good mood. So it is. The interviewer sorted out the information in his hand, then packaged it and put it away, and then continued to watch Doug. After all this was done, does Mr. Doug have any plans for these days? Actually, I just arrived on this island, the merchant ship that docked at the port before, and I haven't even decided where I live. Doug scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Otherwise, we have a lot of empty rooms here. If Mr. Doug doesn't mind, can he live in our marine base? The interviewer invited Doug with a smile. Can you? Doug was a little surprised at the interviewer's sudden invitation. Of course, because of the new batch of Navy soldiers, I have prepared quite a few vacant rooms, and I live in our base, so I can notify you as soon as I receive a notification. The interviewer explained patiently. Doug thought for a moment that he was penniless, and what the other party said was quite reasonable, so he happily accepted the other party's invitation. It didn't take long for the interviewer to bring Doug to the room he was assigned. What he didn't expect was that he was assigned a single room. Although there was only one bed, Doug was very satisfied with it. Explaining some matters that recruits should pay attention to, the interviewer said goodbye to Doug and left. First, Doug sat on the edge of the bed, turning on the system silently in his mind, and soon, a transparent window appeared in front of him. Skillfully open the task interface. Beginner mission: become a true Marine. Introduction: if you want to be the most dazzling sailor, you must first become a real sailor. Status: incomplete. Mission reward: the Overlord skin is permanent and full skin effects will be unlocked. Oh, is it still unfinished? Sparrow Doug, formerly known as Chi Doug, was originally a 20-year-old young man who could be seen everywhere on Earth. One day, while playing a conscience mobile game called Pirate Fighting, he was unfortunately struck by lightning and waited for him. When he came back to his senses again, he had come to this strange world. Doug, who had just woken up, determined from the wreckage of the newspaper in the trash can on the side that this world was the One Piece/King of Pirates world he was familiar with. As an ordinary person, Doug's first reaction was despair. Don't look at how bloody Luffy's adventure in One Piece/King of Pirates is, but overall, the world is a world full of disasters and unknown deaths. Evil pirates can be seen everywhere, or terrifying beasts in all fields of sea, land, and air. As long as you are a little careless, the result of waiting is the kind of world that will be eaten up by them, and even the person who collects the corpse will not have it. Ordinary people are the bottom people in this world, and their lives are not even comparable to the Mustards. The only thing that gave Doug any hope was that, as one of the popular traversers, it didn't take long for him to discover his golden finger, a mission system called the Most Dazzling Sea Soldier. This discovery gave Doug, who was already full of despair in the world, a glimmer of hope. He lamented that the Tathagata Buddha, the Jade Emperor, had not abandoned him. However, the name of this system is a bit strange. Why is it not the strongest but the most dazzling? However, he will soon discover that the system he is bound to does not seem to be a serious system. On the other hand, after the interviewer placed Doug in his place, he hurriedly found his immediate supervisor, Smoker, with his information. After reading the report provided by the interviewer, Smoker was lost in thought. Ahem. Any questions? Lieutenant Colonel Smoker. Out and fanning the smoke that filled the room, Tashigi asked aside. No. Smoker handed Tashigi the information in his hand. Huh? Recruit application? Tashigi took a quick look at the application form in his hand and then became a little excited. Wouldn't it be nice? This guy named Sparrow Dog would like to join Marine. Even Tashigi saw the potential in Doug from the application, so it would be a waste to put this kind of character in East Blue and report him to headquarters as a key target. Huh? Tashigi was puzzled. Just do what you want. What do you do with Momoha? Chapter 2. Garp's son Whitebeard. Open your own properties interface. Doug's character information pops up. Name, Sparrow Doug. Occupation, civilian. Sea soldier to be determined. Deo strength, 60. 10 times skin experience. State. Equipment, none. Special effects, without. Skin, overlord. Skin experience, 4/30 days. Skill, tyrant breath passive. In skin experience. Arena, to be opened. Yes, it's that simple message, and it's Doug's current P. If it wasn't for the novice skin overlord from the novice gift package, Doug couldn't even compare to an ordinary Marine at this time. To follow the merchant ship from the sea to Logetown. From the information on the attribute status, it can be seen that he still has more than half a month to complete the only novice task and become a real Marine. Otherwise, the experience period of the overlord skin will end. At that time, the muscular man became weaker in seconds, and the Deo strength value dropped from 60 to 6 in an instant. Not to mention becoming a sea soldier, it was a question whether he could survive or not. Hopefully, as the interviewer said, the application can be completed in 10 days. Turning off his status interface resignedly, Doug can only take one step at a time. At the same time, the Marine headquarters Marineford, deep in the headquarters building, the personnel department received a list of recruit trainers from Logetown. A special application form was tucked into the personnel list with a picture of Doug on it. The person in charge had a serious expression and took a quick glance at this special application form. Special application form, which is sent from the branch leaflet back to the headquarters for review, is generally extremely rare. Because everyone who joins Marine does this, it's going to be a very scary workload. When this happens, each branch often finds very special talents and then passes the application form to the headquarters for approval by the top leaders of Marine. Most of the people specially selected in this way will be specially taken care of by the Marine headquarters, because everyone who is discovered in this way has huge potential to be tapped. Even at worst, these guys can easily reach the level of a Commodore. After reading the application form, the person in charge of the personnel department definitely stamped the confidential seal on the application form, then sealed the bag and handed it to the sea soldier on the side and instructed, send this application report to the headquarters and hand it over to the marshal for personal review. Yes, the Navy took the documents in the hands of the person in charge, then gave a standard military salute and left quickly. After numerous handovers, the document, which was marked as confidential, was finally delivered to Marine Marshal Sengoku. After carefully reading the information on the application form, as well as the written comments from Smoker and the person in charge of the personnel department, Sengoku stared at Doug's video photo in a daze. Is Garp in the headquarters? Sengoku asked suddenly, turning to look at the young sailor standing at the door. Yes, the young sailor answered loudly with a military salute. Garp Vice Admiral is currently chatting with Kuzan Admiral in the lounge. Is that so? Call Garp, I have something important to tell him. Yes. Not long after, an old man in a white coat of justice came to Sengoku's office with a bag of senbei. Haha, what's the matter, Sengoku? I'm having a good time chatting with Kuzan about senbei. But the old man broke the previous record again. Ha ha ha. Garp, you're wasting your time with these boring things again. You can't take care of your family. Look what good things your grandson has done. Sengoku slapped the desk angrily, then slapped the large file was pushed to Garp. My grandson? Garp curiously picked up the document Sengoku had pushed over to read, but before he could read all of the above, he burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha, as expected of my grandson. Wouldn't Whitebeard become my son? Ha ha ha. Bastard, how much trouble is your family going to create for me? Rejecting the invitation of the King Shisabukai Shikai and turning around to join the Whitebeard pirates. Do you know how dangerous Whitebeard is now? Don't worry Sengoku, Whitebeard is not as dangerous as the other pirates in a strict sense, and I'm relieved that Ace is there. If you're really not happy, then I'll bring him back myself. After speaking, Garp waved his fist and was about to get up and walk out, but before he could walk out the door, he was forcibly pulled down by Sengoku. Don't give me the skin. Do you want Marine to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates right now? That's not the case. That's not the case. Then you called me up to chat with you. Garp, who was stopped, became angry. Mood. Not to mention Garp, who has long been used to fighting with Sengoku. Sengoku gritted his teeth and almost couldn't help but turn into a war Buddha and make good moves with Garp. If it weren't for the fact that this guy has the title of hero and he is an old comrade in arms who is close to life and death for those things about his son, he could be arrested and flogged 800 times. Forget it. I called you up to see what you think about this. Sengoku forcibly suppressed his various grievances against the Garp family and then handed Garp the application form he had received earlier. Oh, the application form from Logetown? Is that the smoking kid named Smoker? Garp said while rummaging through the documents in his hand. Post your opinion after reading. Sengoku reminded Garp. My opinion? I think this kid named Sparrow Doug is very good. If he joins our marine, he should be a good sailor. I also sensed great potential from this kid named Doug, but what makes me wonder is why this kind of guy just popped up now. He's 26 years old. Has it been ordinary before? And he fills in the area of my hometown, Fu Dragon Island, where the breath of peace can't breed a guy with that kind of breath. Sengoku, you're overthinking the problem. If you doubt the identity of this kid, just let me bring him to Marineford in the name of training. If he really has any problems as you think, can't we see it under our noses? After Garp finished speaking, he happily ate the senbei in his hand. Sengoku snatched the senbei from Garp's hand. Give it back to me. You have to eat and get it yourself. Shut up. Sengoku snapped Garp back unceremoniously. Even so, it also means that Sengoku took Garp's proposal. However, it is against the rules for recruit to be picked up and dropped off by the marine hero himself. Then who are you going to let go? Let Momonga go. After much deliberation, Sengoku feels that Momonga Vice Admiral is the most suitable. At least his attitude and appearance are the most friendly, and it is also a very important part to leave a good impression on recruit. Chapter 3. Can we not go to headquarters? In 13 days, Doug got to know all the recruits in the base. Although Tashigi occasionally came to the recruit camp, Smoker never showed up. No wonder, as the top executive of Logetown, he was too busy with his own affairs all day, so how could he have time to come to the recruit camp? These days, Doug has not been idle, and has been doing physical training with other recruits, trying to familiarize himself with his new body. The attributes of 60 Deo power made him feel like he had become a Superman. Even after a day of special training, he was still full of energy, but the deviation from the original purpose made him a little uncomfortable. He came to Logetown mainly to tie himself to Smoker. Although Smoker is not Oda's son, he is a character that the author takes care of, even a tendency to develop him into Luffy's future rival. In Doug's memory, no one who has had a relationship with Smoker has received a lunch so far. Even the G5 group of troubled soldiers were finally rescued intact. But now that Smoker can't come, the chance to brush the favorability is basically lost. There was no chance to take a chance, and Doug was disappointed for a while. But it's just a disappointment because as long as he stays at the marine base in Logetown and becomes an official marine, he will have the opportunity to perform well in front of Smoker in the future. While doing physical training and thinking about the next plan, Doug suddenly had the illusion that the future was bright. At the same time, Momonga, who had received orders from Marineford Sengoku, had just passed through the Red Land, East Blue, which is reputed to be the weakest among all the seas in front of him. Momonga could hardly imagine that there would be anyone here who could be favored by Marshal Sengoku and the hero Garp at the same time. But the duty of a soldier is absolute obedience. If you send yourself to make a special trip, you must also pick up the other party. That's all. It is enough to prove how much the Marshal takes this man. Marine doesn't seem to have seen a newcomer who could be called a monster in years. Sengoku and Garp this time be the next monster? Thinking like this, Momonga is a little strange. When did he become a pick-up and drop off? This is the first time. Is it because my performance is not good enough? Momonga started self-examination, but even if he racked his brains, he could not come up with the real reason for sending him. Before the warship arrived on the Red Soil continent, Momonga had ordered the signal trooper to inform Logetown Marine. Smoker, who received the notice, also called all the soldiers in the base as soon as possible. According to normal driving, it only takes a few hours from the Red Soil continent to Logetown, and the terminal will be reached at noon at the latest. Sparrow Doug, who received the collection information, was full of excitement. He learned from his recruit colleagues that this collection is to receive receive the recruit certificate issued from the headquarters. Generally speaking, as long as no mistakes are made, all recruit all pass. After listening to the words of his companions, Doug's heart was finally able to put down the stone. According to Smoker's arrangement, most of the seamen in the base were called to the port to wait in line, ready to welcome the warships arriving from the headquarters. And now, Doug is really seeing Smoker, similar to the image in the anime, with short silver hair, wearing a white coat with the word justice written on the back, covered with cigars, with the goggles around his neck, and his standard weapon C-Stone 10 hands behind him. An aura that belongs to the military emanates from the inside. The surrounding white smoke rises. The expression is serious, iron-blooded, and cannot be violated. Not at all the decadence that is shown in the anime. But thinking about it carefully, his opponents are basically the most powerful pirates in East Blue. If they can go to Logtown, it means that these pirates have the qualifications to go to the Great Route. If you want to bring these people to prison, you can't be more vicious than them. Doug swallowed hard, feeling that it was not as easy as he thought to gain Smoker's favorability. The Motobu warship arrived at the port earlier than expected, perhaps because of the weather. The recruit veteran stood up and watched as the 1,000-ton blue warship slowly entered the port. This is more shocking than the picture in the anime. Let Doug have the illusion of watching a high-end version of Pirates of the Caribbean. However, in the original anime, marine warships have always been used as consumables to show the strength of pirates. If you can't sink a warship with one blow, you are even embarrassed to say that you are a big pirate. Anyway, Doug now believes that it is impossible to sink such a large ship with personal strength. There, the pirates who were easily sunk in the anime at this time, in Doug's eyes, have been reduced to the image of monsters in human skin. Doug, an officer from headquarters, is no stranger. Momonga Vice Admiral, whose real name is Doug, doesn't know. Girlfriend in the face of the attack of the 9 snake pirates. This left an indelible impression on Doug's mind. It's a wool. Compared with the reception ceremony on Earth, it is very simple in the pirate world. Then 10 minutes from the time when the warship arrived at the port to the time when the ship was welcome to disembark. After a few greetings from Momonga and Smoker, they were led to the base by everyone. This made Doug once think that these platoons of Marines did not come here to protect Marine officers or warships, but just to paint an image in front of ordinary people, in order to let all civilians know that they are in a very safe town. Phenomenon. Along the way, Momonga Vice Admiral didn't talk to Smoker, but looked back at the recruit team from time to time. Doug thought he was looking at him more. This is not Doug feeling good about himself, but his height and image are too prominent in the recruit team. No wonder there is such a feeling. Got to the base, Momonga Vice Admiral left with Smoker and Tashigi, and they should go to discuss official business. According to the documents issued by the Marine headquarters, the purpose of Momonga's visit to Logtown this time is to take a new batch of Marine recruit back to the headquarters for special training. Although East Blue is called the weakest sea area, the number of pirates is not small. As an island that must pass through the greatest route, the headquarters believes that it is necessary to strengthen the personal strength of the sea soldiers on the island, because most of the pirates who come to Logtown are big pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. The minions on the boat are naturally desperados who are accustomed to licking blood on the edge of a knife. Recruit who has not undergone professional training can only be slaughtered when encountering such pirates. An intensive training plan for each recruit. Doug, who knew about this, stood there dumbfounded. I was stunned for a while. This is not mentioned in the anime. Isn't that all the plans I thought about in vain? Their fate had already been clearly arranged by the headquarters. No, do you have to go to the headquarters? Doug looked at his companion who was packing his luggage, and the words reluctance were written on his face. Of course, if you don't go to the headquarters for intensive special training, you won't be able to keep up with the tasks of the seniors. The soldier who was asked explained to Doug why he brought recruit to the headquarters for special training while sorting his luggage. Logtown is so dangerous. Isn't Lieutenant Colonel Smoker guarding here, and hasn't let a pirate group go to the Great Route for several years? After hearing the reason, Doug couldn't believe that Marine here was still a high-risk occupation. There are not only a few members of the pirate group. Even if Lieutenant Colonel Smoker makes a move, it is aimed at troublesome people such as captains or officers of the pirate group. Our task is to drag or catch the scattered crew members of the pirate group. Well, after the companion's explanation, Doug thinks what the other party said is very reasonable. Anime Buggy's crew is fighting with the sea soldiers. Come, here you are. This is the Marine coat of arms and the uniforms of the Marines that were just issued. The soldier shoved a lot of things into Doug's arms. Doug flipped through the pile and found that he actually got a Seaman First Class badge. He vaguely remembered, didn't Marine recruit all start from Seaman recruit? Although it felt a little strange when he received the military badge and uniform, the novice task in his mind was also successfully completed. Marines in the pirate world still have to pay attention to discipline and efficiency. Momonga Vice Admiral gave all recruits half an hour to organize their luggage. If anyone exceeds this time, they will be kicked out of the recruit ranks. And if you want to become a Navy again later, it won't be as simple as this time. Doug doesn't have much luggage. Apart from the necessities provided by the base these days, his only luggage is the clothes he wore at the beginning. While everyone was packing their luggage, Doug decided to give the system's novice quest rewards first. The novice task reward is the same as the system description, the complete Overlord skin. After receiving it, the DAO value and the words experienced on the skin disappeared. As for the skills, in addition to the passive Breath of Tyrant, Doug soon discovered that there were 2 more new skills. Deterrence active, 10 times the effect of Tyrant's Breath. Action unit, the hostile target marked by the host has a maximum distance of 500 meters. The gaze of the strong active, 10 times the deterrent effect. Action unit, the hostile target marked by the host, up to 3, with a maximum distance of 500 meters. Chapter 4. This ship is contracted by me. A simple description does not determine the strength of these 2 skills, but in a literal sense, these 2 skills are hacky-like skills. Melancholy. This skill is used to install X, and the effect is absolutely great. It is a small version of Conqueror. Even if it is placed in the new world, it is a skill that can be used well. But the problem is that I am still a weak chicken now. It seems to be powerful, but in fact the DAO power is only 60. When this skill is used by one person, it is simply a death-seeking skill, revealing oneself in an instant. Doug was so annoyed that he almost pulled his hair out. MB, this system is really not a serious system. The coolest, yes. This skill is dazzling, but now I have no dazzling capital at all. What is the use of this other than courting death? To give some actual DAO power, swordsmanship, Roku Shiki as a reward. But the rigid system wasn't going to take Doug's complaints at all. Life has to go on, complain a few words, and have to plan for the future. In addition to the existing junk skills, Doug can only pin his hopes on the next task reward. Skillfully open the task interface. After the novice task is completed, the next task is refreshed. Recruit mission. Get endorsed by Vice Admiral Momonga. Introduction. To be the most dazzling sailor, it is a matter of course to be recognized by Vice Admiral. Mission reward. Attack special effect Earth Fisher. After watching the recruit mission, Doug felt that his future was gloomy. Vice Admiral, by virtue of his 60 DAO strength level, even if he really completes the mission and finally gets the mission reward, but from the literal understanding of the mission reward item, it is not like it's something that can quickly improve one's own strength. Attack effect. God's special attack effect. I am afraid that I am not bound to a fake system. It was a hellish start. As if he had lost his soul, Doug followed a large group of recruits and boarded the warship back to Marineford. In addition to Sparrow Doug, there were a total of 195 recruits who were named to go to Marine headquarters for training, but it seems that only Sparrow Doug was appointed to the Seaman First Class. Apart from him, the entire recruit group has the largest number of seaman recruits, and even the number of seaman apprentices is only about 30 people. According to others, this initial level division is based on the recruit report provided by the branch. The report contains the usual training records of each soldier and the branch's evaluation of the individual's strength. Regarding the fact that Doug was promoted to Seaman First Class by the headquarters as soon as he joined, the other recruits maintained an attitude of approval. Not only the seemingly inexhaustible energy shown by Doug during training, he believes that a larger part of the reason is the passive effect of the Overlord skin. You don't need to do anything deliberately, you just need to stand in front. The kind of aura that only belongs to the strong will naturally reveal. Although this effect does not have much effect on the real powerhouses, it is very effective in the face of a group of new recruits, especially after getting along these days. Make Doug extremely respected in Recruit S circle. Returning to Marineford from Logetown had increased by nearly 200, and the warships had been drafted considerably worse than when they came. The navigator on board estimated it would take 20 days to reach Marineford, 6 days more than when he arrived. During this period, all recruits were working as handymen on the ship. The daily job is to clean the sanitation inside the entire warship. There are many recruits complaining in the dark. Doug understands this assignment, and he thinks it is also part of the training, and its role is to smooth out the arrogance of some recruits' thorns. Momonga Vice Admiral's approval just by working as a handyman. I can't always carry a broom in one hand and a rag in the other. Then run up to Momonga Vice Admiral and shout at him, I have already contracted the cleaning of the entire warship. Not only will this not be recognized, it is estimated that Momonga will be regarded as a lunatic and thrown off the warship. Doug shook his head to shake the unrealistic thought out of his head. Maybe he should start with the veterans. Momonga Vice Admiral must know him better than he does. After making up his mind, Doug intends to find a veteran for a good consultation during lunchtime. Just after making such a decision, suddenly the whole hull began to shake violently. and the siren on the wall also sounded. Chaos and screaming coupled with the blaring siren of Ula filled every corner of the warship. What's the matter? The direction has changed. Doug, who was leaning against the door panel to stabilize his body, unconsciously raised a question in his mouth. Before the people around him could reply, the loudspeaker bug on the wall had already issued an emergency operation command. Pirates are found on the right side. Please turn the muzzle of the artillery quickly to prepare for firing, and other sailors please gather on the deck as soon as possible. Repeat, the pirates are found on the right side. Please. Pirates? It was hard for Doug to imagine that a pirate group would take the initiative to attack such a large warship on the Great Route. Hurry up to the upper deck. It was only after Doug arrived that he discovered that there were already many sailors on the deck with their own weapons and equipment and were ready to meet the enemy. Official Marines are indeed much faster than recruit. At the same time, 3 pitch-black artillery shells flew straight towards the position in front of the warship. Seeing that the shells were about to fall on the deck of the warship, a white figure suddenly jumped high from the deck and chopped off 3 consecutive slashes to cut off all the shells that were fired. It's Momonga, Vice Admiral. As expected of Mr. Vice Admiral, with the sailor who took the lead in shouting, the other sailors also followed. Only then did Doug recognize the figure who stopped the cannonball. So strong. After witnessing the scene of jumping high in the sky, cutting out the flying sky and intercepting the steel cannonball, Doug really realized the powerful physical fitness of human beings in this world. Momonga, who landed on the deck again, decisively issued an order to the adjutant beside him. The pirates have a hostage merchant ship as a cover. Inform the artillerymen not to shoot at the pirates, only intercept those shells that come in, and temporarily withdraw from the pirates' range. Despicable pirates. With the command of Momonga, Vice Admiral, the panicked soldiers on the deck were assembled again and executed the orders of their superiors in a quick and orderly manner. The warship slowly retreated while intercepting the shells shot from the air. While pulling the distance, the scouts found the matching pirate group from the pattern of the enemy pirate flag. The ghost cannon pirates, the notorious evil pirates on the Great Route, often target overseas merchant ships. As long as they are targeted by merchant ships, few people can survive. The captain is Porus Lancy, known as the Ghost Gunner, with a bounty of 230 million baileys. No wonder the power of the artillery is so huge. After listening to the adjutant's report, Momonga's face became a little ugly. The range of ordinary artillery is generally 200-300 m, but the distance of the artillery of the ghost cannon pirates is nearly 400 m, and most of the ships facing it are only beaten. Even if we forcibly rush into the range of the shelling, the ghost cannon pirates also have merchant ships as bunkers. If we forcibly fire the guns, it will be difficult to ensure the safety of the civilians on the merchant ships, and this will become an indiscriminate attack. The adjutants continued to report their situation to Momonga Vice Admiral through the various intelligences they had collected. Momonga's teeth were clenched, unable to give an accurate order for a while. Now there are only 2 choices in front of them, either to watch the ghost cannon pirates loot the merchant ship and flee, or to forcibly sink the enemy's pirate ship with the artillery. The result of the former is that this evil pirate group will continue to roam the sea, and Marine will lose face. But the latter would give Marine a bad reputation for killing civilians, and would certainly inflict huge casualties on the ship on the way to going. 2 choices made Momonga feel in a dilemma, especially in front of these recruits. Vice Admiral, looking at the ghost cannon pirates who were ready to evacuate, the adjutant had to remind Momonga again. Momonga Vice Admiral ripped off the white trench coat draped over his back with a black face, as if he had made up his mind. He turned his head and said loudly to all the sailors, "I'm Marine, and I'm also your commander. I can't make a choice either way, but fortunately I have a third choice, which is to defeat all those damn pirates myself." After listening to Momonga's words, the adjutant's expression suddenly changed. He guessed what his superior was going to do, so he hurriedly stopped. "No, the ghost cannon pirates are a large pirate group with more than 500 people, and the firearms in their hands are powerful. Even if you are Vice Admiral, it is impossible to attack while facing 500 strengthened guns. Be safe and sound." Chapter 5. It'll be really cold if you don't do it again. But when the adjutant called out, it was too late. Momonga had already jumped into the air, stepped on the moonstep in Roku Shiki, and flew straight in the direction of the ghost cannon pirates. Moonstep's speed is not fast. Although it is a good flying skill, it is not a real flight after all, and it can only stay in the air for a short time. Moreover, this skill consumes the user's physical strength abnormally, especially if it keeps moving in the air for a long time. But Momonga Vice Admiral couldn't handle so much at this point. If the opposite is a pirate with a bounty of more than 500 million, he may not make such a decision. As for the ghost cannon pirates, the pirates were cheering for the defeat of the Marine warship. The sharp-eyed sentry soon noticed the strangeness in the sky ahead. head, and he took out his telescope and looked towards the sky. "Captain!" A person flew out from the marine warship. After seeing Momonga's figure in the air, the sentinel reminded his captain loudly. Air had never seen Roku. Shiki obviously didn't understand what his subordinates meant. However, he also had a telescope himself and had the guidance of his subordinates, and soon found Momonga's figure in mid-air. Marine is in the air, flying. There was a look of surprise on his face, but Lan Chi soon discovered the shortcoming of the other party's slow flying speed. His expression gradually changed from surprise to hideous. "Just a marine trying to subdue us? It doesn't take us seriously." Lan Chi turned around and shouted to all his subordinates, "Little ones, turn all the muzzles to marine in the air and send him to the sea to let them know what will happen to our ghost cannon pirates." Roar. The moving muzzle is accompanied by the sizzling sound of the iron chain friction. Momonga realizes that her position is now exposed 200 m away from the enemy ship, and it seems that he can only force a breakthrough. Momonga pulled out the long sword at his waist and slashed the incoming shell with a flying slash. He decided not to continue to save his physical strength and flew to the deck of the ghost cannon pirates at the maximum speed he could achieve. What happened to Momonga made the soldiers on the warship tremble with fear. Compared with the dense shells, Momonga's figure seemed so small. All the sailors were afraid that they would see their officers being shot down into the sea by a shell in the next second. But Momonga has the strength of Vice Admiral no matter what. Relying on his superb swordsmanship, he shot down all the incoming shells one by one in the air. In the end, it successfully landed on the deck of the pirate ship under the eyes of the pirates. However, the continuous slashing of the air and the full moon step running, Momonga also has a lot of consumption. Lanky blushed with anger. All the artillery on the ship could not shoot down a mere sailor, which made the ghost gunner Lankai feel that his name was greatly insulted. "You guys catch him for me, and I'm going to smash him into pieces." There was no extra time for Momonga to relax, and a large number of pirates drew their knives and guns at the same time, aiming directly at themselves. Shave bullets from all directions. Momonga knew that she had to limit the shot. Otherwise, no matter how strong he is still within the range of human beings, and it is impossible to ignore all the reinforced bullets. And his only way is to rush into the crowd so that the pirates will take care of their companions and dare not continue to shoot. Of course, there is also great danger in the face of a large number of pirates, but Momonga believes that as long as he takes each pirate seriously, he has the confidence to defeat all of them. A series of movements are smooth. Every time Momonga swings the long knife, there will be at least 3 pirates lying on the deck. A pirate who clearly saw the form on the field decisively pulled up one of the tied businessmen in the corner and threatened Momonga, "Put down your arms or I'll kill the civilians in my hands." Unable to continue to entangle in the crowd, Momonga stepped on the shaved and rushed out of the crowd again, slashing the pirate holding the hostage to the ground with one knife. As Vice Admiral Momonga, he has encountered tens of thousands of pirates in his life, and he will never believe the nonsense that pirates say. All aimed at the hostages. Saw Momonga's concerns and ordered his men to attack the hostages without hesitation. Hearing the words, more than 400 pirates raised their guns and aimed in the direction of the hostages. Hearing Lan Chi's order, the dozen or so businessmen huddled in the corner were full of despair. Asshole. Momonga's eyes were bloodshot, and at the moment when the pirates fired, he swung a long knife and used his fastest speed to deflect the bullets that were shot one by one. The main reason why the ghost cannon pirates have a bounty of 230 million Bailey is not how powerful their captain is. The main reason for this is the range of their artillery and the power of their guns. In addition to the farther range of their artillery than ordinary artillery, the power of the pistol is several times that of ordinary pistols, and they're all revolving pistols. The bullet hit the steel blade with a series of crackling sounds. This continued for 3 minutes before the pirates stopped shooting. They all ran out of bullets in their hands. None of the hostages were injured, but Momonga was covered in blood at this point. Even if armament haki is covered, it's really not an easy task to stop 400 reinforced pistols and thousands of rounds of bullets. Momonga stood upright with a knife supporting his weak body. Although armament haki can provide powerful defensive capabilities, its main function is to increase the damage of the blow, not covering armament haki or completely invincible. Moreover, the power of the firearms in the hands of these pirates is several times that of ordinary pistols, plus they are always in a continuous state. Momonga had to ensure the safety of the hostages, so he tried his best to intercept all those bullets, which caused him to be seriously injured now. In addition to the countless small wounds on his body left by bullets, there were even 3 bullets shot into his flesh. Deathly silence. He actually blocked all the reinforced bullets, and he was still alive. Those are bullets that are several times more powerful than ordinary pistols. At this time, all the pirates looked at Momonga as if they were looking at a monster in human skin. Kill him, kill him. Ghost Gunner Lanka saw a huge threat in Momonga, and there were countless voices in his mind urging him to kill him quickly, otherwise he would most likely die later. On the marine side, the sudden gunshots woke everyone on the deck, which naturally includes Doug. Can't continue to be indifferent like this. The gunshot just now definitely means that Momonga is in danger at this time. He hasn't completed the so-called recruit quest, and if Momonga dies now, he'll be stuck on the recruit quest forever. No matter how unreliable his system is, this is Doug's only capital to survive in the pirate world. Ignoring the suspicious eyes of everyone on the deck, Doug quickly ran to the very edge of the front of the warship. Very well, the distance is not more than 500 meters. Doug looked at the two skills that could be triggered on the attribute version and felt fortunate. After all, from the naked eye, the warship is already quite far away from the ship over there. Doug could only see the blurry figures on the opponent's deck and couldn't accurately distinguish everyone. In this case, except yourself, all targets within the range are marked. Deterrence skill, activate. A terrifying coercion started from Sparrow Doug and quickly spread in all directions. The first to react was not the pirates in front of him, but all the marines standing on the deck, because Doug chose all the people within the range except himself, which of course also included the marines behind him. The originally noisy scene was instantly quiet, and everyone present froze at the same time, turning their heads to look at Sparrow Doug with their mouths open. All felt a sudden increase in gravity around them, and mobility began to become extremely difficult. Not good. I forgot that the warship was also within range. Doug naturally noticed something strange on the warship, so he quickly removed the effect on their skills. With the cancellation of Doug's skills, the marines present felt a sense of relief at the same time, but this sense of oppression from Sparrow Doug was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Not having time to pay attention to everyone's thoughts, Doug turned his eyes to the ghost cannon pirates again, and as expected, just like marine behind him, everyone on the opposite side froze. Comparable to 1, 2, 3 wooden people. Alright, still within range. As for the ghost cannon pirates, Momonga was injured all over, and was about to fight desperately when an inexplicable sense of oppression suddenly swept through. The pirate who was waving a steel knife and rushing towards him was instantly frozen like a wooden man, with a look of horror on his face. Although Momonga is affected by Doug's skills, its effect is negligible because of its own strength. He soon discovered that not only the pirates in front of him, but himself, everyone on the entire ship seemed to be given by this sudden sense of oppression. Chapter 6. The eyes are so charming. I was extremely suspicious, but I was sure that this was a great opportunity. Seeing that some pirates gradually began to find themselves, Momonga went straight to the location of Lanka, the ghost gunner. Despite her injuries, I have tried to break through and kill him many times before, but I have never been able to find the opportunity. Now when everyone is lost, it is the perfect time for him to do it. When Momonga approached, Pruange had regained his ability to move, but the two had a huge flood in their strength. Even in the face of the injured Momonga Vice Admiral, Pruange still had no power to fight back. Just one round, he was completely chilled by Momonga's long sword. Captain dies. Momonga's pressure will be reduced a lot, but it is still not easy for him to defeat all the remaining pirates in a wounded state. Doug didn't know what Momonga was thinking at this time. After his skill was activated, he saw a figure that was still able to act autonomously, and at a glance, he guessed the identity of this figure. In the entire pirate ship, except for Momonga, no one can completely ignore his skills. Now that Momonga is locked, all but him are enemies. Deterrence was originally regarded by Doug as a garbage skill, but the effect of using it unexpectedly surprised him. You can even think of it as a short-lived group control skill with a negative buff effect. Since the deterrent power is so powerful, can the gaze of the strong, which has 10 times its effect, bring Doug more surprises? Compared with the deterrent power, the gaze of the strong can only select 3 units as the target, but when you think of the effect of 10 times the deterrent power, it is also a very powerful skill. Select the 3 figures closest to Momonga as unit targets, and then activate the skill Gaze of the Powerful. In an instant, a pressure effect 10 times stronger than the deterrent shrouded the 3 pirates closest to Momonga. The 3 people who were already struggling to support the deterrent force were suddenly increased tenfold, and they were unable to maintain even the most basic consciousness. Immediately, his eyes rolled, and foaming at the mouth fell on the deck. Momonga Rear Admiral, who was about to attack the 3, saw this scene and Vivi was stunned. However, he reacted immediately and was planning to change his target to continue the attack. The miraculous scene happened again. The pirates beside him were like harvested wheat, all of them laying down on the deck one after another with their eyes rolling and foaming at the mouth. Conqueror Haki. As the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, Momonga has certainly seen such power. Even he himself is now practicing the other 2 kinds of Haki. Seems to be different from the Conqueror Haki in his impression. The screen screen came to the side of the warship Doug, knocking down the 3 pirates around Momonga. Doug was pleasantly surprised to find that the skill called Gaze of the Powerful didn't have a buffer CD. As long as his eyes are fast enough, he can fascinate a large number of enemies in a row. Garbage skills become magic skills in seconds. Doug, who knew the real use of this skill, took a deep breath. Terrible. Do not enter the new world yourself. This is the rhythm to be invincible. Of course, when using this skill, you must ensure that you are in an absolutely safe environment. Otherwise, it's a stand-up target. It only takes 1 bullet to decipher when he activates the skill. Even so, it is still a magical skill. Still invincible one-on-one. In less than 3 minutes, on the ghost cannon pirates, except for the injured Momonga, who was still standing, everyone else had lost consciousness. A lot of sleep fell on the deck. Without exception, all of them were fascinated by Sparrow Doug's eyes. I have to add another shortcoming. You can't blink your eyes during use. It lasts for at most 2.5 minutes, and it feels like your eyes will burst. Doug covered his tearful eyes and let out a painful howl. The sea returned to calm, and the adjutant directed everyone to sail the ship to the right side of the pirate ship, juxtaposed with the merchant ships on both sides of the pirate ship. The adjutant then ordered the medics to take Momonga Vice Admiral into the cabin for dressing, and he himself stood on the deck, instructing all the soldiers to copy the fainted pirates one by one. Doug did not participate in the action due to previous consumption. He looked up at the ghost cannon pirates who were close at hand, only to realize how huge the pirate ship was, and it was even about to catch up with the warship in the headquarters. No wonder it could carry more than 500 people. The adjutant seemed to see Doug's doubts, and after commanding the soldiers he walked towards Doug. Ghost cannon pirates mainly rely on attacking merchant ships to obtain supply funds, especially such large merchant ships, which are their favorite targets. The adjutant said and pointed to the large merchant ships docked on the other side. There are very few stacks of going treasures on such merchant ships, but valuable goods are quite abundant. In order to loot the goods on such merchant ships at one time, they must have a large ship that can eat all the goods. It turns out that it is no wonder that their pirate ship is so huge. I thought it was because of their large number of people that they chose this kind of large ship. Doug became clear after listening to the adjutant's words. The large number of people is also to evacuate merchant ships faster. These pirates have had countless dealings with merchants. They have already seen the shrewdness of merchants. When they meet pirates, all merchants will be the first time. Notify the nearest marine base that if you don't hurry, it will turn into a sea battle like today. So we came here only after receiving a distress call from a merchant ship. The adjutant shook his head and continued to explain. The target of the merchant ship's rescue should be Logtown. Even if the fastest ship departs from Logtown and crosses the Red Soil continent, it will take 2.5 days to reach here. The pirates have already run away, and this is the real reason why this pirate has not been caught for so long. Understood. For the adjutant, who patiently explained so much to himself, Doug nodded to express his gratitude. Adjutant. As for how much Doug listened to, he had no way of knowing. Shaking his head helplessly, the adjutant continued to speak. Momonga Vice Admiral's wound is almost bandaged by now, and I guess he'd be dying to see you now. Really? Mentioning this, Doug regained his energy. Doug wanted to complete the novice task more than the knowledge that the adjutant just said. Well, and you are the best of all the recruits I've received so far. The adjutant couldn't help but patted Doug on the shoulder. The potential even surpasses that of Smoker in Logtown. Ugh, Smoker. Doug's expression was a little surprised when he heard the familiar name. Smoker also had special training at Marineford, of course, and he's also a disciple of the former Admiral Zephyr, the adjutant explained. At that time, he was also considered a man of influence, because there were not many people in Marine who possessed the ability of the Logia Devil Fruit, and Smoker happened to be one of them. So it is. But for some unknown reason, Smoker was transferred to East Blue. He obviously has a lot of potential, but the adjutant did not speak any further. Perhaps there was something unspeakable. Doug didn't ask any further questions. He put his finger on his chin, and after thinking for a while, he asked leisurely, I don't understand one thing. Why is Momonga Vice Admiral often sent to pick up recruit? It's obviously a Vice Admiral. Adjutant. People are tough. I also want to know why this happens. Chapter 7. Serious Nonsense. With the lieutenant leading the way, Doug soon saw Momonga, who had been bandaged. He was sitting upright in front of the hospital bed at this time, with his upper body naked and white gauze wrapped around his body. His mental state looked quite good, and it was hard to imagine that he was still covered in blood before. After ordering the conditioning drugs to be taken every day, the military doctor and several medical soldiers consciously made room for them to talk. Doug's mouth twitched when he saw this move. Those seriously injured wounds are bandaged like this, and then the treatment is over after taking medicine? Although he knew that the recovery of the people in the pirate world was terrifying, but seeing the military doctors treat treatment was so perfunctory. He seemed to suddenly understand the real reason. Sparrow Doug. Momonga Vice Admiral got up and took off the white coat hanging by the head of the bed and draped it over his body, then turned his head to look at Doug and asked suddenly. Yes, Doug answered loudly. Very recruit-like. Do NT be so cautious? It's not training time. Momonga smiled. I heard from the adjutant that you did what happened on the Ghost Cannon pirates, right? After listening to Momonga Vice Admiral's words, Doug relaxed a lot. He nodded, not denying what he had done. First of all, it was because most of the sailors on the plywood of the warship saw his appearance, and even the adjutant standing beside him was no exception. The second is for the systematic recruit task. Doug must leave a strong impression in the heart of Momonga Vice Admiral. It is best to make him look good on himself, otherwise how can he get the other party's approval? With the life-saving grace, Doug thinks it will be more convenient for him to get the other party's appreciation. As he thought, Momonga directly expressed his gratitude to Doug. I would also like to thank you. If it wasn't for you, it would have been very difficult for me to save those merchants, and I was even desperately prepared. After that, Momonga pointed to his own injuries to indicate that the situation at that time was dangerous. What a crisis. This is what you should do as a sailor. He was praised by his superiors in a serious manner, and he couldn't help but blush even though his face was thick. Strictly speaking, Doug now belongs to recruit, and he should not act without a superior order. Fortunately, Momonga was a more easygoing person, and he was helped by Doug. If he were a jagged soldier like Akainu, he might not only not be grateful but also punish him for ignoring military regulations. That was very uncomfortable. Have you used haki before? It's similar to the Conqueror haki I've seen before. After a few words of greeting, Momonga Vice Admiral went straight to the topic and asked the question in his heart. If Doug is really the holder of Conqueror haki, then he has to re-examine the recruit in front of him. Marine in obscurity. Starting from the most basic level, the motive has to be suspicious. Haki. Conqueror. What's that? Doug asked, blinking. Huh? Momonga didn't know how to answer when she heard Doug's words, and from the other party's performance, it didn't seem like she was lying. But the previous ability does not seem to be awakened. After all, the subtle control. Even now, Momonga Vice Admiral still clearly remembers the magnificent scene of those pirates falling one by one. Oh, that's my devil fruit ability. Doug seemed to have just reacted, raising a finger to explain. Ah, devil fruit, are you an ability person? Not only Momonga Vice Admiral, but even the adjutant, who had not spoken all the time, stared at Doug with a shocked expression. Yeah, the devil fruit I ate recently. Doug swears sternly. What fruit? Paramecia. The two looked at Doug curiously. I don't know. I just figured out a little bit of ability, but it's definitely not Zoan and Logia. In order to be able to explain the various abilities obtained from the system in the future, Doug intends to push them all to the devil fruit anyway. Paramecia's devil fruit is full of strange things. As for why not say it was haki, Doug is not stupid. Marines who know haki are sent to the New World to suppress the pirates. Now tell them that they have haki, or the most advanced conqueror, and they can imagine where they will be dispatched after training. A proper New World. It will also be arranged clearly. Just his 60-Deo forces are not enough to be superstars. I am still a little shrimp, not to mention that it is still the territory of the 4 emperors. Doug chose to hold on well, and went back and hugged Smoker's thigh. Paramecia's. Momonga Vice Admiral heard Doug's words, and Vivi frowned, as if thinking about something. As Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters, there are quite a lot of devil fruit abilities. As far as the headquarters is concerned, there are not 100 devil fruit capable people, but there are also 80. In addition, there are also painted devil fruit illustrations in the library, which are used as reference materials for some Marines. Compared with the illustrated book of the sea, the Motobu illustrated book can be said to be the most complete book in the entire sea at present, which records all the types of devil fruits that have appeared in the past few hundred years. Momonga has naturally read this book several times. Although I can't recall all of them, I still have some impressions when I mention the corresponding abilities. However, it does not remember that the Paramecia fruit contains this kind of conqueror haki-like fruit. The initial effect is somewhat similar to pressure fruit or gravity fruit. Is it not recorded in the illustrated book? The new devil fruit. Do you remember what kind of devil fruit you ate? Momonga asked after thinking for a moment. Yellow. Looks like a 5-pointed star. Doug replied immediately. Ah, Momonga can now be sure that he has really never seen such a 5-pointed star-shaped devil fruit. I originally wanted to help you find a way to develop abilities, but the kind of fruit you mentioned was not recorded in Marine's devil fruit Pokédex. Momonga's expression was a little regretful. It's okay. It's actually a kind of exercise to explore and develop slowly, Doug said with a smile, holding the back of his head, looking like he didn't care at all. Momonga Vice Admiral looked at recruit in front of him with a satisfied expression on his face. Where does he know that? Whether it is a series or a shape. It is all made up by the sky. Doug is not afraid that his lies will be exposed by someone, otherwise you will find a record of the 5-pointed star devil fruit first. Although the development direction of your abilities is still unclear, the potential of your abilities is quite huge. Momonga moved her hips and changed her posture to speak better. Your ability has just started to be used, but the effect is already similar to Conqueror's Haki. Do you know how many Conqueror Haki owners have? And just like that, Momonga Vice Admiral chatted with Doug for a long time, but most of the time Momonga was talking and Doug was listening. During this period Doug showed no impatience at all, and even listened with relish. Especially those interesting things that were not originally shown in the anime made Doug seem to have discovered a new world. Momonga didn't stop talking until it was almost dinner time. Finally, under Doug's expectant expression, he said the words he had been waiting for a long time. Come on, I'm very optimistic about you, and soon, you will definitely become a hero in Marine. Chapter 8, Fighting a Man with Special Effects. Doug benefited from this small chat with Momonga Vice Admiral. Not only did he complete the recruit mission, but he also learned more about all the things that happened to Marine during this period. These will allow him to better plan for the future. Originally, after having dinner, Doug still had some cleaning tasks to complete, but after the previous incident of pirates hijacking merchant ships, he became famous among the Marines. Not only the batch of recruits that set out together, but even the group of veterans under Momonga. Now they are full of respect for Doug, not at all like the attitude that a recruit should have. Not only cancelled his errand tasks, but also gave him a lot of things. What kind of vegetarian dishes from hometown, biscuits that I am good at, half a treasure map that I have collected for a long time, etc. Doug doesn't know what to do with a lot of weird stuff. Rejecting everyone's kindness, Doug returned to his dormitory early in the name of recovering his strength. He couldn't wait to know the effect of the new skill. Maybe it can make Doug's eyes shine like the first two skills. Sit on the bed, close your eyes, and open the system interface silently. Recruit task on the taskbar has indeed been displayed as completed. Quickly collect the rewards of the recruit task, and before the next task refreshes, Doug exits the interface to see the effect of his new skills. Attack Special Effect Earth Crack. Introduction. Millions of special effects, with ground cracking effect when attacking, no real damage. In just 2 lines, he clearly explained the skill he was looking forward to. Earth Fissure Effect, no real damage. These 9 characters flashed quickly over and over again in Doug's mind. Play NMB. This thing is also called skill. Without real damage, there is no need for development. It really fits what I said before. It's just an attack special effect. Doug seemed to be able to imagine the picture of himself fighting in the future. When he clenched his fist and hit the enemy's belly with the strength of his mill, a few cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and before the people beside him could sigh, "This child is so terrifying," they found that the hit target was actually intact. Right, Hyun is Hyun, but in addition to Hyun, you have to give something practical. Can I really show off with 60 strength points? Doug walked to the window and looked up at the sky. His eyes seemed to have lost the purpose of his life, replaced by endless sadness. An old groove in his throat had to spit. The guy who created the system is so poisonous. I thought about it for a long time and thought about it a lot. Finally, he sat back on the bed resignedly and opened the task interface dumbfoundedly. When he saw the reward of the next mission, his eyes suddenly lit up as if life had found a new goal. Recruit mission. Gain the endorsement of Marine Marshal Sengoku. Introduction. Since you want to be the most dazzling Marine, it is necessary to be favored by the top leaders. Quest reward. Show skill. Look at the sword. The mobile special effect. Clouds and flowing water. Roar. The system is open. Finally started giving practical skills. And looking at the name, it is also an attacking skill. See that big exclamation mark? It's like a catharsis of its power. All the bitterness that passed through was finally swept away at this moment. It turns out that I am a man who wants to become a swordsman in the future. If you think about it, it's right. Compared to fighting with fists, the effect of sword collision is more cool. When watching anime before, Doug liked to watch Zoro's battle scene the most. Dazzling moves, handsome and cool sword spirit. In fact, Doug has long thought about how great it would be to have Zoro's powerful, handsome swordsmanship. Once in my hometown, I broke 3 branches to imitate the 3 swords. Now that there is finally a chance to realize the dream at that time, how can Doug not be excited? Doug, who was in a daze, naturally ignored how hard it was to get Sengoku's approval. In the next 10 days, no pirates were encountered again. Beyond the door of justice, the entire sea will be under Marine's nose. Of warships passed by, letting Doug know that they were getting closer and closer to Marineford. Soon, the broadcast informed everyone to pack their luggage and gather on the plywood. Momonga Vice Admiral came to the deck 1 step ahead of them. The long knife stood upright on the ground, with both hands on the handle of the knife, standing straight at the bow of the warship. Now he has put on a brand new military uniform, and the white white cape behind him flutters in the wind, looking extremely hacky. It doesn't look like someone who was seriously injured at all. I have to once again sigh this terrifying recovery ability. Up the team. Half an hour later, the warship slowly docked at the military dock of Marineford. The adjutant ordered the recruits to disembark in order. Then, the veterans of each class will bring them to the recruit camp at the headquarters in batches. The number of recruits is decided by the headquarters, so the accommodation is also allocated in advance. Doug seems to be the batch of recruits who have been specially taken care of. He is allocated a single room with an area of more than 20 square meters. In addition to a bed, there is a wooden wardrobe as well as a wooden table and chairs. After sorting out his few luggage, Doug followed the large group to the training playground to gather the whole team. The leader's speech is a link that neither the Earth nor the pirate world can escape. The difference is that Marine's side is much more straightforward than Earth's side. What we are the order of the world. Marine is righteous. Pirates are evil. Justice may be late but never absent. And so on. It's like a big MLM site. What made Doug speechless the most was that, except for him, all the recruits could only hear their blood throbbing and were extremely excited. Excessive blood is stupid B. No wonder he is used as a gunman by the world government. The speech went on for nearly 3 hours before it ended. Then comes the most important part. Class training. According to Deo's strength, all recruits are assigned to teams that are not much different from their own strength, and then the instructor who is in charge of this class will formulate a complete training plan, and finally execute the training according to the plan. As for the thing that measures the power value, it is a strange boulder that exists on an island in the New World. This kind of stone is different from ordinary. It is soft like clay. It can diffuse and cancel all the impact. Marine can accurately know each person's Deo strength value based on the fluctuations generated when hitting. It's kind of like a hand skill. This is a new thing for Doug, and the existence of such a thing has never been mentioned in the anime at all. If it weren't for the clay-like material, it might have been used to make equipment. The recruits lined up to check the Deo strength value in turn, while Shita stood an instructor and asked his name while recording the Deo strength data of each recruit. Sure enough, it was a group of recruits. They tested more than 30 people in a series, and none of them had a Deo strength value of more than 30, and the highest was 278. It turns out that he is really the strongest in this batch of recruits. Doug rubbed his chin in thought. In my heart, I was even more determined to get the first place in this batch of recruits, and then get the approval of Marshal Sengoku. In fact, what Doug didn't know was that Sengoku, Garp, and the others were already standing on the slope opposite the training ground, watching his every move. Chapter 9. This punch doesn't hurt. Is that the kid named Sparrow? Doug, while biting the senbei, Garp asked Momonga behind him while looking at Doug's figure. Momonga nodded. The first time he came back, he reported to Marshal Sengoku the power Doug had displayed on the warship. Although there is no added oil and vinegar, it still exceeded the expectations of Sengoku and Garp. He is still a devil fruit person. Treasure found. It seems that the devil fruit ability has never appeared. Initial effect can be compared with Conqueror Haki, and the consumption is very small, which is currently explained from the report of Momonga. If cultivated well, the future is boundless. Not only that, but Momonga also spoke highly of Sparrow Doug, not as rebellious as he looks. Momonga describes him more with such idioms as neither humble nor arrogant, kind, and so on. The report shows that Momonga has a favorable impression of him. Momonga are not excluded, which makes Sengoku and Garp even more curious about whether this recruit is as perfect as he said. The real purpose of why the two bosses would form a group to come to the recruit training ground. It's time for that kid named Sparrow Doug to test his Deo strength. How much do you think he can score? I'll give him a bag of senbei to press him for 100, or else I'll be blinded by the tendons. Ha ha ha. Garp didn't care about Sengoku, who was standing beside him, and openly set up a gamble with the two of them. Although the gambling was not money or the like, it had obviously touched the military regulations that Marine was not allowed to open gambling in the army. Garp, Vice Admiral, this is not good. We have military regulations. Momonga was startled by Garp's astonishing words, and hurriedly stopped, and occasionally aimed at Sengoku. Sengoku's face darkened after hearing Garp's words. Still like this in front of subordinates and recruit? How can this be a good example for those recruits? Marine's hero like this? It's okay, it's okay. You see, Sengoku didn't say anything. Garp, who didn't notice Sengoku's face at all, continued to slam into the muzzle with unremitting efforts. Shut up, Garp. Sengoku finally couldn't hold back. Garp, ha ha ha. The screen turned to Doug, and when the instructor clicked on his name, the recruit force measurement session was nearing its end. Recruit with the highest Deo strength value is only less than 40, which is 4 times that of ordinary people. It seems that the strongest recruit in this issue is his own stability. Doug, who knew his Deo strength value, greatly increased his confidence. He moved his wrist and walked to the position of the force measuring stone. Record instructor looked up at him, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. Sparrow Doug. Yes. Doug gave the instructor a military salute. The instructor nodded again with satisfaction and signaled that he could begin. Being instructed by the instructor, Doug quickly prepared to punch with all his strength. That kid named Doug doesn't seem to have had any combat training. It doesn't look like it was sent from somewhere. Garp bit off a corner of the senbei and then commented on Doug, who was throwing his fists in an extremely non-standard posture. It does look like that. Both Sengoku and Garp are masters of the fighting technique in Marine, and their military exploits are all done with fists. The two of them can tell at a glance whether there is any effort in their fists. But what made him too feel strange is that if he hadn't done high-intensity physical training, how did he get such an exaggerated body shape? No clue. The following: Doug didn't know that Sengoku and Garp could clearly see his actions. But even if they knew, they weren't trained to fight. Doug wasn't afraid. After all, it is the effect given by the system skin. If they know, they simply let them guess, and if they can guess, Doug loses. In order to allow himself to show an exaggerated strength, Doug decided to equip the special attack skills he had obtained earlier. Although I don't know how much effect it can play, since it is an attack special effect, the basic visual effect should be there. Otherwise, I'm sorry for the word dazzling given by the system. Equipped with the attack special effect Earthcrack, Doug clenched his right fist tightly. Aim at the center of the force measuring stone, make a good stance, use force, and punch. It looks like an ordinary punch, but it brings a semicircle of white light along the way. Starting with Doug's fist, it spreads forward rapidly in a fan shape. Immediately afterwards, the dynamometer stone and the ground covered with gravel began to vibrate violently. Small stones were continuously thrown into the air due to inertial action, and the ground made a creaking sound like a precursor to an earthquake. Cobweb-like cracks spread from the place Doug hit to the ground, split into dozens of branches in an instant, and then spread out to form huge ravines 2 people wide, until it extends several hundred meters away. Ah, Yamamoto fell into the ditch. Who will help me? I'm going to fall. Run. The ground is about to collapse. Don't run over there. The wall is about to collapse. Get out of there. With just one punch, half of the recruit training ground was destroyed. Instructor who recorded the data of Dao's strength was dumbfounded and stood still. He looked back at the tragic situation behind him, then turned to look at Doug, who was posing for a punch. Even the notebook and pen in his hand fell to the ground and did not find it. Doug, don't look at me like that. Okay, I said I didn't know it would turn out like this. Do you believe it? Doug retracted his fist and smiled wryly. On the slope was so frightened that even the senbei fell to the ground. Momonga was equally stunned. He always thought that he had overestimated Doug's strength, but the current scene has once again penetrated the ceiling of his positioning. This is beyond the category of monster that he thinks, and it is even more enchanting than a monster. What monster did Smoker recommend to us? Garp exclaimed involuntarily. Is this the time to talk about this? Why don't you hurry up and save people? After Sengoku said that, he jumped off the slope first, saving people while arranging rescue operations for everyone. Doug knew that he was the one who caused such a tragic situation, so he volunteered to help. With Sengoku's personal command, the chaotic scene quickly became orderly. After more than 10 minutes of rescue operations, everyone finally worked together to rescue the recruits who fell into the deep ditch. After a brief statistic, the casualty situation was not as bad as imagined. About 40 recruits suffered minor skin injuries, and most of them were injured when they fell into a deep ditch, and no one was seriously injured. It's nothing short of a miracle. Sengoku looked at Doug, who was busy asking about the injured person, and Vivi was touched in his heart. People are not very bad. They don't have much scheming. At least he can see this at a glance. After a series of concerns, not a single recruit blamed Doug, even the injured sailors, which made Doug very embarrassed. Even though it was their own fault, they took the initiative to forgive themselves. The people at Marine headquarters are really just people full of positive energy. Momonga looked at his forehead with sweat. He wondered if these recruits would not forgive him. As far as the strength he has shown now, it is not an exaggeration to say that he can become the new admiral in the future. Who wants to risk offending a monstrosity who could become an admiral in the future by saying a few hilarious words? Recruits are weak, but they are not stupid. Chapter 10. Are you going to be fired? Everything was arranged. Sengoku understood the true power of Doug's punch. More than half of the training ground, it stretched out a full 250 meters from the wall, and the fan-shaped area continued to expand outwards. By the time it reached the edge, there were thousands of cracks on the ground, and the extent of damage within the range is no worse than that of the training ground. Each fissure was at least 20 meters deep, except for one fissure. What a terrifying ability it would take to cause such a result. On the other hand, Doug's current physical condition is running faster than a dog, jumping up and down trying to help those recruit who were injured by him. Consumption or something, as if it doesn't exist at all. It's as if you can hit several such attacks at any time. Sengoku is not wrong. According to the explanation of the system, there is no consumption of attack special effects. As long as it is an action that can be recognized as an attack by the system, each strike can be accompanied by such a special effect of earthcrack. Even with such an attack, Doug could throw dozens of punches in a row without breathing. But the drawbacks are also very obvious. You only need to feel it once or twice more and think about it with your brain, and you can accurately find the weakness. This seemingly infinite punch will cause zero damage. As long as you know Moon Step, you can completely ignore the effect of the ground crack and even just jump high after the white light flashes, and it will not work. This special effect at best is only used to scare people. Due to major damage to the training ground, today's initial recruit training had to be cancelled. Recruit, including Doug, were forced to return to their dormitories and wait for the next day's shift notice before officially starting training. The training ground is being repaired by the instructors of all classes, and it is expected to be repaired almost tomorrow. Of course, this is because the upper management issued an order to repair the training ground first. As for other places, it has not been used yet, so you can take your time. Doug, who received the notice, lay on the bed with a sad face. Instructor I will be assigned to, and with what happened today, it's hard to tell what Sengoku would think of himself. According to their companions, these recruits will train at the headquarters for a year and then be transferred back to Logtown to be stationed Marines there. Now, he should have planted a small seed in Sengoku's heart. Although it is not a good impression, at least Sengoku has noticed him. I hope that the recruit task can be successfully completed within a year. Office of Marshal Marine. After making all subsequent arrangements, Sengoku called Garp to his office. Sengoku didn't do much tack and directly said to Garp at gate of opening that recruit named Sparrow Doug is a good seedling. You saw the scene just now, so I want to train him to be the best of the new generation of Marines. Strong. I'm not surprised that you have this kind of thought. That guy has a humble personality and doesn't look down on others because he has special powers. He will become a good Marine in the future. Garp also put on a more serious expression at this time. His future achievements may be, oh no, he will definitely surpass Akainu and the others, but how are you going to train him? Headquarters doesn't have an instructor who can train him. Garp suddenly thought about what happened to Zephyr, shaking his head regretfully. I know that too, so I'm going to ask Empty. Of course Sengoku knew what Garp was referring to. World government. Garp's face changed suddenly. You want to hand Doug the kid over to the world government? I don't agree. I don't think he'll learn anything good there. Garp's hostility to the world government is not a matter of a day or two, and Sengoku certainly knows his attitude. Then what do you want? Go and teach him yourself? Sengoku stared at Garp. When Garp reached his lips, he was immediately blocked by Sengoku's words. If he really had time to teach people, he wouldn't have handed over both of his grandsons to Dotton. Of course I know what you want to say. We have always wanted to cultivate a truly strongest Marine, including his philosophy. Sengoku returned to his position, then lowered his voice, intending to put all his thoughts. Explained slowly to Garp. I will negotiate the terms. Doug is from our Marine, and this will never be compromised. He also needs strength and military merit now. If we put him at sea now, he will soon become the target of public criticism. The potential in him can be seen at a glance. As long as he has a little vision, there will be many people who want to kill him in the cradle, and now only the world government can hide it. Whatever you do, I don't care. He's the one you found anyway. It's none of my business. Seeing that Sengoku said he was talking to himself, but in fact he had already arranged these things clearly, Garp chewed the senbei unhappily. However, it can be seen from his expression that the current Zainbei is obviously not as tasty as the previous one. Time came to the second day. Before 7 o'clock the recruits were called to the training ground by the instructors. At this time, the training ground has been basically repaired. Simply reporting the number is the long-awaited class-setting activity. Each class consists of 40 recruits, all of whom have corresponding instructors to supervise and carry out training tasks throughout the day. But what makes Doug strange is that all recruits have already arranged their positions, but he was alone, has not been assigned. Are you giving up on yourself? Is it because of his own destruction of the training ground? The unease in Doug's heart was brought to the extreme. Finally, when he couldn't help but want to ask questions, the chief instructor found him. Sparrow Doug, you are not currently in the recruit training plan. As for your whereabouts, Marshal Marine will tell you personally. Please come with me. 1 second in hell, the next in heaven. Doug couldn't believe his ears. Even so, he quickly followed the pace of the chief instructor. After a series of magnificent buildings, Doug followed the chief instructor and finally came to the building with the huge Marine written on it. Doug looked around and thought, this is the future of the top battle. For the first time, I felt that I was so close to the pirate world. Continuing to follow the chief instructor into the building, the two arrived at the door of Sengoku's office not long after. The general instructor said goodbye to Doug at the door. His mission has been completed and he will go back to continue to lead troops later. Doug stood at the door and swallowed hard, then had the courage to knock on the door of the office. Come in. It was Marine Marshal Sengoku's voice. Doug could hear it. Pushing open the door, Doug walked in. In order to make a good impression, he gave what he considered a standard Marine salute in the direction of Sengoku. Recruit Sparrow Doug to report. Marshal Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Doug discovered that in addition to Sengoku, there were 3 other people in the office, and they were all 3 people he was quite familiar with. Heroes Garp, Kyuzan, and Vice Admiral Momonga. Why are the 3 of them here? Before he could think about anything, Sengoku was the first to ask questions. Sparrow Doug, why do you want to be Marine? Chapter 11. Make a big pie for Sengoku. Here comes the torture from the soul. The answer is that the system asked me to come. I just want to survive in troubled times. Of course not. This kind of good feeling is instantly zero. Now is the perfect time to brush Sengoku. Garp Kyuzan favorability. Doug didn't know that Momonga's favorability was almost full by him at this time. According to previous life experience, Doug draws the bigger the pie the better, and it has to have a very valid reason to be more convincing. Peace. I want the whole world to be filled with peace. Doug replied loudly. Several people were a little surprised by Doug's answer. Peace? I read your application form before and knew that you were born on the peaceful island of East Blue Dragon Island. But why did you suddenly want to be Marine? Can't you live peacefully there? It is because I was born on a peaceful island that I know how beautiful peace is, and even as you said, I have thought about living on that peaceful island all the time. Then why suddenly? Because of the outside newspapers. Doug raised his voice suddenly. A newspaper from the outside world? Sengoku was taken aback by the other 3. Vivi. Yes, because I found that the peace on the island is not real peace, just a false peace that can be easily broken with a little accident, just like the islands reported in the newspapers. Doug, he opened his hands, looked at the 4 people in front of him, and continued. The world we live in is very big, and our whole life may not be complete, but apart from our islands, the outside world is full of dangers. Those pirates rippling at sea, you have no idea what they will be in the next moment, will not target your islands. So you want to take the initiative? Sengoku seemed to guess what he was thinking. Yes, but this decision was made after I ate the devil fruit and gained magical power. Doug stretched out his palm and clenched it tightly. So you want to use your ability to make the whole world peaceful? To achieve the real peace you call it? Sengoku uttered Doug's dream in one sip. Yes, I didn't understand the phrase with great power comes great responsibility until I gained this magical power. Doug looked at Sengoku and the others with determined eyes. I want to use the power I have gained to help those who really need it. When Doug explained why he joined Marine, everyone in the room looked at him differently. If they had some suspicions before, but after he said the words with great power comes great responsibility, those suspicions have vanished. What a lad. His dream is so great. The 2 veterans, Sengoku and Garp, were deeply shocked by Doug's words. Isn't this what they both have been pursuing for their entire lives? World peace. And Kyuzan and Momonga are constantly reminiscing about the 8 characters of the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Looking at the performance of several people, Doug knew that he had fooled them all, especially when he blurts out Spider-Man's golden line. They were even more speechless. In the Marvel Spider-Man series, this is a wise saying that runs through Peter Parker's life. How can even a few Marine natives be fooled? The Marvel series Spider-Man is a superhero character who is recognized by billions of people around the world and is truly close to life. Isn't his philosophy, his dream, what Marine wants most now? Doug's words made the blood of the 4 present boil with enthusiasm. After finally calming the surging emotions in his heart, Sengoku looked at Doug and continued to speak. I really didn't see the wrong person. Before I called you to the office, I actually had the idea of training you to be the strongest and best role model in the new generation of Marine. Now I have heard of your seat just now. After the words, I am more convinced of this idea in my heart. As soon as Sengoku's voice fell, Doug's mind immediately heard the system prompt of mission completed. Done. I got Sengoku's approval. Doug was full of excitement at this time. However, is Sengoku's evaluation of himself too high? What makes him the strongest and best Marine role model in the new class? Isn't that what Marine Admiral should have? He now has only 60 strength points. Before Doug could think about it, Sengoku spoke up. Momonga once said that you don't know what kind of devil fruit you're eating, do you? Doug nodded subconsciously. The kind of power you used on the ship, and also give us 4 whole ones. Doug was stunned by Sengoku's words. Relax, I understand from Momonga's mouth that your ability shouldn't have much impact on us, so you don't need to worry about anything. Seeing Doug's expression, Sengoku understood him as his scruples about them. Is everyone in the room have to try it? Doug scanned the other 3 uncertainly. Of course, I'm quite curious about what Momonga Momonga said just now. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed and nodded. Afterwards Kuzan and Momonga also nodded to Doug Vivi, both agreeing with what Sengoku had just said. Okay, now that it has been decided, Doug can't say anything more. After looking around for a week and marking them all silently in his heart, Doug immediately used a deterrent force on the four in front of him. A sense of oppression flowed from Doug and immediately covered the four. They moved their bodies a little and were affected, but the actual effect was not great. The Momonga report seems to be more powerful than this. Oh, this is only the most elementary. My abilities can be divided into 2 levels. Doug explained to the crowd. Don't worry about us, you just use your best. We are not as useless as you think. Ha ha ha. Garp snapped his wrist and laughed. Okay, then you guys are ready. I'm going to make a gong. Come on, don't pity us for being old people. Ha ha ha. Doug couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth when he listened to Garp saying such shocking words. The slot is the slot and things still need to be done. Doug immediately activated the gaze of the strong man, and at the same time his eyes kept switching on the 4 of them to keep the skills uninterrupted. In an instant an earth-shattering aura suddenly spread from Doug and rushed towards the 4 of them like a Sengoku and Garp. Although they are currently sitting in their seats, their faces became extremely serious, and Kuzan at this moment stood up from the sofa unconsciously. The most serious is Momonga, who not only looked surprised but even took a defensive stance. At a glance it was obvious that he was under a lot of pressure. The skill went on for a full minute before Doug turned it off. With the cancellation of the skill, the overwhelming momentum just now disappeared in an instant as if it had never appeared before. Both Sengoku and Garp had expressions of satisfaction. Kuzan sat back on the sofa again. As for Momonga's state, it was so bad that there was even sweat on his forehead. Chapter 12 Finally equipped. The aura emanating from Doug was obviously much stronger than the one reported by Momonga, and Sengoku thought that Momonga would exaggerate a lot, but now it seems that the effect may be stronger than what he said. Sengoku tapped the table with satisfaction and looked at Doug. Although there are some differences from what Momonga reported, it is very close to Conqueror's haki. Unlike Conqueror, your ability seems to be able to act on someone more accurately. Doug nodded. Well, as long as it's within my line of sight, I can release it alone. From the strength you have shown so far, the strength should reach the level of Rear Admiral, but the skills and experience are very lacking. Sengoku made his own evaluation based on the current understanding of Doug's ability. Doug was taken aback by Sengoku's high rating. He obviously only has 60 strength points. How can he have Rear Admiral level in his mouth? Sengoku-sama, are you sure you didn't read it wrong? Shall we take another look? The higher the climb, the more powerful it is, the more painful it is to fall. Doug desperately wants to correct himself, but he is not as strong as you think. I am quite confident in my eyesight. Although you have good strength, you are extremely lacking in your own skills and combat experience. If you want to become stronger and get a higher evaluation, you must first improve these 2 aspects of ability. Sengoku thought that Doug was dissatisfied with the evaluation he gave and began to educate him in a stern tone. What he thought was that Doug must understand his shortcomings and he must not be blindly confident and arrogant. This will not help them to cultivate real sea soldiers. Yes, the Marshal is right. Sengoku's sudden change of sternness as well as his unquestionable tone made Doug unable to refute for a moment and subconsciously affirmed his words. This is the spirit of the highest authority in Marine. No matter how hacky his appearance became, it wouldn't change the fact that he was an ordinary person in his previous life. If you want to change your character, you still have to take it step by step. As for how to get you to learn skills and combat experience, I've already helped you find a good place. You can start with Marine Roku Shiki, Sengoku said lightly, but before he could finish speaking, he seemed to remember something and immediately said, Doug promises. By the way, what do you want in the process of learning? As long as it can help improve your strength, we at Marine will try our best to support it. Really? Doug's eyes lit up after hearing this, and it was Doze who came to hand over the pillow. What I want is missing right now. I want a nice sword. Doug said out loud what he wanted. Sengoku, Garp, Kuzan, Momonga, what a good soldier. Why can't I think about it all of a sudden? Cough. Sengoku coughed awkwardly, trying to remind Doug, your ability, if you use your body as a weapon, I think it will be more suitable and it will be more flexible to use. Sengoku almost didn't spell out the words, you are not suitable for swords. Garp will not be tactful and speak directly. A real man should use his fists to solve problems. Doug kid, you see, Sengoku and I both rely on a pair of fists to get to where we are now. Swords, that's what people who are not confident in their abilities will need. Something. Garp uttered nonsense with his iron fist, making no attempt to hide his disdain for the sword. Because he has this ability, there are really many famous swords and swords that Garp smashes with his fists. After listening to Garp's words, Sengoku closed his eyes in agreement. The corners of Momonga's eyes twitched wildly immediately after hearing this. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't speak. He has practiced the sword for half his life, but in the mouths of others it has become a manifestation of lack of confidence in his own ability. The important thing is that he has the urge to draw the sword and wants to prove the true strength of the sword, but it is a pity to find that even if he tries his best, he can't beat these two big men. Since becoming a colonel, where has Momonga been wronged like this? The lack of venting made him look like a sullen little daughter-in-law at this time. Sengoku and Garp can ignore him and continue to persuade Doug. The most important thing for them now is to persuade Doug. Otherwise, a good seedling that was caught with great difficulty, if you can't keep it, it will be crooked. Doug naturally knew what they were thinking, but he rarely got attacking skills, so how could he give up easily? He patted his chest and promised the two bosses, "I understand what you mean. You can put 10,000 hearts. I will not waste physical training, and fists will also be my main weapon. The real reason I want a sword is just to try. Let me see if I also have a lot of talent in kendo, and if I do, wouldn't it be better to learn both together and come back?" Everyone, Garp and Sengoku, both looked at Doug at this time, and the whole look was wrong. That expressionless look, as if saying, "You're thinking about shit. I have seen shameless, never seen such shameless. Still want to have a lot of talent in kendo, and you have all the good things in the world all by yourself. You think you are God's own son. You can't chew too much," Sengoku said bitterly to Doug, but Doug kept his mouth shut, saying that he just wanted to give it a try. Even the words "try it without spending any money" popped up. Momonga had the urge to slash people again, since he really couldn't beat Doug, and this was the first thing he asked him to do. Although he didn't agree, it was also a request to increase his own strength. Sengoku looked at Doug, whose eyes were full of anticipation, and it was really difficult to refuse. Therefore, after giving an order that must not affect the practice of Roku Shiki, he asked Momonga to take Doug to the marine arsenal to get the good knife that has been stored all the time. Momonga felt awkward again. Why am I running errands again? But this time it was more of envy. Soon, Doug saw the good knife that Sengoku said. Full name is Xingyu, which is one of the 50 workers of the good and quick knife. The knife is 2 meters long and 2 fingers wide. The dark scabbard and handle are full of white light, like the starlight in the dark night. No wonder it is called Xingyu, and now I find it very appropriate after seeing it. From Momonga's mouth, Doug knew that this knife is actually a good knife with the same name as the Huazu in Tashiji's hands and the Snow Walk after Zoro. Didn't expect Marshal Sengoku to be so generous. This knife is worth at least 2 million Baileys, so I used it to try it out for myself. Well, it seems that Sengoku is really optimistic about himself, and even if he is against something, he doesn't think about perfunctory himself. If you find that you don't have the talent in kendo, you must remember to return Xingyu. Okay. Doug agreed to Momonga absent-mindedly, his eyes never leaving Xingyu. Momonga is a knife lover, and he can't bear to watch a good knife go to waste on someone who doesn't understand swords. After thousands of exhortations, Momonga handed Xingyu all solemnly into Doug's hands. Doug finally got his first piece of equipment, and it was still a blue one. Chapter 13. God finally opened his eyes. He couldn't wait to pin Xingyu to his waist, and after walking back and forth several times, Doug felt that he was more and more suitable for this knife. Since Doug could find his way back, Momonga was the first to say goodbye to him. He had to go back and have a good rest. He experienced too many bad things today, and he felt a huge pressure both physically and psychologically. He was even more exhausted than he was fighting pirates before, so Momonga had to go back and adjust his mentality. Doug walked back to his dormitory along the way without recognizing 6 relatives. The teacher Sengoku found for himself won't be here until tomorrow, and he won't live in the recruit camp anymore, so he has to go back and pack his luggage and try to move out of the recruit camp early tomorrow morning. As for packing up your luggage, of course, you have to collect your own quest rewards. After finally applying for a famous sword, he will become a famous swordsman in the future, and his handsome and dazzling moves seem to be waving to him again. Task interface. Recruit quest. Gain the endorsement of Marine Marshal Sengoku. Completed. Quest reward. Show skill. Look at the sword. To be received. Mobile special effects. Clouds and flowing water. To be received. Can't wait to receive 2 new skills. Open your own attributes to view the skill profile. Virtue. Look at the sword. Introduction. The sword in the right hand is held high above the head, and the body of the sword emits a dazzling white light, forcing the eyes of all people within the range to look at the body of the sword. Shrimp. Doug had a black question mark on his face. All I could think about was, this is it, that's it. It turned out to be looking at the sword. Doug's eyes welled with sad tears. Why should I have expectations for this garbage system? Doug kept a faint smile and asked himself, in the end all dissatisfaction turned into a sigh. Continue to check out the second quest reward. Mobile special effects. Clouds and flowing water. Introduction. Equipped with this special effect, the movement and movement speed will be greatly improved, as light as a cloud cloud and as smooth as running water. Doug's eyes lit up after reading the introduction. Now is not the time to be careless. Suppressing the excitement that had already begun, he controlled the system to apply the moving special effect, flowing clouds and flowing water to the equipment. At the moment when the equipment was put on, Doug felt his whole body feel refreshed, and at the same time found that everything around him became clearer. Even objects hundreds of meters away are in sight. Suddenly, a mosquito flew straight towards Doug. Doug seemed to know the direction it was going to fly, so he flicked to the right and came to its side. Then he stretched out his right hand and squeezed lightly, grabbing the two wings fanned by the mosquito. The constantly struggling mosquitoes woke Doug up. He stared at the mosquitoes between his fingers stupidly, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Fuck, be meticulous. Squeezing the bug in his hand to death in disgust, Doug immediately fell into the ecstasy of winning a lottery. This is a sister version of observation haki, which not only maximizes my senses but also maximizes the sensitivity of my body. Doug can now say without exaggeration that after moving the special effects on the equipment, he has mastered the movement technique, and he is already the group of people standing at the top of the pyramid of the Great Root stage. Even in the New World, he has the confidence to be no weaker than others. This can be called Goldfinger. I finally have a skill that is not pitted. Go to his MS. Look at the sword. This is the role that Goldfingers should play. I'm sorry, flying clouds and flowing water. Baba shouldn't underestimate you just because you are special effects. Doug thinks he has fallen in love with the feeling of flowing water on the equipment. He is now announcing loudly that he will not replace the skill until he gets a better movement special effect than flying clouds and flowing water. With the blessing of a real Goldfinger, Doug even hummed a song while packing. As for the dazzling skill, look at the sword. He had long been thrown out of the sky by him. The next morning, Doug changed into his uniform, took the luggage he had prepared yesterday, and headed to the new dormitory. The new dormitory is closer to the Marine headquarters, which is said to be more convenient for him to complete training tasks every day. After sorting out the luggage, Doug realized that Momonga was standing at the door of the dormitory at this time. He waved to Doug and then waited for Doug to walk in before speaking. I'll take you to get acquainted with the environment here first, and then I'll take you to meet your teachers. Doug nodded after listening to Momonga's words, and at the same time found the term teacher that Momonga was referring to. Is it not a man who teaches himself? Said to be familiar with the surrounding environment, but in fact he took Doug around the bathhouse and canteen. Had a breakfast by the way. Momonga ended up taking Doug to a white building with seagulls on it. To Momonga's introduction, this building is used for meeting guests, so the teachers who teach Roku Shiki are actually invited by Sengoku. Why do I feel more and more that old Sengoku is not bad? Doug should think so. After all, whoever is only really good to himself, if he wants to raise a little bit of ill will, he will feel a little sorry in his heart. With the pace of Momonga, Doug finally came to a huge reception hall. Doug knows this place, and the scene where the Marine headquarters invites Shishibukai to a meeting in the anime is here. Unlike the anime, it is not a few Shishibukai who are sitting at the round table, but 3 other people. They are very different in shape, but they all wear a black suit, a round body and head, at least 3 meters tall. The most conspicuous is his mouth, which is actually a zipper. The other is also over 3 meters tall, with a fat body, long white hair hanging down, a thick white foundation on his face, and black oil paint patterns on the outline of his facial features, giving people the feeling of Japanese no drama. The last one is a little more normal. He is nearly 2 meters tall, has a long scar on his left eye, and wears sunglasses. The most conspicuous thing is the mustache that has grown to his chest. Doug knew the 3 people in front of him. They were the current members of CP9, an intelligence organization directly under the world government. Why did Sengoku invite them to teach him? This kid is the kid who specifically asked us to teach Roku Shiki. The mustache man stood up from his seat, walked slowly to Doug, completely ignoring the gazes of Doug and Momonga, and began to look at Doug up and down, inside and out. It's not as hacky as he said. The man with the mustache looked at it for a while, then said something casually, then found a seat and sat down again, with Erlang's legs crossed, looking like a ruffian. Okay, these 3 are the teachers who teach you Roku Shiki. They will teach you how to cultivate, and you can ask them if you don't understand anything. After Momonga finished some key points, she left a sentence that you better get to know each other, then turned and left. He still has a lot to do after that. Cut. Marine is still as irresponsible as he always is. After Momonga left, the mustache man said dissatisfied. Doug glanced at the man in front of him. Since he was learning from them, it was a matter of course that he could not make the relationship too stiff, so he was the first to introduce himself. When we first met, my name is Sparrow Doug. I believe the marshal has already told you about it. I'll ask you to learn about Roku Shiki. Chapter 14. Pretending is a science. The mustache man ignored Doug, who was introducing himself, but turned to look at his his chubby companion behind him. Hey, Otonashi, did you try this time without using your hands? The chubby man who was pointed out showed a look of horror. You also saw the tragic situation at the recruit camp. It really made me suffer, but it's going to die. Cut. The mustache man smacked his mouth and then seemed to think of something again, turning his head to look at Doug with a wicked smile. We are not directly under Marine's department. If you want to be taught by us, at least let us know that you are worthy of our teaching. Otherwise, we don't use each other's devil fruit abilities. Just fight with our fists here, and if you can beat me, we'll teach you Roku Shiki's skills. That's not good. Doug opened his mouth with a sullen expression. It's just a discussion between colleagues. There's nothing bad, and we don't have the ability to use it, so we can't cause any damage. The man with the mustache said in a big way. All right then. Doug pretended to be reluctant to agree to the other party, and then said, then let's move to a more spacious place. Yes, but I think before the man with the mustache could finish his words, he took the lead in attacking Doug. It's so spacious here. As soon as the mustache man's voice fell, a whip leg was slashed towards GE's face. In the face of the sudden attack of the whip leg, Doug seemed very calm, but with Vivi's head tilted to the left, he easily avoided the attacking attack. When he missed a hit, the mustache man jumped out of the distance from Douglas decisively. It's not bad. To be able to dodge my surprise attack seems to have some real skills. Although the man with the mustache said words of appreciation, his movements did not relax at all. When he attacked Doug by himself just now, he really saw the opponent's actions. He avoided his own attack lightly, as if he had expected a sneak attack. This made him think of the magical power called observation haki that the CP0 group possessed. If he also has this power, then he has to deal with it with all his strength. Kid, be careful. I'm going to do my best. The bearded man had already made up his mind at this time not to reserve any strength. I will do my best, Doug replied with a smile. Although his current strength is not good, he is full of confidence in the skills given by the system. Although this system is not a reliable system, all the skills it gives are weird. However, its effect is quite real. Even in the face of a group of people like Sengoku and Garp who have already stood at the top of the pirate world's power pyramid, the effect of the system skills has not been compromised in the slightest. Their ability to resist is entirely due to their own strong spirit. This gave Doug a lot of confidence in his skills. The castrated version of the Conqueror skill has this kind of power, and the observation haki skill that Doug considers to be the sister version must be only strong. So he is facing the man with a mustache and has the confidence to subdue him with his strength. Shave. With a swoosh, the mustache man came to Doug, looking like he was teleporting. Iron fist. 10 fingers. Showers. Make both hands into claws. Grab Doug like a gust of wind, and each claw has a swish sound. One can imagine how fast the man's attack speed is. However, Doug, at this time, used a more astonishing movement technique than him to resolve all the attacks of the man with the mustache one by one. The companions on the side were stunned, as the companions of the mustache man. Of course they know how powerful their companions are, except for the captain known as the strongest in 800 years. The man with the mustache is the most powerful in the entire team. However, in the face of his attack, this kid named Doug can easily defuse it. The chubby man in the suit was already secretly thankful that he didn't rush up to test it. Compared with the partner on the side, the pressure of the party involved is greater. He has maximized his speed and strength now, but facing Doug, he still feels as weak as hitting on cotton. What made him even more annoyed was that the expression on Doug's face was always the same faint smile that he had kept at the beginning. No matter what, he is also the second number 1 in CP9. How can the mere Navy continue to be so arrogant? The mustache man's body suddenly became bigger with a bang. His nose also became pointed, and the tip of his fingers also had the effect of slashing. The speed and power have more than doubled in an instant. Dog fruit werewolf form. Finally, can't stand it. Started using devil fruit abilities. Knowing the character of the other party, Doug has long been aware of all the actions of the man. Every CP9 person has a very arrogant personality. If Doug wants to gain their respect, he must hit them hard when they are the strongest. Rank Yaku/Tempest Kick. A pack of wolves. After a short distance, the man with the mustache flicked his leg, and dozens of jumping white lights hit Doug. It's now. Doug didn't retreat but approached, and ran straight towards the man against the incoming white light. Idiot, this is no ordinary slash. The mustache man thought to himself, and even the corner of his mouth showed a triumphant smile. But his smile soon froze on his face. Although Doug's speed can't keep up with Shaved's speed, his movement is far superior to Kamii. It is not too difficult for him to walk through a dozen rank Yaku/Tempest kicks without injury. The mustache man paid a corresponding price for his arrogance. When he came back to his senses, Doug had put his fist on the man's throat. Fear and death instantly appeared in the man's mind. Even if he knew the iron in Roku Shiki, he didn't think his throat would be harder than a dynamometer. Win or lose. Doug slowly withdrew his right fist. Of course, he wouldn't really fight, not to mention that his real strength is only 60 points of strength. Even if he has this strength, he doesn't want to have too much trouble with his future teachers. And CP9 is more united than the anime shows. He can't guarantee that future CP0 members, Lucci and Keiko, won't come to their own troubles because of this. Since they can be friends, who wants to be enemies? Doug's strength was recognized by the mustache man. I can't do it if I don't recognize it, because he can't beat it. The man changed from the giant werewolf form back to his normal size, and then pointed at himself to introduce. My name is Jabra, the team leader of CP9, an intelligence organization directly under the world government. After introducing himself, Jabra turned to look at the other two behind him and continued to introduce. The two of them are my players. The chubby one is Fakura Ano, and the one with foundation on his face is Kumadori. Team leader. Doug looked at Jabra strangely, but reacted quickly. It is estimated that he did not want to tell himself Lucci their whereabouts. Doug calculated the time in his mind. Rob, Lucci and Keiko should be working undercover as ship repairers under Iceberg Pluto's design. Doug had no interest in this thing at all, so he didn't bother to expose Jabra's lies. Chapter 15. The first time improper. The scene once developed towards a friendly and harmonious direction, but it was quickly broken by a talkative guy. Huh? Isn't our Captain Lucci? Otonashi Fakura said suddenly with a bewildered expression. Jabra and Kumadori stared at him in shock. I can't say this before. No, I missed it again. It's a slap in the face. Fakura Otonashi reacted and spit out his own groove with a look of grievance. Everyone. The scene became a little awkward. Yo, your excellency Doug, for the unreasonableness of Jabra and Otonashi, I hereby sincerely apologize. For their unreasonableness, I can only apologize for their unreasonableness by incision. As soon as Kumadori finished speaking, he pulled out his knife and stabbed him in the stomach. Iron block clang. Knife was blocked by Roku Shiki's iron block, and Kumadori's abdomen was intact. Why can't I die? Could it be the mother of the world over there? Hey, you bastard, doing these boring shows again. And you bastard, is the zipper on your mouth for decoration? Suddenly understand why Rob Lucci did not choose these guys to participate in the undercover mission. These three guys are a group of live treasures, but compared to Rob Lucci's side, Doug prefers to deal with the three in front of him. Doug was really amused by the three people in front of him. He glanced at the three people on the opposite side and asked, then when do we start learning Roku Shiki? Hearing Doug's question, the three quickly quieted down. Jabra pulled in his pockets and jumped on the aisle Doug's heel, fully embodying the characteristics of the wolf. I'm in a good mood now, let's go. When I go to the competition arena, I'll start with the basics. After getting along for so long, Jabra suddenly felt that Doug was much more pleasing to the eye. Following Marine on duty, several people came to the spacious competition arena. Otonashi, Fakura and Kumadori sat on the ground. Doug and Jabra are standing in the middle of the arena. Jabra glanced at Doug. Why, what do you want to learn first? Learn to shave first. Doug thought about it and felt that shaving was the most practical for him at present. Okay. Jabra originally wanted to teach Doug Iron Nugget first. After all, that was what he was best at. The principle of shaving is to continuously step on the ground dozens of times in an instant, generate a strong reaction force, and use the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move. The effect is like disappearing from the eyes of the enemy, like this. Shave. Explaining the principle of shaving, Jabra set an example and used several shaves in a row in front of Doug to demonstrate the effect. During this period, the frequency of stepping on the ground is constantly switched. While moving, give verbal instructions. If you want to master shaving, you must control your own body to the extreme. The speed of your movement depends mainly on how often you step on the ground, the time interval, and the amount of reaction force that erupts each time you step on the ground. Doug listened carefully to Jabra's explanation. The principle is not difficult and it is relatively simple. The hard part is practice. To master it, it takes a long time to repeat the action, and to achieve proficiency, it takes thousands of times of practice. It's not easy to learn it anyway, etc. Doug seems to have spotted Hwadian. Shave. The mastery of your own body. Isn't his movement special effect flowing clouds and flowing water a skill aimed at the body? Doug tried to control his body to simulate Jabra pulling his mouth. With a whoosh, Doug disappeared under Jabra's eyes. At the same time, there was a clanging sound from the right side, like something was knocked over. The three of them turned their heads to look at the sound, and then they were dumbfounded. Not only Jabra pulled a few people, but Doug, who knocked down the sword stake and sat on the ground, was also stunned. He didn't react to the rapidly changing scene just now, and when he came back to his senses, he had already fallen to the ground. So, did I use a shave just now? Doug got up from the ground and patted the dust on his clothes. Ken said, what kind of monster are you? Jabra swallowed and blurted out involuntarily, no, I'm just good at body control, and my strength is not bad. Ha ha ha. Doug mocked modestly grabbed the back of his head. I can't say that it is Goldfinger that is at fault, but I seem to have gotten the hang of it. After Doug finished speaking, he focused his attention seriously so as to avoid the untimely reaction caused by the scene changing too fast when using shaving. Shave, swish, brush. Doug's figure kept changing positions in the open space of the competition arena. With the experience just now, Doug looks more natural when he shaves this time. You can even go wherever you want instantly. For a time, Doug had a great time on the martial arts arena. As if there was no limit to his physical strength, he frantically changed his position. Seeing such a scene, Jabra and the three were no longer calm for the second time. If Doug only learned to shave Roku Shiki just now, then he has already mastered shaving to the extreme. How many seconds is this? From learning to proficiency and finally to mastery. Lucci, the strongest man in 800 years, is not worth mentioning in front of this guy. What kind of genius is this? He is simply a monster. You Marines dig up such a monster. It's not interrupted. It's still going. It's still going. Finally, having had enough, Doug stepped on the shaver and stopped in front of Jabra. I look like. Before he could finish speaking, Jabra took the lead and grabbed Doug by the collar, then showed a look of horror, shaking Doug constantly in his hands. You've been making fun of us all the time, haven't you? In fact, your kid would have shaved a long time ago. Right, Jabra, calm down, calm down. Doug struggled to break free from the opponent's restraint, but Jabra refused to let go, and Doug felt like he was about to suffocate several times. After struggling for a long time, Doug calmed Jabra again, and he was successfully released from the suffocation state. Isn't the shortcoming of only 60 Deo strength reflected immediately? As long as you are accidentally caught, you won't die. Only Jabra, but Fakura Otonashi and Kumadori also gathered around, as if you don't want to leave unless you explain it clearly to us. They can be proficient today, but they have been honed since childhood to achieve today's achievements. I really learned to use shaving for the first time. Doug was afraid that the other party would not believe it. Even if you question me, it's impossible to question Marshal Sengoku. How can he joke about this with you? Well, Doug finally convinced the three of them, but after that, the three of them looked at their own eyes as if they were looking at a monster that they had seen for a long time. Not only shaving, but also with the blessing of flying clouds and flowing water, moon step, and Rankyaku/Tempest Kick, which have high requirements for movement. Doug also did not spend too much time from entry to proficiency and finally to mastery. With just one person, he successfully refreshed the three views of the three current CP9 members. Let them know that there is a non-human existence called evildoer in this world. Chapter 16. I feel like I'm going to be pitted again. Sengoku is very angry now. I asked Kong to send someone to teach Sparrow Doug Roku Shiki. It was only 3 days ago, and before the week was over, some men came over and told him that he had finished teaching. Who are you fooling? This can no longer be considered perfunctory. It is simply that the world government does not take the matter that they asked Marine to heart. It was known from the subordinates that the Gaji people were at the competition field at this time. So Sengoku called Momonga, and the two rushed there angrily. If he can't get a reasonable statement today, even if the former marshal is empty, he can't just let it go. But as soon as he walked to the competition arena, he saw Chang Wei calling Lefu. Oh bah, yes, Doug is playing no Fakura. Doug stepped on the moon step in the air and threw the Rankyaku/Tempest Kick frantically out as if he didn't want money. In the mid-air opposite, Fakura Otonashi was also stepping on the moon step, using the Kami-e to avoid the constantly flying Rankyaku/Tempest Kick while shouting in panic. No way, no way. It's reached its limit. Change people, change people. It's going to die. Slap it. What the hell? Ace air combat. Jabra noticed that Sengoku and Momonga were coming. He walked up to the two with a displeased face. Doug said, pointing his thumb to the Rankyaku/Tempest Kick in mid-air. No, you Marine-s perverted monster. He is not interested in Iron Nugget, Shigen, Finger Pistol, and Kami-e. The other three Roku Shiki have already learned the limit. We don't have anything to teach him now. Just screw him back for me. Oh, Sengoku replied subconsciously, but he reacted immediately and asked in surprise, why didn't he learn those three? Jabra picked her ears with her fingers, her expression a little melancholy. He said Kami-e was not needed. Shigen, Finger Pistol, was too close to use, and he was confident that Iron Nugget would die quickly. Sengoku, Momonga, meaningless, incomprehensible. Sengoku and Momonga were just as dumbfounded as Jabra, who had just heard this. However, Doug's learning ability made Sengoku completely unexpected. He originally thought that the world government was perfunctory to him, but he did not expect that Doug had really learned it. Not only learned, but used to the extreme. Even Sengoku can't remember exactly how many Rankyaku/Tempest Kicks he threw. Fakura Otonashi couldn't stand the Rankyaku/Tempest Kick that kept shooting and fell from the air. Ooh, this kid's stamina gauge is like a bottomless pit. Don't give me a space. I'm exhausted. Slack. Fakura Otonashi was lying lying on the ground, sweating profusely. Doug stepped on the moon step and fell in front of Sengoku and the others, and gave a military salute to Sengoku and Momonga. Sengoku looked at Doug in front of him, feeling more and more satisfied with him. Looking at him is like looking at a huge treasure trove. Strong learning ability, no humility, and ideals are consistent with themselves. What a perfect marine embryo. All that is needed now is to polish it well, and then you can harvest an ideal marine. Jabra looked at Sengoku's look at Doug and suddenly felt a chill shaking his body. He said eagerly, "We have nothing left to teach him, so even if our mission is accomplished, it's time to go." Alas, wait a minute. Sengoku hurriedly stopped Jabra and pulled the three of them. "Anything else?" Jabra frowned at Sengoku. "I said hello to the world government before and asked Doug to follow you on several missions. He needs to quickly accumulate some military merit." Sengoku also looked at Jabra and pulled the three of them and said lightly. In fact, Jabra knew about it and it was mentioned to him above, but he didn't want to take it that way because he doesn't like to cooperate with newbies on tasks, especially the intelligence tasks assigned by the world government. "Sengoku, are you sure you want him to come with us? It's not like you don't know the nature of our mission." Jabra pulled closer to Sengoku in a low voice, implying that they were all doing shady, dirty things. "Of course I know that." Sengoku pushed his face away with a serious expression. "Then you still?" Jabra smacking his lips. "Because Doug needs merit right now, and experience, and with you, those two things come the fastest. Don't worry, the nature of your next mission will not be too much." Cut. Jabra knew that nothing could change the place's decision, and she didn't bother to say anything. "Sengoku, I didn't expect people like you to want to take advantage of the loopholes." Jabra could only ridicule Sengoku in the end. Sengoku didn't continue to speak, but his attitude was very determined. He looked back at Doug and commanded, "Doug, you follow them on the mission first, and when your achievements and experience are almost the same, I'll transfer you back to Marine." As soon as Sengoku's words landed, a task update prompt popped up in Doug's mind. The system that has been silent for 3 days has finally updated the mission. After receiving the previous task rewards, the system has not released any new tasks. This made Doug wonder for a while if the real golden finger was sent and there would be no tasks to receive. Obviously his own counterattack has just begun. There is no mission, and the strength cannot be improved, which makes Doug anxious. Now that the mission has been updated, how can Doug not be excited? While excited, Doug also knew the real reason why the system issued the task again. Just as Sengoku finished speaking, the system task responded. "System is obviously directed at the task," Sengoku said. "If you can improve your strength at the fastest speed, even if you may get all the wonderful skills in the end, Doug will not give up lightly. Absolutely obey the superior's arrangement." Doug responded loudly to Sengoku. "Fine, come on." Sengoku patted Doug on the shoulder with satisfaction, while cheering him on. In this way, Doug temporarily joined the CP9 team and became a temporary rookie player. Using his spare time, Doug decided to finalize the tasks newly refreshed by the system. Open the system panel to the task interface. Certainly not the same as before. Most obviously, the recruit task has been transformed into a government-directed task. Government direct mission. Complete a secret mission assigned by the world government. 0/1. Introduction. If you want to become the most dazzling sea soldier, you must first be worthy of your own deeds. Please use the most dazzling way to complete the tasks issued by the world government and let everyone remember you. Mission reward. Dazzling cool dance moves. Dazzling catch the shrimp. The system arena opens. Doug. I carefully looked at the rewards of the direct task, and there were 2 confusing skill names. From the name alone, there is no doubt that garbage skills. But thinking of the previous running clouds and flowing water, Doug couldn't make any remarks. Not to mention those 2 dazzling skills, it is worthy of Doug's all-out efforts only if the arena is opened as a condition. This is a new function given by the system. Maybe it will be a huge surprise, not necessarily, but in the most dazzling way to complete the task. Do you want everyone to remember you, etc.? Aren't all CP9s doing some secret missions? What the hell? Is the system going to trick me again? Chapter 17. There is also magic in the pirate world. Doug saw that this was the rhythm that the system wanted to do on its own. Snap. Doug slapped himself in the face, as if to understand the true meaning of the task. 0/1. Hope Sengoku can wipe his ass for himself. Doug had no intention of giving up the mission at all. Doug was determined to open the arena. In order to satisfy the coolest evaluation given by the system, Doug had to make good use of what he knew to maximize the cool evaluation. You have to think of a better combo. Became familiar with Roku Shiki techniques with the 3 Kumadori while thinking about his combos. 3 days later, the special assignment Sengoku said was finally approved from the government. The content of the quest is to obtain the blueprints and samples of the special green flame cannonballs from the Green Flame Pirates. It is rumored that the Green Flame Pirates were formed because their captain accidentally landed on a mysterious island. There are many blueprints for unknown weapons on that island, but also many dangerous mechanical guards. Green Flame's captain desperately brought back only the blueprint of a cannon weapon from the island. Only with the special cannon created by that one blueprint, the Green Flame pirates are unrivaled in an area of the Great Route, and CP9's mission this time is to go to that design drawing. It would be better if he could catch the captain of the Green Flame pirates and find out the location of the mysterious island, although its chances are somewhat slim, because according to rumors, the captain of the Green Flame pirates has been looking for the mysterious island, but until now, he has not landed on the mysterious island again. Of course, the world government will not target that kind of illusory island, and the current weapon design is their target. After all, this is the real useful item that can be seen. So there is the CP9 task of capturing the weapon design drawing. Before leaving, Doug had to follow Jabber to get a few people dressed up, in order not to be recognized by others as people directly under the world government. Although the target is pirates, it still cannot give the outside world an image that the world government is robbing. Doug, who followed Jabber and the three of them shopping, wondered how Otonashi, Fakura and Kumadori would dress up. With their exaggerated body shape and their conspicuous hair, no matter how they dress up, they can't hide it, can they? Every time they enter a store, the four of them will become the focus of the store, as if they have a camera. This made Doug even more curious about how they used to complete the secret mission. Don't worry, we have special camouflage skills, Fakura Otonashi explained to Doug while picking out the clothes he needed for his mission. At the same time, Kumadori just chose his pleasing clothes, a set of long gowns that can be worn at most 2 meters in height. Doug, when the clothing store clerk saw this scene, he was so frightened that he ran over and stopped Kumadori, who had not walked into the fitting room with the clothes. No way, this guess. The clothes you took don't fit your body. Don't worry, there is a special way to put your body in it. Kumadori didn't intend to listen to the waiter's suggestion. He held onto those sets of clothes and didn't let go, as if they didn't change them. Doug, I found it. These are the pieces. Otonashi Fakura just found the clothes he wanted at this time. A set of dark gray long-sleeved trousers with a maximum height of 2 meters. The same scene happened again. Fakura Otonashi was going to drill into the dressing room with clothes that didn't fit him at all. Then he was stopped again by another beautiful waiter. Guest, no way. The clothes you took are not suitable for your body shape, or you can tell me the style you want and I will help you choose a style that suits your body shape. With sweat on his forehead, the waiter kept giving Fakura Otonashi advice. Still the same answer. Don't worry, I have a special skill to put clothes in, babe. For a long time, I finally found a suit that was pleasing to the eye. How could Fakura Otonashi plan to give up easily? But the waiters also didn't have the guts to let them try it. With such a big body size gap, even if you really put the clothes in, can you still wear them in the future? For the honor of the store, a few of them killed would not let them try on these sets of clothes. Doug watched them play tricks with a black line. If he hadn't known that this was their true character, Doug has to wonder if these two goods are the rough Ians sent by the store next door to find fault. With a sigh, Doug didn't want to worry about these troubles. After all, even Jabber didn't plan to step forward to help, so what could he help himself? It's none of your business. Hang up high. The fine tradition of modern man. Doug intends to carry it through. I was looking down to pick out a set of clothes for my mission. Doug suddenly found that at some point a beautiful waitress was also guarding behind him, and she looked at herself with vigilance in her eyes, as if she was on guard against sneaking away at any time. Doug, are you innocently implicated? For the first time, Doug had the feeling of being shot while lying down. Farce continued until Jabber picked out her clothes. In the end, the two of them were no match for the waiter, and they bought the clothes without trying them on. And Doug also picked out clothes that fit him. When he picked out his clothes, he clearly heard the relieved breath of the beautiful waitress standing behind him. According to the information provided by the world government, the Green Flame pirates have been operating on Suratu Island. That island is a huge trading market, and many pirates will replenish the goods they need there. The reason why the Green Flame pirates will stop on this island is to prepare supplies for the next long-term drifting at sea. As for why there are so many pirates, none of them dare to make trouble on the island. The main reason for this is because behind the island there are rumors that Shishibukai is behind the scenes. No pirate wants to risk being targeted by Shishibukai to raid the island. Although the island is a huge trading market, there are clear rules that prohibit Marines or government personnel from landing on the island. This is not only a rule set by every pirate on the island, but also a rule set by every inhabitant of the island. Since the residents or businessmen on the island hand over a large amount of funds to the world government and Marine every year, both the world government and Marine have given this island some special authority. Unless absolutely necessary, the three parties will not easily break this chain of interests. This is also the real reason why Jabra and others sailors disguised themselves as businessmen before entering the island. They don't have to worry about the identity of Doug. With the world government as the backing, the identity of the businessman will naturally not be questioned. These things are more comprehensive than the average businessman. To Doug's surprise, Otonashi Fakura and Kumadori, after using their lives to return them, actually put some clothes they bought into them. And dressing up, it does have a little businessman's taste. The most exaggerated is Jabra. After dressing up, even his personality has changed, and he can't see the wolf before. It seems that the world's strongest espionage organization is not in vain. The camouflage skills of these people are really amazing. Chapter 18. Doug's first mission. Followed Jabra to pull a few people, applied for a sailboat, then purchased a large amount of materials, and hired a group of sailors. All preparations are officially completed. The identity of the three Jabra pulls is a material merchant, the same as the previous plan. But what Doug didn't expect was that he was actually a bodyguard. Listening to Jabra's explanation, since Doug's aura was too terrifying, there was no way to cover it up by dressing up. No one would believe that such a person would be a businessman. If the identity is forcibly set, it is more likely to be questioned. So simply let Doug act as the bodyguard of the three, which is much more reasonable. There are too many pirates on the island, but the merchants on the island are ordinary people. Dealing with these bloodthirsty pirates for a long time will inevitably feel scary. And if you really encounter a pirate with no brains, and you want to start with the businessman, the bodyguard will play a crucial role at this time. Therefore, a person like a bodyguard is not a rare identity on Suratu Island. In addition to the clothes that came with the skin, and several sets of uniforms issued by Marine, this was the first time Doug wore other clothes in the pirate world. Looking back and forth in front of the mirror several times, it was exactly as Jabra said. Dress like a normal person. The passive effect of the Overlord skin. In fact, Doug was able to remove the skin, and after taking it off, Doug will return to his previous appearance. He is 1.75 meters tall, neither tall nor thin, with short hair and a popular face. Guaranteed to be more ordinary than anyone else. Pure passerby character. But this was Doug's last escape, a means that must not be easily exposed unless it is a last resort. Boarded the sailboat with the sailors, and with Jabra's command, the sailors operated the sailboat and headed for the island of Suratu. After 4 days of sailing, Doug and the others finally sailed into the waters of Suratu Island. During this period, several Dougs played their own roles. Jabra turned them into a kind-hearted merchant of goods, but he himself became a bodyguard who was not approached by strangers. After greeting the protection ships of the island forces at sea, the identity of the merchants was confirmed, and everyone was led by a small boat to a port where only merchants can dock. Otonashi Fakura and Kumadori greeted the sailors on the ship to the port to transship goods. Jabra followed the island to guide passers-by to the vendor building to go through legal sales procedures. Because Doug was acting as a bodyguard, it was only natural that he had to follow Jabra at all times to protect his safety. Along the way, people came and went, and a large number of vendors set up their stalls on both sides of the road. There are many people who buy. There are ordinary people, and there are people who are pirates at a glance. These people didn't communicate much with each other, but they didn't get into conflict. They just pick what they need at the booth. Shisabukai's actions behind the rumors on the island are not groundless. At least Doug now believes that. Otherwise, where would such a big constraint come from, especially for these undisciplined pirates? The procedures went quite smoothly, and the agencies on the island had a clear division of labor. With just a little bit of money, this matter can be dealt with immediately. After finishing, Jabra let Doug go back to the sailboat by himself to protect the cargo. By the way, I informed Fakura and the others that the unloaded goods were moved to the approved address, and he needs to step on the spot alone, inquire about the competitors' information, and win over some potential customers. By the way, Doug knew what Jabra was referring to, and he didn't need a novice like Doug to cooperate with him, so he readily said goodbye to Jabra in front of the vendor's building. Doug returned to the port along the way he came, and the sailors just unloaded all the goods at this time. When Kumadori saw Doug, he knew the formalities were done. He took some money from his pocket, bribed the guards who stood by the next side, and successfully rented a few trucks and a few horses from their warehouse. Jabra pulled to step on the spot. Ballast. Fakura Otonashi directed the sailors to load the truck with one hand, while lowering his voice and approaching Doug. Yeah, Doug nodded Vivi in a hard-to-see way. Then at most tomorrow, the exact location of the Green Flame pirates will be known. Bapa. As for Jabra's ability to inquire about intelligence, none of them doubted it, and even believed Jabra very much. That guy is notoriously cunning, and he seems to be more suitable for the task of dealing with people in disguise than fighting. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that Jabra was too hasty and a little too arrogant, maybe he would have a share in the hidden mission to capture Hades. After setting up the booth, it was already night. night. After greeting the sailors back to the room just in time for dinner, Jabra seems to have returned with the meal. Without any doubt he inquired about the news of the Green Flame pirates. With a quick step and a small jump, Jabra jumped onto his seat, grabbed an animal to roast the leg, and ate it in big gulps. The mature and steady disguise disappeared completely, and the wolf-like characteristics returned to him again. Fukura Otonashi and Kumadori changed their clothes and their body shape returned to normal. The Green Flame pirates have been purchasing supplies on the island with great fanfare these days, and it doesn't seem like this has happened once or twice. He has been looking for 5 years at sea. In the eyes of other pirates, the mystery, he said, the Iron City seems to be blamed on his fantasies. Jabra kept stuffing food into his mouth while taking time to spread the news to his companions. Steel City. Doug took a bite of the meal with a puzzled look on his face. It's the mysterious island where he got a special weapon from his mouth. Jabra wiped the grease from his mouth with a hand, but apart from himself, no one seems to have seen the island, including the inhabitants of that sea area. No wonder it is considered to be his own fantasy. Doug nodded after listening, but suddenly thought of Sky Island Gaia and the big talker Rolando. Will this so-called Steel City encounter the same similar situation? However, it was quickly rejected by Doug because there is no such monster current in the sea area. Then when are we going to act? Fukura Otonashi asked suddenly, raising his head. Jabra threw away the bones in his hand, took out a map of Suratu Island from his trouser pocket, pointed to the open space on the right side of the film near the forest and said, the number of their pirates is quite large, so they are not located in the urban area. They are stationed here. Although it is relatively remote, there are quite a few guards investigating. After speaking, he raised his head, touched his chin, and spoke again in an uncertain tone. I also heard a little bit of gossip. I don't know if it's true. It is said that the Green Flame pirates are stationed there because there is a secret transaction going on with the forces behind Suratu Island. The power behind it. Doug was obviously taken aback after hearing this. Shishibukai, Jabra said lightly. Chapter 19. If you want to be a shit stirrer, that power behind it, will it hinder us from completing the mission? Kumadori said the main point. It's hard to tell. Jabra swayed in his seat, his face not very good looking. If there is a shadow of Shishibukai behind it, our mission this time will be more difficult, so you have to observe it for a few days before you start it. It's best to do it this way if you want to be more prudent. Doug tried to offer his opinion. It was originally planned that we would stay on Suratu Island for 7 days. Since everyone agrees that we should be stable, we will observe for 5 days. If there is no accident, we will take the next step. If you have better opinions, you can bring it up. Jabra glanced at the crowd. The three had no other opinion on this. In this way, the four of them started the merchant mode on the island. Because Jabra can speak with his mouth and has an easygoing personality, he has been on the island in 2 days. Most of the goods prepared for concealment were also sold under his promotion. The cost or something has been earned back a long time ago. Otonashi, Fukura and Kumadori are responsible for logistical tasks. In addition to fighting, Otonashi Fukura has a very strong memory, and he manages all the goods in an orderly manner. Whether it is newly purchased or ready to be cashed, as long as it is in his hands, almost all can be distributed within the specified time. Their origin. Kumadori is in charge of propaganda with ancient calligraphy and painting, and came up with the appearance of modern flyers. Most of the guests on Jabra's side came here because of the flyers he sent out. Doug finally saw the strength of the world's strongest espionage organization. Not only is the camouflage technique outstanding, but the learning ability is also very exaggerated. It can be said that everyone has unique skills. No wonder that Luchikeku and several people will become the strongest ship repairers under Iceberg. Doug has no doubts now that even if they quit the job of the world government, they can still be a big boss in the business circle. Compared with Jabra pulling a few people, Doug's work is a bit mundane. Usually stand in front of the booth to support the scene, follow the team to support the scene when delivering goods, or stand beside him when Jabra talks about the transaction. In short, all the work is a sentence, helping them set up the stage to support the booth. He's been a little uncomfortable these days. Although many businessmen were unhappy, Jabra pulled a few of them to rob them of the business that originally belonged to them. But due to the island's rule that no disturbances were allowed, they could only keep these unhappy factors in their hearts, praying that these guys would finish their business and leave the island as soon as possible. Naturally, Doug was left with the task of supporting the scene. Finally, in the unprecedented torment, Doug finally waited until the afternoon of the 5th day to start the mission. Jabra and the others changed back to their original body shape and personality, but this time they didn't wear that all-black suit, but a bit like a pirate. The three people who changed their clothes were like strangers who suddenly appeared from the island. As far as their current outfits are concerned, it doesn't make people think of their previous disguised identities at all. Since Doug Doug is only a monk who has become a monk. In order to hide his identity like Jabber pulls a few people. Not only did he dress up again, but he also bought a white mask to hide his appearance. The things that need to be prepared are almost ready, and the next step is to start the task. Several people left the urban location by the crowd of people who finished work in the afternoon. Jabber's plan was to enter the forest first, go around to the right of the Green Flame Pirates camp, and then create chaos to divert most of the people away. The remaining members infiltrated the camp, found blueprints and samples of artillery shells, and finally left. No one was stationed in the forest, and Doug and the others used their bouncing force to walk between the trees. It didn't take long before they came to the outside of the Green Flame Pirates camp. Due to staying on the island for a long time, the number of shopping is more frequent. In order to better reserve supplies, the Green Flame Pirates specially built such a small station on the island. The entire station is rectangular, with an area of more than 3,000 square meters, and is surrounded by a circle of 3-meter-high cylindrical wooden walls. There are 3 entrances to the station, and the front is the largest entrance, where supplies are usually moved in and out. There are 2 emergency entrances and exits with a width of 3 people on the side, and there are usually 6 pirates on duty at the same time. Whether it is from the front or stepping on the moon step from the side, there is a possibility of exposing them. So Jabber decided to let one person create the chaos, while the others took the opportunity to force their way through the side door. The main reason for the confusion is that it is convenient for those who infiltrate to rummage through blueprints and samples of artillery shells. Doug, who knew the plan of action, volunteered to be the shit stick. "Leave the mess to me, and I can promise to mess up their base." Doug patted his chest confidently, assuring, "Have no idea. What the system wants is to complete the task in the most dazzling way. If it is the implementation of the infiltration plan, he will not have the opportunity to complete the task in the most dazzling way. He didn't intend to bet on the probability of the system, so he has to win the role of shit stick." Jabber nodded, agreeing with Doug's self-recommendation. In fact, he didn't need to volunteer. Jabber already had a candidate in mind. Originally, there was no Doug, and this position should have been Fakura Otonashi, who mastered the best of shave. Now there is Doug, who has a better grasp of shave than Fakura Otonashi. Combined with his devil fruit abilities, he is the perfect fit for this chaotic quest role. In order to maximize the execution of tasks, reasonable distribution is necessary. Jabber took it out from his body, took out a small black phone bug and handed it over to Doug, explaining, "Wait a while, you go up to create chaos and hide this phone bug in your arms. If we successfully find the blueprint, we will notify you through this phone bug. If you retreat in time, then our mission will be successful." Done. Doug nodded in understanding. The plan to capture the mission is very straightforward, similar to the plan for the capture of Iceberg in the water capital. As long as the quest item appears, just draw your attention and grab it directly. There are a lot of difficult pirates in the city. When you attract attention, try to bring people to the forest here, which will make it easier for you to escape later. Seeing Doug getting ready, Jabber pulled him back. "Remind again. Of course, if you encounter danger that can threaten your life, don't hesitate to retreat directly. We naturally have a way to escape." Doug nodded again, and he had no intention of being brave. "You'd better all look on my side when I'm making a mess later, and I suggest you come out when I'm completely gone. I'll depend on the situation." Jabber didn't directly overrule Doug's suggestion. Doug Viviisho then jumped off the tree trunk and walked towards the door on the right. "Jabber, is he okay?" Fakura Otonashi said worriedly. "It's not that you haven't played against him. He practiced shaving and moonstep with you in those days. I don't think anyone knows better than you whether he can escape." Jabber said white. Without a glance at Fakura, he stopped talking. He quietly looked in the direction of the garrison, waiting for the signal of Doug's action. Chapter 20. The most dazzling death in progress. Doug walked slowly towards the side door with his white mask on. Pirates are pirates, and their discipline is far worse than that of ordinary guards. By the time Doug walked into their line of sight, the 6 pirates were still spanking and chatting with each other. The expression under Doug's mask was serious, and he didn't show any carelessness. Strictly speaking, this was his first battle in the pirate world, so he was very serious about it. "Who is this?" "This is the side of the Green Flame Pirates. If you are sensible, get out of the way." There were no trees around, and Doug didn't hide it deliberately. The pirates with scars on his face found him at once. "There are only 6 pirates, and there are not many people, so I just want to use you to try my new combo." Doug looked at the 6 with a face like water, and thought to himself at the same time. Since Doug was wearing a mask, the pirates couldn't see his expression, but after listening to his warning, he still chose to keep getting closer. The pirates discovered that this man had come prepared, so they all drew their knives and put on a fighting stance. The Scar pirate turned back to remind his companions standing behind him. "Dwarf, use the phone bug in the lounge to inform the captain that something has happened here." "Good." good. The other party deliberately lowered his voice, but Doug, whose hearing was amplified, heard these words clearly, and naturally he would not let the other party succeed. Putting his hand on the hilt of the sword, he quickly pulled the star out, then raised it above his head. "Look at the sword." As Doug blurted out, the blade of Xingyu suddenly burst into a bright white light. Whether it was the pirate in a defensive posture or the pirate who had already run a short distance, all six of them turned their heads, raised their heads, and saluted the star language on Doug's head. "Pirates, what the hell? Why am I looking at that sword? Why is that sword glowing? Why can't I turn my neck back?" The six pirates simultaneously sent out a soul-like torture in their hearts. "There is a play." Doug's eyes lit up, and the system skills really did not deceive me. Shave. Holding the glowing star language, Doug stepped on the shaver and turned into a black shadow that quickly flashed past the six. Six pirates have yet to find the answer to the question, "Why am I looking at that sword?" His gaze followed Doug's hand and twisted quickly, making a 180-degree head turn. Even if the mind can't keep up, the speed of the brain is not slow at all. Six crisp clicks sounded almost simultaneously. Doug, who successfully stepped into the camp, silently put down the star language in his hand and cancelled look at the sword effect. The pirates came back to their senses, but it was too late now. Their eyes had already stopped in front of their butts. "What exactly is this? How?" Before he could finish speaking, he lay down on the ground foaming at the mouth. Doug looked back at the pirates whose heads had been twisted to 180 degrees and shuddered unconsciously. Fortunately, it is his own skills, otherwise it would be scary to think about. Doug's confidence in successfully defeating the six pirates greatly increased, but he did not expect that the combination skills he had been thinking about actually achieved the effect he had overdue. Jabra says it's going to be a big mess, so Doug decides to take it easy. He first turned on the deterrent skill and adjusted the range to the maximum to cover the entire range of the garrison. As long as someone appeared in his line of sight, no matter who it was, just put it on without saying a word, and the only people stationed in the ground would be the enemy. Doug, who turned on the deterrent skill, then raised Xingyu above his head and activated look at the sword effect. White light slowly emerged from Xingyu's sword once again. This time Doug wasn't going to put the sword down. Shave. In a start, Doug ran straight to the most crowded part of the camp. A long white light was dragged all the way by him. Afterwards, the entire camp exploded. Instant, the sounds of click and it hurts echoed in every corner of the station. Where the white light passed, there was no intact neck. Those less fortunate, before they even saw the white tail light, were held in place by a deterrent and twisted their necks. Doug, a person who responds in a timely manner, is not afraid, because with the blessing of flowing clouds and flowing water, using shaving does not cost him anything, mostly because of the shortcoming that shaved can only run in a straight line. Doug, who originally wanted to draw a circle around these people, finally changed it to a square, so these people were unlucky and were taken care of by Doug. Deterrence reduces his movement and reaction speed, but his gaze is the only exception. In this way, they can only stand in place with weapons and turn their heads wildly in all directions, just like a ghost phenomenon. It's an enemy attack. Run to the big clearing. I don't know who resisted the pressure and shouted while turning his head. All of a sudden, everyone who turned their heads responded. Disregarding the various negative states on his body, he ran to the outermost open space behind his back. Being smart, this is actually what Doug wanted. Divert everyone away, and Jabber pulls a few people out to find the blueprints. So Doug stopped shaving his feet and just held up the star language and drove them to the clearing behind all the pirates' ass. Sometimes there are pirates that go astray, and they will throw 2 Rankyaku/Tempest kicks to greet those guys back. At this point, the pirates stationed in the ground can really see the appearance of the enemy. A luminous sword held high, exuding inexplicable pressure, and one of their enemies was chasing after them with that weird and terrifying sight-seeking technique. The pirate being chased ran faster for a while and was almost scared to pee by Doug behind. Where did this monster come from? All the pirates thought at the same time in their hearts. Doug ignored them and continued to chase after the pirates with his sword. However, as soon as he ran to the edge of the open space, a white slash suddenly shot out from the crowd on the opposite side, aiming directly at himself. That slash was more effective than the Rankyaku/Tempest kick, and Doug was sure in a second that he couldn't resist. Doug retracted the sword that was held high above his head, slammed his feet, jumped high into the air, and flew to avoid the flying white slash. Look at the sword. At the same time, the effect was interrupted, and all the pirates regained control of their eyes. Captain, it's the captain back. Bastard, you're dead. I'm going to tear him to pieces. How much hatred. A giant strong man about 2.5 meters tall quickly emerged from the crowd. The captain of the Green Flame Pirates, Green Devil Cardo, with a bounty of 120 million Bailey. He was carrying a large long knife in his hand and wore a captain's hat on his head with the exclusive green logo of the Green Flame Pirates painted on it. What a green hat. Doug blurted blurted out. Where do the natives of the Earth's terrier pirate world know? Cardo couldn't understand what Doug was saying and even took him as a compliment to his hat. Hee, good eyesight. He Viviasho then looked at Doug with sharp eyes. Little devil, who are you? Why did you come to the chassis of my green flame pirates to make trouble? I'm just an ordinary person passing by because of interest and full of justice in my heart. Doug replied with a smile. Pete bullshit. Not to mention what they have done these days. You don't find so many pirates on the island, but you find us so far from the city. And they still broke in from the side, saying that it was not planned long ago, and they would not believe it if they were killed. After learning about Doug's ability to tell nonsense, Cardo knew that there was no need to talk to him. Holding the long knife tightly, a flying pounce hit Doug's side. The target was Doug's neck, and there was no mercy. How can the opponent succeed? After Cardo appeared, Doug raised his attention to his throat. More than 100 million big pirates raising their hands is a sword chi. At least they are all swordsmen. The idea of melee and head-to-head was smothered in the cradle by him before it was born. Continuous use of shaving and retreating back dozens of meters. No matter how fast Cardo is, he can't catch up with Doug, who uses shaving. The first time after pulling the position, Doug didn't hesitate at all and stepped directly on the moon step and flew into the sky. It wasn't until more than 60 meters above the ground that the moon step, which was constantly climbing, slowly stopped and changed to jumping in place. Chapter 21. Fortunately, I will float. Little devil, are you still a swordsman? If you still have the honor of being a swordsman, come down and fight to the death with me. Cardo saw that Doug didn't play cards according to the routine and flew directly into the sky, so he raised his hand and pointed his sword, roaring at Doug in the sky. I'm sorry, I'm not really a swordsman. Doug put the star back on his waist and answered Cardo solemnly. Cardo heard that his lungs would be blown up by this guy, and he had never seen such a brazen person. The sword this guy is holding is definitely not of ordinary quality, but this guy actually gave up the honor of being a swordsman in order to avoid the battle. Angrily, he slashed 5 consecutive slashes into the air, but they were all easily dodged by Doug. The pistols in the hands of the pirates are also out of range. For a time, everyone didn't know what to do with Doug. It's this effect. Doug stepped on the moon step and leaned as far as possible to the forest position, while using Rankyaku/Tempest Kick as a kite flying skill. He kept throwing him into the crowd. The cry of grief sounded again. In order to stabilize the enemy's hatred value, Doug also put look at the sword. The skills are also sacrificed. Of course, Captain Cardo was also taken special care of by him. Every once in a while, he would give Cardo a few strong gazes. Damn, push the green flame cannon out to me. Cardo's eyes were red and he roared angrily at his subordinates. But after using the green flame cannon, it will have a great impact on the surrounding area. Although the subordinates all looked up to the sky, they still had to remind their captain, go. I'll take care of it if something goes wrong. Good. The 4 pirates immediately retreated to a wooden house behind. Since Cardo became the overlord of a sea, how could he have suffered from this kind of anger? His eyes were red with anger now, and he didn't want to think about any consequences at all. The only thought now is to knock down Doug floating in the sky, and then press it to the ground and slash with 1,000 cuts. After a while, the 4 pirates raised their heads and pushed a distinctive green paint cannon out of the wooden house. Even the cannons are forgiving. Do you want to be so environmentally friendly? Doug watched in the air as they headed up the plaza to push their guns, calibrate their angles, and load their ammunition. This cannon is different from most of the cannons in the pirate world. The common cannons are short and up to 2 meters in length, and the barrel of this forgiveness cannon is surprisingly long. Since Doug is in the air, it is not so accurate to see, but at least it can be determined that he is about 4 meters. The main difference is that the tail of this cannon is a square iron bump, which makes Doug feel like he is looking at a cannon in the modern world. It shouldn't be. Vivi had some cold sweat on Doug's forehead. The background of the pirate world is the Middle Ages, and there should be no such near-future weapons. It wasn't until the green flame pirates held an oval green cannonball that Doug really breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I would take out a missile, and I was almost scared to death by them. There is a fundamental difference between modern cannonballs and the cannonballs in the pirate world, but Doug doesn't intend to underestimate it. At least this cannonball is already a cannon in the world of advanced pirates, which Doug can be sure of. Fire! Following Cardo's order, the pirates lit the lead of the forgiveness cannon. Boom! The cannon fired and flew straight towards Doug. Rankyaku/Tempest Kick. The slash slashed through the cannonball and was instantly cut into 2 pieces, which then exploded in mid-air. Why would they think this slow cannon would be of use to them? Doug thought to himself. However, an unexpected thing happened at this time. Dozens of green balls the size of ping pong suddenly flew out of the exploding bomb, spreading indiscriminately in all directions. A few of them nearly hit Doug, but luckily he responded in time. If it weren't for the powerful perception of flying clouds and flowing water, he might not be able to escape the sudden change just now. Fuck. Sub-bombs. Before Doug finished complaining, the high energy continued, and the green spheres that were ejected exploded in the air at the same time. Wrapped in the sphere is a green liquid that suddenly begins to react violently the moment it comes into contact with the air. The raging green flames dyed half of the sky green. Even if he was 2 meters away from the liquid flame, Doug could still feel the terrifying temperature generated by the green flame. Since it didn't hit Doug, the green flame stayed in the air for a while and finally landed in the forest under Doug's feet, making a crackling sound. A large plume of green gas rose from the forest. Doug watched the scene in front of him quietly. His face had long since lost its calmness, replaced by shock, seriousness, and a hint of fear. For this kind of weapon, there was only one word in Doug's mind: chemical weapon. Those green flames are not only extremely hot but also highly corrosive. Even the green gas floating in the sky, Doug can't guarantee that it is harmless to the human body. Silently retreating from the range of green smoke, Doug was afraid for a while. When did such a dangerous weapon exist in the pirate world? Look at the sword. The effect was interrupted again, giving the green flame pirates enough free time to prepare. When Doug came back to his senses, he looked at them, and 3 green cannons were pushed out of the clearing. Mom, in addition to the one just now, there are now 4 forgiveness cannons. If the 4 cannons fire at the same time, they will explode in the sky, and they will become scattered flowers. Even if Doug has moving clouds and flowing water, he will not be able to escape. He took the lead in throwing out 2 shots of gaze of the powerful to bring down the little pirates who installed the cannonballs. They can't be allowed to continue firing, and those cannons must be dealt with first. Doug silently put the attack special effect Earth Crack on the equipment in his mind, and then slashed 7 or 8 swords in succession at the position of the cannon. One after another, white light swept across the pirates like ripples. Terrified, the pirates gathered below, but soon they found themselves unharmed. He was about to mock Doug coldly and hotly, but a sudden change occurred. The ground began to vibrate violently, and then, like rags, it was instantly torn out of hundreds of large openings. The ground, which was bare and flat before, immediately became without a complete foothold. Such a fragile ground can no longer withstand the oppression of green cannons. With a few loud bangs, all 4 cannons fell into the cracks. Wow, save me. My leg was pressed by the cannon. Who can help me? Some pirates who were not well positioned fell directly into the torn crack. The other pirates who didn't fall in were also lying on the ground and didn't dare to move, for fear that a little movement would cause the ground to collapse again. Get it done. Silently removed the attack special effect. Doug looked very satisfied with the scene in front of him. It's just that the noise was a little too loud. In the face of such a powerful destructive force, the members of the Green Flame Pirates who survived all face ashes. Only then did they realize that the figure that had stayed in the sky was not of the same level as them at all. Thinking of this, the grievances in the hearts of the pirates are even more prosperous. Since you are so strong, why didn't you show it before? If they had shown such strength earlier, they would have been bullshitting. They would have given up their resistance and chose to run away a long time ago. Does bullying the weak just make you happy? This is the thought of all members of the Green Flame Pirates at this time. Chapter 22. Almost gotcha. How could they have thought that although this thing seems powerful, the damage is actually 0? However, they are willing to understand this way, and Doug is naturally too lazy to explain to them. Even better to understand it this way. Don't do anything directly. Give up resistance. Wait for Jabber to pull them to complete the task, and then Doug will be okay. All are happy. Pooh. If the pirates knew what Doug was thinking at this time, they would definitely scold him for being shameless again. Everyone rejoiced. It was obviously their Good Friday. Stinky brat, what have you done on my turf? There was a sudden roar from behind. Doug turned his head away. Whoosh whoosh. 3 stripes of white objects pierced the air and suddenly attacked Doug in the sky, aimed at his throat and the location of the heart. So fast, the effect of moving clouds and flowing water in mid-air cannot be maximized. There is no time to dodge. You can only retreat to avoid the critical position. The one aimed at the throat was barely dodged by Doug, but the 2 aimed at the heart hit him hard on the thigh of his right foot, and what was shot was so powerful that it directly penetrated the muscles on Doug's thigh. An unprecedented pain swept through Doug. It made him cry out uncontrollably. The surviving pirates on the ground were stunned by the scene in the sky. One by one, their mouths were wide open. It wasn't made by these pirates. Forcibly enduring the burning pain in his leg, Doug turned his head to look in the direction of the attack. A pink shadow slid across the sky. It's Joker. Shichibukai. We are saved. The pirates on the ground recognized the shadow that kept approaching one step earlier than Doug. Shichibukai. Don Quixote Doflamingo. How could he be here? Looking at the figure that was about to approach, Doug's thoughts turned quickly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I have to retreat quickly. I am not his opponent now. Blur bloom 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 kaka. The phone bug in his arms also responded at this time, and Jabbra's voice came from his arms. Doug kid, we've got the stuff. enough, we can take it out. I'm in a bit of trouble. You retreat first and I'll follow. Doug finished this sentence quickly, and without waiting for Jabra to reply, he directly cut off the connection with them. Facing Doflamingo, he dared not be distracted. Doflamingo is still some distance away from him. Doug endured the tingling sensation from his right leg and threw more than a dozen Rankyaku/Tempest kicks at Brother Ming, who kept approaching. The system skills are really powerful, and even if Doug is currently injured, the power of Rankyaku/Tempest kick has not been greatly reduced. Some kind of kid, but it's no use. Facing the incoming Rankyaku/Tempest kick, Doflamingo just raised his hand and grabbed it, and all the slashes disappeared instantly as if they were cut by several sharp knives. Doing all this, Doflamingo suddenly accelerated and came to Doug in a few seconds. He raised his hand to grab Doug again. With the help of flying clouds and flowing water, Doug escaped in a thrilling manner. Doflamingo frowned and Vivi frowned, then changed hands and continued to claw down. This time, Doug dodged his claws but not the thin line attached to his fingertips. Wrapped around armament haki was no less powerful than the attack just now. Just swiping Doug's chest lightly, he felt like he was slashed by 3 long knives at the same time. Will die. The thought flashed across Doug's mind for a moment. While falling into the forest, nothing remains: the deterrent power, the strong's gaze, and the Rankyaku/Tempest kick with special attack effects. Frantically greeted Don Quixote Doflamingo. Being put on both the deterrent power and the strong man's gaze, Ming brother was obviously stunned for a moment. It was this brief moment that got all the Rankyaku/Tempest kick to hit Doflamingo without a hitch. Doug didn't think his attack could cause much damage to Brother Ming. He only needed to hold the opponent for a few seconds to achieve his goal. Doug, who fell into the forest, was not idle, and frantically attacked the surrounding ground indiscriminately. Because the movement he made was quite loud before people on the whole island heard it. Therefore, at this time, many pirates and businessmen who were watching the fun had already gathered around the forest. Doug's indiscriminate and frantic attack suddenly made the scene completely chaotic. The forest collapsed and the crowd watching the fun began to flee. Doug took advantage of the chaos of the crowd to quietly remove the special effects of the Overlord skin. Haki, who was nearly 3 meters tall, turned into an ordinary person who was only 1.70 meters in the blink of an eye. The mask and coat were thrown away by Doug at the same time as they fell. He staggered into the crowd and walked slowly towards the town with the help of the constantly fleeing businessmen. Doflamingo, who was still in mid-air at this moment, had a gloomy expression on his face. He thought as Doug thought. The few shots of Rankyaku/Tempest kick couldn't break the armament haki wrapped around Brother Ming's body at all, not even the slightest skin injury. Gone. Don Quixote Doflamingo stood firmly on the silk thread. His eyes constantly swept over the figures scattered on the ground. After looking around, he did not find the figure of the person who had just fought with him, the people of the world government, and the conqueror haki just now. Ming, who has dealt with the world government for a long time, naturally knows that Doug is using the moves in Roku Shiki. He looked thoughtful with a cold face. Did the world government know that he was looking for Steel City? So I wanted a piece of the pie, so I sent someone out to investigate the Green Flame pirates. The world government really looks down on me, and actually sent a guy who also has a conqueror haki to investigate. But this also shows that they attach great importance to this matter. It seems that they must be more cautious next time. Gotta get those special weapons before the world government finds them. After talking to himself, Doflamingo turned around and flew towards the location of the Green Flame pirates. It looked like he had given up looking for Doug. It wasn't until he returned to the town with his injuries that Doug found a corner to put the Overlord skin back on. If he hadn't used the last resort, Doug would have really explained it here this time. Doflamingo was when I just watched the One Piece/King of Pirates anime, and Doug even complained that he couldn't beat the card too. But now that I have really faced him, I know how terrifying the opponent's strength is. The 3 wounds on the chest were at least as deep as 2 knuckles. Because of the thick chest muscles, no bones or internal organs were injured, but equally uncomfortable. Doug returned to the station to join Jabra and the others. He lost a lot of blood and eventually passed out due to walking around for a long time in a state of serious injury. Jabra pulled a few people to see Doug's state, but they were terrified. Fortunately, several of them are often injured due to mission reasons, and they have rich experience in first aid for such simple skin injuries. After a long time, Doug finally got out of danger. Chapter 23. Strange skills added again. After the mission is completed, it stands to reason that it is best to retreat immediately. But Jabrera learned from Doug, who woke up from a coma, that Don Quixote Doflamingo was on the island at this time. Sake of safety, Jabra finally decided to follow the original plan. After the 7 days of registration passed, the blueprints and shells were disguised as ordinary goods, and the hired sailors left the island with them. As for the last 2 days, it was used to regulate Doug's injury. You can also also see Doflamingo's next reaction. In the past 2 days, except for Doug's injury in the house, Jabra's performance was normal. Since then, the protection work on the island has hardly been affected by the merchants, except for the strict monitoring of every pirate going out to sea. It seems that neither Doflamingo nor the Green Flame pirates have any suspicions on the merchants. Or maybe it's because of the chain of interests that makes it difficult for them to deal with the businessmen who came all the way. Anyway, no matter what kind of relationship, at least Doug is really safe now. After 2 consecutive days of conditioning, Doug found that his body's recovery rate was even faster than that of Momonga. In addition to the slight discomfort in the penetrated thigh, the wound on the chest has completely scabbed and fell off, so much so that when he put on his clothes, it was impossible to see that he had been seriously injured 2 days ago. Even Jabra couldn't help but sigh. Doug's resilience is as evil as his learning ability. Unimpeded all the way, driving the sailboat back to the island where the boat was rented. After paying the commission to everyone, because it was much more than what was promised at the beginning, the sailors laughed happily one by one. Jabra turned to look at Doug. I've informed Marineford that Sengoku will send someone to pick you up later. What about you? Doug looked at Jabra, with Fakura Otonashi and Kumadori who had been disguised. We've got to get this thing back first. Jabra stretched out his thumb and pointed at the projectile disguised as cargo. Okay, the sooner the world government wants something to them, the safer it is, and Doug still knows that. Doflamingo must have discovered by now that the blueprints and shells were stolen. When I played against him on the island, I did not deliberately hide Roku Shiki. It is not difficult for someone with a little brain to guess that this was done by someone dispatched by the world government. In addition, Doug is still injured, and it is also for his own safety to part with them earlier. In this way, Doug and Jabra pulled a few people to say goodbye on the island. With the departure of Jabra and others, the task in Doug's mind soon popped up, the prompt of task completion. Back at the accommodation, Doug intends to take advantage of the time when the headquarters has not come to pick him up to collect the reward for this task. With this encounter with Don Quixote Doflamingo, he is now desperate to improve his strength. Otherwise, if you stand in front of those people again, you will be as weak and powerless as before, only to be slaughtered by others. This confrontation gave Doug an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Hope the new arena can bring you some new surprises. Turn on the system and switch to the task interface. Government Direct Mission. Complete a secret mission assigned by the world government. 1/1. Mission reward: Dazzling Skill Cool Dance Steps to be claimed. Dazzling Skill Catch the Shrimp to be claimed. System Arena Open to be claimed. Sure enough, it's done. Although the task this time was very difficult, when he saw these rewards, Doug suddenly felt that it was all worth it. Click to claim all the rewards at the same time. Arena. This new feature, Doug intends to put it to the end to study slowly. He wanted to see what role these two skills could play first. Although the name alone is somewhat unreliable, it cannot be ruled out that something like look at the sword. That way, if you mix it well, you will be able to come up with a new set of attack combination skills. Bring up the skill board. Information about the new skill pops up. The dazzling technique, cool dance steps. The cool song XXX has been imported. Introduction, accompanied by the passionate music. The marked character within the site followed him to dance a cool dance. The dance Vice Admiral could not be interrupted. Attack. When the dance is over, all the dancer's own attributes are greatly improved, and the duration is 30 minutes. Doug covered his face with his hands, and could guess what style of painting he would be in the future. It is difficult for him to imagine that if he encounters a difficult opponent in the future, when he is about to fall into a disadvantage, he will suddenly dance in place. This is so neurotic. Although there is a clear mark in the skill that the dance cannot be interrupted and cannot be attacked, but Doug still can't think of a last resort. Try not to use this skill. To ask why? Because he wants a face. Can you imagine Doug's hacky appearance suddenly dancing? As for how much the attributes can be greatly improved after use, Doug is not clear now because it is not written on the system. In fact, he originally planned to try it alone first, but thinking that he still had 3 knives and 2 holes in his body, he gave up this plan after thinking for a while. He didn't want to jump for blood. After all, the skills are clearly written, and when dancing, they will not be interrupted. So even if Doug himself, the song is not over, the dance probably won't stop. Shaking his head, Doug couldn't think about how to use the skill for the time being. Let it go first, and then consider this after reading the next skill. Keep looking down. Show off. Catch the Shrimp. Introduction. After equipping it, you can master all vehicles instantly. When operating any vehicle, your skills, speed, and flexibility are increased by 500%, and you can use cool inertial drift skills every 5 minutes. God skills. Instantly master all vehicles, and the performance of all vehicles can be improved by 5 times when operating. What a terrifying skill this is. Bug. Another golden finger. As long as Doug wears the this skill, there will be no means of transportation in the pirate world that he cannot drive, and the effect of the operation can be 5 times stronger than others. So whether it is at sea or on the road, the development of the rally track grid can firmly rank first. As for the sensory inertial drift every 5 minutes at the end, it was naturally ignored by Doug. After all, who hasn't dragged a car without a handsome drift? Doug is quite satisfied with the new 2 skills. Although the release conditions of a skill are a bit strange, it is undeniable that the effect should not be too bad. After all, even the system is said to be greatly improved. Then there is the second skill. Doug properly thinks that he has picked up the treasure. In addition to the previous flying clouds and flowing water, another real golden finger. Alright, after receiving the skills, we finally arrived at the arena that Doug was most looking forward to. Open the function interface, select arena, and click to enter. Doug only felt that his eyes were black and he fell straight to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 24. The beating from the system. By the time Doug came to his senses, he was standing in an unfamiliar place. The sky and the surrounding are all white, and at a glance there is no head at all, as if there is no limit. There was a square arena with an area of more than 1,000 square meters on the ground, and Doug was standing in the center of the arena at this time. The arena is about 1 meter high and consists of countless small cubes with a side length of 1 meter. The color is light gray and white, and the material is similar to marble. Doug stood on it and jumped, and the ring under his feet was very hard. Just as he was about to complain that there was nothing at all, a huge, black, translucent interface suddenly appeared right in front of the ring, floating in the air in a semi-inclined manner. The text on the screen is accompanied by a picture, which is divided into 2 options. The first is training mode. The second is the competitive mode. There are a series of small characters marked under the 2 modes respectively. The training mode is 10 times the training effect. Competitive mode is passing the level and inheriting the opponent's Deo power. From the description alone, it looks pretty good. Doug tries to choose a training mode. The screen changes again. There are a total of 5 training rooms to choose from: Deo Strength Training Room, Kendo Training Room, Fighting Technique Training Room, Attention Training Room, and Endurance Training Room. In order to know more about what kind of training method this is, Doug temporarily chose the Taoist Training Room to try it out. At the same time as the choice, the scene switched, and it became a gym that is very similar to modern times. However, all the equipment in the gym is related to improving strength: dumbbells, barbells, arm strength machines, tension machines, seated leg presses, hind leg flexion and extension trainers, boxing sandbags, etc. Everything related to Deo strength. Here is everything. I'm going. This is to make me practice the rhythm of being a man. Doug shrugged his shoulders, a little speechless. Haven't I become a sportsman long ago when I put on my skin? As soon as he finished speaking, Doug realized that something was wrong. He stretched out his palm to take a closer look, and what appeared in front of him was a pair of small palms. Then he touched his face carefully, and was surprised to find that it was his original appearance. Doug suddenly thought of something, and opened the skill page at the fastest speed, but found that no matter how hard he tried, the original skill page had no response at all, and he couldn't call it out at all. At most, he could only view his own attribute interface. It's not that I'm going to use my body to train my strength. Doug guessed right, it really is. He tried to use his original small body to lift the barbell, the lowest 10 kilograms, and it felt a little hard to lift up to 10. Lowering the barbell, Doug let out a small breath. I felt warm all over my body, as if I had done several sets of these exercises at once. It should be 10 times the training effect. Let Doug think this is a very good training location. However, for the time being, he exited the Deo training room, and Doug returned to the initial interface. He planned to try the competitive mode next. As for the other training rooms, Doug intends to go in and try their effects when he actually trains. Click to enter the competitive mode, which is significantly different from the training mode. The scene didn't change, but there were a lot of character avatars popping up. After a rough scan, Doug found that the avatars displayed on the screen were almost all the characters he met during the time of One Piece/King of Pirates. From ordinary sailors to Sengoku and Garp, they are all people who have had a relationship with him. Below each character's avatar corresponds to the Deo force value matched by the system. The Deo strength value corresponding to the avatar of the first sailor character is 10, the second one is 30, the third one is 80, the fourth one is 199, and all the following ones have grown by leaps and bounds. But just looking at the avatars of the characters, Doug clearly remembers the real corresponding characters, and the strength is not as strong as the system gives. Take the few sailors after the second one. They are also the same recruit with the first and second place. The Deo strength values tested before also fluctuated around 20, and it was impossible to reach a Deo strength value of more than 100. It didn't take long for Doug to understand why. It turned out that the system only borrowed their appearance and body body shape and then recustomized the Deo strength value according to their own judgment. For these matched people, what matters is not their appearance but the Deo strength value of each of them at a certain stage. The most obvious is the Deo value of the final Garp and Sengoku S2. Garp matches 15,000 Deo while Sengoku has 20,000 Deo. Doug doesn't think Sengoku is that much better than Garp. Perhaps the real reality is that Garp is even better than Sengoku. B. Because Deo strength does not match the character's avatar. Click on the first character avatar. Doug intends to try the most basic Deo value stage. The interface quickly disappeared and then a figure of a sailor came out of the void. His appearance and body shape are exactly the same as on the avatar he just selected. The only difference is that the power value originally displayed at the bottom is now replaced by the top of the character's head. NPC names displayed when playing virtual games. Deo strength 10. It turns out that the competitive mode is the 1v1 PK match in the game. In the void position on Doug's left-hand side there is a ready selection button. He reached out and nodded. A huge red countdown appeared between Doug and the Deo strength 10 Marine. 10, 9, 8. This should be prep time. Doug moved his hands and feet intending to instantly kill the NPC with this Deo strength 10. Soon, the countdown reached 0. Shave. The picture in front of him did not change quickly. Doug just ran a few steps forward. Before he could react, 2 punches the size of sandbags had already landed on his face. Ouch. What the hell? At $UN and UN asterisk hashtag carrot. For a while, Doug lost consciousness. When he woke up again, the injury he suffered in the game just now had disappeared, and then a big game over word popped up in front of his eyes. MD can't even use the existing skins and skills in the competitive mode. What a fool. In this way, the first PK battle in the competitive mode ended the game in a way that Doug was bruised by the most dishonest NPC. It's no wonder that the system's Deo strength value evaluation for Doug's body is only 6. Even the coolest NPC has 10 Deo strength, which is nearly half of Deog's Deo strength value. Doug burst into tears, clenched his little fists, and made up his mind. No way. I won't admit that I'm not even the best sailor. I must find the place back today. Select Deo strength 10 again, and you are ready. Doug is like a gamer who has a red eye in the Wasteland copy. Once, twice, 3 times, constantly being hammered on the ground by the opponent. Finally, in the 18th challenge, Doug turned over and became the master. Deo strength 10 by jumping, holding his legs, and hitting key points. You win. The red font popped up and a golden light rose from Doug's feet. In addition to returning to the best physical condition, Doug obviously felt that his strength and speed had increased. Am I an upgrade? Chapter 25. I'm not sick. Can't wait to open the properties panel. Although skins, special effects, and skills cannot be used in arena mode, the attribute panel can still be seen. Sure enough, the Deo strength value has risen from the original 6 to 16, an increase of 10 points of Deo strength value. Is this the so-called inheritance of the opponent's strength? Doug was stunned by this mode of rapidly increasing Deo strength. That doesn't mean that as long as you defeat the characters in it, you can quickly increase your strength. That's still practicing shit. Taking advantage of the fact that you have reached 16 Deo strength, first hit 10 or 8 Deo strength 10 NPCs, inherit all their Deo strength, and then challenge more powerful NPCs. It's not that I'm getting stronger in minutes. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. A challenge has been won over an NPC. Whether it is the NPC or the NPC ahead of him, the character avatar will turn gray and cannot be selected again. That is to say, if you win, you will block it, and the system will not give you the opportunity to infinitely brush the Deo strength value forever. Damn, Xiaoqing was cracked by the system again. It seems that Doug can only challenge the advanced level honestly. The next NPC is Deo strength 30, which is still nearly half higher than Doug. God, the worst beating ever? Doug couldn't help but let out a sigh. But he doesn't plan to reclaim Wasteland for the time being. He has been abused enough today. Although the damage received during the process will be fully recovered at the end of the game, the psychological damage still exists. It was a real pain. Not even his mother ever beat him like that. You have to slow down. To sum up, the harvest of this mission was even more perfect than Doug had imagined. Exit arena mode. Doug gradually woke up from the darkness and soon found himself lying on the bed, and around him, at least 7 or 8 were surrounding him. There was even a man dressed as a doctor who was flicking the needle in his hand as if he wanted to inject Doug with something. Seeing this, Doug hurriedly jumped up from the bed to escape. What's the situation? What's the situation? Who are you and why are you in my room? Also, you, what are you going to inject me with? Doug swept through the crowd in panic, and finally his eyes stayed on the man dressed as a doctor. Guess you freaked us out. The waiter came up to ask if you wanted to order food, only to find that your eyes were white and you were lying on the floor of your room motionless, not even breathing. I was terrified. I quickly invited the best doctor in the city to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, the man folded his hands and continued to worship the sky. Thank God, thank the ancestors for the blessings. Our small shop is only a small business, and we can't stand such a toss. Doug recognized the man in front of him as the owner of the hotel he lived in. When I looked back at the door, there was a group of people talking quietly. It seemed that they were all the guests who lived next door. Have I been lying down for a long time? Doug looked at the innkeeper and asked dumbly. I don't know how long the guest fainted, but it's already night outside. The innkeeper pointed out the window and said. Doug looked in the direction of his fingers and found that it was indeed pitch black outside. He remembered that he had started researching new system functions shortly after eating at noon. And why did it suddenly arrive at night? Is it because he is too serious about reclaiming wasteland? Maybe this is possible. I used to play games with my friends at noon in my hometown to form a dungeon, but it was already afternoon before it was over. Touching his head, he shook his head helplessly. It seems that the time in the arena mode is in a 1-to-1 ratio with the time outside, and I cannot stay in the arena for a long time without coming out. Especially after entering the arena, his body would roll, his eyes and even his breathing would disappear. If this is a careless indulge in the wasteland competition in the arena and cannot extricate himself, then the body outside is not going to be directly cremated by others as a dead person. Come out, the ash may be raised for you. In this case, Doug didn't know who to cry when he cried. Guest, are you really alright? Why don't we let the doctor show you? The innkeeper saw Doug rubbing his head and shaking constantly for fear that there would be something wrong with his head. No, I'm fine. I feel fine now. Thank you for your concern. Doug quickly waved his hand to refuse. He's not really sick and doesn't need medical treatment at all. Are you really alright? Young man, your symptoms just now were not mild and you didn't even breathe. If it wasn't for your body temperature maintaining a normal body temperature, I would have sent you directly to the emergency room. The man in the doctor's uniform advised Doug earnestly. Doctor, I'm really fine. If you don't believe me, take a look. I'm as strong as a bear now. Doug also raised his strong arms to show him. Really? Then I'll take a look. The doctor man dubiously checked Doug's physical condition. It seems to be alright. The results of its inspection are really as Doug said. There is no problem at all, and it is even stronger than the body of ordinary people. In the end, with Doug's serious assurance, everyone chose to believe his words. However, before leaving, the doctor did not forget to remind Doug that if he is really sick, he must seek medical attention in time. Otherwise, if something happens, he will regret his life. Doug just smiled helplessly. Seeing this, the onlookers gradually dispersed, but when they passed by and looked at Doug's eyes, they still looked at the eyes of special patients, and Doug's heart was entangled again. He secretly made up his mind to enter the arena to practice in the future. He must choose a better time period, and he must not indulge in it for too long. He must remember the time and exit in time. Otherwise, in the hearts of these people, he will really become a person with a special medical record in the future. Thinking about looking at him with the eyes of caring for special patients in the future, Doug suddenly felt a little nervous. Horrible. Apart from this little problem, the overall situation is very good. Just now, Doug had already felt that his power had grown considerably. After checking the properties, he found that it was exactly as he imagined. In the arena, he can't use the attributes of the skin, so the value of Deo is 16. But when you come out of the arena, the effect of the skin will take effect immediately. Directly from 16 Deo force value rose to 160 value, a whole 100 more than the previous Deo force value. This is a very amazing transformation. If the previous battle can only rely on the skills of the system, so now, even if Doug doesn't use the skills of the system, as long as there are no more than 10 million pirates, he believes that he should have the power to fight. Doug is now more confident than ever. He believes that as long as he is not lazy, he insists on working hard to sweat in the arena, being beaten. One day, he'll turn into someone like Garp, Sengoku, or even the Four Emperors. Suddenly, Doug was full of hope for the future. By the way, it seems that I haven't eaten since noon. Chapter 26. Finally going back to headquarters. The light wind blew, and the sea raised layers of waves, like rolling clouds in the sky. A dhow sails alone on the sea. It can be seen from the pattern on the jib and the flag on the mast that this is a small and medium-sized marine warship. At the bow of the boat, a tall, pale pink long-haired woman wearing a justice shawl was facing the sea. Her delicate little face was filled with seriousness, anger, and dissatisfaction. Hina is angry now. This woman is the owner of this warship, known as Black Threshold. Hina, currently a lieutenant colonel of the Marine headquarters. A strong and confident mature woman. From being trained by famous teachers to becoming a supernova in Marine headquarters, even instructors regard her as one of the talents who will shoulder Marine's future. A female sailor, to be able to do this, naturally has her proud capital. This time she set sail, originally the same as before. At the Marine headquarters, I received news that the town of Zilan was attacked by pirates called the Double Sword Pirates. Tina immediately led her subordinates to arrest Shuangdao Yujia. After a 7-day pursuit at sea, the Shuangdao pirates would be blocked in the Shuangliu Trench every 2 days. But there was a sudden call from the headquarters to announce the so-called important mission, telling her to give up continuing to hunt down the Shuangdao pirates, and immediately rushed to an island 400 kilometers away from them, leaving a seaman first-class sailor intact. Back to headquarters. When Tina received this task, she almost couldn't hold back the phone worm in her hand and fired a UG black gun. However, her good psychological quality allowed her to forcibly suppress the anger in her heart. After the anger, there is only a touch of sadness. Even if she thought about it with her toes, Tina could guess which noble naval soldier made this unreasonable request. Seaman first class. Tina looked up at the sky, suddenly remembering what the friend had mentioned. Tina doesn't understand. Has the headquarters really fallen? After muttering to herself, Tina's eyes became firm again, and she looked back at the young sailor on the plywood. Notify the seaman first class named Sparrow Doug and have him rush to the dock now to be ready to pick up. Hearing Tina's order, the young sailor stopped his work and looked at Tina with a puzzled expression. But Lieutenant Colonel Tina, we will take half a day to reach the designated island at the earliest, so let him know now. Will it be too early? Tina believes that since it is a recruit, he must learn to obey the orders of his superiors absolutely, which is a beating on him. If he can't accept even the simplest and most basic orders, it proves that he is not suitable to be a leader at all. For real Marines, instead of wasting time by staying in the Marine, it's better to pack up and go home to be their noble children. Tina slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and her tone revealed an absolutely unquestionable attitude. As soon as these words came out, all the sailors on the ship did not dare to have any more opinions, and immediately notify Sparrow Doug as requested by Tina. In fact, Tina was the only one who was dissatisfied with the arrangement of the headquarters, but she dared to express her dissatisfaction. After all, it is a pirate who has been chasing for a whole week, and it is possible to block its back road. It is only a matter of 2 days to arrest it. Suddenly, because of an inexplicable order, he was forced to give up and continue the pursuit, and instead went to pick up a first-class sea soldier who didn't know what the hell he was. This kind of operation, no matter who it is, will be a bit unacceptable. On an island 400 kilometers away, Doug received news early in the morning that the headquarters would send a ship to pick him up. After a day on this island, Doug was exhausted, and now he finally waited for the warship to pick him up. It's not that Doug is not used to living here, but that he impressed others too deeply yesterday. Every few hours at night, a waiter would knock on his door 3 or 4 times a night for fear that he would pass out if he didn't pay attention. Doug naturally understands their feelings, but if he keeps doing it like this, he won't be able to sleep, let alone enter the arena to open up a new dungeon. This is not asking about special services. Why are you knocking on the door at night? After all, he didn't pay attention first, and Doug was not very good at blaming the innkeeper. He could only endure it silently, and kept praying in his heart to send someone from the headquarters to pick him up quickly. He didn't want to stay here for a day. After receiving the news that someone came to pick him up, Doug and the innkeeper were about to jump up with excitement. After a friendly goodbye, Doug finally left the annoying hotel. Being treated as a sick person made Doug uncomfortable. Leaving the hotel like this, Doug first found a random place to solve the breakfast problem, and then went straight to the designated pier to wait for his warship. According to the other party's instructions, the warship that came to pick him up is not far from him now, so let him stand at the pier and stand by. I wonder if Momonga Vice Admiral will come to pick me up again. Thinking like this, Doug has come to the designated dock location. The pier in the early morning is extraordinarily dreamy. The white clouds in the sky correspond to the blue sea below, as if two completely different worlds. The sea breeze was blowing head-on, and there was a touch of salty wetness in the fragrance. Seagulls glide low over the sea level, and merchant ships docked at the dock are filling up with the goods that need to be transported today. What a beautiful, peaceful, and prosperous scene. The warship that came to greet Doug didn't show up at this time. I don't know what happened or because of what, but this did not affect Doug's mood at this time. For a man who likes the sea, since he crossed into the world of pirates, he has never calmed down and looked at the boundless sea like today. Admiring the calm and beautiful sea, his thoughts gradually flew away. In the more than a month and a half since he came to this world, he has not stopped for a moment in order to survive in this world peacefully. From the initial joining the Navy to the headquarters training to perform secret missions, the only leisure time was probably the time to accompany Jabber to pick out the clothes they needed for the mission. He had forgotten the last time he had calmed down and admired the sea view. Once a person falls into contemplation, time flies by rapidly. Doug was pulled back by a ding bell sound. This is because there are medium and large ships at the dock preparing to dock, and the special bell will shake to remind the surrounding boats to avoid avoid them in time. A dhow appeared face to face at sea level, and the white marine flag fluttered in the wind. It appears to be a warship sent by the headquarters to pick him up. Doug raised his hand and gave the marine salute to the warship that was not approaching. This is his sincere tribute to Marine who came all the way to pick him up. At the same time, Tina, who was standing at the bow of the ship, found Doug, who was standing upright at the pier facing the warship salute. Seeing such a scene, a surprised look appeared on Tina's delicate face. Chapter 27. Is this a promotion? The warship was stopped, anchored, and put down the ladder. Doug always maintained a straight standing posture and saluted in front of the crowd. After Tina led his men off the warship, Doug trotted slowly to Tina. Seaman First Class Sparrow. Doug, complete the mission and report. Good work, Tina replied subconsciously, because she hasn't recovered from the surprise just now. Originally, she thought that the Seaman First Class she received should be a thin, weak, complaining kid, but after actually seeing Sparrow Doug herself, she found that the character in front of her was completely inversely proportional to the image in her previous impression. Tall, he should be 3 meters tall, half a body taller than himself. Strong, with terrifying muscles. This guy is probably not a berserker. Mighty. Haki naturally flowed out from all over his body, making one can confirm at a glance that he is extraordinary. Whether it is standing or personal behavior, a natural soldier looks like, even more like a soldier than a veteran on his own ship. Countless shocks made Tina stay in place for a while. It wasn't until the adjutant beside her bumped her with an elbow that she didn't react. Cough cough. Embarrassedly coughing twice, Tina also found her disrespectful place. Tina is sorry for the rudeness just now. Sparrow Doug, I have to admit you look like a soldier. Thank you Lieutenant Colonel Tina for your compliment. Snap. Another military salute. By the way, Tina is a little curious. Did you just say that you finished the mission? Tina, who returned to her normal state, remembered what Doug said at the beginning. Yes, the task assigned by the superior has been successfully completed, and Seaman First Class Doug is now returning to the team. A task you did alone? Tina frowned, feeling strange again in her heart. It stands to reason that even if the Seaman First Class is on a mission, it should be under the command of a superior officer, just like the group of seamen on her ship. Because I suffered some injuries during the mission, for the sake of safety, my companions let me stay on the island temporarily to cultivate, and they will do the rest of the interaction work, Doug explained to Tina patiently. Injured? Tina glanced at Doug. Soon she found that Doug's right trouser leg was much more lifted than the left, and understood that it was the reason for the heavy gauze wrapped around it. Not only that, but at the neckline of Doug's chest you can vaguely see a ferocious scar. Although the blood scar has fallen off, it is not difficult to see that it should be a new injury caused recently. Well, I seem to have wrongly blamed the sailor named Sparrow Doug. I didn't expect that he was not a so-called noble sailor. Not only that, but dragged the injured body and waited at the dock from the morning to the present according to the random request she made out of a moment of anger. Tina wants to know, how is your injury? There was a trace of apology in Tina's heart, and at the same time she remembered that the headquarters asked her to bring him back intact. Lieutenant Colonel Tina, please rest assured, because it was handled in a timely manner and was out of danger a few days ago, and the recovery is not bad now. Doug replied to Tina's words with a smile. Tina slowly exhaled a smoke ring, then pointed to the warship behind her and said, let's go. Tina will take you back to headquarters. Yes. Following Lieutenant Colonel Tina, Doug boarded the warship in front of him. He was honorably wounded due to the mission, and he was strong but still kind to others. Every sailor on the warship who communicated with him was deeply attracted by Doug's humorous selves. In just over an hour, Doug managed to mingle with the sailors on the warship. Because of the resentment of picking up Doug before, it instantly disappeared with the clouds floating in the sky. Since Tina was not used to this kind of atmosphere, she did not get along with Doug like the other sailors. After all, it's a female character and it's his own boss, so Doug can't take the initiative to say hello. In fact, before Doug met Tina, he never imagined that this beautiful officer would come to pick him up. He kept guessing that it was Momonga Rear Admiral. After 4 days of continuous sailing, Tina's warship finally docked at the Marine headquarters, the military dock in Marineford. Getting off the warship and handing over the stopping procedure to the adjutant, Tina took Doug straight to the headquarters building to return to Marshal Sengoku. It is still Sengoku's office, but unlike before, there is only Sengoku in the entire office now. Tina briefly briefed Sengoku on the pickup report. Sengoku nodded with satisfaction to her and told her not to accept other tasks for the time being and to stay at the headquarters for a while on standby, saying that other tasks would be released to her later. After Tina heard it, Vivi frowned. Although she was a little dissatisfied that the previous task was not completed, she silently accepted Sengoku's arrangement. Goodbye to Sengoku. Tina needs to go back and revamp her team. Be better prepared for the next mission. After Tina left, Sengoku got up and walked in front of Doug, patted Doug's shoulder heavily and said, "I already know what happened during the period from Jabra. You did a great job. Even in the face of strong Shishibukai, you didn't flinch at all. Didn't you run away in the end?" Doug was a little stunned, but it was all praise for himself, and Doug didn't intend to refute it. "By the way, how is your injury?" Sengoku's eyes swept across Doug's chest. "Get out of danger a few days ago, and it's almost better now," Doug answered truthfully. "This time I didn't think carefully. I was a little too hasty." Sengoku's expression seemed to be a little remorseful, but it soon changed back. "You don't have to follow Jabber to pull them out to continue the mission now, and also leave Marine on standby for the time being. In a few days, I will arrange a new mission for you." "Why?" Doug Vivi was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but ask. He finally got along with Jabber to pull them together, and he already regarded each other as a new teammate in his heart, but now he was suddenly told to leave the team. "The first is because the previous mission involved too much, and the second is because your ability is not suitable for this kind of secret mission. It is too conspicuous." "Doug, he can't do it either. The system requirements are to complete the task in the most dazzling way, so it is impossible to keep a low profile. With this system, you will never want to keep a low profile in your life." Understanding Sengoku's plan, Doug didn't ask any further questions. Looking at Doug, who silently accepted the arrangement of his superiors, Sengoku felt more and more pleasing to Doug's eyes. This is what a Marine should look like. Unlike those problem seamen, one is more disobedient than the other. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that it was a very correct decision to train Doug. "You should take care of your injuries in the headquarters in the past few days, and then wait for the next tasks to fully recover. If you really can't help itching your hands, you can also go to the competition arena. This time, a lot of powerful guys have completed their tasks and returned to the headquarters. You can try to ask them for advice. Maybe it will help you increase your strength." Sengoku thought of Doug's terrifying learning ability, so he thought of this. "Oh." Doug nodded, but in his heart he was thinking about the arena of the system. "By the way, I almost forgot about this." Sengoku seemed to suddenly remember something important. Because the tasks given by the government this time exceeded the previous assessment, there are not a lot of merits awarded to you. You will be ready for promotion in 2 days. Chapter 28. I'm going to hit 10. Out of Marshal Sengoku's office, Doug's brain was always in a dizzy state, overwhelmed by an unrealistic feeling. According to Sengoku, Doug's promotion has basically been confirmed as a major. It has only been more than half a month since we came to the headquarters, and we only completed one mission and jumped 3 levels in a row. Doug couldn't imagine how hostile he would be from his colleagues at the promotion meeting. The legendary Backdoor King? Not to mention, it's possible the commendation meeting for promotion is the day after tomorrow, and Doug has to hurry up in these 2 days to improve his strength. He can't guarantee that during the promotion period there will be people who don't like him, stand up and question his strength and want to learn with him. As for what Sengoku said, go to the competition arena and ask other officers for advice. Pull it down. How bad is his learning ability? Can he not know? Doug doesn't fly into the sky just because he's blown once or twice. The tenfold experience training in the honest and practical arena is his only way out. Defeating the initial Deo Strength 10 NPC gave Doug a taste of the sweetness. He went to try to challenge the Deo Strength 30 NPC when he went to bed at night in these 2 days. However, the situation is not optimistic. It obviously has no effect on the second NPC. The difference between Deo Force value 30 and Deo Force value 10 is not a star and a half. It is an essential difference. In addition to the doubling of strength, NPC's hits are all with tricks. The black tiger digs its heart and the white snake comes out of the hole. As long as it is a move that can crack Doug's attack, the opponent can use it. It can be described as a trick. Doug's new copy of Wasteland has been beaten, still in a way that doesn't help. Really thinking that he couldn't win, Doug finally gave up the idea of going to the sky and chose to temporarily soak in the training room to slowly improve his strength. The Daoli training room is Doug's main training room. The so-called strengthening the body first and the muscles, as long as one's own Deo strength value is not far from that of the second NPC. The consumption can also consume the opponent to death. If you can't do it once, come twice. If you can't do it twice, come 3 times. Anyway, you only need to win once to inherit the full power of the opponent. In addition to the Daoli training room, Doug also chose the fighting technique training room. Hiding rocks, driving pilings, jumping from wooden piers, and taking turns in battle every night. After several days of continuous efforts, although the NPCs have not yet won the battle, their movement skills and stamina have been greatly improved. From 16 to 22. Now facing Deo Strength 30 should have a fighting force. The promotion of the major is very simple. Basically, it is announced at the rally, and then the medal is awarded. When reading the name of Sparrow Doug and walking up the high platform, Marines in the audience did not stand up and question Doug's ability. ability as in the novel. More of who is this guy? Have you seen him? Could it be that the members of the branch made contributions? These kinds of discussions gradually spread among the crowd. Thick-skinned Doug was. When the award presenter read Doug's noble military character in front of the Marines, he couldn't help but blush. Pete, is it embarrassing? Throughout the promotion process, Doug felt like he was on the gallows. This embarrassing state lasted for 20 minutes before it finally passed. Since the promotion meeting ended, Doug spent most of his time in the dormitory brushing the arena dungeon, occasionally brush other training grounds. Since Doug was injured last time on a mission, Marshal Sengoku has planned to assign him a mission for the time being. It seems that he wants Doug to recuperate from his injuries and let his body fully recover as before. Doug's daily routine slowly began to become more regular. He practiced once in the morning, then went to the cafeteria to have breakfast, and then returned to the dormitory to continue brushing the training ground. Since officers' training is self-distributed, most of the time is not supervised except for the morning exercise assembly. Doug was the same as usual today. Have breakfast in the cafeteria after the morning exercise. But on the way back to the dormitory, something interesting happened. Outside the largest competition arena in the center, a large number of colleagues wearing justice capes gathered at this time, and it seemed that they were watching or holding some event. Marine can put on the shawl of justice, at least those with the rank of major or above. The sudden gathering of so many Marine officers together made Doug intrigued. He came to the crowd with 3 steps and 2 steps, reached out and patted a colleague who was closer to him on the shoulder, and said curiously, "Brother, what are you doing with such a large group of people?" The person being questioned looked back at Doug's face and quickly recognized him as a newcomer who had just been promoted to major. "Major Sparrow Dog doesn't know this because you were transferred from the branch," the officer who was questioned explained to him, pointing his finger at the 2 figures standing in the center of the arena. "In the headquarters, every few months, our majors will hold a major position exchange event to understand each other's strengths and to compete with each other to improve their conscious ability. So they are preparing for PK." PK? The officer Vivi was taken aback. "It means heads up." Doug changed the way they understood. Almost. The officer thought it was Doug's native dialect, so he didn't ask any further questions. But it's not good to be singled out. It's more elegant to compare with each other. Who are the 2 people in the arena? Doug didn't know what the other party was thinking, so he looked up and glanced inside and found that he didn't know the 2 people on the competition arena. Major Chimi on the left, Major Dobson on the right. Both of them are well-known kendo masters in North Blue. The officer patiently introduced Doug, a master of kendo. When Doug heard this, he suddenly became interested because recently in the arena mode, he found that although he could not use skills, he could choose weapons. So he thought if he used the weapon himself, would he have a better chance of winning with NPC PK? And Doug has long wanted to try the kendo training ground. After all, he can be considered a person with a famous sword. However, due to the lack of basic kendo training, he has not made significant progress for a long time. Now that the 2 kendo masters are going to PK in the competition arena, he may be able to learn something useful from them. Thinking of this, Doug immediately felt that it was quite reasonable. "So I plan to give up today's training plan and join their PK activities this time." As Doug made such a decision, a ding-dong sounded in his mind. Doug is no stranger to this voice. The system that has been silent for 7 days is finally willing to issue new tasks. Doug, who was not completely sure, quickly opened the task interface to check, but did not wait until he returned to the dormitory. Sure enough, new tasks have been refreshed. Workplace side quest: do not use skills in the process. Win 10 consecutive opponents in the competition. 0/10. Introduction: to be the most dazzling Marine. Of course, let your colleagues remember you in the brightest way. Quest reward: weapon effect lame. Continue to ask for recommendation votes. The night before yesterday, I dreamed that each of you voted for me a few recommendation votes, and I suddenly went up to more than 2,000 recommendation votes. I'm laughing in my dreams. When will you make my dreams come true? Chapter 29. Robust Doug Online Loading X. Really refreshed, and it's a side quest. This refresh gave Doug a new understanding of the tasks released by the system. From the very beginning, he always believed that the tasks given by the system were released in a well-established form, but after what Marshal Sengoku said to trigger the quest, let Doug change this idea. The original task can also be released by people in the pirate world. Finally, until now, the task can actually be triggered according to the surrounding events. So Doug concluded the tasks issued by the system can be divided into various forms. The original main quest system will be released directly. Of course, these may be the necessary tasks that the system considers, like novice tasks, recruit tasks, and the like. And the following direct tasks. These tasks Doug can receive directly from the hands of Marine's superiors. That is, a special task that he can win on his own. The last is this kind of of side quest which is triggered only by the character's participation in certain specific events. This is probably a task that the system will only issue if the system wants Doug to participate in various forms of emergencies. Then compare the rewards of these three situational tasks. If you look closely, the rewards of these tasks are not much different from the way of tasks. The main difference is the difficulty of each task. The higher the difficulty, the richer the reward. It's not just the mainline or direct quests that have good things. As for the quest reward items, Doug summed it up again. In total, he was divided into three categories: skins, skills, and special effects. Needless to say about the skin type, if Doug hadn't had the Overlord skin, the difficulty of all the tasks so far would have been at least doubled or even more, and the effect of the skin not only increases Doug's attributes tenfold but also supports three inherent skills. It can be said that it is the best of all the rewards at present, and it is also the most difficult to generate rewards. So far, in addition to the novice tasks, there is no system task where the reward is a skin. The second is special effects. Although there is a big gap with the skin category, it is also a very useful reward item. Take the mobile special effect Flowing Clouds and Flowing Water as an example. It's no exaggeration to say that it's now Doug's best life-saving skill. If it wasn't for this skill, Doug probably wouldn't have learned Shave, Moonstep and Rankyaku/Tempest Kick for a long time, not to mention the casting of this infinite stamina. Finally, there are skill rewards. Doug categorizes these types of rewards mostly as half-pit rewards, because he doesn't know whether this kind of reward can help him at all. Take a look at the sword. 4. If you hadn't mastered the no CD and no consumption shave first, this skill is a proper waste skill. No damage, no strong control, no attribute stacking. Completely a 3-none product. It's just a simple group joke. Even if it can cooperate with the twisting style of shaving and hitting, it is still the effect developed by Doug's brain hole. Cool Dance doesn't know how many attributes are added, so I'm not sure if it's useful. As for Catch the Shrimp, this skill is a superb auxiliary skill. Although it can't help Doug improve his strength, it still benefits him a lot. It's a pity that this is not the world of mechas, but the world of One Piece/King of Pirates. Otherwise, relying on this skill alone, Doug can take off on the spot, spiral into the sky, and become the strongest in the world in 1 second. Even those mass-produced mechas that are operating can cut grass unparalleled in the mecha group. It seems a little far off. Back to this work assignment. According to Doug's understanding, even if he doesn't do this task, it shouldn't have much impact on his subsequent tasks. He could choose not to take it. However, weapon effects are a new special effect bonus. Doug has no reason to give up. In the process of Doug's thinking, the competition between the two on the competition field just developed to a fever. The level of kendo between the two of them is not much different. After a while of sword and sword shadow, neither of them can get a bargain from the other. Both of them came from the famous kendo club in North Blue, and they often learned from each other in the army, so the two of them were very familiar with each other's moves. After 15 minutes of back and forth contests, Major Dobson narrowly won by half a move, ending the contest. This kind of competition was not initiated by the headquarters, but was basically initiated by the officers themselves. If you want to test your own strength, you don't need to sign up with someone to compete with others. You only need to go to the center of the competition arena, and everyone will understand what you mean. The two colonels had just stepped off the competition arena, and the others were still discussing the kendo competition just now, so they did not go to the arena at present. Doug took this opportunity to rush to the center of the competition arena, expressing that he also wanted to participate in this competition. Oh, isn't that Major Sparrow Dog, who was just promoted a few days ago? He is also interested in having a few lessons. Due to the large meeting of the first 2 days, Doug happened to be promoted during the meeting, so many people at the scene remembered the name Sparrow Doug. It seems that I heard that he is a master of kendo and plays a good sword. Even Marshal Sengoku personally ordered him, and the star language of General Cooley was given to him. So powerful. Didn't I hear that he is a devil fruit power user? Idiot. There is no one who stipulates that devil fruit abilities cannot be masters of kendo. It turns out that, after Doug stepped onto the arena, the surrounding Marines immediately started to talk. Twitter discussed the gossip he had heard about Doug. Are all Marines so gossipy? Doug was a little speechless listening to the discussions around him. Since Major Sparrow Doug is a master of kendo, let me try Major Doug's level in kendo. Among the crowd, a major with a long sword hanging from his waist while speaking pulled out the long sword on his waist and walked towards the center of the competition arena. Let's ask Major Sparrow Dog for more advice before going down to Jia. He left. You re-welcome, Major Lefron. Doug bowed his hands to Jia politely. The two of them were on the verge of attacking, and they were about to start. Alas, wait. Before seeing Doug's action for a long time, Jia took the lead in the left front and couldn't bear it. Seeing that he was about to go to test, he was suddenly stopped by Doug. Major Doug, anything else? Major Lefront is a relatively cultivated person, and he didn't blame Doug for the sudden stop, and even asked him if he had something to do with a smile. If this was someone with a more grumpy temper, he could have started scolding his mother just now. Sorry, I suddenly thought of something very important. Doug didn't stop it on purpose. He obviously didn't intend to give up on this mission. As for the real reason why he stopped, he suddenly thought of a method that might improve the efficiency of completing the task. It is clearly stated in the mission introduction that during the process, the use of any system special effects and skills is prohibited. But one thing it didn't make clear was that the system didn't say that special effects or skills could not be used before the game. Remember Doug's buff skill that greatly improved his attributes? Adding one before the competition should not be used during the mission. Since there is a way to increase the completion rate of the task, Doug is ready to give it a try. Chapter 30. Do you want to dance too? Can you let me do a preparatory exercise first? Doug folded his hands together, his eyes full of apology, and looked towards Jiahe's left front. I usually have the habit of doing preparatory exercises. If I don't do preparatory exercises, it will be difficult to play at my best strength. Since he was thinking of adding the buff skill, he had to say how serious the consequences would be. It would be better to say that he was suppressing and bullying the newcomer by not agreeing. Then you do the preparatory exercise first. I'll wait for you. Jiahe's left front is an upright person. Since it is to discuss, only when both sides are in the best state can it be regarded as a real fair confrontation. However, this kind of pre-battle preparation exercise, in the real combat, the enemy will not be waiting for you on the opposite side. So he still intends to remind Doug, well, it doesn't matter if I wait for you to prepare for the exercise, but you'd better learn how to quickly adjust your state in the future, otherwise you will suffer losses on the battlefield. Thank you, Major Lefront Jiahe, for reminding me. Don't worry, they can't interrupt me when I'm doing prep, Doug replied with a smile. Everyone, is this what Major Lefront said? No matter what the people around him think, Doug is now planning to use the buff skill. Choose cool steps in your mind, then mark yourself. After completing these preparatory preparations, Doug turned on the skill of cool dance. A sweet and very rhythmic piece of music suddenly came out of Doug's body. Brother, do you have 400 pounds of duck in your hometown? Is it free? Is it free? Wow, yes, I want to do it. Sister, yes, don't pay. Stupid. The moment the music started, everyone present was stunned. It also includes Doug, whose body emanates music. However, the way he was stunned was different from the others. When others were stunned, they all stood still, with their mouths open. But Doug just had a blank expression. His body naturally followed the rhythm of the music, pierced his body, turned his head, shook his waist, made a circle with his hands and held them high. The movements are done in one go, better than the dancing girls in the bar. Anyway, how did it come about? What the hell? Panama. The cool dance step is to dance a whole song, or dance this divine comedy dance. Even though the mind resists, the body is very honest. The people around looked at Doug, who suddenly danced, thinking in their hearts, this is by no means an impromptu dance that can be danced overnight. It must be practiced dozens of times, or even hundreds of times, otherwise it will not be as natural and smooth as Doug. Major Doug is actually a hidden dance master. But why dance now? How big is the heart? How big is the stage? Major Sparrow, Doug, who are you? Seeing the current left front major from the beginning, his brows were almost twisted into a circle. It's okay. This is my special way of preparing for exercise. With his hands on his chest and a big heart, Doug answered Jiahe with a twitching mouth. This music too? The left front major seemed to have received a huge shock. Yes, Doug nodded fiercely. Anyway, he had already lost all his shame. Doug also tried to stop in the middle, but obviously he couldn't be interrupted, so I just broke the jar and broke it. The skills given by the system are really better than one. Unless Doug no longer uses the series of skills in the future, it will be difficult for him to maintain the image of a normal person in the eyes of others. However, system skills are the only things that can make Doug stronger quickly, and he can't give up them for a little bit of unimportant face. If it is really necessary, then he can only choose not to be a normal person. I have brought my own BGM since I was a kid. You don't have to worry. My preparations will be over in 4 minutes at most. Let's continue to learn from each other. It won't affect anything. Left front major. He had nothing to say, looking at Sparrow Doug, who was constantly scratching his head in front of him, and now he was in a dilemma, and he could only be messed up in the wind alone. Incomparably regretful. Let yourself be cheap. You have to come up to discuss something. Is it not good to wait and wait for others? Well, now, everyone else looked at them in the middle of the arena, as if they were watching two clowns perform. If Doug knew what Zouchien was thinking, he would have yelled at him. Are you okay? Standing there without jumping. Am I more of a real clown than you? MB system. Jiahe Zouchien never felt that 4 minutes was such a long time. He stood awkwardly in the middle of the arena with his sword in his hand, surrounded surrounded by colleagues who were constantly discussing in low voices. The opponent in front of him clapped his hands, turned around, bowed his body, twisted his butt, and jumped more and more cheerfully. The brainwashed and magical BGM kept echoing in his ears. Boiled prawns with gasoline. Do you look at each other for free, big brother? There are 400 caddies of duck sold in your hometown. Is it free? Is it free? Is it free? Is it free? Crisp and cheerful music echoed around. Although I don't know what it means to sing, it's a good time. The people present had never heard this kind of music. No one even knows what kind of instrument the music came from. Originally, a lot of people had gathered on the competition arena, but now the cheerful music reverberated and once again ushered in a wave of crowd flow. There are people coming this way. Marines passing by will also lean towards the side unconsciously. What's the matter? What is this music? What are you doing? The one in the middle of the arena is sparring. It's a contest. Oh, it turned out to be a dance. Marines who were attracted couldn't help but ask around to the Marine first. As people keep being asked, people keep answering. The competition activities gradually began to rely on the dance activities. Those who didn't know thought it was a celebration to welcome Major Sparrow Doug's new appointment. People who know that there is such a sparring activity feel inexplicably strange. How did the martial arts competition become a dance competition? After all, this kind of sparring activity is only known to the majors. This is the first time I've seen a normal Marine or a higher level Marine. As time passed, the rhythm of the music slowly came to an end. It's free for nothing, it's free for nothing, Cool dance ends with Doug turning his arms up and down, and the music disappears. The major in front left looked at Doug, who stopped to pose. The corners of his eyes could not help twitching, and he spoke eagerly. Is it over? Your prep exercise? Cough cough It's over. It's over. Doug tried it, and his body could move freely. Doug, who regained control of his body, blushed slightly, and quickly stood up and coughed twice to hide the embarrassment just now. Clap clap clap. The people around looked at Doug, who finished the song, and began to applaud him from the bottom of his heart. Great dance. Courage is also big. I didn't expect these tempting poses to jump out of men so good looking. Ming Sao. Isn't it time for the major left to dance next? Someone in the crowd suddenly said this. Left front major. Chapter 31. Show your skills on the battlefield. The skill with strong control is really good, to be honest. However, even in the state of strong control, even myself was controlled, which was a bit uncomfortable. Doug, who had finished dancing Panama, secretly swore that if there were not many attributes added, he would never use the skill in his life. To Numapit. What cool dance steps are obviously the most embarrassing ones. Looking at the Deo value attribute, Doug was surprised to find that the Deo value was only 220, but after he finished dancing, it soared to 440 Deo value. What the hell? It's doubled. Suddenly I felt that a 4-minute dance was pretty good. Really fragrant. The confidence of Doug, whose attributes have been strengthened, has greatly increased, and his current Deo strength value is much stronger than that of Major Left Front. They are all close to the current members of CP9. Even if he didn't use his skills now, Doug didn't think he would lose to the Major at headquarters. I've kept you waiting. Major Left Front. Putting on an offensive stance, Doug faced Jia to the left. Then asked Major Doug for advice. The Left Front also placed the long knife in front of him and made an offensive gesture. What's the matter? Don't you dance? Why did the competition start suddenly? Isn't it fighting dance? Idiot. It's a sparring test between majors. You forgot. Seeing this from the left, Jia slowly exhaled. Now it's finally time for the official test. If he continued like just now, not to mention Sparrow Doug, even himself might become a joke character in Recruit's mouth. It's more serious than losing the game. Now that the style of painting has finally returned to normal, Major Left Front has regained some of his usual feeling. Kendo practitioners pay attention to the fact that the heart is like still water. It seems that he is still far from the realm of cultivation. People were constantly reminded by the people beside them, and they gradually realized that the dance just now was just a warm-up exercise for Major Doug before the competition. What an amazing preparation exercise. The discussion was pushed to a climax again. The sparring activity that was originally only held between majors was so troubled by Doug, and now it has been remembered by more people. The time to increase the attribute is only 30 minutes, and Doug must defeat 10 opponents before the buff ends. On average, he has only 3 minutes of fighting time per opponent, or even less. If it doesn't work, then he has to dance Panama again. Although Doug has been relieved a lot, but he can't dance much, he still decides not to dance, so he had to make a quick decision. Without unnecessary temptation, Doug took the lead in attacking, and used all his power. He slammed his legs to the ground, and his body shot towards Jiahe's left front like a cannonball. Since he cannot use any skills, his shave, rank Yaku / Tempest Kick and Moon Step cannot be used temporarily without the blessing of flying clouds and flowing water. However, with the support of strong power, as long as the reaction speed can keep up, he can still move at high speed. Raising his right fist and using his strength to suckle, Doug smashed straight at Jiahee's left chest. So fast, Jiahee was taken aback by Doug's sudden approach to the left, but fortunately, the two of them had always kept a safe distance before. This was when Doug was dancing, and the major left in front of him subconsciously pulled away. So even though Doug's speed was extremely fast, it still didn't reach the speed he couldn't keep up with. Because of practicing kendo all the year round, the reaction power of his hands is not weak. Jiahee made a standard defensive posture when Doug approached from the left front. He bent forward with both hands and held the long knife across his chest, precisely blocked Doug's fist. Boom! With a loud bang, Major Zouqian only felt a terrifying force coming from his hand, and he didn't rush to exert force with both feet. Why a fist? The left front major, who was knocked into the sky, only had time to say these words, and was pushed by this strange force to the wall at the edge of the competition arena, knocking him unconscious. The people present stared blankly at the scene in front of them, and unconsciously took a deep breath of cold air. I was extremely shocked in my heart, and I didn't wonder how much power Major Doug had just punched. Even though he was an equal major, he would be instantly killed by the opponent's punch. Is the current branch level so powerful? Not only the people around, but Doug himself was stunned by the effect of the punch he just smashed. Although he already had the confidence to defeat Jiahee Zouqian, he had never thought about an instant kill. The left front major of Jiahee, who fainted on the ground, reminded Doug that all of this was true with practical actions. He looked down at his fist in surprise. Doug found that the punch just now, except that his fist was a little numb, was not much damaged. The strength of hitting several punches in a row should not be a problem. Before you know it, you have become a real master. Body and mind are expanded again. Doug floated a little. He looked around with his eyes, kind of like yelling who else? Impulse. But remembering that this is the Marine headquarters, and these people seem to be his future colleagues, Doug resisted the urge to die. Concession. Are there any friends who want to learn from me? In the face of Doug's gaze, the people around him subconsciously took a step back. These people are all colleagues who are slightly weaker than Jiahee's left front. Jiahee Zouqian is already a relatively outstanding one in the position of major at the headquarters. The level of kendo is even higher than those of the two majors who just learned from each other. Even he couldn't make it through a round at the hands of Major Sparrow Dog. Those of them who are a little weaker than him naturally won't touch their own bad heads. Doug frowned and Vivi frowned, regretting using all his strength in the fight just now. Now obviously many people are afraid of him and dare not come up to discuss with him. Then, wouldn't he be able to complete the workplace tasks given by the system? Failed. But soon someone dispelled his concerns. The strength is really good. I like to deal with straight people like you, so let me try your strength. To the arena. It's Lieutenant Colonel Budu. My god, the Lieutenant Colonel actually came to participate in the competition among the majors. Major Sparrow Dog is really powerful. He can even make the Lieutenant Colonel want to shoot. With the intervention of Lieutenant Colonel Bard, the surrounding discussions became noisy again. Doug doesn't care too much about this. The only thing he wants to be sure of now is that the Lieutenant Colonel came to discuss with him whether he is one of the 10. The system is to let him beat 10 consecutively in the game, but it doesn't seem to say that the position is only limited to major. Lieutenant Colonel Bud watched Doug gear up with an excited smile on his face. It's been a long time since I participated in the sparring activities between majors. Although I have been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, I don't think I would mind if Major Doug showed his strength just now. Chapter 32. Workplace Task Pills. It should be. Doug answered vaguely. What the hell? Is the answer yes or no? It didn't matter though, because Doug was already posing for the challenge. The majors who were watching were all excited. This was the first time that a lieutenant colonel took the initiative to challenge the major. Although the military rank of the two is only one class apart, those who can be promoted to lieutenant colonel are all those who have made great contributions on the battlefield. In terms of experience alone, these two kinds of people are not at the same level at all. Now Doug is challenged by Lieutenant Colonel for the first time, and he is also Lieutenant Colonel Budu, known as the Strange Man. This doesn't make them excited. Doug didn't think as much as they thought, and he had already felt the change in the power value. Even if there is a clear gap in experience, he can rely on brute force to pass by. His plan was to push all the way through brute force, Marine at or above the Lieutenant Colonel, which should not exceed the scope stipulated by the system. Since he didn't have much time, it was too late for him to think about it. Concentrating his strength on his footsteps, Doug rushed straight towards Lieutenant Colonel Bard like a runaway wild horse. Face me. Lieutenant Colonel Bard saw Vivi Isho. This is the real man. Come on, do it with me. After saying that, he waved his fist to meet Doug's fist. Boom. The two fists collided, and a shock erupted in an instant, spreading in all directions. There is also a coercion in the impact covering the human body, which will make people feel breathless. The coercion of this kind of imposing manner is generally called murderous aura. This is a special aura unique to those who have been on the brink of life and death all year round. The two fists collided on the arena, and both sides clenched their crowns and used their maximum strength to fight each other. However, the strength of the two of them seems to be similar. So far, it seems that they are evenly matched in terms of strength. So strong, as expected of Lieutenant Colonel Budhu, the people who catch pirates at sea all year round are really different from ordinary people. It's not just Lieutenant Colonel Budhu that Major called Doug can actually compete with Lieutenant Colonel Budhu in strength. That's a monster that can even throw a fort as a weapon. The evenly matched scene made Doug's image in everyone's eyes rise a lot. Lieutenant Colonel Budhu exerted his strength again on the way to the punch, pushed forward sharply, and knocked Doug back abruptly. Ha ha ha, cool. Budhu had an excited smile on his face. Few people have competed with him face to face like Doug since people knew about his powers. After a long period of repression, he finally got a catharsis today. Fuck, the strength is so strong, and the fist hurts. Unlike Budhu, Doug seems to be struggling. Doug, who has never honed his fists, has no calluses on his hands. How can he compare to Bud, who has practiced boxing all the year round? A head-to-head test like this fist to fist, in Doug's feelings, is like punching a hard wall directly. Looking at the excited face of Budhu on the opposite side, it seems that there is not much pressure in his hands. Doug knew that if he continued to touch like this, his right fist would definitely not be able to stand it first. With such a great strength, it is estimated that he is born with divine power like Li Yuanba, so his speed must be short. If he wants to win, he can only suppress him in speed, can no longer blindly punch to punch. Doug quickly formulated the next attack plan. He first jumped out of a safe distance, looked at Lieutenant Colonel Budhu, who was excited, and then greeted him again with his fists clenched. Haha, come again. Budhu became more and more excited the more he fought, and he now regarded Doug as an opponent of his own level. This time, Doug no longer competes for strength. Immediately after the collision, close the punches quickly, then switch punches and continue to attack. The two fists alternated in turn, and the speed became faster and faster. There were even some after images at the back. Just as Doug guessed, Budhu's strength has been outstanding since he was a child, but in terms of speed, he has never been able to improve. Lieutenant Colonel Budhu could barely keep up with the quick attack at the beginning, but the further back he got, the more he struggled. In the end, it became a mere defense. Although the strength of Doug's hand is slowly decreasing, the speed is gradually increasing. Such dense fists kept falling on Budhu's defensive arms, surrounding him with infinite strength, and he slowly stepped back unconsciously. It's now. Budhu's backing action was the moment Doug waited. Find the neutral position, retract both hands at the same time, and then pump your legs, aiming at the position of Budhu's lower abdomen, and strike with all his strength. How could Lieutenant Colonel Budhu, with a straight personality, think that Doug would play such a dirty trick? And he did not think that Doug would suddenly switch legs when he was on full defense. This kick was sturdy, and when he was kicked and flew out, his eyes stared at the boss. He didn't even have time to let out a scream, and just like the Major Jia he left, he hit the wall and fainted. My god, not even Lieutenant Colonel Budhu's opponent? How strong is he? The crowd stirred up again, and many majors looked at Doug with awe, because Lieutenant Colonel Budhu is also quite different from ordinary lieutenant colonels. Because of his natural strength, he can be regarded as the top group among all lieutenant colonels. Except for those lieutenant colonels with devil fruit abilities, it is difficult for ordinary lieutenant colonels to get a bargain in his hands. Doug also took advantage of this time to open the task to confirm, and the completion rate of the task really became 2/10. Even if the challenge is a high-level officer, it is still within the range of 10 people specified by the system. There is good news, and there is bad news. The 30-minute attribute boosting effect brought by cool dance steps has now passed by 1/3. Damn, do you want to dance another song later? Doug's heart is extremely melancholy. If you don't jump, you can't do it. Another opponent with the level of Lieutenant Colonel Budhu, even Doug, who has the attribute enhancement blessing, will have to use all his strength to have a chance to defeat. The boat goes straight to the bridge. It's useless to think so much, since it's decided to complete this task. The face is completely unimportant now. If you want to become a real powerhouse, then you simply stop being a normal person. A big deal to find another warm-up exercise as a reason. Who can think that their dance can improve their attributes? Now that he has decided to pull his face down, Doug is no longer shy. Raised his head, swept through the crowd, and hooked his fingers at them. I seem to have found some feeling. Are there any friends who continue to come up and learn from me? Everyone who was swept by Doug's gaze took a step back subconsciously. Just kidding, even Lieutenant Colonel Budhu is not his opponent, and they are going up to humiliate themselves now. This is a sparring activity, not a shameful activity. Knowing that there is a huge difference in strength between them, no one would want to go up and compete with Doug. Doug, what the hell? Is this workplace mission a pill? Chapter 33. Forget about losing your face. Doug saw the situation of the crowd crowd around him and no one would come up to challenge him in a short time. This is not just a matter of doing one more dance, maybe he has to hold a personal dance meeting in this competition arena to successfully complete the task. Time passed little by little, and apart from the people who were constantly talking, no one wanted to come on the court to challenge Doug. The effect of the attribute increase has passed half of the time before you know it. I can't wait any longer, I have to take the initiative to attack. The way of taunting is not enough. Doug doesn't want to be the top of the blacklist of colleagues in Marine headquarters. A little bit of goodwill that I managed to brush up, but I can't just let it be ruined like this. Doug took a more modest approach. His eyes fell on a major who was not much different in size from himself. Smile and reach out to invite each other. My friend, we are both power players. Are you interested in coming up and having a friendly discussion on the power level? Hearing that Doug was referring to himself, the major's head was about to shake out of the after image. He first bowed his hands to Doug politely and then said, Major Doug's strength is not as good as I am. Let's forget it. This is not a confession. He is just stating a fact. After all, even Lieutenant Colonel Budu of the Strange Force lost to him. After Doug listened to the other party's words, the expression on his face seemed to be about to cry in the next second. Auntie, this Marine headquarters? Shouldn't there be a lot of hard-boned guys? Do you really want to make fun of yourself? Doug wanted to cry without tears and opened his task information to check. What I'm thinking about is what to do with the next 8 people. Speaking of which, how many days can this sparring meeting held between majors be held? Before he could come up with a better way, Doug froze in place the next second, etc. The progress of the task completion displayed on the system is now 3/10. When did you beat someone again? Shit, is it? Doug, who thought of a certain possibility, quickly picked a seemingly weak and thin major who played kendo from the crowd. Reach out to invite this friend. You and I are both sword players. Are you interested in coming up to me for a friendly exchange? After listening to Doug's words, the major who was targeted almost couldn't help cursing. Just a face. You haven't even drawn a sword in the 2 competitions except for a knife around your waist. And just now he clearly said that he is a power player, and now he calls himself a swordsman. It's a joke, right? It is not ruled out that Doug also has a lot of achievements in kendo. The major who was targeted hurriedly cupped his hands to Doug and said the same. Major, Doug's swordsmanship is inferior to himself, so there is no need to make a fool of yourself. Cut. The people around looked disdain. Admit it if you admit it. Is it necessary to brag? Have you ever seen him draw his sword and sighed to himself? The emaciated major glared back. It's like saying you can do it. Doug can ignore their eye contact and quickly check the system's tasks when the other party refuses. Sure enough, the mission progress has changed again. Currently 4/10. It turns out that winning without fighting also means winning. Is this a bug in the system? Doug seemed to have discovered a new continent. Anyway, he has already planned to be shameless, picking out the rookie major who was even thinner than the previous one. Doug spoke boldly. Haha, my friend, you are amazed by your bones, and we are both new majors. Wouldn't it be beautiful to come down and have a friendly discussion? No suspense, politely refused. Doug made another substitution. My friend, the shape of your knife is very similar to mine. Could this be a fate arranged by God? Or we will come to the competition arena to have a friendly exchange. This colleague, you and I both have short hair. We might as well. Doug asked 6 such Marine majors in a row, and all kinds of weird reasons were used, but without exception, they all politely declined Doug's invitation to compete. But nonsense. One of the people invited behind him looked weaker than the other, and at first glance it was an invitation that was not well intentioned. Just now, he still had the image of a tall man. How could he become so shameless after fighting Lieutenant Colonel Budu? Everyone looked at Doug's eyes more and more strangely. The more I think about it, the more I think that this guy has a problem with his brain. If Doug knew what they were thinking, he would definitely be on his knees and complain. I clearly wanted to work hard not to dance, and to maintain an image in front of my colleagues. Who would have known that if I didn't dance, I would collapse so quickly? Finally, after the last major rejected Doug's invitation, the system popped up a prompt for the completion of the mission. The wind is pulling. Gotta flash people quickly, because Doug's cool dance steps boosting state has already reached its point. If someone as strong as Lieutenant Colonel Budu jumped out now, he could rub Doug on the ground. Doug didn't want to embarrass another dance for no reason. Happy times always pass quickly. After a round of high-intensity competitions, my physical strength has almost reached its limit. Although I really want to continue to learn from you, I can only say goodbye here due to physical reasons. I'm done, Doug said, bowing his hands to the people around him. OMG, the new major speaks as soon as he opens his mouth. After a round of challenges, there were 2 good fights in total, and he said that his physical strength was at its limit. You can see that his face is not red, he is not breathing, his face is refreshed, and his waist is standing straighter than anyone else. Are you saying your physical strength has reached the limit? MB, when we are blind, if there is a chance chance next time. If the system sends a task, I will continue to learn from my friends, specifically pick the weakest among the crowd. He. Everyone around them just smiled awkwardly and didn't speak, and none of them wanted to go forward and expose Doug, and at first glance they knew it was a nonsense lie. They can't wait to send this cheeky god of plague away quickly. Strong is strong, but you can't be so shameless, right? Without self-awareness, Doug took a brisk pace and left the arena in 3 steps and 2 jumps. He found a shady tree and sat down, intending to collect the system rewards first. Click to complete the task, and the workplace task disappears. Sure enough, no new tasks were swiped. The current quests are all mainline quests that are triggered immediately after encountering an event, or will not be released until a certain stage. It seems that if he wants to become stronger quickly, Doug has to take the initiative to find something to do. Well, these are things for later. At present, it is time to quickly determine the role of this task reward. Go back to the character interface. Special effects bar. Weapon effect flame. Introduction. After equipping, all weapons held will gain the effect of burning flames, which will cause fire damage when attacking. The flames will continue to burn for 1 minute and cannot be extinguished during the process. I'm going. God effect. This is the Zanpakuto of the Commander-in-Chief of Shijikuni Yamamoto, the god of death. Yamamoto Ryuze. Is it like a fire? Famous Saber Zinyu instantly raised a notch. The surprise came so suddenly. Chapter 34. Experimentation is death. It seems that the quality of task rewards is not to blame for the classification of rewards. There are currently 8 skills and special effects mastered by Doug. He believes that there are 4 god skills, 2 special effects and 2 dazzling skills. The 2 categories are divided equally. Vivi sighed inwardly. Compared with special effects and dazzling skills, the best reward is still the skin initially given by the system. But when will the next skin system be released? This Doug never knew. At present, he doesn't even know when the next mission will be released, let alone guess about the mission reward. It's decided. I'll go find Marshal Sengoku tomorrow. Maybe a new side quest can really be spawned. After receiving the mission reward, Doug went directly back to his dormitory. In addition to going to see Sengoku tomorrow, he has other things to verify. The first is to verify the special effects of the weapon just obtained. Afraid of causing a lot of commotion outside, Doug ran back to the dormitory to try out his new special effects skills. He pulled out the star language from his waist and at the same time silently put the weapon's special effect flame on the equipment in his heart. Whoosh! Several orange-yellow flames quickly climbed up Zingyu's blade and then stayed on Zingyu's blade to burn and jump continuously. The orange light reflected Doug's face, but strangely, he could not feel the temperature on the flame. Don't you mean that there is fire damage attached to the equipment? Are these all fake fires? Doug tentatively reached out and touched the burning knife. Make the most of the act of dying. The flames wrapped around Doug's fingers around his palm, burning constantly. Doug blinked and rubbed the knife back and forth several times with his hand touching the flame. Damn it, it can't really be a fake flame. There is no scorching effect in the impression. Even if he stirs back and forth in the flame, he also cannot feel even the slightest scorching temperature. You can even vaguely feel the coldness on the blade. If it wasn't for these flames that Doug actually saw, Doug wouldn't think that there would be dazzling flames wrapped around Zingyu's knife. Is it really just a visual effect? No. How can I imitate Captain Yamamoto's hacky attitude without warmth? Doug, who did not give up, put the burning star language on his bed sheet and baked it. As soon as the blade approached the bed sheet, the flame on the tip of the blade quickly climbed up Doug's bed sheet and then turned into a fire in an instant. Fuck! Doug was startled by the sudden burning of the sheets. Then he reacted immediately and pulled the sheets off the bed, trying to put out the flames. Fuck! What's going on with this fire? Why can't it be put out? No matter how Doug threw his hands or something, the flames on the sheets and the wooden bed didn't diminish in the slightest. Even if they were poured with water, these flames were still unaffected and even tended to intensify. Doug was about to go crazy, so he could only stand in place and worry. Thick black smoke constantly drifted into the sky through the right-hand window of the room. The training ground several hundred meters away saw black smoke in the sky. It's on fire! I don't know who shouted, and the entire dormitory's Marines were alarmed. Dozens of sailors took turns carrying buckets and pouring water into the room outside Doug's window. In this way, the burning flame lasted for about 3 minutes before slowly extinguishing. Marine, who participated in the firefighting, only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the flames were completely extinguished. Of all the people, only Doug knew that those burning flames were not extinguished by splashing water at all, but disappeared naturally by himself. Looking down at the sheets, wooden bed, wooden table, wardrobe, and wooden door that had been burned into Kurozumai on the ground, Doug couldn't wait to slap him in the face. Let you die so hard. There is no place to sleep now. It turns out that these flames are not false flames of visual effects, but real flames, or the kind of flames that cannot be extinguished. Even if it can't burn living things, it can quickly spread on dead things. The effect of burning for a minute and not being extinguished turned out to be true. The sheets, the wooden bed, the wooden table, the wardrobe, and the wooden door all continued to burn for 1 minute from spreading to the end, with a total burning time of 3.5 minutes. The reason why the burning flame is extinguished is actually because there is no medium in the vicinity that can continue to burn, and this is the real reason why the flame finally disappears. Doug's room was also completely turned into a scrap room in this accidental fire. What followed was a 3-hour reprimand by the dormitory, and for the first time Doug felt the pain that Sister Cannon had felt in Super Cannon. There's no way to speak up. Perhaps the only good news Doug has received so far is that this weapon's special effect can play some role in him. Silently pay homage to the sheets, wooden beds, wooden tables, wardrobes, and wooden doors that have been turned into coke. After changing to a new room, Doug will cherish them even more. Once again, Sparrow Doug's name quietly spread among the Marines in the dormitory, but it's not a good name. Playing with fire and almost burning down the entire dormitory. What good reputation do you want? After an afternoon of hard work, Doug finally made up all the necessities of life. At this time, the sky has also darkened. Apparently it was past dinner time. The Marine canteen is hopeless. Luckily Doug had the bread ready for the evening. Sitting alone on the new bed and nibbling bread, Doug's mind was racing, thinking about what he needed to continue experimenting next. Doug obviously won't give up trying to experiment with new things just because of a little misstep. Ever since he found out that flying clouds and flowing water cooperates with look at the sword, combined with the shaved neck twist plus the loopholes in today's system, Doug is now as big as his brain and as big as his actions. What he needs to experiment this time is whether the 30-minute attribute boosting effect of Cool Dance can be brought to the system arena by him. This is a crucial experiment, and it has already involved the fundamental question of whether Doug can become stronger quickly. Because I had embarrassed dancing in front of dozens of people at noon, now dancing awkwardly in one's dormitory is no longer a burden to Doug at all. I even complained that the floor of the new room is too narrow and it is not easy to dance. So he simply jumped up and landed on the newly laid wooden bed and then activated the Cool Dance steps skill. The original music did not follow. Instead, Doug bowed deeply to the empty eyes inexplicably. At the same time, he spoke uncontrollably. Everyone, national producer, I am a personal trainee who has been practicing for 2.5 years. Sparrow Doug. I like singing, dancing, rap, basketball, music. A strong and rhythmic cool prelude followed. In the air on Doug's right hand, an elliptical void with a diameter of half a meter broke out in an instant. An orange spherical object strung through the crack and landed on Doug's hand. Then Doug stood on the newly made wooden bed and resolutely played basketball. Fuck. Chapter 35. How to fix the bug of the system. Hip dribble, turn, and dribble. Turn the ball after a few tricks, and finally throw the ball out. The basketball swishes back into the void. Chicken, you are so beautiful, dang dang da da. Chicken, you are so beautiful, dang 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 da. Just because you are so beautiful. Crunch. The wooden bed groaned as Doug danced and danced. The whole hallway of the dormitory reverberated with the sound of chicken, you are so beautiful. What's the matter? Why did the music suddenly appear? What does this sing? What do you mean? Chicken, you are so beautiful. Under the strong influence of the system, all people can understand the literal meaning of the lyrics. As the music was gradually pushed to a climax, many Marines walked out of the dormitory curiously, trying to find the source of the music. Soon, it was discovered that the music was coming from Major Sparrow Dog's new room. Major Marine who played with fire and burned his room this afternoon. A few Marines curiously put their ears to Doug's door to eavesdrop. Sure enough, the music in the room was louder, accompanied by the creaking of wood and Doug's fuck. What the hell? Exclamation. My god. Major Sparrow Dog won't be standing on the bed to prepare for exercise, right? A sailor who had watched the Major's sparring activities in the afternoon suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Preparing to exercise? What is it? Multiplayer exercise? Marine, who had never watched the competition, was bewildered. Fuck multiplayer sports. This is the Marine headquarters. Can you speak your mind? Does anyone dare to do that here? Be careful if your superiors hear you and kick you out of the army. Marine who spoke first punched this Marine on the head and at the same time lowered his voice to warn the other party. I was wrong. I didn't talk a little bit. Marine who was knocked on the head haha isho and realized just how outrageous he said, so quickly changed the subject. By the way, what exactly is the preparation exercise you're talking about? It's just dancing. The Marine who spoke first gave him a sullen look, and Major Sparrow Doug dances really well. I didn't expect him to actually practice at home by himself. Then shall we go in and take a look? Having said this, many onlookers became curious. Go in if you're curious. The sailor who spoke first made a gesture of invitation to them, but there was a teasing expression on his face. As for me, forget about me. This newly promoted Major Sparrow Doug is a ruthless character who can punch punch Lieutenant Colonel Budu to the wall and can't pull it off. If you want to kill yourself, don't bring me. In a short sentence, the surrounding Marine's mood of wanting to die instantly dispelled, and involuntarily took a few steps to the door. They had heard of Lieutenant Colonel Budu's deeds. That is a character with monster power, and even he is not an opponent in terms of power. Even if they form a group, they still go to deliver food, forcibly suppressing their curiosity. The onlookers gave up their plans to touch Doug's moldy head one after another. The music still reverberated in the hallway, but the crowd had dispersed. In the room, Doug was alone in the new bed. Embarrassing, you are so beautiful, and there was no audience. A quarter and a half of the music finally passed, and Doug stopped, his body dancing with sweat on his face. Not tired, but embarrassed. Fortunately, no one saw it, otherwise he would really have to find a hole to drill. Doug can still understand the previous Panama. After a period of fire on the earth, the dance steps can barely be seen. But what is the situation of Chicken, you are too beautiful? The part where you talk about why you play basketball also jumps out. It's fire on earth, but it doesn't have anything to do with cool. Could it be that spoof songs and dances are also classified as cool dances in the eyes of the system? That skill is even more tricky. Doug's face became a little ugly. Doug has already experienced the power of this skill, and it will be a huge loss if he abandons it because of a little face. It seems that in the future, it is best not to dance alone, and to pull in everyone around you to dance together. As long as everyone understands how good his awkward dance is, no one will feel like a lunatic in the future. Yes, I'm really a genius. I can think of it all. Doug silently praised himself, and decided to put this idea into practice soon. Thinking of this, Doug instantly felt a lot easier, humming a little song to switch the system to the arena interface. Then Doug's eyes darkened, and he lay upright on the messy wooden bed. As soon as he entered the arena, Doug couldn't wait to choose the arena mode. Select the NPC with Deo Strength 30 and load it into the ring. Then click on the Ready interface to stop, and then open your own property interface to view. 22's Deo force value has indeed changed. However, it did not double the effect as in the outside world. Instead, it changed from 22 force values to 33 force values. Doug frowned and Vivi frowned. Half the effect, but on second thought, it's better than nothing, isn't it? This also shows Doug's wild ideas, and there are some things that really work. However, he is currently not sure whether the time of increasing the attribute has been discounted, because the attributes in the arena did not describe the temporarily increased attributes. He also couldn't see how long the boosting effect could last. This is the main reason Doug really determined that this was a system vulnerability. Although his system is rigid, other than releasing tasks and releasing rewards, he usually does not have any prompts and exchanges. This point is far from the system in other novels that will fart and chat with the host, and even take over or help the host in times of crisis. Not smart at all, not scientific. His system seemed to be doomed, and would only publish and execute simple programs. However, his system has a benefit that no other system has. That is, it will never be updated, let alone those so-called system wizards to maintain and improve all the functions of the system in real time. This kind of system, once Doug discovers its program loophole, then this loophole will be used by Doug until all the programs of the system are completed and the system is finally unbound. As far as the vulnerabilities Doug has found so far, there are 3 in total. The first is the completion of the task, which does not necessarily have to be completely consistent with the description of the system. If you find a way to drill words, the system will also admit it in disguise. The second is that external things and system things can affect each other. Take flying clouds and flowing water and Roku Shiki for example. The impact of cool dance moves on the arena is also considered. Both of these points illustrate this very well. Doug is almost certain that if he is affected by the effects of devil fruit abilities in the outside world, even if his consciousness enters the arena mode, those states will probably still exist, but whether the effects will be reduced, it still needs to be tested to know later. The last one is also the biggest loophole that Doug has mastered at present. The tasks released by the system can be linked to outsiders or Doug's own actions. This means that Doug can control some tasks issued by the system to some extent. This will be a huge leverage in Doug's hands. It even plays a bigger and more crucial role than those so-called divine skills. Chapter 36. Take the initiative to find something to do. Tomorrow Doug will try to find Sengoku and take the initiative to ask for a mission. It really doesn't work. He tried every means to create a task and it is also worth a try. However, at the moment we still have to quickly grasp the effect of the attribute improvement, and let's talk about the ability first. As long as the strength is enough, Doug has quite a few ideas to take the mess at sea to himself. Attention back to the arena. Doug twisted his body to make a preparation exercise, and then skillfully opened the weapon interface, selected a long knife, and clicked ready at the same time. A black ordinary sword appeared in Doug's hand instantly. It's not just Doug. The opposite Deo Strang 30 NPC also has a katana in his hand. Doug had played with him no less than 50 games in the arena, and all the preparation procedures had already been cooked through. NPCs with weapons ends faster. All it takes is one slash to the slightly deadly part and the fight is over in no time. Of course, in the past 50 or so games, Doug was hacked to death by NPCs, but this does not prevent Doug from continuing to choose to use weapons. All he needs is to hit the opponent once to win. As for why Doug chose the long knife, in fact Doug has used dozens of different weapons and finally felt that the long knife is the best. Not to mention the power of the long knife itself. It is very convenient to hold with one hand, and he now understands a little bit about kendo. After more than 10 days in the kendo training room, Doug has almost completely mastered the simple skills of horizontal and vertical cuts. Doug is confident to suppress him in the face of the NPC who also holds a long knife. The moment the countdown ended, Doug took the lead in attacking. Take the initiative to rush up to send people's heads. 10 rounds. Doug was smeared in the neck by the NPC again and hung up. When you come back to your senses, the game is over. Doug wiped the sweat from his forehead and decided to take some relief from his death just now. It's similar to what I imagine. A full strength attack can suppress the opponent, but if you want to hit the deadly part, you have to try many times. Doug didn't have many defensive moves in the process of attacking, and he used injury for injury more frequently. Finally, in the fourth challenge, Doug took the lead in erasing the neck of Deo Strang 30 with the fatal move of injury for injury. A big U-win appeared in the air. Doug collapsed in the middle of the arena as if he had lost his strength. Finally won. I've been stuck on this NPC for almost 10 days. Click on the properties to check your current Deo strength value, 52, etc. Shouldn't it be 63 strictly speaking? Isn't the so-called inherited power a 22 plus 30 algorithm? Doug got up from the ground with a swish, rubbing his chin and frowning. Could it be that the time for boosting attributes has passed? Doug murmured. However, the 4 battles took less than 10 minutes at most. It should not have passed the time for attribute increase. Do you want to wait any longer? Anyway, if you have more time, you won't lose anything if you wait. Thinking of this, Doug sat back on the floor tile with a butt. Time passed by minute by minute. Every 3 minutes or so Doug would check his attribute values. It was not until the third time that the attributes were checked. The Deo force value finally changed. Original Deo force value of 52 has dropped to 41. The attribute increase time is exactly 15 minutes, half of the outside world. Fuck, what's the situation? The power value has only increased by 19. Why? Doug continued to check the introduction after defeating the NPC in the arena, and he checked it back and forth several times. Then he should have increased his strength by 30. 41 to 30. Could it be that his original Deo strength is only 11? Doug suddenly had a bad feeling. 11. 22. Half of his original Deo strength. No way. Doug's mouth twitched uncontrollably. If the statement of inheritance of Deo force value is really correct, so now the result is such a result can only be the NPC's Deo strength value inherited after cutting off half of his original Deo strength value. Doug's face was a little ugly when he thought of this result. Open the system arena selection interface. The next NPC is Deo strength 80. Maybe when he kills the next Deo NPC, the truth will emerge. Even so, Doug has temporarily given up his plan to continue to open up Wasteland NPCs, because he currently only has 41 Deo strength. Even if he goes out and dances, he will only have 61.5 Deo strength when he comes in. Wanting to kill an NPC with 80 strength points is a fool's errand. The NPCs with 30 strength points are all beaten up, and 80 strength points will be strengthened by the system. To what extent? After this period of fighting, Doug wanted to take a break for a while. Even in the nearest training room, Doug planned to slow down temporarily. Let's chat with Marshal Sengoku tomorrow. Go to the sea to catch some little pirates, and go outside to blow the sea breeze, and really relax. Thinking like this, Doug exited the system's arena mode. After tidying up the messy quilt on the bed, Doug lay down and closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, the sun has just risen from the east. Doug hurried to Marshal Sengoku's office. Reaching out and knocking lightly on Sengoku's office door, a response came from the room quickly. Come in. It's Sengoku's voice. Doug pushed the door open and then saluted Sengoku's side. Sengoku in the office now. Thinking about it is right. After all, it is early in the morning, so no one should come to visit. The table in front of Sengoku was full of documents, cluttered documents, and dozens of bounties from unknown names. Doug glanced curiously and found that most of the bounty orders were for wanted criminals he had never seen before, and the bounty was in units of 100 million. It's Doug boy. What's the matter with you coming to see me so early? Sengoku's voice suddenly pulled Doug out of his thoughts. I'm so sorry to interrupt when the marshal was busy. I thought Sengoku was resting in the office, but I didn't expect to see him working hard, which made Doug a little embarrassed. After listening, Sengoku pushed away the document on the table and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Then look at Doug. How is it? How is your body recovering? It's back to its best shape now, Doug answered honestly. Sengoku nodded. In fact, he had to know that Grid's body had fully recovered a few days ago. He even heard a little about defeating Lieutenant Colonel Budu in the competition field yesterday, playing with fire in the dormitory in the afternoon and burning down his room, and dancing awkwardly in the room at night. Is it caused by the accumulation of too much pressure after training for a long time? Before Sengoku could think more, Doug spoke first. Marshal Sengoku, I would like to ask you to release me some tasks. Chapter 37. Marshal Sengoku speaks well. Vivi froze when Sengoku heard Doug's words, then tapped his fingers on the tabletop and whispered, Doug, your ability is still very immature now. My suggestion is that you train in the headquarters for a while, and after you are fully familiar with all your strengths, I will arrange some tasks for you commensurate with your strength, so that is the best result. But Marshal, not only at the Marine headquarters but also in the time I spent on the island, I didn't do anything for 15 days and my body was about to rust. Doug's face showed a distressed expression. Aren't you training? Sengoku gave Doug a suspicious look. Cough cough. Doug coughed awkwardly, then continued to speak. Training is one thing, but now I feel like I have encountered a bottleneck. Even if I continue to train, the effect will not be as great as before. So I think the best training is to let me sum up experience in actual combat, and only in this way it allows me to grow up quickly. Ah, Sengoku sighed. Doug's words made sense. He seemed to be really overprotective of him. As Doug said, if he just kept him in the Marine headquarters and didn't go to sea, it would undoubtedly hurt him. For Doug, without the baptism of the storm, a small sapling would never grow to the level of a towering tree. It's my negligence. I didn't expect that even at my age, no young man could see it clearly. Doug was taken aback by Sengoku suddenly admitting his mistake. He didn't come here to blame Marshal Sengoku, so he hurriedly waved his hand to affirm his words. The Marshal's idea is actually very good, but because my recovery speed is too fast, it disrupted your original plan. Haha, I don't need to say flattering words. It's not bad to be a little smooth. After Sengoku heard Doug's words, Viviisho continued, people who are too rigid will be isolated in the army. Your personality should be easy to get along with them, but that's fine with me. I'm not stingy enough to ignore the right advice. Isho is embarrassed by Doug being flattered, but Sengoku was clearly not mad at him, so Doug spoke more confidently. Look at the Marshal, isn't it my mission? Can you arrange it? Besides Akainu, you're probably the second person to ask for a quest like you. Having said that, Sengoku looked at Doug with admiration. Since I have affirmed your words, I will not break my promise. Don't worry, I will try my best to arrange some tasks for you when I speak. Really? Doug didn't expect Sengoku to be so good at talking, and he even planned to talk to Sengoku before he came to the office. But Sengoku's expression suddenly turned serious. The task will be arranged for you, but you have to make sure that you will never do anything beyond the task. Doug rolled his eyes, thinking about how he would want to do other things if a task was released, so he patted his chest and assured, rest assured, I, Sparrow Doug, promise not to do anything else if I say it doesn't. Sengoku nodded when he heard the words and continued with the next request. Also, for your safety, I will send a Marine officer accompanying you just in case. If you encounter some emergencies that you can't solve, that person will take over your task as soon as possible. And such a good thing? Doug was ecstatic. Isn't that the equivalent of giving him insurance? If you encounter someone you can't beat during the mission, just hide behind that person and leave everything to others to solve. This is the rhythm of opening the back door for me. Good old Sengoku. Silently give Sengoku a thumbs up in my heart. Without hesitation, Doug agreed to Sengoku's second request. Sengoku always thought that Doug would not agree to this request. After all, he is a newcomer with considerable strength, and he is waiting for the task to show his blood. He suddenly made such a request. If it was someone else, he would probably understand it as Sengoku's distrust of his abilities. This is a proper slap request. If it were Akainu in front of him, there was a high chance that he would quarrel with him. How did Sengoku know that Doug was actually such a person? What a shame. Compared to life, it's a fart. If it wasn't for the fear that he would not be able to survive successfully in the world of pirates, the system would let Doug be Marine. He would have to think carefully before making a decision. Getting the results he wanted, Doug happily left Marshal Sengoku's office. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. As soon as Doug walked to the dormitory after lunch, he received an order from Marshal Sengoku. Let him immediately rush to the military dock, saying that there is already a small and medium-sized warship waiting for him there. As for the specific task process, after he boarded the warship, the accompanying officers on the warship will explain it to him in detail. What the hell? I didn't expect Marshal Sengoku to move so quickly. I only went to him in the morning to ask for a task, and I arranged it for myself just after lunch. Packing up several sets of clothes that can be changed for Marine, and taking the justice shawl that was issued earlier, Doug hurried to the military pier. Along the way, he walked like flying. If not for fear of causing misunderstanding by passers-by, Doug would have planned to step on the shaving and hurry on the road. He has been to the location of the military dock 3 times in total. The first time was when he first came to Marine headquarters, and the second and third times were when he and Jabber pulled them out to perform tasks and when they completed any return. It's not far from Doug's current residence, and it takes about 30 minutes for normal foot strength. Because of the way Doug used running, he arrived at the military dock in about 10 minutes. There are not many warships going to sea at noon, because most of the warships that need to go to sea choose to arrange their trips in the morning. Only when an emergency deployment is received will they choose to go to sea at noon. Passing through the area where only large ships are docked, Doug came to the location where small and medium-sized ships were docked. At present, a total of 13 small and medium-sized warships have docked in this area. There are 5 small warships and 8 medium warships. Except for the medium-sized warship with the number 213, the figures of the sailors were constantly moving back and forth, and the other ships were basically empty. It seems that this is the warship that took me to sea. Putting the shawl of justice behind him, Doug quickly ran to the boarding gate. At this time, on both sides of the boarding gate, there happened to be 2 sailors who were there for Doug. They saw Doug approaching, and at the same time gave him a military salute, his eyes blazing with fiery light. Doug looked at the 2 of them with a familiarity in his mind. I saw them myself when they were at the recruit training ground. They should be the old Marine recruit. Doug boarded the warship under the heated gaze of the 2 of them. Then on the deck, Doug saw a figure familiar to him. Hajian Hina was smoking a cigarette and sitting on a large wooden barrel with Erlang's legs crossed. Her pretty face was blackened, her teeth were clenched tightly, and she stared at Doug, who had just boarded the warship, with an unusually bad look. Chapter 38. Going to sea again with Tina. Doug, who saw Tina, went from being stunned at the beginning to sweating profusely. It was as if he was going to be smashed to pieces. This puts Doug under a lot of pressure. No way. Is Haimian Hina his accompanying officer? Doug resisted his uneasiness and stepped forward to greet Tina with a reluctant smile. Lieutenant Colonel Tina, good lunch. Have you eaten yet? Tina's face darkened a bit after hearing Doug's words. Seeing this, Doug couldn't wait to raise his hand and slap himself. Why did he suddenly stop talking? It's so embarrassing. Tina is very puzzled. According to the original plan, Tina should go out to sea in the morning and then continue to hunt down the Shuangdao pirates. However, she was suddenly stopped by Marshal Sengoku on the way to set sail and asked me to help you take a pirate-approved recruit to capture the double-sword pirates that are wandering around the Red Earth continent. Tina's eyes became a little sharper after saying this. So Tina would like to know what exactly made the Marshal make such a decision. After Doug heard Tina's words, a mouthful of old blood ran into his throat. Originally, he was still wondering how could Marshal Sengoku arrange his tasks so quickly. It turned out that this was forcibly assigning other people's tasks directly to his head. Not only that, but incidentally, the person involved was demoted from the task executive officer to an accompanying officer. To put it mildly, it is an accompanying officer, and to say it badly, it is someone else's nanny who is responsible for Doug's safety. Well, I've actually been at the headquarters for a long time and have nothing to do. I went to see Marshal Sengoku. I didn't expect the Marshal would give Lieutenant Colonel Tina's task to at UN $% just that's it. Doug resisted Tina's expression as if he was about to eat people. Tina stood up suddenly and then slowly approached Doug. The murderous look never moved from his face for a moment. Feeling the pressure from Tina's eyes, Doug took a half step back unconsciously. This is simply more terrifying than facing Marshal Sengoku. However, Tina did not continue to approach after that. She stepped back and sat back on the wooden barrel just now, sighed deeply, and spoke lightly. Tina probably understands what's going on. It's probably Marshal Sengoku's private proposition again. I'm really sorry, but just now implicated your anger on you. Hey, it's okay. It's not really Lieutenant Colonel Tina's fault. The main reason is that I suddenly ran to the Marshal to ask for a mission, which led to forcibly grabbing Lieutenant Colonel Tina's original mission. Doug grabbed himself awkwardly the back of his head and took the initiative to give Tina a step down. After listening to Doug's words, Tina glared at him again, making Doug sweat all over again. A woman's mouth, a liar. I just said I don't blame myself. Why are you here again? However, this state did not last for a few seconds. Tina was not a stingy person. At most he was just dissatisfied with Marshal Sengoku for sending his task to Doug, and she currently has a pretty good impression of Doug. Can take the initiative to go to Sengoku to ask for a mission, can never be a bad sailor. Tina handed a map and a permanent pointer to Doug's hand and said, said. Tina will tell you now that you are the owner of this new warship from now on. This is the nautical chart of the sea area this mission will pass through, and the permanent pointer to the Shanfeng Town Island we are going to. Doug opened the nautical chart and took a closer look but found that he couldn't understand it. Then I played with the permanent pointer in my hand and found that this thing is really the same as the introduction in the anime. It only points to one place. Seeing Doug studying what he handed him, Tina continued. Tina would like to remind you that you are now the commander of this warship. Where this ship will go is entirely up to you, and these recruits will be your subordinates in the future. Since you have become them commander, then you must be responsible for their lives to the end. Think more before giving orders, and don't let them suffer unnecessary casualties because of your blind command. Doug listened carefully to Lieutenant Colonel Tina's teaching. As a senior Tina, there are many things that are summed up through actual experience. These are all very important to Doug, who is still a novice. But this time, you can rest assured that Tina is with you. Even if you make any mistakes during the mission, or give any wrong orders, Tina will correct your mistakes as soon as possible. This is another job of Tina as an accompanying officer. She is not only responsible for ensuring Doug's personal safety, but also reviewing all actions on Doug's mission in real time. These Dougs all expressed understanding. This is the same as when working on Earth. The first time you work, you need an old employee to lead you. When the old employee thinks you can be on your own, he will give you other tasks alone. This is the case with Doug right now. Doug understood quickly, and Tina taught it more smoothly. What was supposed to take hours to explain, Doug understood within an hour and a half. This made Tina look at Doug even more. Not the kind of fierce guy with only muscles in his head, but a man with an equally flexible brain. After the experience is finished, it is the main content of this task. According to Tina's description, their target this time was a pirate group that Tina had hunted down before. Double Sword Pirates. The captain is a swordsman known as Double Swords Yujiya, with a bounty of 87 million Baileys. Originally, this pirate group has been raging everywhere in the Great Route, but for some unknown reason, they have recently begun to move to the Red Continent, which is the starting and ending point of the Great Route. Lieutenant Colonel Tina's guess is that the Double Sword Pirates suddenly moved closer to the Red Earth Continent, probably wanting to cross the Red Earth Continent and reach a certain area of the Four Seas. But it was exactly that sea area, and Tina had no way of knowing where she ended up going. There is also the reason for going to the Four Seas. No matter how Tina speculates, she can't speculate. Doug also ran his brain thinking about this problem, but when I think about it, I can't get a clue. The anime he watched before the time travel did not mention the whereabouts of the Double Sword Pirates at all, and the description of Lieutenant Colonel Tina is even less. Apart from knowing that Lieutenant Colonel Tina and Lieutenant Colonel Smoker are from the same teacher and good friend, everything she has experienced has not been tracked and described in the true sense. She is basically equivalent to a soy sauce character in the anime. Perhaps the real purpose of mentioning her in the anime is to add a beautiful scenery to the few female characters in Marine. After speculations and speculations, I finally came to the conclusion that I had to go to the Red Earth Continent to catch the Shuangdao pirates, and then I would understand the real reason for them relying on that side. Chapter 39. It's actually like a vacation. With Doug's order, the warship slowly sailed out of the military dock. Operators in the distance signaled to vessels in the surrounding sea to evade. The sea breeze blew head on, and Doug and Tina walked to the bow of the boat. Recruits stood on the deck of the warship and lined up to count. Marine recruit assigned to Doug for the first time had a total of 40 people, which happened to be an entire recruit team. After about a year of special training, although these recruits have not participated in the real battle of life and death, they have also experienced several large and small encirclement and suppression operations. Compared with those recruits who just joined Marine, they are no longer comparable in terms of discipline. A whole year of special training has made them mature and stable, and they have long since lost the thorns they had just joined Marine. Doug can't remember everyone's names at the moment, barely remembering the name of their squad leader, John Layson, a 22-year-old boy, 1.75 meters, short hair, with strong muscles. Except for his white teeth, he was tanned by the sun. At a glance, you can tell that he is a guy who has been trained hard by the instructor. Doug needs to command recruit. Many orders can be directly issued to him, and he is responsible for conveying Doug's orders to other recruits. This saves Doug a lot of trouble. Leaving the military pier and then taking the special ocean current under the jurisdiction of the world government in just over an hour, Doug and his party arrived at the waters within the range of an ice lobby. This special ocean current links the three special departments under the world government: the city that never sleeps, an ice lobby, the marine headquarters, Marineford, and the deep sea prison. Impel down, impel down, impel down. It was not the first time that Tina took the special ocean current of the world government. Many of the pirates she caught before were quickly sent to the deep sea prison risen through this special ocean current, so she is quite familiar with the process here. With the help of Lieutenant Colonel Tina, Doug's warship successfully passed through the Gate of Justice at sea and entered the sea area near the city that never sleeps, an ice lobby. The holy sun shines on the Tower of Justice, and the doves symbolizing peace are constantly circling around the tower, holy and majestic, as if the sanctuary was depicted in the Bible as inviolable. Doug looked at the beautiful, magnificent, and sacred Tower of Justice in front of him. Doug then thought that it would be carpet bombed by Buster Call in 3 years, so he couldn't help smacking his lips and sighing in a low voice. It's a pity, a pity. Lieutenant Colonel Tina slowly stepped forward with a curious expression and asked in a low voice. Tina is a little curious. You are standing on the bow looking at the Judiciary Tower and whispering in a low voice. What are you reading? Doug didn't answer Tina's words, just Viviisha. It is obviously impossible for him to share the future plot of One Piece/King of Pirates with Tina. The incident of the Buster Call bombing the ice lobby, which is a rather unruly prophecy. And after Doug said it, if it really happened according to the original plot, it is estimated that he would be sent to Vegapunk for slicing research the next day. Doug wasn't that stupid yet. Since Doug didn't want to say it, Tina, who was arrogant and proud, naturally didn't want to ask again. Almost 13 days to leave the ice lobby and head to the mountain town near the Great Passage. This is still the shortest time required to have the permanent pointer of Mountain Peak Town and keep on the road. Tina told Doug to let him hurry up and relax during this period of time, otherwise his nerves will be in a tense state all the time when he reaches the sea area in Shanfeng Town. So Doug started his short vacation mode under the incredible gaze of everyone. Sunglasses, lounge chairs, juice, and sun umbrellas have been installed on the bow of warships for a long time. If they didn't know that they came out to complete the tasks assigned by the headquarters, everyone would think that they came out for a relaxing vacation. A joke straight to the point. This made Tina want to say something, but when she thought that this was her own tier, she gave up her plan to teach Doug a lesson. However, she secretly made up her mind to let Doug make a good wave now, and wait until the sea area of Shanfeng Town to see how she cleans up this guy who is not nervous. Doug, who was lying on the bow enjoying the vacation time, did not realize that he had provoked Lieutenant Colonel Tina. The rare relaxing time was approved by Lieutenant Colonel Tina, and he had no reason not to enjoy it. After lying on the bow for at least 7 days in a row, Doug's skin was a little darkened by the ultraviolet rays. Doug's nerve-like brain circuit Tina has thoroughly learned. When approaching the sea area of Shanfeng Town, Lieutenant Colonel Tina received an urgent call for help from Shanfeng Town. What they didn't expect was that the double sword pirates actually took the initiative to loot Shanfeng Town. The marine over there is currently fighting with the double blade pirates, and he can't stand the pressure. The battlefield has spread uncontrollably towards the residential area. Shanfeng Town hopes that Doug can support them as soon as possible, because now only one of their warships is closest to Shanfeng Town. After receiving the request for help, Tina agreed to their request for help without any hesitation, and immediately ordered the warship to go at full speed. In this special case, the command right fell to Lieutenant Colonel Tina. Everyone immediately followed Lieutenant Colonel Tina's request and set off towards the location of Shanfeng Town at full speed. Except for the seamen at the helm, all the seamen moved quickly. They changed into their marine uniforms and then checked their weapons and equipment. Finally, the whole team is assembled on the deck in a well-trained manner. This support operation was to meet the pirates in the residential area, and at the same time, there were many seamen in the town fighting with the pirates. The cannons on this warship are basically useless and can only be used to intercept the projectiles fired at most, and they can only provide landing support. At the moment when the warship docked at the dock, they had to disembark quickly to meet the pirates in the residential area, and they didn't even have time to disembark the whole team. The young sailors stood side by side on the deck, looking nervous, clutching the weapons in their hands. Doug even saw 1 or 2 sailors shaking hands and feet. This should be their first battle, leaving the instructor and fighting under the protection of the veterans. Tina also saw this scene, but she didn't say anything. Doug knew that they had to overcome these psychological pressures to become a true marine. As the warship continued to accelerate, going about an hour and a half past, the outline of the island of Shanfeng Town gradually came into view. A trail of black smoke continued to rise from the island and floated into the sky. In this way, the situation seems to be a bit bad, and the battlefield is almost completely pulled to the side of the residential area, otherwise the black smoke will not rise. The nervousness of the recruits was instantly elevated to the extreme. Tina looked at Recruit. Her face became a little uneasy, and she vaguely regretted her decision to bring this group of recruits to support here. In their current state, not to mention that they are here to support, it is estimated estimated that it is difficult to even protect themselves. Doug also saw the current state of his group of recruits. He thought in his heart that since he became the commander of this group of recruits, he recruits, he must take responsibility for them. After Doug raised such an idea, he resolutely walked to the front of the recruit team. Chapter 40. The Bow leads the dance. Doug's move caught the attention of everyone on board. All eyes were on him at this time. Doug looked at everyone, coughed lightly and then said seriously, "Cough cough, I won't be euphemistic and tell the truth," Doug said while scanning the crowd of recruits with his eyes. "It's not that I want to hit you with your state, even if you don't help out in Shanfeng Town, it's not bad." Recruits. Tina looked at Doug badly. Although his words were good, when he was about to join the battle, he suddenly came up to attack their morale. "Are you trying to scare them all out?" Doug's evaluation in Tina's heart dropped by 10 percentage points. Lieutenant Colonel Tina stepped forward and was about to reprimand Doug, but Doug took the lead again. "Actually, my devil fruit has a special ability which can greatly improve your strength, speed, and reflexes in the next 30 minutes. After hearing what Doug said, everyone was stunned for a while. Lieutenant Colonel Tina was the first to react. She walked quickly to Doug with a serious tone. "Tina wants to know, is what you just said true?" "Of course." Doug nodded affirmatively. A strange light flashed in Tina's eyes. Although she knew from Sengoku's mouth that Doug was a devil fruit power user like her, but she didn't know that his devil fruit power was actually an auxiliary system. "Then tell Tina, what are the side effects of using your ability?" Lieutenant Colonel Tina spoke to Doug again to confirm. "No side effects whatsoever." Doug's answer made Tina a little suspicious. Tina has to remind Major Sparrow Doug that you should be aware of the situation. This is not the time to be joking. "Of course." Doug still answered in the affirmative. Since it has the ability to increase the strength of the Navy and does not have any side effects, Tina has no need to stop Doug from doing something. After getting Tina's approval, Doug continued to look back at Recruit on the deck and said, "I'll put you on a positive buff state in a moment, so no matter what strange things happen later, don't be too surprised and don't resist anything. You can rest assured that you are absolutely safe during this period. At best just 3 or 4 minutes of blessing time, apart from being a little embarrassed, is not unacceptable." Bafu. Embarrassing. Some fresh words and inexplicable words left everyone scratching their heads. Doug saw that no one asked, so he continued, "Also, the person at the helm will try to keep the warship as close to the pier as possible, to the extent that as soon as I call you, you can immediately steer the ship to the shore." Recruit at the helm. Doug turned to face Lieutenant Colonel Tina. "Lieutenant Colonel Tina, I won't be in buff status. After all, you are not very good as a girl." "Tina." A group of people were confused by Doug's words again. Even Tina didn't understand what Doug was trying to convey. However, for Doug's reminder, they all kept it in their heads, and no one came forward to say that he didn't need his assistance. In this case, Doug no longer hides and pinches. Directly select the cool dance steps skill. Except Lieutenant Colonel Tina and the sailor at the helm, none of them fall, and all are marked. "Okay, now try to berth the boat to the pier, and then park it not far from the lee pier. Finally, wait for my notice. Only if I call you to dock, you can dock and know." As the warship got closer and closer to the small island of Mountain Peak, Doug had to remind the sailors who sailed. Although he didn't know what Major Doug was going to do, the sailor at the helm still kept his words firmly in his heart. He nodded to Doug, indicating that he absolutely followed Major Doug's orders. "Good, everything is ready." Time passed little by little, and the position of the warship was getting closer and closer to the pier. The guns were fired, the bullets were ejected, and the roars and shouts of the people gradually became clearer. The scene on the pier soon caught everyone's eyes. Bloody and chaotic, countless pirates and marines scuffled together. The ground was full of corpses, both pirates and marines, but marines accounted for a larger part. The blood flowed to the ocean through the cracks in the rocks, and the entire sea area over the pier had already been dyed bright red. It was a scene like hell on earth. Even Doug was deeply shocked when he saw this picture. This is the real pirate world. The two sides who were fighting together on the dock at this time both discovered the warships that were gradually moving towards this side. Unlike the pirates, all the marines who were still standing looked at the warship with excited expressions on their faces. "It's reinforcements. We can win." One of the sailors called out first. Doug, who was standing on the deck, calculated the distance between them and the pier, and immediately activated the cool dance skill. Except for Lieutenant Colonel Tina and the sailor at the helm, everyone on the deck instantly lost control of their bodies, unconsciously began to change positions quickly and stand in line. A cheerful and very rhythmic musical prelude followed suddenly from Doug's body. At the same time as the musical prelude sounded, the sailors who lost control of their bodies began to sway their heads uncontrollably with the rhythm. They raised their hands, smiled, twisted to and fro to the rhythm of the music, and waved their arms and palms. The music also sounded at this time like a seagrass, 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 swaying with the waves, seagrass, 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 dancing in the waves, seagrass, 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 regardless of the stormy waves. I have my joy. A sea of people fill a sea of people boundless infinite with the flow. For a time the deck of the entire warship was filled with a joyous atmosphere, in sharp contrast to the situation on the opposite pier. The tense feeling disappeared instantly. When Doug and the others danced, the two forces that were fighting together on the dock were almost stunned at the same time. Not only them, but even Lieutenant Colonel Tina on the warship was stunned when they danced. Even the cigarette butt in his mouth fell to the ground without knowing it. Major Sparrow Dog, what are you doing? Expected of a well-trained Lieutenant Colonel Marine. He has a strong psychological endurance. In just a few seconds, he has recovered and even forgot his own oral habits. Doug knew Lieutenant Colonel Tina's anger at this time, so he quickly explained while twisting his waist. Lieutenant Colonel Tina, don't be angry. All this is under my control. This is a prerequisite for my ability to activate. As long as we finish this song, our attributes will be greatly improved for 30 minutes. You have to believe me. Sincere words, but with a funny dance. Lieutenant Colonel Tina's whole pretty face was twitching unconsciously. Will she believe him? Prerequisites. Then explain what exactly dancing has to do with building strength. What if Tina suddenly wanted to throw Doug off the boat? At the same time, the pirates on the dock also reacted. They stood on the pier and kept taunting and yelling at Doug's side, making Doug's head annoyed. Chapter 41. I've never lost a curse. Shut up, you bastard pirates. Doug's full-bodied voice instantly resounded through the entire Peak Town pier. The noisy scene was quiet for the second time, and only the cheerful music of seaweed dance echoed in the air. Doug was very pleased with everyone's response. While twisting his waist, he loudly threatened the pirates on the dock with a fierce look on his face. We are an elite force that came from Marine headquarters to support us. I advise you to quickly drop your weapons and surrender quickly, or wait for us to land and teach you how to be human in minutes. Lieutenant Colonel Tina. A series of harsh words angered the pirates on the pier. One of the officials dressed up as a pirate and walked to the edge of the pier with the long knife in his hand. Stinky boy, you have the kind. If you have the ability, you can come ashore now, and let your grandfather teach you that you can talk freely. Hey, are you still my grandfather? You don't even look in the mirror to see yourself in the mirror. Believe it or not, the labor and capital will go ashore and chop you to death every minute. In this way, the stewards on both sides of the coast stood in front of each other, yelling at each other, and each sentence could not be separated from each other by hacking to death. Tina's pretty face was so black that it was almost dripping with water. She didn't know it was actually Doug's way of stalling, because the song Seagrass Dance is longer than ordinary music. It takes more than 5 minutes. He didn't want to see the pirates massacre the Marines on the shore during this period, so he used extreme language to keep on divert their attention. I'll reward your dad with an urn that doesn't leak. I want to send NM a flower. Just kidding. Where did I get the flower? Where did you get the M? It's been cold recently. Add some soil to NM. Don't freeze. Cheerful music, relaxed dancing, and Doug's utterly maddening insults. Compared to Doug's cultural insults, the pirate cotters have only a few words back and forth here, either from Grandpa N or from your grandma, occasionally interspersed with a few weird words such as stinky brats and bastards. Extremely monotonous. When the book is used up, I hate it less. The pirate cotters suffered from a lack of culture. After just 1 minute of scolding, he couldn't say a word for the next 30 seconds. He could only stand on the dock and was scolded by Doug. Shut up, you dead child. The pirate leader felt that he would be pissed to death if he didn't wait for the other party to come ashore. If he continued to listen, he had given up on getting to know Doug firsthand. The cheerful music coupled with Doug's dancing and insults directly broke through the last trace of his sanity. He turned his head to look at the pirate behind him and ordered loudly, "Put all the artillery out for me, and I'm going to smash that little bastard with a boat." The pirates behind heard the order to roll and crawl to push the artillery. They all know the character of the cotters on board, but this is a ruthless man who even slashes his own people when he gets angry. Now being scolded by Doug, they don't want to become a victim of his hands. The sudden departure of dozens of pirates gave the dilapidated sailors on the shore time to relax. The pirates' constant attacks made them physically and mentally exhausted. If they didn't always know that reinforcements would come soon, they would have been desperate. Elite troops that were still dancing over the warship, their thoughts seemed to be similar. The pirates leaving in groups attracted the attention of Lieutenant Colonel Tina. Although she patiently waited for the end of the pre-requirement from Doug's mouth, her attention never left the pirate on the opposite side. Tina has a bad feeling. What are they trying to do? Am I being too harsh? Doug's face also became a little ugly. Although he dragged on for a while, about 3 minutes have passed and Seagrass Dance is at the climax. Sure enough, the pirates who left soon pushed the 4 cannons to the shore and quickly aimed at the warship on Doug's side. I'm going. They're fighting with artillery pointed at by the pitch-black barrels. All the sailors in the dance were dripping with sweat, especially those in charge of the artillery on the warship. They wanted to stop dancing and rush to their posts to reload artillery shells shells to intercept the artillery, but found that no matter how hard they tried, even if they blushed, they couldn't make the slightest change. What to dance is still dancing. Major Doug, do I need to change the direction of the warship? The only sailor at the helm who wasn't dancing couldn't help asking their commander's opinion. Doug's face showed a look of difficulty. The system said that he would be invincible when dancing, and this would definitely not go wrong. But what he is afraid of is that people are invincible, and the ship under his feet will not be invincible. If they get sunk, aren't they going to dance in the deep sea? And now it is too late to dodge. The warship's power speed can't be increased at all, and when they leave, the seamen on the shore will fall into deeper despair. Just make a bet that the invincible time of the system will include the warships under their feet. But for the sake of safety, Doug still intends to give them an insurance. He turned to look at Lieutenant Colonel Tina, who was not far away, and said, "Please, Lieutenant Colonel Tina, my dance time is invincible, but I'm not sure if the warship is invincible, so I want to ask you, if the pirates are going to shoot down our warship, please put those shells that come over. Stop it." After hearing Doug's words, Tina almost couldn't help spitting the cigarette butt directly into his face. "Tina can't understand. It's time for you to continue jumping." Doug looked helpless. His body kept waving his hands and twisting his waist following the music, but his eyes floated to the sky, sighing, "Because I can't control how many I can remember. I really can't stop." Everyone on the deck, "Crazy, crazy, all so crazy." Such a wonderful support. This is the first time Tina has encountered in her life. She swore in her heart that she would never do a single mission with Doug in the future. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist handcuffing him to the bottom of the deep-sea prison. Although she thought so in her heart, the movements in Tina's hands were not at all sloppy. Supported by the silfruit, the two arms elongate and rapidly transform into fence-like iron branches. The feather threshold, Skynet. Tina stared at the artillery on the pier, ready to defend against artillery shells at any time. Tina's cooperation made Doug secretly relieved. With the order of the pirate cutter on the opposite side, the 4 artillery pieces were fired almost simultaneously. Tina raised the iron branches that her hands turned into, and crossed them to form a huge black iron net covering half of the warship to protect it. But an unexpected scene appeared. During the flight, the parabolic shells were cut off from the warship as if they had hit an invisible wall. "Fuck, system cow B." Seeing such a scene, Doug gave the system a thumbs up excitedly in his heart. Chapter 42. We are Marine Elite. The shells that were blocked out of thin air stunned everyone present. The sailors in the dance burst into tears in an instant. When the shells flew towards the side just now, they were even ready to die. After all, they couldn't even do the most basic evasion, and standing on the deck was a living target. But there was a little surprise at the same time. Curious why the shells were intercepted in mid-air. The pirates at the dock also had incredible expressions on their faces. If it wasn't for the smoke from the explosion in mid-air now being completely isolated, they would even think that they had hallucinations in front of their eyes. "Is there something blocking it?" one of the pirates couldn't help but ask. However, none of the companions around him answered his question. After all, they were just like him, and they were all in a state of confusion. Even Lieutenant Colonel Tina on the deck was the same. "The iron net that I finally made with great effort has not caught a single cannonball now." It made her a little embarrassed for a while, and the hands of the black iron net continued to hold it, and it was not a state of dilemma. At present, only Doug is full of excitement. "Emma, the system is really powerful, and the invincible mode actually supports a transparent protective cover. Although I don't know how big the scope of this shield is, but now there are more than 40 people dancing on the plywood. No matter how small each person's protective shield is, it can protect the medium-sized warship under their feet." Doug seemed to notice that Tina, who was holding the iron net beside him, was showing an embarrassed expression, so he quickly explained the reason to the other party. After Lieutenant Colonel Tina listened to Doug's explanation, he blushed and slowly retracted the iron net back into his body. At the same time, he didn't forget to give Doug a stern look with an expression of wanting to eat him. Doug looked wronged. "It's not that I cheat on you, sister. It was the first time I knew that the invincible time was actually covered by a protective cover. Really, don't blame me. How could Lieutenant Colonel Tina be able to be worthy and don't even know his own abilities?" Anyway, in Tina's eyes now, Doug has been reduced to a bastard who likes to see other people's jokes, or likes to watch others make a fool of himself in public. If Doug knew that Tina's assessment of himself would be like this, he would probably cry and cry again. The pirate cotters on the shore obviously didn't want to believe that the shield could protect them all the time, so he then instructed the pirate minions to continue loading the shells, and then aim at the ship from another angle and fire again. But no matter which angle they switched to, all the shells would be completely separated by an invisible wall as before. Tried and tested. What the hell is going on here? Watching Doug's group of people jumping more and more cheerfully, he couldn't do anything about them. In his eyes, this funny dance has now turned into a mockery of him. The pirate cotters whose lungs are about to explode. Boss, could he be a devil fruit person? At this time, a pirate minion standing behind him guessed. Devil fruit ability? The pirate cotter suddenly realized, then rolled his eyes and thought of a way. He trotted quickly to a seriously wounded sailor lying on the ground. Then, despite the opponent's resistance, he forcibly lifted his collar and dragged it to the dock where he was standing before. The pirate cotter put the knife on the Marine's neck and then shouted loudly, "You Marines are all guys who value your companions very much. Then I'll give you the only option now. If you don't come out of that invisible wall, I'll make a knife in front of you every minute. Hack a sailor until all the sailors here are killed." Doug knew this guy was going to play for real. The music of Seaweed Dance is also gradually coming to an end. With a gloomy face, he stared at the pirate cotter and ordered Marine to wait for me at the helm. "Listen to my order. Now slowly approach the pier, and as soon as the music stops, go up and chop him up for me." Lieutenant Colonel Tina reacted and immediately thought that the precondition in Doug's mouth was about to end, so he quickly put on a state of war. The warship gradually approached the pier under Doug's order. The pirates looked at this scene and their faces showed grim smiles. They all thought it was their boss threat that worked. They had already discovered that on Doug's warship there were at most 40 sailors, and there were not as many sailors on the opposite side. Now they come ashore to die. Marines are really big idiots. In the last 10 meters or so of the warship from the dock, the music from Doug finally stopped abruptly after a cheerful melody. All the dancing people on the splint stopped at the same time, and the control of the body returned to the hands of everyone. Doug was the first to respond. After all, there are memories of the earth from the previous life. When Seagrass Dance topped the major music charts, Doug's ears were about to grow cocoons. No one knows better than him which line is the final lyric. The distance of 10 meters is only a momentary thing for Doug, who is stepping on the shave. Before the pirate cotter could even react, Doug's fist had already landed on his stomach. Boom! A powerful force instantly hit the pirate cotter's stomach, and he didn't even have a chance to draw a knife, and he was knocked out by Doug's punch. The pirate leader didn't stop until he smashed an entire wall. The pirate cotter twitched and lay down among the ruins. His eyes turned white and his face was covered with blood. Doug obviously didn't intend to let him go just like that. He ducked into the house, grabbed the leader of the pirate cotter, and threw him out of the house. The pirate cotter was thrown by Doug onto the floor tiles of the pier, and the second shock seemed to make him regain a little consciousness. He struggled to get up from the floor tiles, but was stepped back on the ground by Doug, who had just come over. "What's wrong? Weren't you crazy just now? Aren't you going to come over and hack me to death? I'm right next to you. You can chop me up with a knife." One punch. Boom. 7 or 8 teeth flew out of his mouth, and the pirate cotter lay on the floor tiles and completely lost consciousness. It took Doug less than 10 seconds to complete the series of operations, but this short 10 seconds gave the Marines present great courage. In an instant, the original invincible pirate cotter was instantly killed. Not only Doug, the warships at sea had already docked at this time. After dancing, all the recruits felt their body's strength, speed, and reaction ability had been doubled. They have confidence in themselves at this moment. While docking, they jumped off the deck one after another with weapons in hand. Then in just a few seconds, he fought with the pirates on the shore, and it's still a unilateral crushing situation. Those pirates who are used to licking blood on the edge of a knife can't survive 5 rounds in the hands of this group of recruits. In less than 3 minutes, all the pirates in the area of the dock were beaten to the ground by this group of recruits, and they could no longer have the slightest idea of resistance. Elite unit. Really elite unit. We Marine 1. Roar. One of the Marines stationed in Shanfeng Town was the first to react, and then there was a burst of excited cheers from the crowd. There is only Lieutenant Colonel Tina, who is still in a state of confusion. Chapter 43. I'm actually here to save people. Seeing a group of recruits who seemed to be on stimulants suppressing all the pirates on the dock in an instant, Tina's heart set off a huge wave. If it hadn't been known for a long time whether it was Major Sparrow Doug or this group of Marines, this was the first time they had performed a mission alone. Even Lieutenant Colonel Tina was about to believe that this group of people were elite troops from the headquarters. During Lieutenant Colonel Tina's stunned time, Doug had already brought the pirate cotter in one hand and came to her. Lieutenant Colonel Tina knew what he was trying to do, so he put 3 black iron rings on the pirate cotter to tie him tightly, and said, "Tina is very surprised. I didn't expect your ability to play such a big role, and is there a limit to the number of people you can use?" Doug patted his palm and patted off the dust that was stuck just now, while answering Tina's question casually. "There is no limit on the number of people. As long as it is within my sight, anyone who dances with me can greatly improve their attributes." Tina took a breath, almost choking herself. She looked at Doug with an incredible look in her eyes. This guy is a treasure. Being able to ignore the number of people in just 5 minutes, everyone around him can increase their overall attributes for a full 30 minutes without any side effects. At the same time, when preparing for the boosting attribute, there is an invisible barrier to protect it, so there is no need to worry about being interrupted by others. Of course, this ability would be even more perfect if the preconditions of that pain in the ass were excluded. Tina seemed to suddenly know the real reason why Sengoku focused on cultivating Doug. His abilities are a huge treasure trove for Marine. In a large-scale war, he can turn the whole battlefield around by himself. Boom. Tina was just about to continue asking something, but the sound of collapse and the roar of pirates in the distance interrupted what she wanted to ask. The tallest building was destroyed under the eyes of people, and with the pier in all directions, hundreds of pirates broke into their line of sight. The little respite that I just got just now became tense again. This pirate group is not small. Doug snorted lightly, and then made his own suggestion to Lieutenant Colonel Tina beside him. As the saying goes, catch the thief first, catch the king. I think the place where the tallest building collapsed just now is where the captain of the double sword pirates is currently. Someone should be fighting him there. Tina nodded, agreeing with Doug's analysis. I have the best grasp of shaved in Roku Shiki, so I want to go to support there first. Can these pirates at the dock be handled by you? Doug told Tina his plans. After listening to this explanation, Tina thought it made sense, so she nodded to Doug and said, Tina thinks your solution is feasible, but I will only agree if you have to ensure your own safety on the way. Don't worry, my strength is not as weak as I imagined. Doug gave Tina a thumbs up confidently. Tina gave him a stern look. With the consent of the teacher who led the team, Doug immediately stepped on the shaver and disappeared from Tina's eyes. In fact, Tina herself was not too worried about Doug's own safety, although during the period of time he was with him, he felt that Doug was not a very reliable person. But the strength he showed just now has completely exceeded Tina's expectations. That's not what a major should have. Even if Tina puts herself into the position of the pirate leader, she may not have the confidence that she can completely take the punch from Doug just now. In addition, Doug's suggestion is very pertinent, not some nonsense decision. So Tina agreed with Doug's suggestion. Doug stepped on the shaver all the way, and went straight to the tallest building. It didn't take long for the scene of the ruins over there to fall into his eyes. Since the road was a long straight, Doug was able to see quite a distance. There are now 4 vague figures on the other side of the ruins. 2 shadows stood side by side. One slender shadow crouched down and hugged the other. Due to the distance, Doug couldn't see very clearly, and it was difficult to distinguish their identities. But that slender figure seemed to be a woman. As Doug got closer, the situation ahead gradually changed. Among the 2 standing shadows, one of them just held up the long knife in his hand, and was about to swing it towards the female shadow who was squatting on the ground. There is no need to distinguish this. The 2 standing guys are definitely the captains of the double sword pirates, and the one who is squatting and lying on the ground is obviously his own who fought with them just now. Not good. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with this speed. After all, Doug's shaving is not a real teleportation, and it is impossible to cross that far in one step. In a hurry, he turned on the cool dance step skill, and quickly selected the 2 figures who were squatting and lying down there, and then activated the skill. Lista Erin, an upright 18-year-old girl, but unlike other girls who are pregnant with spring, she has her own unique goals and dreams at this age. Born in a famous sword dojo since childhood, she was influenced by the surrounding environment, and she was inspired to become a famous swordsman in the sea. And his father, the owner of the Kendo Museum, even encouraged her to pursue her own dreams and realize the share of Kendo that belonged to her. She originally thought that this happy life would last until she went to sea, until 2 vicious pirates broke into their dojo in order to seize the ancestral sword of their dojo, Frost and Snow. Along with the powerful father who held Frost and Snow, he collapsed. With double swords, Yuga was caught by the pirates and slashed in the back because of a brief absence. For a time, the happy and fulfilling life collapsed in an instant, and the endless despair devoured Lista Irene cruelly. Those beautiful lives, goals, and dreams seemed to have turned into a deadly joke at this time. Lista Erin used what little strength she had left to hold her dead father in her arms. The seriously injured body, coupled with a more powerful pirate, made her no longer plan to resist. Lista Erin intends to enjoy this last moment of warmth. Father, we are never alone. Silently closing her eyes, Lista Erin's eyes were filled with tears, preparing for her impending death. Suddenly, a long, brisk, and rhythmic melody sounded in the distance. The long knife swung in the pirate's hand was bounced back by a nihilistic barrier with a bang. Da-da-da-dong da-dong da-da-da-da-da-da-dong dong 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 da. The moment she heard the music, Lista Irene, who had been squatting on the ground waiting to die, suddenly opened her eyes. Then the body began to uncontrollably throw the father in his arms to the ground, and his arms kept flipping up and down. Rotating his palm, he slowly stood up against the broken body that was constantly bleeding. Then in front of the 2 pirates, they stepped on a dazzling butterfly step and danced to the sound of of music from a distance. Chapter 44. Kick to the iron plate. Moonlight, litter, lamp, red lantern. The moment the music sounded, Doug came to an emergency brake and then stopped less than 20 meters away from the 4 people in front of him and then began to dance with butterfly steps. The dance is not much different from Lista Irene and the content is only slightly different, but it is not difficult to see that they are dancing the same type of dance. The 2 pirates were startled by the sudden appearance of Doug, but after seeing the marine uniform he was wearing and the weird music coming from his body, they turned to glares. Even Lista Aaron, who danced the same dance with him, was no exception. The handwriting of this sudden intrusion into marine. In fact, it's not just the 3 of them. At this time, Doug's face is also very ugly. He has long known that the cool music given by the system is a bit pitted, but he didn't expect it to be such a pit, and he was almost completely ruined. The cool music provided by the system covers such a wide range, from the first Romanian to Chinese and now to Japanese. There are already 3 languages. Language doesn't matter, but why is there a female-oriented dance? Still the most coquettish bliss Pure Land. Doug probably guessed why the young girl she rescued was glaring at him. There were 2 figures that he clearly marked, but only one person actually got up and danced after activating the skill. As to why the other person didn't get up and dance, the result is obvious. This is to make the other party live in bliss, and it's not hard to tell from their outfits that they are a family. She was stared at by the girl's eyes full of anger, with a little tear in her eyes. This was a little embarrassing for Doug, who came to save people. While dancing in the pure land of bliss, he tentatively explained to the girl, well, I'm actually here to support your Marines. Just now I saw the crisis on your side, and it was just for you. I didn't expect to perform such a dance. Lista Aaron naturally knew what Doug was referring to, since the other party came with good intentions, and it was Marine again. His explanation stood firm for the time being, but as soon as he saw his father lying on the ground, who was already cold, painful emotions flooded into his heart again. She forgot the strangeness in her body, and finally couldn't help crying. Because I cried more excitedly, plus I have been dancing in the pure land of bliss. Soon, the wound on her back was affected, and a trace of blood began to slowly rush out from her back. The amount of bleeding is huge. Hey, don't be so excited. You're bleeding all over the floor. Doug's face paled with fright, and he couldn't help reminding the other party, after all, if it continues to flow like this, I'm afraid it won't cause death from shock due to excessive blood loss. The 2 pirate leaders who had been playing soy sauce finally couldn't bear it anymore. He glared at Marine Doug, who was ignoring the 2 of them, and roared, "It's unreasonable. Did you, Marine, take me seriously? Even if you dance awkwardly, you dare to ignore me and watch me cut your head with a knife." As soon as the words fell, he raised his long knife and hurried forward to chop at Doug's neck. Boom! The long knife was swung in mid-air, but it was blocked by something and bounced back as before. The capable one. The strange pictures that keep happening reminded the pirates of those who ate the devil fruit. That's right, I am a devil fruit capable person. Just surrender to me when you know the phase, or you will be hacked to death in minutes after the dance is over. Doug slid his hands across his cheeks and in an extremely coquettish half-squatting position threw a wink at the 2 pirates in front of him and threatened them both with a fierce look. 2 pirates use the most coquettish dance postures and the most ruthless words. This is Doug now. Can't you stop me? He was winked at by a muscular man, and the pirate holding the knife suddenly felt that the blood in his body was rolling up and down. He wanted to chop this sick Marine into dozens of pieces immediately to vent what he had nowhere to put in his heart, anger. But the attack just now made him realize that he couldn't break the invisible barrier. So you can only switch to language to stimulate each other. Are you a man hiding behind the barrier and dancing a shameful dance that even women can't do? I didn't expect Marine to be such a thing. Dancing female Lista Aaron. Hi yo, you're the second person who dares to challenge me. Zio and Doug, if your dad isn't mass producing, then I advise you to stop messing with me. Everyone confused what was said by Officer Marine just now. Without waiting for them to think about it, Doug continued to exert his strength. Your father hangs a tree, raises pigs with corpses, drifts in hearses, and dances on graves. Spiral explosions, surfing coffins, burning corpses in flames. Tea making with corpses, bibimbap with ashes, ancestral grave songs, burial parties, funeral celebrations, bone marrow soup, brains water, flowers, coffins bloom. A series of curse words never heard before, constantly spewing from Doug's mouth fragrant. Since the reward of labor and capital has been raised to 200 million Baileys, you are the first sailor who has scolded me like this. The labor and capital will kill you. The pirate with the long knife was scolded by Doug until his eyes were bloodshot. His teeth creaked out from his teeth. At first glance, the deputy ghost will not let Doug's expression go. What the hell? A bounty of 200 million Bailey. Auntie Tina say that the bounty for double swords Yogia is 87 million Bailey. Etc. Double knife Yogia Yuga. Doug looked at the pirate with a long knife in one hand and then stretched his head to look at the other pirate standing behind him with two scrapers in both hands. Suddenly a bad premonition came over me. He looked up at the pirate, who was so angry that he was about to vomit blood, and asked softly, "Your surname, brother?" "Labor and management are the decapitated mata." "Fuck, you said so early." Kicked the iron plate. This guy said he had a bounty of 200 million Baileys, and Yuja behind him was another 87 million, so he didn't want to face two big pirates at once after the jump, and it is one of the big pirates with a bounty of 200 million. "Nima, you are not in the new world. Why are you running to the starting point of the Great Route? Running back to be a chicken head?" Doug's face suddenly turned ugly. Even dancing in the pure land of bliss is not as beautiful as before. He didn't know if his 820 Deo strength was his opponent's opponent. However, Doug's cruel words have been released, and there is obviously no reason to take them back. Now that he has offended the other party to death, he can only choose to go all out. "The 200 million pirates are also scum in front of me. You have the ability to let me fill up the state. Let's 1v1 one-on-one. Believe it or not, I can press you to the ground and beat you." Another cruel sentence came out of Doug's mouth, but this time it was obviously mixed with some private goods that were beneficial to him. Now it's up to the other party to be fooled. Chapter 45: The Power of Combinations. "Okay, then you stop dancing, come out of the protection, and I'll fight you one-on-one." The guillotine mata did not hesitate and agreed to Doug's request in one bite. He is very confident in his own swordsmanship, and there are too many masters who have been defeated by him, just like the master swordsman who lay on the ground behind him, his bones still not cold, so he didn't think this strange marine could beat him. Ding dong sounded suddenly in Doug's mind. The system finally released the task. Doug hurriedly entered the task interface to view the new task. Famous mission at sea: defeat a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million in a heads-up situation. Introduction: if you want to be the most dazzling navy, how can a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million be your opponent? Quest reward: showing skill. Can you give me some face? The task of the system can really be left and right by its own movements. At the same time, Doug's cool dance skill just ended. Along with Doug, there was Lista Aaron, who stopped and danced. Doug checked his properties. The power value is still 820, and there is no secondary superposition. It's just that the duration of the effect has been refreshed to 30 minutes. Cough cough. Doug stood up straight and coughed twice to ease the embarrassing atmosphere after dancing the pure land of bliss. He looked at Mata, the decapitated man, and slowly pulled out Xingyu from his waist. Hump. Mata snorted coldly, finally willing to come out of the protection and compete with himself. Like Doug, he also raised his long knife and put on a fighting stance. Yuja, who was standing behind him, seemed to obey Mata's arrangement and didn't do anything without authorization. He just held his hands, stood not far from the two of them, and looked at them quietly. Doug still had no plans to test, and greeted each other directly with his strongest even. Deterrence and the Strong's gaze were attached to the guillotine mata at almost the same time. At the moment when he lost his mind, he raised the star language and launched look at the sword. Skills forcibly grab everyone's attention. The white light lit up from the blade, and the three people at the scene looked up at Scene Yuxing at the same time. Doug wouldn't let this chance go. He raised his knife and slashed directly at the head of the guillotine mata. The blade that glowed with white light quickly turned into an orange flame when it slashed past. This shocked everyone present, but the guillotine mata is indeed a big pirate with a bounty of 200 million, and he quickly responded to Doug's surprise attack. Forcibly withstood the pressure from Doug, raised his hand and raised his long knife to block Doug's sword, but before he was happy, Doug tried again. He slapped the next three stanzas against the guillotine mata. Because of the deprivation of sight just now, even if he regained his sight, Mata's entire attention was devoted to defending the flaming sword in Doug's hands. How could he have thought that Doug would use such an indiscriminate style of play? That's how Doug got a solid kick between his legs. 820 Deo strang. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of broken eggs. The decapitated Mata's face was pale, his mouth was wide open, and cold sweat poured out from his forehead. Of the 200 million pirates, Doug knew that the other party would be able to quickly react from the pain. Now is his only chance to defeat the opponent. After passing this village, if he wants to continue to beat Mata by surprise, it will not be as easy as this time. He didn't intend to give Mata a chance to relax, and the long knife in his hand continued to press down. The pain in the lower body almost took away all of Mata's strength, and with a little carelessness, Doug successfully broke through the defense in his hand. The fiery star language chopped down savagely at the position of his chest, and then the orange flame on the blade quickly strung onto Mata's clothes. Even so, Doug couldn't rest assured. He stretched out his left hand, clenched it tightly into a fist, and then punched Mata's throat with all his strength. The huge force knocked Mata flying with the knife, and the orange flames on his clothes also spread to his whole body at this time. It It finally turned into a fast fireball and slammed into the rubble of the collapsed house. The pain in various parts of his body made Mata growl uncontrollably. He couldn't tell where the pain came from. His body's instincts tended to keep him rolling on the ground, trying to put out the flames on his body. But the more he rolled, the faster the flames spread, and it burned to his hair in a short while. A piercing roar came from his throat. Mata was lucky enough to find this huge cistern in the ruins of the house, so he hurried over and jumped in. But a magical scene appeared. The orange flame on his body seemed to never go out. He was completely immersed in the pool, but the flames remained unaffected and continued to burn Mata's clothes and hair, until 2 minutes later, the orange flame slowly exited from Mata's body in the water as if it had its own consciousness, and then slowly disappeared into the pool. I don't know if it was the cause of the long-term pain. At this time, Mata had lost his consciousness. A smell that is unique to the burning cloth wafts from the water. The decapitated Mata rolled his eyes and belly, and then surfaced smooth and clean. There is not a single extra hair on the whole body at this time. All of this happened too fast. In less than 3 minutes, the big pirate with a bounty of 200 million was already lying down. He was mortally wounded all over his body, and he couldn't even get up. Although Doug's methods were not so glorious, the 200 million pirates did not last 3 rounds in his hands. Doug stared at Mata, who was naked, and the care he raised was finally put down safely. At this moment, 2 white lights suddenly hit Doug's neck. Doug, who had the blessing of flying clouds and flowing water, tilted his head vivi to the right. Click. The attack that could be successfully avoided was blocked in front of Doug by a long knife with a grey blade. It was Yuga with 2 swords and Lista Aaron who danced just now. Cut. Seeing that her attack was blocked by Lista Irene, Yuja, who had made a sneak attack, did not continue to pursue her. After landing, she turned around and ran away without hesitation. Can you run away? This guy is Doug's main task. How could he let him slip away? Doug was about to step on Xiao to catch up, but Lista Irene next to him took the lead and fell to the ground with a thump. Bright red blood flowed from her back. Only then did Doug realize that the clothes on Lista Irene's back were completely infiltrated with blood. I'm going. Are you alright? Doug was frightened by Lista Irene's injury and quickly squatted down to help him up. However, Lista Irene was completely unconscious at this time, and the moment she helped Doug resist just now was her last bit of strength. My god, the amount of bleeding is huge. You can't die. Doug looked panicked and wanted to help the girl stop the bleeding but couldn't find a place to start. He knew that if he hadn't forcibly pulled her into the dance, he might not have shed so much blood. If the other party dies due to excessive blood loss, Doug will think that he killed the girl indirectly. Chapter 46. I'm so innocent. 3 good youth in modern society. Doug has always been somewhat resistant to murder or something. Even in the face of vicious pirates, Doug still pursues the style of killing the disabled, not killing them. If the pirates were killed by accident, Doug might worry for a few days, but indirectly killed an ordinary person, and she was also a beautiful girl, that will definitely become a psychological shadow in Doug's life that cannot be erased. And this girl has a kind heart. Even if he was seriously injured just now, he had to block the pirate's sneak attack for Doug. Doug is a very self-aware person. In the mind of that beautiful girl, it is definitely not a very good impression. After all, it was the culprit who made her happily dance on the grave in front of her relatives whose bones were not yet cold, and he jumped while he was seriously injured. If Doug doesn't care about this girl's life or death, the first level of conscience will not pass. Scolded. Good luck for that pirate. Doug reached out and gently carried the unconscious girl behind him, then trot all the way to the location of the pier. He remembered that his warship was equipped with a ship doctor, and there were also a lot of medical medicines in the ship's warehouse. It should save this girl's life from danger. Doug didn't dare to run to the pier too fast. He was afraid that as soon as he accelerated, the wound on her back would be affected again. Now this girl has already bled once, and if she does it again, Doug estimates that even if Hua Tuo is reincarnated, it will be difficult to rescue her from the god of death. This guy didn't help himself to block the blow just now with the determination to die. This idea vaguely rose in Doug's mind. Doug, who was trotting all the way, never thought that he bumped into Tina and his group who came from the port in the low-rise area, and Tina and the others seemed to be running anxiously. When they joined Doug, many Marines were panting, and Doug clearly felt that Lieutenant Colonel Tina seemed relieved after seeing him. She stepped forward quickly, her eyes constantly scanning Doug's body. After confirming that Doug was really fine, Lieutenant Colonel Tina asked, Tina is not very concerned about your side. I heard from Marine in the town that the pirate group that attacked Shanfeng town this time is not only the double sword pirates, but it seems that the blood water pirates are also involved. Doug suddenly realized why Lieutenant Colonel Tina was so nervous as before, but now is not the time to say that. He gently put the girl on his back down and spoke anxiously. Our warship is equipped with a ship doctor, right? This girl lost blood and passed out during the the battle. Now she must seek medical treatment and treat the wound immediately, otherwise it will be too late. Lieutenant Colonel Tina waited for Doug to put the girl on his back before he realized her existence. No way, because Doug's physique is too huge, 3 meters tall, and his body is full of explosive muscles. At the same time there is a justice cape covering the shoulders. If he hadn't carried the girl out, no one at the scene would have noticed that he was carrying another person behind his back. Lieutenant Colonel Tina hurried forward to check the wound on the girl's back, and then Vivi frowned. She has already noticed that the girl's situation is not optimistic. Fiercely, Tina immediately took off the justice shawl on her shoulders and wrapped it around the girl's back, tying the wound completely. At this time, the continuous infiltration of blood was temporarily stopped. Doug understood what Lieutenant Colonel Tina meant when he glared at him. There's no way. Isn't this the first time Doug has encountered such an emergency? The first time he thought of not being able to run fast and deliver the girl to the dock. He had already tried his best. You can't ask a novice to be able to do everything right at the start, can you? Doug wanted to say this very much, but he realized that he was in the wrong first, so he shut up decisively. After urgently dealing with the bleeding from the girl's wound, Tina quickly instructed her subordinates to bring the girl back to the warship. Compared with the clumsy Doug, his subordinates are obviously more comfortable in handling such emergencies. Because these things happen often in Marine's work, whether it's teammates around them or civilians on the street, they all have experience in taking care of them. A series of follow-up arrangements were properly arranged, and Doug was relieved. After Lieutenant Colonel Tina issued these orders, he turned his head to look at Doug and continued to ask when his subordinates were less likely to lift them away. Tina wants to know, what is the wound on the girl's back just now? Doug blinked and said, it's the double knife Yuja who did it. As expected, it was the same as Colonel Tina's guess. But as soon as she calmed down and her emotions were lifted again, she looked up at Doug with a bit of unwillingness in her tone. Tina breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately you didn't meet the captain of the Bloodwater Pirates. However, it is very unsafe in Shanfeng Town. The captain of the Bloodwater Pirates, Mata, is the one who was responsible for this attack. The mastermind. He is a big pirate with a bounty of up to 200 million. Our best plan is to temporarily withdraw for a while, choose to block the exit of this island, and then notify the headquarters to add more members from the nearest island. Marine here. Doug shrugged his shoulders after listening to Tina's words. If you're talking about Mata the deadhead, that guy was beaten by me just now, and is now in a coma and soaking in the cistern over there. After listening to Doug's words, Tina lit the cigarette in her mouth and fell to the ground again. If she is not very confident in her hearing, she will doubt whether her ears are hearing it wrong. What did you just say? Say it again. Tina showed an expression of disbelief and confirmed to Doug again. This is the second time that the cute mouth fetish has been forgotten by her. Doug didn't find it annoying and repeated what he just said to Tina. Then, with their expressions of disbelief, they led Tina and the others to find Mata, the decapitated man who was soaking in the cistern. Seeing that Mata was still in the same state before leaving with him, Doug knew that Yojia Shuangdao had no plans to come back to save Mata. That guy slipped away, and he didn't even care about his boss. The guillotine Mata is still in a coma, due to the fact that Doug used the weapon special effect lame before. At this time, Mata had no eyebrows and hair on his body, and he was completely naked. Between the legs, the huge thing floated softly on the water. Lieutenant Colonel Tina saw it and glared at Doug again. Then he resisted the nausea and went over to confirm the identity of the decapitated man, Mata. After identifying that it was Mata, the decapitated man, Tina couldn't wait to wave and order her subordinates to handcuff him away so as not to contaminate her eyes. Doug looked at Tina with a slightly embarrassed look. His only thought at the time was to solve Mata as soon as possible. How could he have thought of these follow-up things happening? I'm really innocent. I can't blame him. Chapter 47. The cooked duck flew away. After some comfort in his heart, Doug finally relaxed his heart. Tina was just unhappy for a while. Still, she was shocked by the fact that Doug had defeated Mata the guillotine. From the injury on Mata's body just now, it can be seen that he was severely stabbed in the front. The wound is not shallow, which may be the main reason for his defeat. Tina looked down at the Xingyu inserted in Doug's waist, guessing that the wound should be caused by the knife. The decapitated Mata was already a famous swordsman in the sea 4 years ago. With his terrifying swordsmanship, he wiped the necks of all the kendo masters who had fought with him. This is also the origin of his name. Doug was able to defeat him in such a short period of time, and there was not a single stab wound on his body. It was hard for Tina to imagine how terrifying Doug's current level of kendo was. There was too much fog surrounding Major Sparrow Doug, and every time Tina looked at him, she would have a new understanding. It's like digging a gemstone mine, and every time you mine it, there will be a huge harvest. Tina can now be said to have raised her hands to agree with Sengoku's plan to train Doug, because on him, even if it took some time, he could receive a huge harvest fast in a short period of time. It's almost a surefire deal. Tina, who understood this, looked at Doug later, obviously admiring it a lot more than at the beginning. Tina is very surprised. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat Mata, the decapitated man. It seems that your strength has exceeded my original imagination. Hee. Lieutenant Colonel Tina said it. Doug scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Doug still doesn't know that Tina at this time has completely changed. She just thought that Tina didn't see what he looked like when he fought before, otherwise she would definitely not say that, and she is very likely to refresh her 3 views again. Let her have a new understanding of Doug. Of course, new cognition must be bad cognition. Closer to home, although Mata, the decapitated man, has been arrested and brought to justice by Marine, there is another pirate group still wreaking havoc on this small island at this time. It's not time for them to relax. Tina seized the time, looked up and said to Doug, Tina believes that we have to hurry up. Although the threat of the decapitated Mata has been lifted, there is now another pirate group on the island, as well as the cotters of the Bloodwater pirates, and they are still moving around on the island. We have to hurry and wipe them out before they find out about Mata's arrest. After listening to what Lieutenant Colonel Tina said, Doug said with some guilt in his heart, well, Lieutenant Colonel Tina, if you're trying to launch a surprise attack before they react, I think it's probably too late. Tina looked at Doug with a puzzled expression, as if waiting for his explanation. I think they knew about the arrest of Mata. After Tina heard Doug's words, Vivi frowned and asked back, Tina wants to know, why do you think so? Haha, because when I defeated Mata, Yuja with the double sword was actually by my side. Doug reached out and scratched the back of his head again, smiling awkwardly. Tina is very strange, so why didn't you take him back? Since you have the strength to easily defeat Mata, Yuja with double swords should not be your opponent. Doug, what is it like to beat Mata easily? Although his battle with Mata lasted for a long time, Doug also tried his best to do it, except the demolition skill Earthcrack was useless. All the skills were brushed by him. This caught the opponent by surprise. He called this the outweed victory. Doug recounted to Tina what happened after he defeated Mata. It wasn't that he didn't want to arrest Chuangdao Yuja, but that guy didn't hesitate at all after seeing his companion being arrested. Well, Lieutenant Colonel Tina learned about the situation after listening to Doug's explanation. Doug didn't arrest Yuja in order to save people. At this point, Tina is not very good at continuing to reprimand him. After all, the girl was in an emergency situation at the time. If she was sent for treatment a minute later, it might be too late. The idea of the raid has now come to nothing. Listening to Doug's meaning, Yuja with double swords has no intention of continuing to fight at that time. Tina analyzed that they should already have plans to retreat. If you want to keep them, what Tina and the others have to do is now rush to the port immediately and stop them who are about to go to sea. After instructing his subordinates to take Mata, the decapitated man, Doug and his party rushed to the pier. Before, I occasionally encountered a few pirates along the way, but now I ran all the way down but I didn't encounter a single one. Tina's face was a little ugly, and she vaguely felt that it might be too late. After the group arrived at the pier, Tina learned from the sea soldiers who stayed on the pier to cultivate. The double knife pirates have already opened from the far right, and the island's position by the rocky area is out to sea. They have seen ships with double dagger pirate flags withdraw from the island. Unexpectedly, Tina's unease came true. If you want to chase now, you may still be able to catch up, but from the mouths of the sailors, we know that the girl who was brought back by Doug is currently receiving medical treatment on the warship. Because the wound on her back was a bit serious, the military doctor had given her anesthesia as soon as she came back and is now doing emergency stitches on the warship. This is difficult to do. The girl who sutured the wound must not be able to stand the bumps in the sea chase, and if she is not careful, it is likely to cause another major bleeding. The second is that now the military doctor is stitching up the girl's wound. They can't run on the boat to interrupt him or let him move the treatment site to land. This is also likely to trigger the girl's second hemorrhage. Doug understood the current situation, so he turned around and spread his hands to Lieutenant Colonel Tina. Probably means don't think about it, I can't catch up. Lieutenant Colonel Tina. Sometimes she really felt that Sparrow Doug's behavior was very flat. After making sure that she could not continue to pursue the remnants of the Double Blade pirates and the Bloodwater pirates, Tina finally gave up the idea of chasing them now. Instead, he ordered the sailors under Chi to start the post-war treatment in Shanfeng Town. In this joint pirate attack, in addition to the local marine, many civilians were also involved and suffered some injuries, just like Lista Aaron and the others. In addition to catching pirates, these are also things that Marine needs to be responsible for. Not that the mission to drive away the pirate marine is over, and the Marines will also be involved in the subsequent rescue operations and house construction work. Otherwise, these things will not go on smoothly, and they must be professionally directed to return to normal operation in a very short period of time. Doug, who has nothing to do, also joins in their rescue operation. Chapter 48. Low culture can also escape. Time passed little by little, and soon it was afternoon. Doug, who was moving bricks in the ruins with the sea soldiers, received a notice from Lieutenant Colonel Tina that the girl he brought back without authorization had woken up at this time. Doug dropped the stone brick in his hand. Good guy, how long has it been since the wound was sutured and he woke up less than half a day later? Is the air in the pirate world different from the earth? How to raise a person, even a girl, has such a BT recovery ability. Handing over the command of clearing the debris to John Layson, Doug rushed to the medic room of the warship alone. Board the ship and enter the medic room. As soon as I pushed gate of opening, I saw Lieutenant Tina talking to the girl who was rescued by her. However, Doug's intrusion interrupted Lieutenant Colonel Tina's words. Tina looked back at Doug and then said, Tina is a little surprised. The girl you rescued is not an ordinary person. But now, Lieutenant Colonel Tina didn't finish his sentence, looked back at the girl who was sitting on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the girl with the long knife in her hand, and sighed softly. The girl he rescued was not an ordinary person, and Doug had known it for a long time. Can ordinary people stop the double knife Yuga's raid? Still seriously injured, but the conversation between the two of them didn't seem to be very pleasant, and Doug felt the heavy and depressed atmosphere in the room. Doug stepped forward slowly and stopped in front of the girl's bed. Lieutenant Colonel Tina consciously retreated slowly to the door, leaving room for them to talk. Are you feeling better? Doug asked the girl with concern. The girl then slowly raised her head. Her eyes turned to Doug in front of her. At this time, Doug really saw the girl's appearance clearly. He has straight black waist-length hair, a fair face, pale willow leaf eyebrows, long eyelashes that vibrate, and two pink lips that seem to be dripping with water. If it weren't for her empty eyes, the girl's appearance could be improved by another level. A proper young and beautiful girl, no worse than the goddesses in modern society. The girl glanced at Doug, and the corner of her mouth turned up, showing a smile to Doug. Then speak softly. I already knew from Lieutenant Colonel Tina. Thank you, Major Doug, for saving me. If you hadn't carried me to the dock, maybe I would be dead now. Hey, you're welcome. This is what you should do as a sailor. This is the first time Doug has been thanked, and she is also an authentic and beautiful girl, so she has a little flirtatiousness. Feel. Don't say it. It feels great. Oh, right. Doug suddenly thought of something. He looked at the girl with shame on his face, and spoke slowly. The man who fell at your feet before is yours. That's my father. Speaking of this, the girl's mood was obviously a little lower, but her empty eyes recovered a little. I'm sorry I couldn't save your father. If I had arrived a few minutes earlier, maybe. Doug tried to comfort the girl in front of him. The girl shook her head slightly, and did not seem to blame Doug. Father lost in a one-on-one duel. It's not the Major's responsibility, and those pirates were originally aimed at Frost and Snow, all of which were arranged by fate. The main reason for this situation is that the reason is because the people in Arkendo are too weak and do not have the strength to guard this Frost and Snow. Frost and Snow? Doug tilted his head, showing a puzzled expression. Frost and Snow pressure cut is one of the 21 types of the big quick knife. It has a white handle and a blade like snow. It swings very lightly but is exceptionally sharp. Tina looked at Doug, who was a swordsman who didn't even know this, and couldn't help but tell him about the origin of this knife. What the hell? Famous knife? 2 levels higher than the Xingyu in his hand. It is a famous sword of the same level as Zoro's Hideyuan, as well as the later Autumn Water and Yan Emo. No wonder 2 swordsman pirates joined forces to snatch this sword. Doug was able to guess how well known the girl's kendo was on the island before, and his father, who was able to fight back and forth with the guillotine Mata, severing the tallest building with a single knife. How is it also a swordsman character? However, it was a pity that he lost to Mata in the end. The kendo field was destroyed, and my father left. I no longer have the strength to continue protecting this famous sword. It is really unrealistic for a woman to want to become a famous swordsman in the sea. Right. Ignoring Doug's wandering thoughts, the girl sitting on the bed said in a self-deprecating tone. Doug's thoughts were pulled back to reality by what the girl said. Vivi frowned, looking into the girl's eyes. Sure enough, his eyes turned empty again. He probably guessed that this was a sign that the girl had begun to give up on herself. What a dazzling person she should have been in the past. At a young age, she possesses strong strength and is the daughter of the long-known kendo gym owner on the island. Naturally, she is a little princess who is loved by thousands of people. But now, after asleep, she has nothing left. Whether it's the dojo or the father, all of this is far away from her, and she will never return to the happy life before. And the loss is more than that. From her self-deprecating words just now, she learned that her original dream was to become a great swordsman famous in the sea. But under the double blow of being seriously injured and losing her family, she no longer has the confidence to become a great swordsman. The goals since childhood collapsed in an instant, and today's world seems to have lost its meaning to her. It is estimated that even if she died immediately, she would not frown. In other words, words. From the time she blocked the knife for Doug, she had already had the idea of death. This kind of self-indulgent thought makes me deeply unhappy. It's like all the hard work he's been doing has been called into question. Since he crossed into the world of pirates, he has been doing all kinds of hard work for himself to live well. Even if he is regarded as a lunatic by others, he has never thought about changing his mind. Now a girl who is much younger than him has lost hope of life in front of him. How can this make him not angry? I want to know your father's dream for you. What does your dream of becoming a famous sea swordsman look like? Doug's stern tone awakened the memory in the girl's heart, and those empty eyes flashed a little bit again, and the icy expression on the girl's face finally changed a little bit. She bit her lower lip, and tears could not help bursting out of her eyes. Father, he told me that as long as I keep following my dream, I will be able to realize it one day. Chapter 49. The Power of Mouth Escape. Most of Lista Erin's dreams since childhood were to follow in her father's footsteps. That strong, kind, caring father has always been the goal in Erin's heart. The reason why she learned kendo was to attract more attention from her father. In the beginning, Lista Erin was not the kendo genius that people call her. Ever since she touched the sword, she has been constantly frustrated and even had the idea of how a girl could learn kendo well. It's her father. Every time she was sad, she continued to encourage her, teach her, and let her understand the true beauty of kendo. This has made her what others call a kendo genius. Even if Lista Erin encountered a bottleneck in her practice, her father would continue to comfort her by her side. The strength of girls can never catch up with boys. This is something Irene knew shortly after practicing kendo. During that time, she was in a low mood, as if her life had already been limited to a certain range by the rules. But her father told her, since the strength is not enough, make up for it with better skills. I believe you can do it because you are my proudest daughter. Her father's words dispelled the haze in her heart. Get her back on her feet. Looking at the girl whose expression was finally normal, Doug continued to work harder. Your father believes in you, your dream, and maybe his dream. Do you think he wants to see you like this now? This sentence deeply touched Lista Irene's heart. She knew her father's character. He never hit her, and he would only continue to inspire herself when he was at his lowest. But my father is gone, and the kendo is gone. I have nothing now. With tears streaming down her face, Lista Irene almost shouted out these words in a roaring tone. Doug felt the deep despair in her heart. No, you still have the sword in your hand. That's also the sword in your father's hand. Doug also raised his voice and roared. You tell me now, are you really going to give it to someone else? After listening to Doug's roar, the girl did not answer him, but her palm tightly clenched the famous knife. Frost's snow press cut. Doug knew her words had worked, and all she needed to do now was do the finishing touches. He looked into Erin's eyes and spoke slowly in a calm tone. The so-called kendo, it's the way to hone, not only hone the sword in your hand, but also hone the sword in your heart. The sword in my heart. Lista Erin raised her head slowly, muttering the last sentence in her mouth, because she remembered the sentence. His father also mentioned it in front of her. The sword in his hand slays all enemies, and the sword in his heart slays all difficulties. This is the powerful realm that a true great swordsman can possess. The sea is actually a sword grinding field, but it is also a screening place. If you still want to carry forward your own swordsmanship and your father's swordsmanship, then go to sea. All the things you have lost can be found in this place. Found again at sea. Lista Erin listened carefully to Doug's words. After Doug stopped talking, Lista Irene took a deep breath, then bit her teeth crown, holding back the tears in her eyes. Holding the famous knife in her hand, Shuang Snowcut, she seems to have finally made up her mind. Irene raised her head, gave Doug a rather bright smile, and said, thank you, Major Sparrow. Doug, I think I have my purpose again now. You're right, I shouldn't give up on myself. Father didn't want to see me like this. Even if he's gone, I am still his pride. I believe that as long as I keep pursuing my dreams, I will one day be famous in the sea, and let my sword, and my father's sword, stay in everyone's heart forever and ever. Very good. Doug looked at Lista Erin and nodded in relief. He is not a young man, nor is he a man of articulation, so he can only do his best to give a young man dead in his heart and pull him out of the abyss of hell. This is also the only thing he can do for girls. After Doug finished speaking, he silently left the ward. After all, the injury on the girl's back has not yet been fully cultivated, and she has already ignited her hope of survival. As for the future, it is up to the girl herself to change. Lieutenant Colonel Tina also exited the ward with Doug. From the aisle to the deck, she looked at Doug with an incredible expression on her face. Doug was uncomfortable with her gaze. Lieutenant Colonel Tina, if you have anything to say, just say it. I feel numb when you keep staring at me like this. It's terrible. After Tina heard Doug's words, she gave him a stern look. The appearance that was quite serious just now returned to its original shape. Tina is very surprised. I never thought you would say such encouraging words to that girl. I always thought that you are a rather unreliable person, and your casual personality personality has penetrated into the bone marrow, but just now you refreshed my perception of you. Doug, how do you feel that this is not a compliment? Cynicalism is my style, but it doesn't mean that I am a cold-blooded person. I value my own life very much. If someone tramples on life, even if it is her own, I will also be very disgusted with it. It was a rare occasion for Doug to speak his truth to others. Tina has some feelings. If every Marine can value other people's lives like you do, then he will not leave the headquarters. Tina walked to the bow alone, facing the sea and looking into the distance. Doug, elder sister, are you talking about Tibetan poems? I don't understand. Who is he? Is your sweetheart? Tuko in his heart returned to Tuko. Doug didn't have the guts to say these words yet because he was afraid of being tortured by Tina and sunk into the deep sea. Lieutenant Colonel Tina, I want you to accompany that girl more. Although I have already explained her, I still can't trust her completely. After all, the dark side of people's hearts cannot be easily dispelled with a few words. I'm afraid she will suddenly lose her mind and do something out of the ordinary. Tina wants to know, since you are so worried about her, why don't you go and watch her by yourself? Perhaps because of dissatisfaction with Doug asking her to do such a thing, Lieutenant Colonel Tina's originally melancholy expression suddenly changed. Don't I want to help move the bricks? Doug saw Lieutenant Colonel Tina's face change. He show, and then quickly explained. And how bad is it for me, a big man, to guard such a little sister's bedside? As for Lieutenant Colonel Tina, you are different. You and her are both girls, even if they stay in the same room and worry about each other's things, not as many as me. Chapter 50. Pursue the double sword pirates. After all, Tina was persuaded by Doug. After all, Tina couldn't find a reason to refute a series of things he said. One side is the girl's life, and the other side is the girl's reputation. She couldn't find a way to refuse either of them. Tina has another surprise. Don't all of you who practice kendo love famous swords? She planned to give that famous sword to you at the time, but I didn't expect you to refuse it. It's okay for Tina not to say this, but it's a pity to talk about this. Doug, with a regretful expression on his face, he spoke slowly. That's right. What a great knife. 21 workmanship of the big sharp knife. Frost and snow pressing. If it is sold on the market, it should be worth tens of millions of Baileys. Lieutenant Colonel Tina, did she want to give it to you for you to resell it? Tina was so angry with Doug's words that she didn't want to speak. Doug didn't notice anything wrong with the current atmosphere and continued to speak. If I really put it up for auction, wouldn't I become a multi-millionaire in a blink of an eye? Tina finally couldn't help kicking Doug's ass. She originally wanted to kick her waist, but she was not tall enough. Ouch. Doug was directly kicked off the bow by Tina's foot and fell onto the plywood on the lower deck. If you dare to sell it, the headquarters will dare to release you as soon as possible. I'm joking. Doug's weak reply came from below deck. Time passed, and after 3 days of continuous efforts by Marine and the civilians, the ruins, and most of the stones in the town were almost cleared by them. And Lista Irene's body has also recovered well in the past few days, and now she can go down to the ground and walk slowly. The time Doug and the others stayed in Mountain Peak Town was already the 4th day today. The remnants of the Shuangdao pirates and the Bloodwater pirates have now run far away, and if they want to catch up with them, they must be prepared to sail for a long time at sea. Tina asked Doug for his opinion, whether to continue to go out to the sea to chase the Shuangdao pirates, or go back to the Marine headquarters for the time being. Doug's answer, of course, is to continue to pursue the sea. This is his first mission to lead troops. If he goes back empty-handed this time, his title of the strongest backdoor king will definitely be implemented. This was the last thing Doug wanted to happen. It's one thing to work at Marine headquarters, but it's another thing to be hated by all your colleagues at work. Although I agree with Doug's decision to continue chasing the double-blade pirates, after hearing the reason given by Doug, Tina was speechless. What does it mean to go back empty-handed? Isn't the bounty higher for Mata, who has been cleaned up by you? Doug's explanation is that it's different. Marine's essence is to fulfill the orders of his superiors, and his own order is to capture the double-knife pirates. That decapitated man Mata can only be regarded as an additional product, not as a reward. It's justified and well-founded, and Tina couldn't find a reason to talk back after hearing it. The poor decapitated Mata, who was obviously a big pirate worth 200 million Baileys, turned into an additional product of a tens of millions of Baileys pirates in Doug's mouth. If he knew he would be treated like this, he would probably cry. Doug has learned her name from Lista Aaron's mouth these days, and she seems to have slowly come out of the pain of losing a loved one. Due to the emergency treatment given by the military doctor, Lista Irene's recovery speed is also okay. Listening to the military doctor's explanation, her wound is about to deteriorate now, and the probability is almost negligible. As long as you stay on the island and recuperate from your injuries, it won't take long for you to return to your original best state. After everything was arranged properly, Doug and Tina decided to go to sea immediately and continue to pursue the remnants of the Double Sword Pirates and the Bloodwater Pirates. In this way, Doug and his party bid farewell to Lista Aaron in Mountain Peak Town, continue to go to sea to complete his first mission of leading troops. It has been 5 full days since Shanfeng Town went to sea. During this period, Tina and Doug both kept an eye on the emergency channel of the military telephone bug in the sea area. As long as there is a trace of the Shuangdao pirates, don't think about it. Rush to the reported location as soon as possible. But every time they arrive at the designated place, they will be empty. The speed of the Double Knife pirates seemed to be several times faster than Tina's previous pursuit. For 5 days of pursuit, Doug and his party did not even see the shadow of the other party's pirate ship. This did not make Tina pregnant with whether the military channel has been falsely reporting otherwise what is going on in this situation. Doug didn't think too much about considering the many possible Tinas. After all, conspiracy theories don't suit him. During this period, in addition to occasionally brushing the training room at night, he also received the quest reward for defeating Mata the Guillotine. The bonus skill that comes out this time is a bit subtle for Doug. Can you give me some face? Introduction. Extend your palm and say, can you give me some face? XXXX, and the affected target voluntarily accepts all the suggestions made by himself. The success rate of skills is affected by the rationality of suggestions, psychological pressure, the reputation of one's own sea area, the status of the sea area, and various aspects of the strength of the difference between the self and the role target. Judging from the skill's introduction alone, this is a very unbelievable skill. It can be said to be a real magic skill, but the pain is that its success rate is very subtle and affected by many factors. Strictly speaking, it is a magical skill that relies entirely on the face. Good luck. The advice is reasonable, and it only needs to be a big turn against the sky once. Of course, if you are unlucky, it is suggested that you will be a miss. Doug considers himself whether before or after the time travel. In terms of luck, he has always been an African chief. He probably thought that the goddess of luck had never picked herself up from the trash in the first place. However, the probability of skills given by the system should be fixed, so you can't always brush miss, right? Although the skills given by the system do not seem to be very reliable, the powerful force is already similar to the power of the rules of the world. So far, Doug has not seen anyone who can completely ignore the skills of the system. Therefore, the real probability of the skill can only be determined after the final trial. On the 8th day of drifting at sea, Doug and Tina finally bumped into the pirate ship of the Double Blade Pirates, which was a medium-sized dhow. However, the dhows of the Double Blade Pirates are obviously different from ordinary dhows. On either side of their dhow, on one side, was a huge wooden wheel that kept turning. The originally calm sea surface was constantly tumbling, driven by the wheels on both sides of the pirate ship. The entire pirate ship was sailing forward at a speed that should not belong to it. When Doug and Tina saw the ship of the Double Blade Pirates, they were speechless for a long time with their mouths open. I'll give it a go. These guys actually got all the paddle steamers out. No wonder they can't keep up with them. Chapter 51. Rally at Sea. The paddle steamer is a kind of steamship that was only invented in the modern period on Earth. It is driven by 2 huge rotating paddle wheels made up of blades, and by constantly turning the paddle wheels, it can move quickly on calm water. Such paddle steamers are generally divided into 2 types in the modern era of the Earth. One is the more common steam-type paddle steamer, which uses the power generated by the steam engine to continuously rotate the paddle wheel. Another type of paddle steamer is a pedal paddle steamer that relies entirely on human power. The paddle steamer of the Double Blade Pirates obviously belongs to the latter. There was no steam that kept running out, and the 2 paddle wheels still kept spinning, sailing fast on the sea. When Doug and the others discovered the Double Blade Pirates, the Double Blade Pirates also found Doug, who was chasing them. Just like the previous performance, there was no hesitation at all, and there was no artillery counterattack. Almost as soon as they found them, they rotated the paddle wheels on both sides, turned around and ran without any hesitation. Catch them up, don't let them run away. Seeing this scene, Doug immediately ordered his men to catch up. The speed of the sea soldiers on the deck is not slow, and they are ready to accelerate in just a few seconds. But after chasing them out, Doug realized how huge the difference between the speed of their warships and the speed of the Double Blade Pirates boats with downwind and paddle wheels was. Lieutenant Colonel Tina's face has been as black as the bottom of a pot since he saw the ship of the Double Sword Pirates. She has been thinking about why she can't meet the Double Blade Pirates these days, and even wondered if something went wrong with the military channel. But it wasn't until now that she met them that she discovered the real reason. When did they change this kind of pirate ship? Tina clearly remembered that when she hunted down the Double Blade Pirates before, they were still ordinary dhows. Why did they go back to the headquarters, and their pirate ship changed a lot after they came out? In fact, Lieutenant Colonel Tina doesn't know the real reason for this. If it is really invented investigated. The real reason why the double-blade pirates will switch to the pedal paddle steamer is precisely because of her. More than half a month ago, the Shuangdao pirates were blocked by Tina's warships in the Shuangliu Sea area because they couldn't get rid of them. If it wasn't for Tina's initiative to retreat at that time, perhaps all the members of the Double Sword Pirates would have been arrested by Lieutenant Colonel Tina at that time. Yuchia, who had survived in desperation, immediately thought of the real reason why they were being chased by Tina and the others. That's because the speed of their pirate ship is really too slow. Due to the large number of pirates in their group, their ships sail much slower than ordinary dhows. After several days of constant thinking, he finally thought of the correct way to use the number of people to increase the speed of the pirate ship. This is also the specific reason for the origin of this pedal paddle steamer. The longer the pursuit, the further the distance between the marine warship and the two-knife pirate ship. In just 10 minutes, Doug and the others could only see a vague shadow of the double-knife pirate ship and finally disappeared on the sea level. Report to Major Doug. Our warships can't catch up with their pirate group at all. What should we do next? John Layson trotted all the way to the bow position and then reluctantly conveyed the original words of the helmsman to Doug and the two. Lieutenant Colonel Tina didn't say a word so far, but his face became more and more ugly. Apparently, he had given up the idea of continuing to hunt down the double-blade pirates. After all, this time there is really no way. Even if they are lucky next time they will meet again, the other party probably still won't give them a chance to get close to the range, and they will sneak away immediately. The best way to solve this kind of thing now is to quickly contact the Marine headquarters and have the headquarters dispatch several warships to encircle and suppress the Shuangdao pirates from multiple directions. But Lieutenant Colonel Tina knew that this method would obviously not be approved by the headquarters. A pirate group with a bounty of less than 100 million Bailey is not worth spending such a large amount of resources at the headquarters to capture. Therefore, Doug's mission this time, in the eyes of Lieutenant Colonel Tina, has become a mission destined to fail. She didn't give Doug any advice because, as he said before, this mission was Doug's first, and it was only he who decided what would happen in the end. Although this final result is already a fact set on an iron plate, she still wants Doug to make the final decision by himself. Under Tina's gaze, Doug spoke. Oops, you guys are not good at sailing, so let me drive. I'm confident to catch up with them. I'm a thief in sailing. Everyone, Tina and John, were dumbfounded. Is this a problem with sailing technique? What is Major Doug trying to say? Throwing the pot. Soon, Doug told them with practical actions. Doug took a quick step to the upper deck position and then knocked down the position of the seaman at the helm. Then, under the strange eyes of the three of them, they launched Catch the Shrimp skill. In an instant, the warship under everyone's feet suddenly rushed forward at an extremely incredible speed. The inertial effect of the sudden acceleration made everyone on the warship unresponsive, except for Lieutenant Colonel Tina. All of them sat down on the ground at the same time. At this time, everyone on the warship was full of question marks. A lot of questions filled everyone's mind. What happened? Why did the warship suddenly accelerate? And this speed has obviously exceeded the maximum speed that the warship can achieve. With the blessing of skills, the speed of the warship itself has been increased by a full 5 times, and this ordinary warship has been transformed into a large yacht in an instant. The sound of the sea wind whistling in the ears reminded everyone on the warship that they were at an abnormally fast speed. While driving the warship, Doug secretly exclaimed, "Catch the shrimp effect. It is indeed a divine skill." Doug, who uses this skill, does nothing but take the helm, but even so, the speed of the warship has increased by 5 times, and it is not affected by other factors at all, which is the power of proper rules. As the warship entered a state of high-speed movement, Tina and the others finally understood what Doug meant by the stealing technique thief. Not a single sailor at the scene was not surprised by Doug's skill in sailing, and the admiration for Doug in his heart increased a lot. Even Doug himself could not have imagined that he had gained a large number of recruit fans just by driving a boat. Among all the people, only Tina was the only exception. Although she was amazed at the effect of Doug's sailing, the thinking in her mind did not stop at all. From the moment the warship started to accelerate, she has been paying attention to the size and direction of the sea breeze, as well as the speed of the sea water. If you don't pay attention to these, you may at most be surprised by Doug's boating skills, but once you really consider these various factors, it soon became apparent how incredible it was for Doug to sail at such a speed. Chapter 52. Believe I can surpass it. The sea breeze has always been stroking, and there is no change. The sea is also the same, calm, without a trace of waves. But under such a precondition, Doug was driving an ordinary spinnaker warship and sailed fast on such a sea at an extremely strange speed. This is no longer relying on the help of the sea breeze and the rapidity of sailing on the sea. Tina can feel that this extremely strange speed comes from the warship itself. It's the boat itself moving at super speed speed on the calm sea. Tina stabilized her body while looking at Doug with incredible eyes. She has guessed countless times what Doug's devil fruit ability is, but every time Doug's performance can overturn her guess. After Catch the Shrimp, the marine warship with the blessing of skills, at this time the speed is no less than the pedal paddle steamer of the Double Blade Pirates. In just a few minutes they were more than half the distance away from them. This move scared the pirates from the Double Sword Pirates to start rowing even harder. However, this resistance still does not have much effect. Over time, the two ships got closer and closer. Soon, the two conveniences entered the attack range of the artillery. However, the ships on both sides did not have the energy to reload the shells to fire at this time. The person on the side is busy stepping on the pedals and constantly increasing the speed to escape. The person on the other side is trying to stabilize his body to prevent himself from being carried away by inertia. The two ships ran and chased each other very fast, forming a strange picture on the sea. As the two ships kept getting closer, Tina estimated the range of her abilities. There are still dozens of meters at most, and you can enter the range of her black spear formation. She used her black sill to stabilize her body, and planned to use her ability to destroy the paddle wheels on both sides of the opponent as soon as she entered the range. Otherwise, I don't know how long this state of running and chasing will continue. Seeing Tina's actions, Doug quickly guessed her plan. So I thought in my heart that it is really convenient to have a powerful devil fruit ability. Doug shouted to Tina, who was standing at the bow. Lieutenant Colonel Tina, how far is the pirate ship from your range now? Tina thinks that it's almost enough to move forward 30 meters. Tina stared at the pirate's ship intently and answered Doug's question truthfully. Very well, then I'll work harder. Doug could feel that their speed was a little faster than the other party's paddle steamer, and in about another 20 or 30 seconds, the warship would be able to pull the distance that Tina wanted. Just thinking of this, Doug's eyes suddenly became sharp. He deeply felt that a thought was gradually emerging from the depths of his heart. It was something he had to do, a strong impulse that he had never felt in his life. Once such a thought arises, his body immediately begins to move. The hands that were firmly on the rudder suddenly slammed to the right, and the rudder in his hand instantly turned into a wheel, spinning rapidly to the right. The warship, which was originally sailing straight on the sea, reacted as Doug slammed the rudder. In less than 2 seconds, he completed a gorgeous 90-degree turn, start panning at high speed at sea level. Wow! The move of rushing in made it difficult to slowly stabilize the figure, and the seaman who stood up lost control again. There were even quite a few sailors who were carried away by the inertial force generated by this sudden turn, and then slammed into the railings on the edge of the warship. Fortunately, none of the sailors were thrown off the ship by this inertial force. Even standing on the bow of the boat, Tina, if she hadn't quickly grasped the black sill that fixed her body, she would have almost been carried away by this force. Such a bizarre and sudden move not only made Tina lose her goal, but even the distance she had finally narrowed was pulled away by the opponent again. Major Sparrow Dog, what the hell are you doing? Tina blushed and turned her head back with gritted teeth and roared at Doug, who was driving the warship. In the 5th second after hitting the rudder, Doug's eyes returned to clarity again. After reacting, he immediately threw the rudder back. After another flurry, the warship finally returned to its original straight sailing state, and Doug, who woke up from the impulse, recalled what he had done just now. He didn't immediately answer Tina's question, but he also blushed with a big face. Inertial drift, that the skill refers to every 5 minutes. Pete, even running in a straight line also drifts? It's still mandatory. Isn't this Nima a fool? Who invented this skill? Is someone else's inertial drift a mandatory drift? And what's so cool about straight line drifting? Completely neurotic. It's not QQ speed drifting and gathering energy and other charges. Tina is very helpless. Your inexplicable actions just now made us get further and further away from him. As the warship returned to normal sailing state, the ship of the Double Blade Pirates reappeared in Tina's line of sight. But compared to the distance that was about to be within her range just now, it was already a lot worse. Don't worry. Doug's mature and steady voice came from behind Tina. Tina looked back, thinking that Doug had better plans. Before she could open her mouth to ask, she heard Doug continue, I will try to pass them before the next corner, I promise. Tina, neuropathy. Where is the curve in the sea? For Doug's sudden nervous operation, although Tina has experienced 3 or 4 times, she still can't get used to it. She felt that if she acted with Doug for a while, her 3 views might be skewed by him. Entered the range of Lieutenant Colonel Tina before the next inertial drift was launched. Lieutenant Colonel Tina quickly seized the opportunity to launch the Black Spear formation to destroy the paddle wheel of the Double Blade Pirates. Her movements were not ambiguous at all, and with just one throw, she successfully destroyed the 2 opposite paddle wheels. After all, it was impossible. If Tina didn't go all out, she was afraid that Doug would suddenly make a 90-degree turn. The speed of the pirate ship whose paddle wheel was destroyed immediately dropped. Doug also took the this opportunity to resolutely greet him. Just when the two ships were less than 10 meters apart, Lieutenant Colonel Tina activated his abilities again. The feather threshold, the black threshold iron bridge. In an instant, a 10-meter wide black mesh iron bridge was placed between the two ships. The Navy, who had already prepared, quickly took the weapons in their hands, passed the iron bridge built by Lieutenant Colonel Tina, and ran quickly to the deck of the Double Sword Pirates. Chapter 53. Can you give me some face? Tina and Doug followed closely behind, rushing back and forth to the ship of the Double Blade Pirates. In addition to the few sailors who were on standby on the warship, Doug and Tina, 40 people boarded the ship of the Double Blade Pirates. All the pirates of the Twin Blades Pirates gathered to rush to the deck as soon as they knew that the paddle wheel had been destroyed. When they ran out, they happened to see Tina and Doug jumping onto the deck with all the sailors. The two forces are opposed to each other. Compared with the people on Doug and Tina's side, the number of the Double Sword Pirates is obviously more than them. According to a rough calculation, there are at least 100 people. After all, it was formed by the merger of two pirate groups. There's no end to it. We won't provoke you to choose to run away. You are still chasing after you like this. Are you evil ghosts that linger? After seeing the faces of Doug and Tina, the Double Knife Yugia suddenly became angry. Tina has never seen such a brazen pirate. What did you do in Shanfeng Town? Don't we have a point in our hearts chasing you? Double Knife Yugia glared at Tina. The two sides have not yet made a move, and on the other hand, they are concerned about the strength of Doug and their side. After all, in Shanfeng Town, he heard his subordinates talk about this elite force. Marine's heart is also uncertain. The number of pirates is at least 3 times as many as them, and each of them has a fierce look. Their current state is completely different from when they were on the dock before. At that time, Doug was the buff that set the boosting attribute for them in advance, and this time, Doug didn't have extra time to put them in the buff state in advance, so they are a little empty now. However, the two sides are already completely opposed to each other. Obviously, it is impossible to just forget about it. After all, they have been chasing this side for 8 days. It's hard to catch up. Doug and Tina also saw the concerns on both sides. If the Navy without the boosting attribute makes a rash move, after a few rounds, the camouflage of the elite squad will be self-defeating. At that time, except for Tina and Doug, the recruit squad is likely to be taken away by the pirates. This is what Tina and Doug don't want to see. Doug looked at Yoga with the dual swords and thought in his mind whether to put a buff of cool dance steps on his subordinates now. If you want a set, will Lieutenant Colonel Tina also come with one? After all, if you don't give her a set, then when you dance, you will be invincible with the recruits. But Lieutenant Colonel Tina will have to face the pirates who are attacking from the group. But when he thinks about how bad the music and dance of cool dance steps are, Lieutenant Colonel Tina is an extremely proud guy. The first thing she stopped after a dance was to throw Doug, the guy who stained her life, into the sea. Doug's mind was thinking fast, and the Double Knife Pirates didn't watch silently. They knew that this time the rush was inevitable. Although I don't know why Doug's side hasn't shot yet, it just gives them extra time to allocate their opponents. Shuangdeo Yujia knew that she was not Doug's opponent, so she changed her position and locked her target on Lieutenant Colonel Tina. As for Doug's side, another bald pirate with 2 long knives was firmly guarding him. Such an allocation made Doug obviously stunned. What? I always thought it was the Double Knife Yugia, didn't it? The more terrifying bald pirate in front of me was the Double Knife Yugia. Tina seemed to see Doug's doubts, so she kindly began to explain to Doug. Tina wants to remind you that the guy who came to you is not Yugia with double swords, but that guy is more troublesome than Yugia with double swords. He is the Cotter of the Bloodwater Pirates, the younger brother of the Deadhead Mata, Corpse Crusher Maka, now a bounty of 170 million Baileys. Fuck, Doug exclaimed in surprise after hearing Tina's reminder. So you have to be careful. This guy is extremely cruel, and his strength is also very strong. Don't cut him in the body. Although Tina was dissatisfied with the Double Knife Yugia treating herself as a weak guy, Doug's match against Maka, the Corpse Crusher, was obviously more beneficial to Marine's side. When Doug heard Tina mention that the pirate in front of him was an extremely cruel guy, he immediately raised 120 hearts. However, Maka, the Corpse Smasher, seemed to be more cautious than Doug. Since he faced Doug, he has been engrossed in his defensive posture, watching Doug's every move. This is not good news for Doug. He guessed that this guy should have learned all his fighting methods from the mouth of Yugia with double swords. Most of Doug's skills are to hit the opponent by surprise. This is the first time Doug has encountered all his skills from the beginning. Oh, correct. Doug remembered the new skill he received after defeating Mata the Guillotine. Now other skills are being carefully guarded by the opponent, so why don't you use the skill to try it out? After all, no one has ever seen this skill. The two sides waited for the opportunity to move, and the scene was about to explode, as if it only needed a little splash of water, and they would immediately immediately fight. Only Doug walked slowly to the front of the pirates of the double sword pirates during this tense time. Is he planning to negotiate? Just under the suspicious eyes of the members of both sides, Doug silently marked all the members of the double blade pirates and then activated a new skill. Can you give me some face? In this way, Doug suddenly stretched out his right hand to the pirate in front of everyone and then spoke slowly in a mature and steady tone. Can you save face? All the pirates threw their weapons to the ground, then knelt on the ground holding their heads in their hands and shouting to surrender. Everyone. There was silence on the deck. Not only the pirates of the Shuangdao pirates, but even Lieutenant Colonel Tina and all the sailors behind Doug were stunned after hearing this. They were all deeply shocked by Doug's brainless speech. Mention that Marine's side is at a disadvantage. You said that even if you wanted to persuade the other party to surrender, you shouldn't have said that. This is not to persuade people to surrender. It is simply to use the tone of an order to surrender on the opposite side of the order. Doug's sudden remarks immediately angered the corpse crusher Maka. He blushed and glared at Doug. Kneel down and surrender. You are talking about a dream in the daytime. We have only hard bones in our pirate group. If you want to arrest us, then use your strength to defeat us all. Otherwise, you will never think about anyone in our pirate group. Surrender to Marine alone. Soon as Marcus' voice fell, there was a ding-bang sound immediately behind him. Everyone turned to look at the sound. I saw more than a dozen pirates throw all their weapons on the plywood and then thump, kneeling on the deck at the same time and shouting with their hands up and their heads held up. We surrender. Others. For the first time, Maka, the shredded corpse, felt that his face was very painful. Chapter 54. Doug's strange fighting style. What's the matter with you? The corpse crusher Maka's eyes almost burst into flames, and he could barely understand if he was just a member of the double blade pirates. But among the more than 10 pirates who knelt down, 7 of them were obviously members of their blood-water pirates. Even the most backboned Scar-Eye he had always said was among the dozen or so people. Those were his most promising subordinates. Apart from him and his brother, Scar-Eye was the most stubborn and ruthless guy in the entire blood-water pirates. Now that he has knelt down and surrendered to Marine before the battle begins, why doesn't that make him angry? Scar-Eye, did you take the wrong medicine today? What about your usual backbone? How about your ferocity? Stand up for me and pick up your weapon. Maka's anger did not arouse the opponent's ferocity, and the pirate he called Scar-Eye just answered Maka's question with a natural expression. Maka boss, I have already thought about it. We are not their Marine's opponents at all. Even Captain Mata was defeated by them. It is impossible for me to defeat them, so I just choose to surrender. It's good for all of us. Scar-Eye's words. Maka almost spit out a mouthful of old blood directly from his mouth. His eyes were red, his cheeks were flushed with anger, and he looked at the expression of the scarred eyes as if he was going to eat him in the next second. Maka stared at Scar's eyes and gritted his teeth. I'm so wrong about you. You wait for me. After this matter is over, see how I will deal with you. Scarface completely ignored the threat of his boss, kneeling on the ground with his head in his hands, motionless, apparently giving up his plan to resist. The farce on the deck was watched by everyone at the scene. Doug's original sentence was ridiculous, but someone actually knelt down and surrendered after hearing it. Lieutenant Colonel Tina has been wandering at sea for several years. During this period, she has caught countless pirates and has let go and listened to countless cruel words and has persuaded the pirates to surrender countless times. But so far, I have never encountered anything like this before. Before the fight started, the opponent just knelt down and surrendered without warning. Lieutenant Colonel Tina stared at Doug blankly with a surprised expression. She wondered how Doug did it. Was it because of his charisma? Everyone in the audience knew that Doug knew what it was all about. He didn't think, can you give me some face? The success rate of the skill of is so high. There are more than 100 pirates on the deck, and he has settled more than 10 pirates in just one brush. Isn't this success rate as high as 10%? And they're not just taking Doug's advice, they're taking his advice from a deeper level. Not only did it follow Doug's suggestion, but also had its own set of perfect theories. My god, can you give me some face? Is this skill so unbelievable? Doug intends to work harder before everyone reacts. He still selected all the pirates and continued to launch can you give me some face skill. In this way, under the eyes of everyone on the scene, Doug extended his right hand to the pirates for the second time and said slowly, can you save face? All the pirates threw their weapons to the ground and then continued to kneel down with their hands and heads in surrender. Everyone, what the hell? Do you hear what it sounds like a man say? And now, in this situation, what is the effect of saying this for the second time? The first time to persuade to surrender and encounter a few soft heads really happened, so forget it. The world is so big that anything can happen, but you still haven't done anything and suddenly ask again. No matter how many times you ask this non-surrender, he still won't surrender. Everyone in the room thought Doug was going crazy. Enough, you deceive people too much. Yojia with 2 swords can't listen anymore. before. But the next miracle happened again. Another tinkling sound came from behind Maka and Yuja. A bad premonition arose in the hearts of Yuga with double knives and Maka the corpse smasher at the same time. Fuck. The two turned their heads again and shouted at almost the same time. More than last time. This time at least 30 pirates threw all their weapons to the ground, and then there was another thump kneeling sound. Whether it is the crew of the double sword pirates or the crew of the blood water pirates, without exception, all of them knelt down on the deck again, put their heads in their hands and started shouting, "We surrender." And the pirates who were still standing beside these kneeling people, their eyes were round and two eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. These guys were obviously still condemning the spineless guys with them 1 second, but the next second they knelt on the ground and shouted surrender. This amazing picture made everyone stunned again. Lieutenant Colonel Tina looked at him and was suspicious of life. Could it be that I've been at HQ for too long? Still can't keep up with the new generation of Marine's work rhythm. Could it be that catching pirates is now popular with mouths? It's this guy. Good job this guy. Double Knife Yugabi was the first to react, and he pointed his finger at Doug in horror, and his tone of voice began to tremble uncontrollably. Don't give him the chance to speak again. His words can affect the minds of others. After Shuangdeo Yujia's explanation, everyone finally reacted. Doug secretly said, "No, it was discovered." Buff aura of deterrent on all pirates. The pirates, who had finally reacted, had another meal. Taking advantage of this last gap, Doug continued to stretch out his hand to launch the last "Can you give me a face? Can you save face?" All the pirates threw their weapons to the ground and then continued to kneel down with their hands and heads in surrender. Jingling. There was that familiar voice. Just like last time, more than 30 pirates threw all their weapons on the deck, then knelt down and hugged their heads and shouted surrender. Seeing such a scene, Maka's eyes seemed to have spewed out flames. Now, without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the two long knives in his hand and rushed towards Doug. Despicable Marine, I want your life. Doug hurriedly used the movement technique of flying clouds and flowing water to avoid the two long knives that were swung over. By the way, he also threw Maka a few times. The gaze of the strong. However, the results obtained are not so ideal. Just like what he did with Momonga Rear Admiral before, the opponent's movements only hesitated for a few seconds at most and then quickly returned to normal. And looking at Doug's eyes is full of caution. At the same time, at the moment when Doug and the two fought, everyone on the deck of the ship also moved at the same time. Double Knife Yugia went up to hold Lieutenant Colonel Tina just as expected, scuffled with the recruits on Doug's side. Due to the huge reduction in the number of pirate minions, everyone has the group negative buff given by Doug. Recruits under Doug, and they were actually at a disadvantage. Chapter 55. The Power of Language. After several fights, neither Doug nor Marka got any advantage from the other. Without the attribute blessing of cool dance, Doug's strength and speed have plummeted, which is completely different from the strength when he first dropped the pirate leader. On the other hand, Maka was not much better, with two negative buffs of deterrence and forced gaze on his body, and his strength and speed were not as good as usual. However, if you practice kendo all year round, even if your speed and strength are limited, you can still use some skills to make up for it. After several fights, Marka found that Doug was not as strong as Yuja described. In addition to the powerful movement technique and the strange fruit ability, whether it is strength or speed, it is not weaker than himself. He began to wonder how his brother could be defeated by Doug. The same is true on Doug's side. All his current attacks can't help Marka. His normal Deo strength is only 410. If you are facing a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions of Baileys, it is better to say something, but facing a swordsman who is close to 200 million, his shortcomings in various attributes are very good. Been manifested. Look at the sword. Can't he be used? Because this is a skill that is forced to attract everyone's attention, and Doug can't guarantee that when he activates the skill, Marine will not be twisted and broken. As for the attack special effect Earthcrack and the weapon special effect Lame, he also did not dare to use it. These two skills, as long as one of them is not well controlled, it may result in the destruction of the ship. Tina is a Devil Fruit power user, and even Doug himself is a nominal Devil Fruit power user. If the two fell into the water at the same time, the scene would immediately develop to the worst situation, unless Doug reveals that he is not a Devil Fruit person. In this case, after this incident, a lot of troubles will come to him, so Doug can only pin his hopes on "Can you give me some face?" This new skill, while using the movement technique of flying clouds and flowing water to evade Maka's increasingly fierce attacks, Doug repeated over and over again, "Can you save face?" Wanted Marka to drop his weapon and kneel down to surrender, but after more than 10 rounds of tests, "Can you give me some face?" just like it didn't work on Maka. Pulling a distance, Maka, the corpse crusher, looked at Doug panting and sneered, "Don't waste your words. Your ability to control your mind doesn't work for me. I was afraid of your strength before, but after fighting with you a few times, apart from your strange movement and strange pressure. You don't really have any special skills at all. Jia described it so well. Doug, who distanced himself, ignored Maka, who was constantly taunting, and once again launched "Can you save face?" skill. Can you give me some face? Throw all the weapons on the ground, kneel down and put your head in your hands and surrender. I told you it didn't work for me. Roaring in a low voice, the corpse crusher Maka once again slashed head-on with the two long knives in his hands. Fuck. Doug's face was a little ugly. He didn't think "Can you give me some face?" The trigger rate of the skill is actually so low for Maka. It has been swiped almost 20 times in a row, and it has not been triggered even once. Sure enough, in the face of a powerful enemy, the trigger rate will be lower. The probability of this skill is mainly affected by your own reputation, the psychological pressure of the other party, the strength between the two, and the rationality of the suggestion. But Doug has almost no reputation so far. His strength is also inferior to Marka, and the pressure on the opponent is minimal. The only factor that can improve his skill probability now is the rationality of the suggestion. Now that their marine side is in the upper hand against the pirates, it stands to reason that their suggestion should be considered reasonable. The probability of triggering is not completely absent, but swiping dozens of times in a row made Doug doubt it. Why don't you try a slightly more reasonable suggestion? Doug smashed away the double swords that Mocker had slashed with his knife, and at the same time gave up the useless suggestion of brushing it a dozen times in a row. He stretched out his hand, looked at Maka, and said again, "Can you save face? Throw away one of your knives and fight me with only one knife." As soon as Doug's voice fell, Marka, who was about to rush over again, suddenly froze. A white light flashed in his pupils, and then he regained clarity. Marka's eyes stared straight at Doug, and then he spoke bluntly. "Okay." Marka threw the long knife in his left hand to the ground, and then just raised the knife in his right hand and rushed towards Doug. Ouch. There is a play. Doug's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. If you replace it with a relatively small suggestion, the probability of triggering the skill will be greatly improved. This has only been tried once, and the place has been tricked. Maka, what are you doing? Pick up your weapon soon. If you lose, we will all be caught by them. Yuja, who occasionally watched the battle here, was frightened by Marka's sudden action and broke into a cold sweat. While holding the scraper against the black gunshot from Lieutenant Colonel Tina's hands, he shouted at Maka, the corpse smasher on Doug's side. However, I was greeted with "Can you give me a face?" Maka, who was influenced by his skills, obviously did not intend to buy his account. He answered Yuga's words with a very confident tone. "Don't worry, he is not as powerful as you said. Even if I only use a knife, I can defeat him." After hearing Marka's answer, Yuja almost vomited blood out of anger. "Do you think our current situation can still let you have a good time? Use your brain to think about it. Quickly pick up the weapon on the ground, kill that guy, and then come and help me." The pressure on Yuji's side is not small. Is considered a supernova at Marine headquarters, has long surpassed that of a lieutenant colonel. The full state may not be Lieutenant Colonel Tina's opponent, but that was put on a layer of negative state by Doug. During the period of the fight, he was constantly suppressed by Tina, and at most he was barely able to defend, and would not be defeated by Tina in a short time. "I don't want you to think, I just want me to think. You wait for a while, I'll immediately use the long knife in my hand to hack the guy in front of me to death. Fuck you in $*% and double knife." Yuji was so angry at the words of the corpse crusher Maka that she couldn't speak clearly. This guy was obviously planning to say something else. Doug frowned and Vivi frowned, then took the time to reach out to Yuji with two knives and said, "Can you give me some face? Skill, can you show me some face?" "Shut your stinky mouth, young man, careless about the battle on our side, and also throw away a weapon in your hand, and then continue to fight Lieutenant Colonel Tina." Doug's words made Shuangdeo, Yuji and Tina stunned almost at the same time. Tina was just about to say to Doug, "Fight well, don't be whimsical," but the next second she was slapped in the face by Yuji's reaction. "Okay." Double knife. Yuga Baitana took the lead in shouting out, threw the scraper in her hand to the ground, abandoned a weapon of his own. Chapter 56. Hit people to hit the key points. If the corpse crusher Maka was just because he had the upper hand, he was arrogant and underestimated the enemy. At this time, what Yuji did with the two knives really surprised Tina. From the start of the battle, the two fought, and Yuji, who was always being beaten by Tina, was pressed and beaten by Tina the whole time. After listening to Doug's advice, he actually gave up one of his own weapons. Does Doug's words really have the power to control people's hearts? Tina's face turned pale with shock, and she wondered if she had been subtly controlled by Doug, but soon she rejected the idea that suddenly rose from her mind. Not to mention that he has always maintained a clear state. Doug seems to have only asked himself for one thing so far. It was the time she danced on the deck to stop the shells coming from the pier. At other times, I rarely chat with Doug, let alone promise her anything. Go back to the scene where Tina fights Yuji with the double sword. Originally, the double knife Yuji had been suppressed and beaten beaten by Tina, but now she suddenly lost a scraper and her original sharp knife skills were greatly reduced. In just 2 minutes, the double knife Yujiya was beaten by Tina, bleeding all over her body, and she was almost unable to stand still. It has completely turned into a unilateral hammer that was pressed to the ground by Tina. But it is such a situation, but Yujiya with double knives has no intention of picking up the scraper that was thrown on the ground just now. Just using the only scraper in his hand, he stubbornly resisted Tina's attack. What a terrible ability. While Tina continued to attack the double knife Yujiya, she sighed at Doug's mind-controlling effect. And Doug here, Maka, who lost a weapon, also gradually fell behind. However, his skills are obviously much higher than that of Yujiya, and the damage he suffered was only some skin trauma. Since eating the sweetness, Doug has swiped on Marka 7 or 8 times in a row. Can you give me some face skill? But just like before, Marka didn't buy Doug's account again, and even started to mock Doug's whimsy during the period, maybe with a smaller suggestion for the skill to work again. As he continued to test, Doug seemed to have discovered the law of the use of this skill. If you really understand this skill according to your own ideas, then the advice Doug wants next is very likely to be triggered again. Doug jumped back to keep a safe distance from Makara, and then reached out to activate the skill. Can you save face? You stand there without moving or resisting. How about letting me punch you? Really? As he expected, Maka immediately stopped the attack in his hand and spoke with a look of disdain. Okay, even if I stand still, how can I let you punch? You still can't escape the fate of losing to me. Good. Doug seems to already know how to use this skill. He walked up to Marka eagerly, and Marka really stood there straight as he told him, without resisting, exposing every part of his body to Doug's sight. Doug's advice is to only hit one punch, so that the probability of success will be the highest, but he did not express where the punch was. This is the same as the word drill. The system would never guess to what extent his host could use the skills it gave him. Doug himself clearly understood that with his current Deo strength value of 410, even if a punch hits a pirate with a bounty of nearly 200 million, it will basically not have much effect. But don't forget one point, all men will have a fatal part. Doug stared at the disdainful corpse man Maka with a smirk. I thought in my mind was you go crazy, I'll make you look good in a while. When Doug thought about this suggestion, he had already decided where he would play later. He stretched out his right hand to gather strength and then stared at a certain position on Marka's body. Marka had already felt where Doug was going to hit him at this time, but subject to can you give me some face, the effect of the skill, he can only stand still at this moment, all the body up and down, all exposed to Doug's eyes. Sweat streaks kept coming out of Marka's forehead, but even so, he couldn't raise the slightest idea of wanting to avoid the punch. Just like that, Doug's full-strength punch hit Marka between his legs under his nose. An unprecedented pain instantly drowned Marka completely. The sound of broken eggs sounded again. Marka went down the same path as his brother Mata. Yujiya, who lost a weapon, was finally defeated in Tina's hands, and was tightly chained by black iron rings, and she no longer had the ability to resist. Tina, who had done all this, just planned to turn back to help Doug, who was in a hard fight. But as soon as she turned to look at Doug, she was stunned by the sight in front of her. The corpse crusher Maka is now lying on the splint with his legs clamped, his hands covering his crotch, tears all over his face, twisting and twisting painfully on the deck. Since Tina was doing her best to deal with the double knife Yujiya just now, she didn't notice what happened next on Doug's side. However, the current performance of the corpse crusher Maka is obviously the same as the double knife Yujiya, and has lost any resistance. Although there are many doubts in his heart, the battle is not over yet. Tina and Doug cooperated with each other and knocked down all the remaining pirates on the boat in 3 or 2 strokes. At this time, their battle with the double blade pirates was truly over. Tina walked slowly to Maka, who had completely fainted, and said to Doug suspiciously, "Tina, can't believe it. You actually brought down the corpse man Maka. Didn't you still have a disadvantage when I saw you before? How did you do it?" Doug turned to look at the calm sea with a melancholy expression on his face. "Because I chose the place to hit the most vulnerable part of a man's body." Tina. Doug's words reminded Tina of the disgusting and hot-eyed scene in Shanfeng Town. Then I thought of the distorted and strange posture of the corpse crusher Maka falling. She successfully responded. Tina's pretty face turned red with a poof. She turned her head and glared at Doug fiercely, then lowered her head to the ground with a soft bah and cursed obscene. Doug was in an inexplicable state of confusion the whole time. "This is obviously what you want to ask me," I answered truthfully, and glared at me, calling me obscene. Cut. Another guy who is bound by moral thoughts completely different from himself, a good young man who has received modern education and social influence. Isn't it a matter of course to hit people? Girls should have heard from their mothers when they were young. Doug doesn't care how Tina sees his way of fighting, he just needs to defeat his opponent in the most efficient way. What is the final result? Isn't it the most important thing? thing. Chapter 57 Return to Shanfengtown. Although Tina is not ashamed of Doug's way of fighting but relying on his ability, he can successfully arrest the Double Blade Pirates and the Bloodwater Pirates. This is a fact that is nailed to the iron plate. Recruits in Doug's hands have hardly suffered any major damage because of his strange ability. 40 people faced more than 100 pirates and only 10 people were slightly injured. This is a feat that has never happened in the entire history of recruit battles at Marine headquarters. Tina had all kinds of fantasies in her heart. At the same time, using the power of his devil fruit, he tied the corpse smasher Maka like a double knife yuga. Fearing that Maka, the corpse shredder, would die from a severe injury, Doug contacted the military doctor and asked him to check the wound of the corpse shredder Maka. This kind of action was another saliva from Tina. After confirming that Maka was not in danger, Doug instructed the Marines to keep Maka and the previous Mata together. It was a reunion of the two pirate groups who had formed an alliance, and Doug's first mission also came to a successful conclusion here. Now you just need to pull the boat of the Double Blade Pirates and return to the island in Shanfengtown. Hand these pirate minions and a few small cotters to the branch for custody. As for Shuangdeo Yojia and the two brothers of the Bloodwater Pirates, the three of them, Doug, still need to take them back to the headquarters. In addition to handing over the tasks they have completed, the headquarters has to interrogate them why they formed an alliance and the main reasons for their sudden rush to the Red Continent. After all, the alliance of these two pirates could not be aimed at the one in Lista Irene's hand, the sharp knife 21, Frost and Snow. Although the famous sword is good, one is obviously not enough for the three of them, so the real reason why they formed an alliance and rushed to the Red Continent together has not surfaced so far. Of course, Doug doesn't need to care about these brainy things. These are things that only the upper-level leaders at the headquarters need to study. He is still a shrimp in the marine, working hard to complete the orders given by his superiors, and sending the best tasks from the system is his top priority. It has been 10 days since I returned to Shanfengtown for the second time. Towing a boat that was half-beaten by Lieutenant Colonel Tina greatly reduced their speed. Even Doug's attempt to drive the boat to increase the speed of return was rejected by everyone in unison. Obviously there is a way to move at high speed, but I don't need it. This kind of mentality makes Doug very incomprehensible. If you let him drive the boat, Doug promises that even if there is a broken boat behind him, he can still feel like flying, and it only takes at most 2 days for them to successfully reach Shanfengtown. However, the non-negotiable attitude of everyone made him give up the idea of sailing. By the time Doug and his warships approached the pier in Shanfengtown again, the houses in the town were almost repaired. Was crowded with people on both sides of the pier, except for Marine who came to greet Doug and his party. Those are the residents of Mountain Peak Township. They learned from the local navy that Doug and the others had wiped out the pirate group that had attacked the town before. All excitedly ran to the dock to greet Doug and the others. On the way to escort the pirates back to the branch, they applauded and brought flowers along the way. Whether it's for Doug or the recruits who just completed the task alone, both physically and psychologically, they have been greatly satisfied. There's even a nice feeling of being a sailor. After all, this is a special treatment that marine heroes can only enjoy. But for the residents of Shanfengtown, Doug and his team are really the heroes who pulled them up from the brink of hell. So they completely thought that Doug and his party were qualified to accept this kind of treatment. The most obvious thing is not to see the sea soldiers in Shanfengtown, right? Strictly speaking, their gathering here is considered an illegal gathering, but none of the surrounding Marines meant to stop them, obviously tacitly acquiesced in their attitude towards Doug and his party. The tasks handed over by the pirates are very simple. Let a group of seamen in Shanfengtown be handcuffed one by one and take them to the cell. For these ordinary pirates, there is no need to put them in the deep sea prison. Impel down, impel down. In order to avoid overcrowding in the deep sea prison the pirates housed there are all vicious criminals with high bounties. Just like the two swords Yojia and the two brothers of the Bloodwater Pirates, such vicious criminals are qualified to be imprisoned in the deep sea prison. It is indeed worth choosing a place to live. In the world of pirates, even going to jail depends on personal identity. The grading is very serious. Marine's headquarters, Marineford, after handing over the pirates and the ship of the Double Blade Pirates. However, they couldn't resist the friendly invitation of a group of townspeople. Lieutenant Colonel Tina also seemed to be infected by this relaxed atmosphere and thought that this was the first time Doug and the group of recruits had completed their mission. The same banquet was initiated by the commoners who had been helped by them, so it was a rare time to agree to this invitation. After receiving the agreement of the accompanying officers, Doug and his gang of men, recruit, were about to jump for joy. Since Doug traveled to the world of pirates, his food was basically arranged either in a military cafeteria or a hotel package. The only time I ate the food of the commoners was when I took Jabra and a few of them to hide hide in a small house and ate it secretly. This is the first time he has participated in an event like this, where there are banquets all over the town, free meals, and unlimited supply. Although Doug doesn't have a stomach like a bottomless pit like Luffy's, Doug can also eat an entire street, eating a little bit of each food, and he can eat it just by tasting it. Broken belly. During the banquet, Doug learned from the town doctor, Lista Aaron, who was rescued by them, has gone to sea, as he said. She seemed to be completely relieved, and the painful emotions seemed to have been forgotten by her. On the third day, Doug and the others left Mountain Peak Town. Lista Irene used the money she sorted out to buy a small sailboat and set sail. Before leaving, she said goodbye to most of the residents of Shanfeng Town. From what Lista Irene said, she seems to have determined her future plans and made a series of strict plans before deciding to set sail for the sea. Lista Irene was finally able to look away, and Sparrow Doug was very relieved. This girl has endured too much pain, from the happiest person in the world to having nothing before. If it were an ordinary girl hiding in a dark corner, crying silently, or even committing suicide would be commonplace. Now, by Doug's remarks, he has regained hope for life. Doug raised his head and looked at the night sky silently. I hope she can find a new family in this boundless sea. Chapter 58. Fun outside the window. Correct. If Lista Aaron buys a boat and goes out to sea, she should pursue her own kendo. Logically speaking, he wouldn't be a pirate. After all, her home is strictly speaking destroyed by the pirates. If she hates pirates, then Lista Aaron has a high chance of becoming a bounty hunter. Sustain their travel by catching pirates. Zoro, who just went to sea, he is also holding one of the 21 large sharp knives. But Lista Aaron is obviously much higher than Zoro's starting point. After all, it is a swordsman who can fight back and forth with Yojiya with 2 swords from the time he goes out to sea. With her strength, I believe that she will soon become a famous swordsman overseas. Looking forward to the scene of meeting her again. The banquet in Mountain Peak Town was said to last for 3 days and 3 nights, just like Luffy and the others held a banquet in the town. But Doug and the others obviously didn't have so much time to stay here. After all, they still have their main task to report back to Marineford. So in the early morning of the next day, Doug and Tina and the others said goodbye to the residents of the town. In this way, Doug's warship slowly sailed out of the island under the grateful eyes of all the residents of Shanfeng Town. On the way back to the voyage, the waves were calm, and there was no pirate who was not afraid of death to provoke like before. After 13 days of sailing, they successfully arrived at the Island of Justice. Then continue to enter the Gate of Justice, take the special ocean current under the jurisdiction of Marine, and return to Marine headquarters, Marineford. After an hour and a half sailing, Doug's warship successfully docked at Marineford's military pier. Tina and Doug's group escorted Yojiya with 2 knives and 2 brothers from the Bloodwater pirates off the warship. Then they were handed over to the group of people in the operation department, because it is their task to extract information from the mouths of the pirates. After completing the series of procedures required to hand over the prisoners, Doug and Tina went straight to Marshal Sengoku's office. Inside Marshal Marine's office, Sengoku was looking at Doug and Tina with a look of relief. From Lieutenant Colonel Tina's report, he learned about Doug's glorious record in this mission. Not only did the task assigned the 2 knife Yojiya be arrested and brought to justice, but he also gave the Bloodwater pirates with a total reward of 400 million to a pot. According to Lieutenant Colonel Tina's report, the 2 brothers of the Bloodwater pirates were actually defeated by Doug alone, and even the successful arrest of the double knife Yojiya also had his share. This was far beyond Sengoku's expectations. It looks like your strength is improving faster than I thought. Sengoku looked at Doug with a look of relief, making no secret of his intention to cultivate Doug with all his might. Lieutenant Colonel Tina, who was listening the whole time, showed an expression that was as expected. After Doug heard Sengoku's words, he smiled humbly, and did not forget to pat Sengoku's ass. By the way, this is because Marshal Sengoku taught me well. If the Marshal hadn't invited teachers to guide me, I wouldn't be where I am today. Sengoku laughed happily after hearing Doug's flattery. Tina, who was listening to the conversation between the two, rolled her eyes. This was the first time she saw someone flattering Marshal Sengoku like this, and that serious Sengoku actually listened to Doug's flattery. Sure enough, he stayed at the headquarters for a long time and fell behind. Tina suddenly seemed to know the real reason why the task on her head fell on Doug. After the joke, Sengoku changed back to his serious expression. He let Doug take a good look at the headquarters during this period and let him not go anywhere. It is said that because he overfulfilled the task, he will soon have higher merits assigned to him, so during this period he must be on standby at the headquarters at any time. Lieutenant Colonel Tina did the same, and Sengoku told her not to run around during this period. She also has her share of the credit for arresting the Double Blade pirates and the Bloodwater pirates. In this way, Sparrow Doug's name quickly spread throughout the Marine headquarters. Let people who didn't know Doug's name remember him at this time. A new major just leading a recruit team gave 2 pirate groups with a total bounty of 500 million to one pot. This made many people begin to wonder what kind of person Major Sparrow Doug was. There were even a lot of fans who didn't even know Doug came out. And these things, Doug doesn't know a thing, because he has followed Sengoku's orders since he returned from Marshal Sengoku's office. Don't go anywhere except for morning exercises and meals in the morning, noon, and evening. He never left his dormitory and hid in his room all day to refresh the NPC dungeon. After squatting for 4 days in a row, it was enough to satisfy the appetite of the group of marine fans outside. In the end, I was really curious. On the afternoon of the 4th day, 7 or 8 sailors who were filled with curiosity found his dormitory by constantly asking about Doug. In order not to disturb the idle Doug's rest time and satisfy their curiosity at the same time, the 7 or 8 marines planned to peek inside the idol in their hearts just outside the window of Doug's room. In this way, several sailors made an appointment to come not far from Doug's dormitory. But before they got close to Doug's window, they heard happy music wafting from the room. "You are my little apple, I can't love you too much, the little red face warms my heart, light up the fire of my life, it's so hot." Everyone, 7 or 8 fancy soldiers, were stunned when they heard the music. They looked at each other, and after confirming their eyes, they slowly moved closer to Doug's window. After several people confirmed at the same time, the music actually wafted out of their idol's room. Not only that, but through the window, they also discovered that the idol they had always admired seemed to be dancing awkwardly in their room at this time. And it's a very embarrassing and eye-catching dance. And this weird musical sound seems to come from the bodies of their idols. The few people whose 3 views were greatly impacted were not able to ease for a while. One of the young sailors bumped his comrade with his elbow and confirmed to him in a low voice, "Are we really not going wrong?" The guy who danced was the major who grabbed the bounty total, over $500 million. The sailor who was asked wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and answered helplessly, "There should be no mistake. The one who danced in the dormitory was the Major Sparrow Doug. I once heard that he used dancing as a warm-up exercise in the martial arts arena. He had to do it before the battle to show himself full strength." Chapter 59. Rumors of Neurosis. Warm up in the dormitory. Could it be that Major Doug is planning to do something after dancing? Could it be that he has agreed with someone? Where will they learn from each other afterward? One of the sailors suddenly thought of this possibility. Maybe it is. After listening to the sailor's words, several others thought it was quite reasonable. After all, they have heard others say that Doug once challenged 10 lieutenant colonels in a row in the martial arts arena, and they all won. If they really want to learn from others, their visit this time to Peep is not in vain. So they all began to be patient and wait for Doug to finish the dance. The 3.5-minute dance was quickly over. However, what many expected did not happen. The first time Doug stopped dancing, he climbed onto his bed, then closed his eyes and fell asleep immediately. The word sleep in seconds is reflected most vividly. Marines, what's the situation? Wasn't that just a preparatory exercise you did during battle? Why did the style of painting suddenly change sharply and it turned into a bedtime exercise? And isn't it morning? Go to bed soon after having breakfast. A lot of question marks filled the heads of several people at the scene. The image of Doug that was originally tall in the minds of several people suddenly became a little shorter. Did we misunderstand? Want to wait and see? But it's all gone to sleep. 7 or 8 sailors whispered outside the window, and their opinions were not unified at all. After a while, 15 minutes of noise passed. Just when the few people were chatting, a pleasant musical sound came to their ears again. Several people looked through the window again and saw that Doug, who fell asleep in seconds, had stood up at this time, folded his hands together, and danced like a horse riding posture. Everyone. The music went on for nearly 4 more minutes, and Doug was still the same as last time. At the moment when the music and dance ended, he crawled into his bed, then closed his eyes and fell asleep for the second time. The few sailors who saw the scene said nothing at this time, and then waited outside Doug's window for nearly an hour and a half. Then a few of them discovered Doug's law. Almost every 15 minutes, Doug would get out of bed and do a dance by himself. After about 5 minutes of awkward dancing, Doug would immediately lie down and go to sleep, and so on after that. Every 20 minutes counts as a round. In this way, during the hour and a half they stayed behind, they all watched Major Doug dance 5 dances at least, and each dance was different. It was only an hour and a half later, Doug led the recruit team to capture the glorious image of more than 500 million pirates with a total bounty of more than 500 million. The youngest sailor glanced at his companion and then said, "I suddenly felt that being a marine star chaser is not a good thing." "Well, I feel the same way." After hearing this, several other people also agreed, one after another. "Sneaking to watch idols or something. It's better to go back to training and strive to become famous soon." sooner. Yes, then why don't you go back to training now? Yes, let's go. With one person taking the lead, the others slowly retreated. Calm returned to Doug's window again, and soon only the occasional sound of music came from Doug's room. Marines in the dormitory, they were already used to Doug dancing awkwardly in the room alone. Doug's current life trajectory is becoming more and more strange in the new generation of Marines. Almost everyone knew of such a lunatic major. Doug didn't even know in his dreams that he had spent the past few days dancing and playing in the arena, and the rumors about him outside were simply being brushed up. And the most incredible thing is that before his support fan group was really established, he was embarrassed by a few dances, and there was no need for rescue. In the end, it was not until the 5th Days Awards conference, when Doug showed up to attend the awards ceremony, that everyone saw this monster newcomer who saw the dragon but not the tail for the second time. Of course, the rumors about him at this time have been completely silenced. A large part of this reason is from Sengoku's handwriting. He finally found a potential talent which has not yet been cultivated to become a good example for young Marines. But he can't be the first to be ruined by gossip that came out of nowhere. Of course, if you let Sengoku know where these gossips come from, it will definitely make the person who spread the rumors run away. Marshal Sengoku never imagined that the person who ruined Doug's reputation was actually Doug himself. Now all of Doug's scandals are due to his crazy actions. Back to the awards ceremony. Because Doug led the recruit team, 2 notorious vicious pirates were arrested and brought to justice at one time, and their total bounty was as high as 500 million. So this is a big achievement, allowing Doug, who was still a major, to be directly promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel. All of a sudden, it became an equal relationship with Lieutenant Colonel Tina. As for Lieutenant Colonel Tina, although she also got the merits she deserved, she was far from the requirement of being promoted to colonel immediately. Doug's rocket-like promotion speed made all Marines in the audience amazed. In less than 3 months, he was promoted from a seaman first class to a Marine lieutenant colonel. Without any special promotion, the rumor of the strongest backdoor king is self-defeating. Everyone knows that Doug's current achievements are all based on his own strength. This broke the Marine headquarters, the fastest promotion in decades. This made everyone think that although Lieutenant Colonel Doug had a little brain, his ability was indeed a real existence. Before he knew it, Doug's reputation slowly began to rise after the promotion meeting. At noon on the 3rd day after the promotion meeting, Marshal Sengoku summoned Doug, saying that he had something to do. Ouch. Sengoku actually took the initiative to find himself. Is it because of the previous incident with the Bloodwater pirates? He saw his abilities and planned to issue a new mission to me. Doug trotted excitedly all the way to Sengoku's office. Last time Marshal Sengoku released a task to him, it didn't trigger the system's task release. But later, after he learned about the existence of the Bloodwater pirates and the bounty, he successfully triggered the system to issue a new task. Combined, these two things gave Doug a new guess about the probability of the system releasing a mission. The probability of externally triggering the task is directly related to Doug's own strength and the difficulty of the task itself. Chapter 60, Special Mission from Sengoku. The Double Blade Pirates are not small, and their total bounty has exceeded 100 million baileys. For the initial stage of the Great Route, it is also a very difficult pirate group. At least the General Major and the Lieutenant Colonel would basically walk around after they met. Even if not, several warships must be assembled to compete with it. But for Doug, whose Deo strength value has reached 410, he can't feel any pressure from the over 100 million pirates. This is without using too many system skills. This kind of unchallenging task the system will naturally not admit, let alone give any task reward. The fundamental reason why the system directly ignores the task given by Sengoku. Now Doug has shown his strength. With the power of one person, leading a recruit team, he successfully defeated a large pirate group with a total bounty of 400 million. Lieutenant Colonel Tina, who was an accompanying officer, said that he did not interfere in Doug's battle. The ability to arrest the Bloodwater pirates mainly depends on Doug's strength and his judgment. The extremely high results, coupled with the extremely high evaluation of the accompanying officers Sengoku will send him after, that can never be as simple as before. Otherwise, it is a bull's knife to kill chickens, which is the ability to bury Doug. This will have no effect on Doug's future growth. Coming to Sengoku's office, as expected by Doug, he is ready to give him a new task. Marshal Sengoku has always wanted to train Doug quickly. Even Doug himself can feel this. Sengoku got up and walked to Doug's side, patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Doug, when I wasn't in a hurry before, I can only now congratulate you on your promotion to Lieutenant Colonel. This is the training that the Marshal has given me, and the trust that the headquarters has given me. Wear 1,000 clothes. Don't flatter yourself." If only a few words could gain the favor of Marshal Sengoku, then Doug wouldn't mind filming him once a day to get a better deal deal at Marine HQ. As a modern person who has traveled from the Earth, he is well aware of how significant the impact of leadership's optimism on workplace work is. If he can get Marshal Sengoku's favorability to the full level, he will know everything about Marine, and he can still understand most things from Sengoku's mouth. Not to mention any going tasks in the future. Sengoku will definitely think of himself for the first time. Perhaps because of Doug's recent performance, Sengoku's appetite for Sengoku has become more and more obvious. If they didn't know that Doug was a new monster who was transferred from the branch, the others would even wonder if Doug had any kinship with Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku asked Doug to come to his office this time, and it was indeed related to the task to be assigned to him next. With the seriousness of his work, he spoke to Doug. Doug, I have seen your personal and team leader abilities before, plus you have stayed in the headquarters for the past few days to cultivate. I believe you are ready for the next task, right? Doug was so excited after hearing that. It's a military salute. Always be ready. Very good. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned and sat back at his desk, then pushed a large stack of reward orders to Doug's, and continued to speak. Do you remember the initial movements of the Double Sword Pirates and the Bloodwater Pirates you arrested? Doug recalled and tried to answer. The starting point of the Great Route, the Red Earth continent. Marshal Sengoku nodded. That's right, that's where they're going. Doug heard Sengoku's affirmation. He suddenly remembered an idea that Lieutenant Colonel Tina had speculated before, and then asked in surprise, do they really want to go to a certain area of the Four Seas? It seems that you have already guessed more than half of it without me saying it. Marshal Sengoku affirmed Doug's guess and expressed his satisfaction that Doug could guess such a result. Doug deservedly received the praise that Lieutenant Colonel Tina deserved. Now we can basically be sure. East Blue. In the sea area where you were born, there are many great pirates on the Great Route heading to the Southeast Sea area. Why? Doug looked surprised. Sengoku shook his head slightly and spoke helplessly. We don't yet know the real reason for this, because it seems to be only circulated among a few pirates. As Sengoku spoke, he reached out and tapped the few bounties that had been piled up in front of Doug just now. So far, 10 pirate groups have successfully passed through the Red Earth continent and arrived at the East Blue Sea area. Doug's eyes widened immediately after hearing this. It's worth it. Big pirate group of 10 Great Routes has now gone to the weakest sea area of East Blue, which is recognized by the world. This will be an unprecedented catastrophe for the residents of East Blue. Then should we hurry up and send more warships to capture those pirates? That's the only solution Doug can think of right now. Sengoku shook his head after hearing Doug's answer and continued. So far, those pirates have not done much in East Blue. They are basically drifting at sea. If we send a large number of warships to East Blue to capture them, it is very likely that we will be shocked. Our purpose is not as simple as arresting those pirates, but to gain a deeper understanding of why they suddenly did this. Sengoku said this. His eyes became a little dangerous. As far as I suspect, someone must be making big moves behind these pirates. If it is not handled properly, this may impact the entire sea. Not necessarily. My God, so serious? Doug was taken aback by what Sengoku said. The straightforward world of pirates has started a conspiracy theory. This made Doug a little uncomfortable, but he soon realized that the real reason Sengoku called him to the office must have something to do with the things he said. The marshal called me here for this, right? Yeah. Sengoku nodded, and then Gate of Opening said directly, because you were recently promoted to the position of Lieutenant Colonel. In order not to startle the forces behind this, my plan is for you to lead the team to East Blue and arrest the 10 pirates. Ding dong. As Marshal Sengoku's voice fell, the voice he had been waiting for a long time finally sounded in Doug's mind. Chapter 61. The Great Netcast. Have it. The system has released the task. An excited look appeared on Doug's face. Sure enough, as he expected, the system acknowledged the task given by Sengoku this time. Since the conversation is still ongoing, Doug can't open the system to check carefully, but there is a great deal of confidence that a new mission has been released, and it must be what Sengoku is talking about now. Sengoku saw that Doug hadn't rejected his proposal, and he had a look of excitement on his face. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that I was a soldier I brought out, never retreating in the face of difficulties. The more Doug was like this, the more Sengoku favored him. After confirming that Doug didn't mean to refuse, Sengoku continued, if you really do this next mission, then you will have to face several pirate groups, and you will be drifting at sea for a long time. Doug nodded as he listened to Sengoku's explanation, indicating that he was mentally prepared. But don't worry too much. Perhaps afraid that Doug thought this mission was too difficult, Sengoku tried to give Doug a more detailed explanation. I have carefully checked the several pirate groups that returned to East Blue from the Great Route this time. At present, there is no pirate group that is more dangerous than the Bloodwater Pirates. So if you are a pirate one by one, if the regiment dealt with it alone, it was basically able to handle handle it. Then what should I do if the forces behind you mentioned suddenly attack? Doug suddenly thought of the situation. Hearing Doug's question, Sengoku immediately gave him a Valium shot. You can rest assured, whether it's East Blue, the Great Root, and the New World, we are monitoring all threatening large-scale pirate groups in real time. If they have any strange movements, we will take measures as soon as possible. The way to deal with it when the task on your side can be withdrawn immediately. Oh, Doug showed an expression of sudden realization. He only now understood the nature of his mission. Doug going to East Blue was not to catch those pirates who suddenly ran over, but to use it as a bait to test the forces behind them. After all, Doug, strictly speaking, was just an ordinary officer who was promoted to lieutenant colonel. Outside forces do not pay too much attention to him. He went back to East Blue to catch the pirates, and the forces behind them wouldn't care too much about him. Doug can use this to quickly clean up those pirates when they reacted. If they wanted to stop Doug from sabotaging their plan, they had to arrange to do something on Doug's side immediately. At this time, it was time for the Marine headquarters to close the network, because the more cautious the forces behind it, the smaller the scale of their dispatch. As long as they grasp their actions, Marine can immediately deploy high-end combat power, and then divide them out to deal with Doug's team and take it out. If you catch a big character, you can even issue a new challenge letter to the forces behind it. The time and place of the battle will all be decided by Marine. This becomes a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, if the forces behind him are out of line and let him sabotage his plans, Marine will not suffer either. Although they can't fight, it is also a big achievement to completely destroy the opponent's plan. Doug, who knew the whole plan, couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Marshal Sengoku is indeed the most intelligent chess general in the entire Marine. Even if it is hit by other forces, it can still cast a big net that covers the sky and the sun. In the whole plan, the other party was eaten to death by him. There is also the last counter-suppression plan, which is exactly the same as the plan to capture Ace and then start the top war. It seems that Marshal Sengoku has actually prepared a long time ago, and plans to attack all forces on the Great Root. He has been waiting for an opportunity. As long as such an opportunity arises, he will show his fangs and bite the opponent fiercely. In the wicked era of pirates, this man tried his best to end it with his own hands, because he has seen too many things in his position. Sengoku is someone who hates this era more than anyone. Sengoku, who suddenly told himself the whole plan. Doug's heart was no less unexpected than knowing the whole process of the whole plan, because Doug knew that this was Sengoku expressing his position to him, clearly telling Doug that he was very optimistic about him. At the same time, this is not a further test of Doug. He was trying to see if he was a real sailor, as he already investigated his origins. Doug's expression was serious. His eyes were also fixed on Sengoku, and then he answered firmly, "Guaranteed to complete the mission." "Very good. My eyes really did not see the wrong person." Sengoku patted Doug on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Which pirate groups are there in East Blue? I will organize all their bounty orders and pirate group information in the next few days and hand them over to you." Doug has great confidence in Sengoku's ability to do things. Since he is going all out to cultivate himself, he will not choose to pit himself no matter what, even if it's a test for yourself. And the system has already released the task, which means that the task is still within Doug's ability. Oh, that's right. Seeing that everything that needs to be explained is almost done, Sengoku suddenly remembered something. He raised his head to look at Doug and opened his mouth with a smile. "I haven't seen that your kid has such a great personality and can attract powerful people to the headquarters." Huh? The black question mark on Doug's face. He didn't know what Sengoku was talking about. Sengoku ignored Doug, who was stunned, and continued to smile. "Now that you have your own warship, the ability to lead the team is not bad, so now you no longer need the accompanying officers to follow." Doug nodded, and Lieutenant Colonel Tina also mentioned it when he said goodbye to him. "So you still need a capable adjutant now?" Sengoku couldn't help but smile on his face. "Actually, I've already helped you choose your adjutant." I go. Could it be that Sengoku was planning to send someone to spy on him? Doug unconsciously thought to himself. After Marshal Sengoku finished speaking, he turned his head and shouted in the direction of the door, "Come in, Ensign." Just like that, under Doug's puzzled expression, the door of the office was pushed open. Then a figure familiar to him appeared in front of Doug, black and straight, with a delicate and pretty face, a pure white military uniform, and a long snow-white knife stuck in his waist. Doug recognized the man at a glance. "Lista Aaron." Lista Aaron turned to Doug Viviesho, then spoke softly. "Long time no see, Major Sparrow Dog." "Oh no, you should be called Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow Dog now." Chapter 62. Familiar Adjutant. We haven't seen each other for nearly a month, and now Lista Irene has changed a lot compared to before. The decadence of the past, as the residents of Shanfeng Town said, had completely disappeared from her body. Lista Aaron, who was wearing a white military uniform, was not only only refreshed but also a little more heroic than before. It looks a lot more beautiful. Sengoku saw the two of them greet each other with a look that was as expected. Lista Irene joined Marine more than 10 days ago. She was one of those newcomers who came straight to headquarters. After proving their strength and detailed personal information, she successfully joined the big family of Marine headquarters. He jumped 5 levels in a row and became an ensign in the Marine headquarters. Sengoku with a knife, saying that she was coming to Marine headquarters to find Sparrow Doug, but Sengoku was terrified. I thought it was Doug who did something bad to her, and they went to the Marine headquarters to ask for an explanation. However, after Lista Erin's patient explanation, Sengoku realized that it was Doug who saved her life and gave her the courage to live. The idea of joining Marine, from the information compiled by the personnel department as well as the stamina tested when Lista Irene became a sea soldier, Sengoku learned that Lista Irene is not an ordinary girl. Her achievements in kendo even surpassed all the majors in the headquarters, and her strength was close to that of some lieutenants. This is also the main reason why Lista Irene jumped 5 levels in a row and was directly promoted to ensign. Of course, she has a clear identity, has had a relationship with Doug, and the real purpose of her coming to the headquarters is to find Doug. This set of reasons came together to give Sengoku the idea of making her Doug's lieutenant. So Sengoku tried to bring up this plan in front of Lista Erin. Basically, without much hesitation, Lista Erin thought for a while before agreeing to Sengoku's proposal. Promised to serve as Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow Doug's lieutenant to catch pirates at sea with him. Since Doug and Lista Erin knew each other, Sengoku didn't say much. After informing Lista Irene of what to do as an adjutant, they put the communication right into their own hands. From Sengoku's office, Doug asks Lista Erin what happened after she left Mountain Peak all the way. It turned out that Lista Irene did not go anywhere else after her injuries stabilized, but went directly to Carnival City by boat, then sold the boat and took the sea train to the vicinity of an ice lobby. Finally, transferred to the reporter's sailboat and directly arrive at Marine headquarters, Marineford, from an ice lobby. I thought you would become a pirate bounty hunter, but I didn't expect you to join Marine directly. Viviisho, who was next to Doug, listened to Doug's words. I originally planned to be a bounty hunter, but after thinking about it, it is still difficult for one person to deal with a whole pirate group, so I need a trusted partner who can entrust my back to the other party's partner. Oh, but as a pirate, can't you find a partner who can entrust your back? After listening to Doug's words, Irene's face immediately turned pale, and her eyes stared at Doug and spoke in dissatisfaction. Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow Doug, it's not like you don't know how much I hate pirates. My home and relatives were all destroyed by pirates, and you were there at the time, and you thought I would become the most hated pirate. Doug, who was stared at by Lista Irene, had a visibly stiff expression, knowing that he had brought up a topic that should not have been brought up, so he quickly made a haha. I'm not joking. Lista Erin immediately turned her face to one side and said sullenly, but the joke you're making isn't very funny. Hee. Doug scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and then began to change the subject, intending to ease the awkward atmosphere just now. So you were planning to come to headquarters to find me from the very beginning? Doug felt flattered. Beautiful girl upside down. A high level of treatment that has never been enjoyed on the modern earth. Is it possible to equip the Overlord skin with hidden attributes that increase the charm? However, Irene's next answer clearly denied Doug's guess. Of course not. Irene rejected Doug's question at once, and then began to explain rationally to him. I came to Marine headquarters just to be Marine. The branches outside are not as wide as Marine headquarters, Erin said with a firm tone, and my goal is to become a famous swordsman at sea. The life of the branch outside is too stable, and it doesn't give me a chance to experience it. But before you can become a great swordsman, you have to become a sailor. Doug let out a loud noise. Cut, Irene replied with a smile and spread out her hands. No one has stipulated that a famous swordsman cannot be a sailor. All right. Hearing what Lista Erin said, it seemed to make sense. Then how did you become my adjutant? The question is on point. Lista Erin explained. I originally planned to come to you to thank you. After all, you are my savior, and I was in a trance at that time. After you comforted me until you finally left the island, I have no real meaning. Saying thank you to you makes me feel so guilty. So you went to Marshal Sengoku to inquire about my trail? Lista Erin nodded. 10 days earlier than Doug returning to Marineford, and after searching at the Marine headquarters for a long time, she could not find Doug and Tina. Moreover, Doug's reputation in Marineford is not too great. Even if he was promoted to the position of major, not many people remember him. This time he arrested the pirates with a total bounty of more than 500 million and was promoted to lieutenant colonel. Only then did his fame gradually spread among the soldiers. Are too many Marines and officers in the headquarters. In the end, after searching for a while, I couldn't help, so Lista Irene went to Marshal Sengoku's office to to ask directly. Then there's the fact that Sengoku proposes Eren as Doug's deputy. Irene originally planned to start from the Marine base, but thought that if she was not a deputy, then she would have to stay in the headquarters for at least a whole year of training before she could go out to sea to perform tasks. A year is a very long time for Lista Irene. In addition, her own strength has almost reached a bottleneck. In addition to learning from experience in battle, using training to improve her strength can't play a significant role. After listening to Irene's explanation, Doug realized that he was being used as a tool by the other party. Is this guy really here to thank himself? Isho after listening to Doug. Since it was Lieutenant Colonel Doug who asked me to go to sea to pursue my dreams, what's wrong with making you responsible for me? Unable to refute, I felt that I was being relied on. Chapter 63, New Special Effects Rewards. The information Sengoku promised said that it would be arranged to be delivered to Doug on the fourth day. During this period, Doug and Irene arranged their own time. Irene's appearance broke Doug's status quo in the arena all day long. Every morning in the past few days, after eating, Irene will come to Doug's dormitory on time to report. It was said that if she wanted to get acquainted with the Marine headquarters and the location of the new warship, she needed a tour guide who was familiar with the place, and then she only knew Doug, so she could only ask Doug to lead the way. Along the way, Irene kept chatting and asking questions, which really blinded her cold and pretty face. A strong woman's appearance is completely inversely proportional to her personality. Of course, Doug is actually similar to her, and his appearance and personality don't match at all. Doug is still secretly glad that there is no women's business district or women's clothing store in the headquarters military area. Otherwise, I have to accompany her to familiarize myself with this kind of place, and Doug estimates that it will not take long for him to go crazy. For 4 full days, every day. Perhaps the only thing that has changed is that Irene occasionally goes to the kendo with Doug to train. In the past few days, Doug's time to brush the arena has been completely delayed, and the new dungeon has not made any progress for almost a month and a half. In addition to adding a buff to brush a copy before going to bed at night, I usually accompany Irene outside to visit the headquarters. To ask why not add buff brush all night? Because Doug tried. Harassers. He was severely criticized and fought by the dormitory, and being stuck in one place for a long time made Doug feel a heavy sense of oppression pressing down on him. The training room became less and less effective as Doug's ability improved. After half a month, Doug spent at least 80 hours in these training rooms, but the profit was only a 10-point increase in strength. The effort and the reward are totally incommensurate. This is still the achievement after the system gives 10 times the effect. Doug couldn't imagine how miserable he would look if he was training in the outside world. On the morning of the fourth day, Doug finally received the information compiled and released by Marshal Sengoku and a dozen pirates' bounties. This also shows that Doug and the others can set off at any time to perform the task given by Sengoku. Doug sorts the stack and packs it, then click on the task interface of the system. 10 medium and large pirates wandering east blue. 0/10. Introduction. If you want to be the most dazzling sea soldier, you must first be famous in the world. East blue. Mission reward. Strike special effect. Forced knock flying. Another new special effect skill, and literally, it's a pretty useful effect. However, the detailed introduction of this special effect has not been seen for the time being, so Doug is not sure whether the skill can trigger the effect of forced knock-up with every hit. Otherwise, if that's the case, then Doug will be able to cosplay the real trump card air combat that only exists in Devil May Cry in the future. If the weapon can also have knock-up special effects, then the moves of the roaming gunner in DNF can basically be imitated. Either way, Doug guessed that this blow special effect should not be a bad reward. After confirming his mission, Doug took his luggage and the information of this mission and rushed to the military pier. When Doug arrived at the warship, his men, as well as the adjutant's Lista Irene, had already boarded the warship. Doug came out of the cabin after putting his luggage away. "You guys are quite fast," John Layson replied with a smile. "Lieutenant Colonel, don't you know that the formalities for the departure of a warship are actually quite a lot? If you want to leave on time, you must apply for it several hours in advance." "So that's how it is." Doug showed an expression of sudden realization. It seems that as the top officer of this warship, he has seriously neglected his duty. But this is the first time he has actually commanded the sea, and it is normal to not understand this. Doug turned to look at John Layson, and he felt more and more like this young man. Give him a thumbs up and like. John Layson was a little flattered to be praised so directly by Doug. "You are the leader. You can say whatever you want. This is the fast-paced way of working in modern times." Doug feels that it is necessary to encourage his subordinates on time so as to motivate their enthusiasm for work, and at the same time think that working under Doug, he is the favored party. Doug complimented John. He turned to look at Lista Irene, who was covering his mouth while laughing, and asked, asked. Why did you get on the warship so early? Don't tell me you know that the warship needs to go through the formalities. I just became Marine. How do I know this? Irene gave Doug a stern look and then explained. I came earlier to choose my room on the warship. Choose a room? Erin nodded, then combed her straight hair and said, I'm a girl anyway. Unlike you big men, my private life is very neat. It's a common thing to tidy up the room in advance for a girl. Doug and John looked at each other and both felt that what Irene said made sense. Cleanliness is cleanliness, and there are a lot of reasons. Oh woman, the formalities for the warship to sail have been completed. John Layson counted the number of recruits. After confirming that no one was late, Doug issued the order to sail. Target the East Blue Sea area on the back of the Red Earth continent. As the warship slowly left the military dock, Irene, who was standing on the deck, suddenly began to look around. Doug walked up to her curiously and quipped, What's the matter? Are you looking for a time machine? What chicken? Erin is baffled by Doug's sudden question. Oh, no one understands their own stocks. It's really annoying. Doug shook his head and went straight to gate of opening. I mean, what are you looking for? This time, Irene finally understood. With a puzzled look on her face, she asked, I'm looking for Lieutenant Colonel Tina. Isn't she on deck? Why are you looking for Lieutenant Colonel Tina here? She's not on the warship. After Doug heard Erin's words, he immediately showed a strange expression. She's not on the warship? Erin was also stunned. Doug rolled her eyes at her with a speechless expression on his face. How many top executives do you think a warship can have? Oh, Irene was shocked after hearing this. I thought you were getting special treatment. Why do you think I will have special treatment? Doug suddenly felt that the new adjutant he brought was a fool. Marshal Sengoku is so optimistic about you because he sent you a mission on his own initiative. Of course I thought he would arrange the two of you on a warship. Irene's tone seemed to be stating a fact, but when Doug heard what Irene said, he almost spit out the overnight meal he ate last night. What the hell? When did I become a couple with Lieutenant Colonel Tina? After vomiting, Doug suddenly looked at Irene nervously and asked, You can't talk nonsense. If Lieutenant Colonel Tina hears it, neither of you and I will be able to eat and walk away. Today at 2 o'clock it will be recommended on the 6th frequency, and Shahai's heart is really uncertain. If he can't make the cut, it means that this book is completely cold. Of course, Shahai hopes that he will be promoted, so the friends don't raise any more, and quickly help me cast a recommendation vote. Help me brush the recommendation vote to 10,000 and at least let the editor know that my follow-up reading of this book is still there. Okay, otherwise it really won't be appreciated. Frustrated face. Chapter 64. Scary Gossip Rumors. Alas, isn't it? Erin's reaction was a little more shocking than Doug's. Come here, Doug said and waved to Erin. I want to hear what you think I am with Lieutenant Colonel Tina. It turned out that Lista Irene also heard from the residents of Shanfeng Town. After Doug and the others rescued the mountain town, the residents there kept talking about their affairs all day long and were very in awe. Gossip. Of course, as the number of mentions increased, the rumors in it suddenly increased. I heard from a resident of Shanfeng Town who did not want to be named. I once saw Doug and Lieutenant Colonel Tina flirting with each other in the crowd. Lieutenant Colonel Tina looked at Doug with the look in the eyes of his husband. Otherwise, how could the two of them come out on the same warship to carry out the mission? Justified. Not like it came out of nowhere. So without both Doug and Tina knowing, these gossip stories have long spread to every corner of Shanfeng Town. Naturally, it reached Lista Erin's ears. Even the local marine knows about it, and they haven't come out to deny anything. In this way, these rumors were taken as fact by everyone. It was rumored that even Irene, who had recovered from her injuries, almost believed it. After listening to Erin's explanation, Doug's forehead dripped with sweat. The residents of Silent Mountain Town are so gossipy in their hearts, and they are also secretly glad that these rumors have not spread to Lieutenant Colonel Tina's ears. Otherwise, Lieutenant Colonel Tina can smash the newly built Shanfeng Town back. As for Doug, it is estimated that he should not even think about retreating. You guys used to look at each other often. Doug glared at Erin immediately and then rolled his eyes at her again. You call this kind of flirting? Then I'm flirting with you now. After listening to Doug's words, Erin's face instantly turned red. Seeing Doug on the side is stunned. It's not right. This little girl's reaction. Could it be that he has any special feelings for himself? But Doug reacted instantly. She is so different in age from her. It shouldn't be love or anything. Since it's not love, there's only family left. I once told her to let her go to the sea to find what she lost. Her family just happened to be one of the things she lost. Doug's help when he lost a loved one gave her renewed hope for life. Even a trip to the ocean was suggested by Doug, so it's not out of the question that she treats Doug like her former father. Knowing the truth, Doug looked at Vivi in the sky and sighed. He had a half-nominal daughter before he even had a girlfriend. The lifespan of this pirate world is a bit big. This reminded him of a dress-up mobile game in his previous life. I have a daughter in the pirate world, but this girl doesn't seem to spend money on mobile games. Doug looked at the curious Irene and explained, "Lieutenant Colonel Tina and I have a clean relationship, so don't talk nonsense in the future. The last time I acted with her was because it was my first mission, and Lieutenant Colonel Tina happened to be my accompanying officer is a teacher, the kind who specifically monitors me for any wrongdoing." Accompanying teacher. First mission? Irene immediately showed an incredible expression. She could remember the resolute speed with which Doug led the team and the immediate efficiency. This is not only the residents of Mountain Peak Town, but even the local Marines call Doug and their team the elite troops of the Marine headquarters. This is something almost everyone admits. You suddenly tell yourself now that they are traveling for the first time. What kind of rookie recruit with accompanying teachers? How does this convince Aaron? Lieutenant Colonel Doug, are you kidding me? It's your first mission, but you don't act like a recruit on your first mission. Then ask yourself if they are recruit. Doug knew that he couldn't tell with just one mouth, so he simply extended his thumb and pointed to his subordinates who were busy on the deck. Eileen's eyes were blank. She turned to look at John Layson beside him and asked, "Is what he said true? You are both recruits?" "Yes." John Layson admitted it directly and generously. "The recruit at Marine headquarters is so powerful." Irene is a little unbelievable. If the Marine headquarters recruit is as powerful as them, then Irene should have seen it a few days ago. "It was all thanks to Lieutenant Colonel Doug," John Layson replied. "Aaron, don't worry, you are my adjutant, and you will gradually see my abilities in the future." Doug patted Aaron on the shoulder fiercely, and then cheered her up. Aaron. She suddenly remembered the first time she was dragged by Doug and forced to dance. "What should I do? Why do I feel like I'm on a pirate ship?" Irene shook her head with all her might and threw out the thought that had just been born. After all, she was on a warship, so how could she be the pirate she hated the most? After 16 days of constant sea voyages, Doug and some people finally arrived at the Red Soil continent as the starting point of the Great Route. Since they could not show that they were on an urgent mission, Doug and his party did not travel by the special ocean current under the jurisdiction of the world government. This is 3 days longer than before. During this time, Doug didn't bump into any pirate group that didn't have long eyes along the way, so everyone spent a quiet time before the mission. Using Marine's special method, Doug's warship successfully crossed the Red Continent and finally reached East Blue. Doug looked at the calm sea in front of him, and his thoughts were flying. It has been almost 4 months since he left here, but these 4 months have brought about tremendous changes in him. From an ordinary person who just wanted to live in the world of pirates, he transformed into a lieutenant colonel Marine who was favored by Marshal Sengoku and had a promising future, etc. I seem to have an equal relationship with Smoker now. Should he still hug Smoker's thigh? Before the self-pitying came to a conclusion, Doug received the news from the headquarters. It turned out that before they reached the Red Earth continent, another pirate group that returned from the Great Route arrived in the East Blue waters. At present, the pirate group is not far from Doug's warship, at most 200 or 300 kilometers away. Good. Time to show my real skills, Doug said while rubbing his fists, and walked to the upper deck of the warship, the position of the rudder. When a group of sailors on the deck saw the actions of their own officials, they were so frightened that they quickly put down what they were doing and then hugged the fence or railing around them tightly. No exception. Irene's eyelids jumped from the side. What's wrong with these sailors? There's nothing wrong with it, right? Chapter 65. Good at drifting with inertia. Eileen Ensign, hurry up and grab something stable or you will be thrown out. John Layson, who was holding a huge wooden barrel, looked at Lista Irene, who was standing still, and couldn't help but remind her loudly. Uh-oh. After listening to John's words, Irene, who was pulled back to God, also subconsciously pulled on the railing beside her. However, there was a suspicious look on his face. What are you doing? John Layson remembered the scene when Doug sailed the boat at first, and then explained in a weird tone. Lieutenant Colonel Doug's boating skills are very good, and he is always used to using inertial drift to hunt down pirates. If he doesn't pull himself steadily, he will be thrown out accidentally. Aaron, what he said was human language, and he could understand every word by himself, but why couldn't he understand it when he connected it? But what happened next quickly let her know why everyone on the boat did this. After putting down the position of the sailor who sailed the boat, Doug immediately launched Catch the Shrimp skill. The speed of the warship sailing under his feet as Doug touched the rudder with his palm instantly increased by a full 5 times. The warship, which was originally sailing fast on the sea, suddenly took a qualitative leap in speed directly into a sea speedboat. Whoosh sound, like an arrow that was put on a bow. It shot forward suddenly. Wow. It wasn't that Irene, who was holding onto the railing tightly, was almost overturned by this sudden force. As for the situation of other Marines, they are obviously much better than Irene. Although each face showed a shocked look, his body was still very stable because his hands were tightly clasping the solid beside him. Lieutenant Colonel Doug. Wrong, west. We ran backwards. Everyone. Just 2 seconds later, the sailor who was sailing suddenly shouted loudly. I'm going. Don't tell me sooner. Doug quickly turned off the skill, then turned the bow 180 degrees and sent out again catch the shrimp skill. There was another flurry on the boat. After Irene was fully accustomed to the speed of sailing, she relaxed her hand gripping the railing a little and finally couldn't help but start asking questions. What's the situation now? How could the speed of our warship suddenly become so fast? Because this is Lieutenant Colonel Doug sailing the boat. He has special abilities and sailing will increase the speed. And don't let go. There will be more exciting things later. John Layson firmly grasped the barrel while giving Aaron Cope the reason for this. What's more exciting? Aaron's eyes widened. At this time, it happened to be Doug's first use of catch shrimp. 5th minute. A strong urge immediately swept through Doug's brain and he shouted to everyone on the deck before hitting the rudder. Hold on. I'm going to float. Moment. Everyone except Irene quickly strengthened the strength in their hands. Many sailors even used their feet to firmly clamp the pillars and railings. Aaron, are you going to speed up again? She didn't think about it in her mind. As soon as Doug's voice fell, he clenched his hands on the rudder and suddenly slammed to the right for several laps. The hull changed immediately, turning 90 degrees to the right in just 2 seconds. Afterwards, the speed of the warship remained unchanged, and in a very strange translation method, it performed a linear sliding motion on the sea surface. Fuck. With a sudden sharp turn, Irene, who was holding the railing with one hand, flew out with her sword, and Irene, who was flying in the air, finally only had time to spit out these two-tone particles. In the endless sea, a medium-sized pirate group is sailing on the sea. The black pirate flag was rattled by the sea breeze. The white skeleton clenched a long chain tightly. The chain pirates was originally a small and medium-sized pirate group on the Great Route. The total bounty of the entire pirate group was 98 million Baileys. Captain is Fusilite, known as the Iron Man, and the current bounty is 60 million Baileys. East Blue, which is called the weakest sea area. A group of pirates were enjoying their future beautiful life at this time, but the sound of coming from far behind caught their attention. As the captain, Floxilite, of course, was the first to rush to the deck to observe what was behind their boat. Because the two sides are so far apart, it is impossible to see what it is with the naked eye. So Fluoxetine raised his head and asked the scout pirates on top of the mainsail to confirm. Under the order of his own captain, the investigating pirate took out his binoculars and looked at the position of the fluoride finger. The distant white shadow gradually became clearer under the telescope. The investigating pirates quickly determined what was behind them. After seeing the true identity of the thing, the pirate in charge of the investigation stared straight, and the mouth opened could wrap a fist. He shouted to his captain in a panic, "Captain Fluxila, it's Marine. Marine is chasing us. Oh my god, their warships are panning across the sea at high speed." Pirates. Regarding the contents of the report of the scout subordinates, apart from knowing that Marine was chasing them, the pirates did not understand a word of the content after that, but soon they knew what the scout was talking about, because Doug's warship entered the eyes of the pirates with a drifting attitude. "It's Marine. Marine has caught up, ready to fight." The originally happy atmosphere on the deck suddenly became tense. Many pirates have taken up their weapons. The pirates in charge of the artillery also took their posts and were ready to fire at any time. As for Doug, after 25 minutes of racing at sea and 4 inertial drifts, Doug and the others finally caught up with the chain pirates in the 5th inertial drift. At the end of the 5th inertial drift, Doug straightened the warship and just saw the pirate group on the opposite side open the baffle of the hull and pushed out the dark artillery barrel. "I can't continue to accelerate and approach, otherwise we will hit the shell directly after the other party fires." After Doug said he stopped catch the shrimp, the use of skills and the rudder returned to the hands of the original sailor. Without the blessing of Doug's skills, the speed of the warship finally returned to normal. All the sailors on the deck released their clenched hands. Even Lista Aaron is no exception. Compared with when she got on the ship before, Lista Irene at this time, her eyes were red, her clothes were disheveled, and her feet on the deck couldn't help shaking. She was like someone who had just come out of a storm zone, and her originally smooth straight hair, under the action of high-speed sailing, has now become messy. At this time, Lista Irene finally understood the real reason why Lieutenant Colonel Tina was always staring at Doug. She is now exactly the same as Lieutenant Colonel Tina before, staring at Doug, wishing she could cut a big hole in him with a knife. Chapter 66. Terrible Sky Vision. Due to the speed of Doug's warship, before the sailors were ready, they had already entered the range of the pirates' artillery. The pirates on the opposite side have already started to load the shells and prepare to shoot. Doug was so frightened that he quickly took out his secret weapon, an oversized simple amplifier made of plastic. It was made by Doug when he was at Marine's headquarters in Marineford. Doug held the loudspeaker with one hand, first marked all the pirates in the opposite pirate group, and then gave them a layer of deterrent negative buff without any leakage. After that, continue to use "Can you give me some fish?" face. Skill: put the megaphone to your mouth and shout. The pirates on the opposite side: listen to me. Doug's originally full-fledged voice was immediately amplified several times, and the entire sea area could clearly hear what Doug said. The members of the chain pirates had just eased off from Doug's deterrent negative buff and immediately heard Doug's shouting, "What, does Marine still want to negotiate with us?" At this time, Flux Oli, who was put on a negative buff, had an ugly look on his face. Even the people on Marine's side were wondering what Doug was planning to negotiate, but what they never expected was that Doug didn't seem to have any intention of negotiating, but started to introduce himself without authorization. "Listen to the pirates over there. I'm the newly promoted Lieutenant Colonel at Marine Headquarters, Sparrow Doug, a superhuman monster recognized by Marine Headquarters. I have led a team of 40 people for more than 10 days. The recruit team has arrested the Shuangdao pirates and the Bloodwater pirates with a total bounty of more than 500 million, and I killed the 2 brothers of the Bloodwater pirates alone. Their bounty, the sum of the gold, totaled more than a full 350 million Baileys, and I didn't take any damage after the fight. Did you hear that?" Everyone at the scene was stunned by Doug's words. "What, isn't it intended to negotiate? But even so, why did you blow it up first?" Pirates, Marines, black question marks on their faces at this time. Doug didn't care about them as to why he did it, because of the activation of "Can you give me some face?" Skills are related to one's own reputation. Therefore, he has to shout out his great achievements first so that he can put pressure on the pirate group on the opposite side and can effectively increase the trigger of "Can you save face?" The success rate of the skill. Of course, this kind of reputation is useless, and it must be realistic and tell the truth in order to play a preemptive role. So this is the scene in front of me. Doug standing on the boat shouting and exposing himself. Doug thought to himself, after introducing my reputation, the success rate of the skills should increase a lot. In this way, Doug continued to shout under the puzzled expressions of everyone. "The chain pirates, your total bounty has not exceeded 100 million Baileys, and you are not our opponents at all. So, can you save face? Stop the ship immediately, throw away all weapons, and then kneel with both hands, hold your head and surrender immediately." Everyone. When Doug shouted out all the words, not only the chain pirates but all the sailors under Doug were stunned by his words for a while. Eileen even raised, "Our chief is not a fool." Such an idea came out. The pirate group on the opposite side obviously wouldn't listen to Doug's words, and 8 artillery shells shot directly at the warship on Doug's side, which was a response to what he had just said. Doug and Irene were so frightened that they quickly fired several aerial slashes before intercepting the 8 shells one by one. "Nima, is it because the suggestion is too absurd? No one accepts my suggestion," Doug complained regretfully. "Aren't you talking nonsense?" Irene couldn't help but rolled her eyes at Doug after hearing Doug's self-comment. At the same time, there was a strange feeling in my heart. Could it be that Lieutenant Colonel Doug caught pirates like this before? "The pirates caught by you are so stupid." But Doug was not discouraged by this. "Since this suggestion is too absurd, let's just change the suggestion to accept a little bit and continue the experiment." So after standing up, he started shouting again, "If you don't drop your weapons and surrender, can you save face? Don't hit us with artillery, just let us hit you with artillery." Aaron, she can really be sure now that Lieutenant Colonel Doug's brain is really wrong. Still, a few cannonballs responded to Doug's suggestion. However, the difference from the previous one was that there were only 6 shells fired this time, 2 less than the previous one. Whether it was the chain pirates or Doug's warship, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. At present, only Doug is showing a surprised smile. Fuck, there is a play. Turning down the suggested content really increases the trigger rate. So Doug went on to repeat what he just said. If that time just now could be considered a coincidence, then the shelling this time really made everyone incomprehensible. The 8 shells were sharply reduced to 4, a full half of the original, and the next few rounds of attacks are all like this. This unbelievable situation made everyone unbelievable. Doug, who saw the effect, brushed this skill several times in a row, but the next few times, he did not trigger his skill once. It seems that continuing to brush will not have any effect. It is time to start Plan B. Doug ordered the Navy in charge of the artillery to fire at the chain pirates immediately. Then he turned his head and instructed the sailor at the helm to let him lean the warship to the side of the chain pirates. After doing all these orders, Doug rolled over from the highest deck to the bow. At the same time, let the remaining sailors all stand side by side at the edge of the warship. Even Irene was no exception, and was arranged by Doug to stand beside him. The execution of the Navy is quite fast, even if it is an order that is so outrageous that it does not understand the meaning. Once issued, it will definitely execute the command to the end. Everyone quickly stood on the edge of the deck according to Doug's meaning. After a while, these people surrounded the entire warship for half a circle, only left the edge of the stern without anyone standing. "Lieutenant Colonel Doug, what are we going to do rightward arrow_rightward arrow? Although Irene was executing according to Doug's order, this did not prevent her from asking a question. Of course it's a state. By the way, absolutely protect our warship, Doug replied solemnly. Erin suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart, but she didn't wait for her to ask her own question. Doug had already marked everyone on the edge of the deck and immediately activated the cool dance skill. Except for the artillery and the seamen at the helm, everyone on the deck instantly lost control of their bodies. At the same time, a burst of electronic melody suddenly came out of Doug's body. Then everyone who lost control, like Marvel's Iron Man, was quickly covered with a layer of nanomaterials, eventually forming a suit jacket with a black shirt on a white background and a black hat and sunglasses. The people in suits lined up on the edge of the warship in a team of 6. After a few seconds, it quickly changed into a vertical line in 2 rows. Above the warship there was a sudden sound of glass breaking in the sky. Then 5 void cracks with a diameter of 6 meters suddenly appeared above the sky. The void of reality seemed to be forcibly perforated by some force. Then 5 dazzling white lights shot straight down from the crack in the void and landed on Doug and their crowd. Ask for recommendation. Ask for collection. Ask for a reward. After the 6-band recommendation, Shaha still doesn't want to cool down so fast. You guys also want to watch the 3 Admiral dance. Are there any friends who read this book on other sites? Come to starting point to support Syaz Haha please. Danger, danger, danger. Chapter 67. Towards a disaster movie. The void crack disappeared and the light dissipated. 5 white rectangular boxes were lying vertically on the shoulders of the crowd. That shape, no matter what, is like a white coffin. Doug seemed to already know what dance he was going to do next. Standing next to Doug, Irene with the coffin on her shoulders. At this time, his face was gloomy, as if he could eat people. Irene tried hard, but her body was not under her control at all. Although she couldn't turn her neck, she could move the sight in her eyes. After the white light left just now, she had already seen clearly what was on her shoulder. Feel the weight coming from your shoulders. Irene was almost certain that there was indeed a coffin on her shoulders, and in terms of weight, there should be a person lying inside. For a person who has just lost a loved one, her actions at this time are undoubtedly a huge crit for her. There were even tears in his eyes. She wanted to speak to stop Doug, but it was too late. A prelude of electronic music came from Doug's body again, and the rhythm became faster and faster, and everyone with the coffin on their shoulders smiled brightly at almost the same time, and then began to wander and sway to the rhythm of the electronic music. Fuck, it really is the dance of that professional team. It's finally here. Doug walked back and forth with a smile, while spit in his heart unconsciously. At this time, Irene only had endless sadness in her heart. With the dancing dance, her empty heart was put to the maximum again. While showing a bright professional smile, she choked up and said to Doug beside her, Lieutenant Colonel Doug, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation later, I will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Doug, Marines in all the dances. Can you remove the word kill? Doug didn't forget his skin at this moment. However, it was soon heard from Irene, and the substantive murderous aura made her shut her mouth in fright. I'm afraid this little girl has awakened the conqueror, otherwise it will be more and more scary to stare. Opposite the ship of the chain pirates. The first time Doug used can you save face skills, at that time the fluoxetine was completely irritated. Your ox is an ox, but a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Haven't you heard of this sentence? Most of the pirates value the face of their pirate group very much. It's okay to insult people, but to insult the entire pirate group, it can only be endless. Fluxali knew that it was very difficult for him to defeat Doug, but after the other party opened his mouth, he immediately ordered the cannon to be fired. Even if he is caught by the other party, he has to defend the last dignity of his pirate group. The 8 shells were defused by Doug and the others almost instantly. This made Fluxalat understand the strength gap between them. Even so, he still had no intention of stopping shooting, throwing away his weapons and surrendering. And at this moment Doug just used the second can you give me a face skill. This time the content has been changed. Let Fluxy come and let them not shell the warships, only let Marine shell them. Hearing this, Fluxalat almost didn't burst out laughing, thinking that even if Marine who came to chase them was strong, but if she could say such a thing, I'm afraid she's not a fool. Otherwise, how could it be said that this kind of ghost will not come out according to the conditions? But a miraculous scene happened. On his side, the 4 subordinates in charge of the artillery in the cabin almost lost the idea of resistance at the same time. They all knelt on the ground as if they had accepted their fate, not intending to make any more resistance. The sudden actions of several of them almost didn't make the nose of the fluoxine crooked. All the way to find these 4 subordinates, Fusilai didn't say a word, just beating them violently. The subordinates who originally thought they would be crying and begging for mercy, but this time unusually, there was no intention of begging for mercy. They just kept crying that they were definitely not Doug's opponents. They didn't want to do it, and it was the best way to let the other side play here. After Fluxy came to hear it, he wanted to take out his gun and kill the 4 of his subordinates on the spot. But before he could do so, the 4 men in charge of the other 2 artillery pieces had the same situation as the 4 in front of them. They gave up their resistance and knelt on the ground to let the other side fight. Fluxy is not a stupid person, so he immediately reacted, and his subordinates were influenced by the opposite Marine. It's the Marine officer who stood on the bow and shouted. Fluxy showed an expression of sudden realization. He immediately ordered all his subordinates to plug his ears, not to listen to anything said by Doug. All the pirates on board were planning to carry out Captain Fluxy's order. The sky above Marine's warship suddenly changed. The entire sky in the sky, like a mirror, was suddenly penetrated by some kind of force, and 5 huge cracks appeared. The diameter of each crack is at least 6 meters wide, and there are countless white swirling things flowing in the black crack, which is completely inversely proportional to the color difference of the blue sky. Before the pirates were surprised, 5 thick white beams of light suddenly fell straight from the crack and covered all the Marines on the deck. What's going on? What's going on? Fluxy lost his usual calm, and even revealed a hint of panic in his tone. The pirates on the chain pirates were no exception. From the moment the mutation occurred, the picture in front of them was beyond their comprehension. It was like a scene of a god descending into the world, deeply pushed all the pirates on board to the most desperate abyss. This is no longer a force they can resist, and it doesn't even count as a miracle. The void is broken, and Shen Mang appears in the world. The white coffin came out horizontally, and the radio sounded. The hacky melody of astronomy reverberates across the sea. A group of sailors, wearing 5 white coffins, with smiles on their faces, walked back and forth on the deck of the warship, clapping their hands, squatting and jumping. What a happy scene. It is completely opposite to the astronomical phenomenon of huyang, shock, and terror just now. The large gap between the front and rear made every pirate on the scene stay in place. The remaining 4 artillery pieces on the pirate ship's side forgot to continue attacking. Doug, who was leading the dance on the warship, also did not expect that a black man carrying the coffin dance would actually trigger such a big reaction in the sky. If he didn't know exactly what kind of urine this system skill was, even Doug would have been deceived by the sky vision. This is much better than the previous void basketball. The previous crack was less than half a meter, and this time the 5 void cracks. Each crack is at least 6 meters in diameter, and even goes up. It looks just like the scene of foreign invasion in other disaster novels. Even if the next moment a lot of Zerg or aliens emerge from those void cracks, Doug will not feel too much disobedience. Shanghai is estimated to be really cold. Lu Band has dropped to 4th place today, and this book can't meet the promotion requirements of 5 to 3 underscore, but I still continue to ask for the recommendation ticket. Brush the recommendation ticket over the opposite side. I don't know if the editor will be a little more optimistic, and then I will give a slightly better recommendation and end it. Chapter 68. I stand on the moral high ground. However, this scene can shock everyone, which has greatly exceeded Doug's expectations. He originally planned to open the protective cover to protect the entire warship to Tuan Tuan, and then forcefully approached with the artillery of the chain pirates. Then he forcibly boarded the ship and used the time of the attribute increase to wipe out the chain pirates. Now all the members of the chain pirates are frightened by the front scene of the black man carrying the coffin dance, and Doug can just seize this moment to quickly approach the ship. This can save yourself a lot of effort. Since the song Astronomia has no lyrics, it is a pure melody song, so this song is not long, only less than 3 minutes. Doug knew that there was not much time for invincibility here, so he quickly ordered the seamen at the helm to quickly move their warships closer. When the pirates recovered from their shock state, Doug and their warships had already sailed to a position not far from them. At such a distance, if you want to use artillery to attack now, the resulting explosion flame will affect even your own ships. So at this moment, all artillery has lost the role of attack. If you want to win, then there is only one solution left to the sword. The 3-minute dance had passed as the warships approached. When the 2 ships are fully approached, the 5 white coffins turned into 5 rays of white light and shot into the sky again, and then quickly drilled into the cracks that were broken again until they disappeared completely. The suits and sunglasses on Doug's body also quickly faded with the rise of the white coffin. All the items that violated the harmony disappeared. The music echoing from the sea stopped abruptly, and the body's ability to move once again returned to everyone's hands. Recruits who have danced experience once naturally know the attribute boosting effect brought by this dance. When the mobility returned to them again, all the sailors on the deck picked up the weapons in their hands and jumped to the deck of the chain pirate ship as soon as possible. A group of recruits transformed themselves and once again became the marine elite troops that people call them. The pirates on the deck didn't have time to react, and they were caught off guard by the the group of sailors who had just rushed up. At this time Doug, who jumped on the boat together, also found the tethered Manfushali wearing a captain's hat with long grey-brown hair and several iron chains wrapped around his body. One can confirm at a glance that he is the captain of this pirate group. Tisu Oran Fluxil. The current bounty is 60 million Bailey. After confirming Doug's identity, Doug didn't hesitate. First, a gaze of the powerful was applied to Fluxili, and then 3 rounds of Rankyaku/Tempest Kick were thrown straight at Fluxili. The Deo strength value of 840 coupled with the blessing attribute of the system skills makes the slash thrown by Doug far surpass the flying slash of ordinary swordsman. There was no need to use any other skills at all, and Doug had already knocked down the Fluoxane on the deck. On the other side, the cotters of the chain pirates also passed a few rounds without being in the hands of Irene after the attribute increase. Even the pirate minions on the deck were crushed in the hands of Recruit, whose attributes had been increased. The whole process took less than 3 minutes from the time the warships were attached to the end of the battle. It was even dozens of seconds shorter than the time consumed by the black man carrying the coffin dance just now. After a while, John Layson led the recruits to handcuff all the downed pirates on the deck and detain them in special cells on the warship. After everything was done, Doug assigned several sailors to control the pirate ship of the chain pirates. Then he returned to his warship with the others. Doug made a brief report to Marine headquarters through the phone bug of the special channel, and then notified the nearest Logtown branch. Let the Marine branch over there make preparations for receiving pirates and pirate ships. After reporting on his work, Doug can finally relax. He stretched and walked from the cabin of the warship to the deck, intending to blow the sea breeze to relax the nerves that had been tense just now. But as soon as he took a breath, he noticed that Irene on the opposite side was walking towards him. At this time, Irene's face was not very good looking, and Doug guessed that the dance of the black man carrying the coffin just now provoked her. Knowing that it was his fault, Doug quickly reached out and greeted Irene. Irene, are you also coming to the bow to blow the sea breeze and plan to relax? Irene had a gloomy and pretty face and spoke lightly to Doug. From the very beginning of the racing boat, the cracks in the sky, the white coffin, and the damn dance just now, what John said were all your devil fruit abilities. Coming, the torture of the soul. Doug knew that his next answer would directly affect Irene's attitude towards him in the future, so he nodded affirmatively and replied, yes, these are my devil fruit abilities. After saying that, Doug then showed an apologetic expression and continued to speak. I'm sorry Irene, in fact I can't control what kind of dance can be played. The only thing I can control is the number of people who dance and the attribute increase time after the dance ends. You should know that as your commander, it is my responsibility to protect my subordinates. Whether it is you or the group of recruits under my command, if you don't give them attribute buffs, you will use your normal attitude to get on the ship and go with that group of vicious people. Pirates fight recklessly, it is inevitable to be injured, and even serious people will die. Having said this, Doug's face then showed a look of embarrassment and fear. You are all my subordinates, and each of them respects and worships me very much, so I don't want to lose any of them. At least I will do my best to protect them, even if they are considered by a group of people outside. It's a neuropathy. Recruits who were busy on the deck just heard what Doug just said. I was moved again in my heart. What a good boss. They are all thinking of us. Doug can put his morals as high as he can. It was said that if Irene continued to entangle with dancing, then basically don't want to get along with the whole ship's recruit subordinates. Aaron. After listening to Doug's explanation, Irene's gloomy face finally eased. If it is true that Lieutenant Colonel Doug said that he can't even control the type of dance, then all her anger and grievances can only be dissipated by the clouds in the sky. And considering the life of the entire warship's subordinates, how can Irene continue to be angry? For a person who has just lost a loved one, she no longer wants to lose the people or friends who care about her. For this purpose, she would want to keep getting stronger. Chapter 69. Back to Logtown. For Doug's devil fruit ability, this is the first time that Irene has met, and she feels completely different from the recruits who have already experienced it once. No matter the speed of the boat or the vision in the sky just now. In fact, it is only about the effect after dancing. All your attributes are doubled. If each sea soldier's Deo strength value is more than 10, then even if they increase their own attribute value, they will not exceed 30 at most. But as a swordsman, Irene has a distinctly different feeling. She was originally a strong man, and she could fight back and forth with Yujia, who had a bounty of 87 million Baileys. Although the strength may be less than 300 strength values, but in terms of kendo skills and reaction speed, she has long been a superhuman existence. No one knows better than Irene where her limits are. As a woman, it is quite difficult for her to break through her own limits now. But when Irene finished the damn dance, she could clearly feel that all aspects of her body's abilities had undergone a quality qualitative leap. In almost a few face-to-face efforts, the cotters of the chain pirates had already been defeated by her. In the past, Irene, although she was also confident of defeating all those cotters, was definitely not able to achieve this level of ease. At that time, she felt that she even had the confidence that she would be able to slash Yojia with 2 swords within 10 rounds. It was a feeling she had never felt before. At that time, her consciousness and speed were already strong to a terrifying level. If the stats of ordinary people are doubled to 1 + 1 = 2, then for swordsmen who pursue skills and look for flaws, attribute doubling is definitely the effect of 1 + 1 2. With the passage of time, the 30-minute attribute stacking time ends. All aspects of Irene's attributes have returned to normal, but that feeling has benefited her a lot. I even vaguely felt that my understanding of Kendo seemed to have a new understanding. Although it is impossible to improve immediately, but there is already a very clear idea for the direction of improvement. I believe that obtaining a higher sword intent will be something in the near future. Knowing the real situation, Lieutenant Colonel Doug did everything for them. This made Irene feel relieved, and there was a sense of returning to the previous touch. Erin finally intends to open her heart. She walked to the edge of the fence facing the sea and began to talk about her past in a calm tone. Lieutenant Colonel Doug, did you know, when I was very young, my father liked to take me to the beach and let me. Doug felt the change in Irene's mind. He didn't say anything, just smiled and leaned on the railing beside, quietly listening to Irene talk about his past bits and pieces. Of course, when Doug told Irene, he was mostly in one ear and out in the other. Although these memories are invaluable memories to Irene, to Doug they seem a bit boring, but he managed to fool Irene, but he wouldn't make the other party feel bad about him just because of a little boredom. In this way, there are 2 people at the bow. One speaks and the other listens. It didn't end until the warship sailed into Logetown's pier. After sharing all the best memories in her heart, Irene's mood gradually became lighter. This makes Doug feel that he has not listened to these hours of empty Dragon Gate formation in vain. At this time, there were already quite a few Marines standing side by side on the Logetown pier, waiting for Doug and their warships to dock. According to the instructions of the person in charge of the pier, Doug brought the ship of the chain pirates to the pier of Logetown slowly. On the Logetown Marine side, the leaders were Smoker, who was familiar to Doug, and his lieutenant Tashigi. The wooden ladder of the warship was slowly lowered, and Doug led Irene and his recruits to escort all the pirates of the chain pirates. Just as Doug and the others walked down the wooden ladder, Smoker and Tashigi came over with the sailors behind them. After a very simple conversation at work, the Marines from Logetown took Floxalox and others from Doug. After instructing the other sailors to drive the chain pirates ship to a special location, Smoker turned to look at Doug with a serious face again. Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow, Doug, it turned out to be you. When I heard the report from my subordinates that it was you who led the team to hand over the prisoners, I wondered if my ears heard it wrong. It's really you. Yeah. Doug looked at Smoker's face first, then turned to Tashigi's face and continued with a big smile. Long time no see, Lieutenant Colonel Smoker and Sergeant Tashigi. It's surprising. It seems that recommending you to Marine Headquarters is not a wrong decision. Although Marine Headquarters is already corrupt, their vision is still, at least it seems, that they have no ability to bury you. Smoker's outrageous remarks terrified everyone but Doug. But Doug knew the character of Smoker very well. Don't say that he was talking ill of the headquarters behind his back. Even in front of them, he dared to say it. And listening to some senior Hemi-cop, he seems to have scolded many leaders at the Marine Headquarters back then. For Smoker's comments on the headquarters, Doug only laughed. After all, he is now from the headquarters. It's really hard to evaluate the current situation there. Smoker saw Doug's tact but didn't say anything further. Tashigi, who was beside him, stuck his head out curiously. The excitement in his tone could not be stopped, and he kept asking Doug, it's really you, Sparrow? Doug, I didn't expect you to be promoted from Seaman First Class to Lieutenant Colonel in just 4 months after you went to headquarters. You are the same level as Lieutenant Colonel Smoker. I thought you were not an ordinary person, but I didn't expect you to be so much more powerful than I thought. Since they had been in the recruit camp for more than 10 days, Sergeant Tashigi came to the recruit camp to take care of them during this period. Doug, who originally planned to hug Smoker's thigh, naturally wouldn't miss the chance to brush Tashigi's favorability. So Doug took the time to chat with Tashigi every time, and gradually he became involved with Tashigi, which seemed to be pretty good, at least on a friend level. Hey. Being praised in person by a beautiful woman, and in front of so many people, made Doug's face a little red. Cover up the embarrassment with a simple and honest laughter. Smoker glanced at his lieutenant Tashigi before speaking to clear Doug. This is not a convenient place to talk. Let's take the pirates back to the branch first. Chapter 70. I'm going to grab the adventure. A group of Marines and a crowd of onlookers watching the excitement were gathered gathered around. Not really a place to talk, and the task of escorting the pirates is important. Several people agreed to take the prisoner back to the branch first and then talk to another place without so many people. So Smoker and Tashigi, with Doug and his party, rushed to the marine branch. Along the way, familiar streets came into Doug's eyes, especially when everyone passed One Piece/King of Pirates Gold Roger's execution platform. Doug, Lista Aaron, and a group of recruits couldn't help but look towards the execution platform. Everyone uttered the same emotion in their hearts. Here is the beginning of this age of world chaos. Unlike the others, Doug felt more than they did. From the real world to the world of pirates, he already knows a lot about the future plot of this world. Nowadays, people all over the world believe that One Piece, the end of the Great Voyage, Laugh Tale, on this island, stores the great treasures collected by One Piece/King of Pirates in a very poor life. But Doug alone doesn't think so. As a Hemi who has been chasing One Piece/King of Pirates for more than 10 years, Doug knows that the secret of One Piece is not as simple as the outside world. There is definitely a treasure trove of gold and silver jewelry, but something else is important, right? The most likely thing Doug thinks is the blank 100-year-old text, the dark truth of the historical period before the establishment of the world government. There is a chaotic history of ancient weapons and heroes fighting for hegemony. This is also the truth that the world government is trying to hide from the world. The ancestors of the Kojiki family kept a record of what happened in the past 100 years, carved them into huge stones, and scattered them all over the world. Seems that everything in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates is constantly advancing the plot around these 30 pieces of historical text. Whether it's the destruction of O'Hara, or Crocodile's search for ancient weapons, or the blueprint of Hades in the hands of Iceberg, the capital of water, almost all major events have something to do with that blank 100-year history. So it is not difficult to guess what the real purpose of Gold Roger's opening of the Age of Navigation is. How did he explain the mocking face he showed when he finally found One Piece? Thinking of this, Doug Vivi sighed. Some regret that he was thrown into this world before seeing the ending of One Piece/King of Pirates. Otherwise, he may be the first person to know this since One Piece/King of Pirates Gold Roger. Those who know the truth of the world also say that it is not necessarily true, but things are far away. At present, Doug is still a little shrimp, and he can't think about these lofty issues. After turning a few streets, the group finally arrived at the marine branch in Logetown. All the pirates were handcuffed and shackled one by one under Smoker's order. Then he was thrown into the prison deep in the branch by the Marines. These pirates, like the previous pirates, are not eligible to be put in the deep-sea prison. Slowly reforming in the ordinary prison of the branch, or making their own contributions and working hard for the rest of their lives is their life plan for the rest of their lives. After all, they are all out to mix. Sooner or later they will have to pay back. After the prisoners were imprisoned, Doug and Irene were led into his office by Smoker. After a brief introduction to Lista Aaron's identity and the various things Doug encountered at the headquarters, Smoker did not intend to chat with Doug anymore. Tashigi and Irene were chatting non-stop as if they had finally met their best friends. From Irene's encounter to the life at the headquarters, or their understanding of kendo, to the famous swords in their hands. In short, there is no topic that the two of them can't talk about. Anyway, Doug stood aside, with the illusion that he was the superfluous, the light bulb between the two of them. During this period, they drifted at sea for a long time, and the supplies on the warship were never replenished. So John Layson led a group of recruits, and after reporting his next work to Doug, he went to the street to purchase supplies. Lista Aaron and Tashigi held hands and ran to the town to go shopping. Doug was the only one left in the entire team doing nothing in the branch. After recalling the familiar scenes of the branch, Doug felt a while of boredom. After thinking about it for a few minutes, Doug also decided to change into casual clothes and go shopping in Logetown by himself as a way to pass his free time. Unlike Aaron and the others who go to clothing stores, Doug's main places to visit are food and firearms stores. I have worked in Marine headquarters for nearly 4 months. Except for the slightly lower salary of Seaman First Class, the salary of Major and Lieutenant Colonel positions is still very considerable. In addition to some daily expenses, Doug currently has nearly $500,000 Bailey's savings on his body. Although it may not seem like much, it is also not a small number for ordinary people. At least eating the whole street and buying a few pistols is quite enough. Eating and shopping all the way, looking at guns and small cannons. Unconsciously, Doug came to the door of a familiar store outside the knife and weapon shop called The Fastest Knife Worker. Doug looked at the familiar sign outside and quickly recalled the story of Luffy and the others when they first came to Logetown. If Doug's memory is correct, this shop seems to be the weapon shop where Zoro got the Sandai Onikaru and the good quick sword Snowy. Right, I'll give it a go. Doug sighed in his heart. If it wasn't for wandering around by himself and suddenly wandering in front of this weapons store, Doug reckoned that until he left Logtown he wouldn't recall the scene where Zoro bought a knife. Doug touched his chin, thinking in his mind whether he should go in and stroll around. Maybe the owner of the weapons shop gave him the 2 famous knives first because he liked it. There are millions of Baileys. If you can prostitute for free, why not yourself? The 2 knives after Rorono Zoro. With the protagonist there must be constant adventures, and the matter of 2 famous knives is not a difficult thing to do. Just sprinkle some water. His Zoro adventure. Doug robbed it. Let's go. For the adventure of stealing Zoro, Doug didn't feel any pressure and pushed open the door of the weapons shop called the Fastest Knife. A similar sight in memory and this familiar layout. Doug really remembered this shop correctly. The owner is a middle-aged Mediterranean man who looks very similar to the anime. At present the head is not as bald as in the anime, but it looks like it's almost there. As soon as Doug walked into the weapons store, he heard the owner of the Mediterranean weapons store read the familiar advertisement. Welcome to our store. Are you here to buy knives? Your eyes are so good. Our store is the only knife store in Logtown with a history of more than 200 years. We guarantee that every weapon is of high quality and low price. Chapter 71. On the Road to Death. Doug raised his head and glanced at the various knives and weapons hanging on the walls of the weapons shop, then walked to the Mediterranean boss and asked, I'm here to buy 2 long knives. Are there any in your store that are so cheap that you don't even want to give them to others? The sharp-edged knives are unbelievably sharp for sale. Doug almost didn't pick out the name of 3 Generation Ghosts. Mediterranean boss. Are you really here to buy a knife? I'm afraid this is not the guy who was invited by the owner of the weapons shop across the street to smash the scene. After the Mediterranean boss listened to Doug's words, his smiling face immediately collapsed. Then he spoke in an impatient tone. No. Get out. Tell your employer that our 200-year-old arms store doesn't sell the kind of spicy chicken weapons he said. Let him stop thinking about it. Oops. The sudden change of face of the Mediterranean boss made Doug realize that the situation seemed bad. Didn't he misunderstand something? Otherwise there would be such a big resentment. It seems that his impression in his heart has dropped to a freezing point. In order to clear up the misunderstanding, Doug quickly waved his hand to explain. Mediterranean boss, I didn't come to make trouble in the store. I really came to buy knives. You have to believe me. As soon as the voice came out of his mouth, Doug secretly said that it was not good. I'm used to the tone of voice when watching anime, and now I blurt out when I'm in a hurry. Looking at the black face of the weapons shop owner, Doug knew that he had completely screwed up this favorability trade. He estimated that if he explained a few more words, the owner of the weapons shop would dare to use a knife. And the owner of the weapons shop is just as Doug thought. If it weren't for the reputation of his shop's service industry, he would have really fought with Doug with a knife now. The China Sea of P. Don't you know that talking about baldness in front of bald people is always a taboo topic for bald people? And you said you really came to buy a knife. Xingyu of the 50 workers of Lianku Ideo, and it is a good knife that is as famous as the best Shuezo in your shop. You are clearly not bad with a knife in your hand, and you even have to buy a knife. Swordsmen who are used to famous swords will still like the kind of thing you said. Nonsense. If you say that you are not here to smash the scene, I won't believe the owner of the weapons store if I kill you. Oh wow. When the yellow mud falls off the crotch, it is not shit but shit. Even if Doug jumped into the yellow river now, he probably wouldn't be able to wash it out. So he simply gave up the plan to favor the owner of the weapons shop and directly used practical actions to prove that he was a customer who bought knives. Doug walked quickly to the 2 barrels full of knives and weapons where Zoro picked weapons in the anime. Then he raised his head and asked the weapons shop boss, I'm really here to buy weapons. How much are the weapons in your barrel? The owner of the weapons shop sneered when he heard Doug's words. At the same time, he was even more convinced that Doug was the one who came to make trouble in the store. Fearlessly, he straightened his few hairs and said coldly, those are the most rubbish weapons in our shop. 100,000 Baileys. Just pick them if you want. Oh wow. Whitewash. Doug felt sadness in his heart at this time. Zoro bought it for 50,000 Baileys, but now it has become 100,000 Baileys when it comes to himself. The total price has doubled just because I said the wrong word. Why is there such a big resentment? Miserable. Helpless, Doug squatted beside the 2 wooden barrels and began to seriously pick up the long knife. Alas, that's right. What exactly does Zoro's 3 generations of ghosts look like? Doug, who was squatting on the ground, looked back and forth at several long knives, and then suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to remember the shape of the 3rd generation ghost at all. He couldn't remember the style, and the 2 barrels had at least 50 long knives. Doug's eyes hurt at this time. He is not like Zoro, who can feel the ominous aura of the 3 generations of ghosts just by feeling. I'm not a wizard, so of course it's impossible to see the so-called barrier chi. At present, the only thing Doug can be sure of is that the blade of the 3rd generation ghost has an irregular ink-colored ripple pattern. Looking at the 2 barrels of long knives that were filled up in front of him, Doug wondered if he should pull out each of them and see. Otherwise, if you buy the wrong one, you will lose 100,000. There seems to be no other way. Doug, who made up his mind, immediately started picking knives. He directly threw all the knives in the 2 wooden barrels to the ground, then squatted down and began to pull out the long knives one by one to check. The weapon shop owner behind him had a panoramic view of Doug's every move. When he saw Doug drop the weapon on the ground, the corner of the weapon shop owner's eyes couldn't stop twitching. The good service attitude that has been accumulated over the years seems to be completely collapsed in the next second. If it was only 70% sure that Doug came to make trouble in the store before, those who are now very sure that he came to make trouble in his own store. After searching back and forth for a full circle, Doug did not find a long knife similar to the 3-generation ghost knife pattern. It's not right. Did you miss it? So Doug looked for it again under the eyes of the weapon shop owner. Why don't you sell guns in your own store? Otherwise, you can shoot this hateful guy in front of you with one shot. The weapon shop owner felt that his endurance had almost reached the limit. Just at this time, Doug had already checked the second time, but there was still no gain. He didn't give up and planned to go back and ask the owner of the weapon shop, "Boss, is this all the weapons in your shop? Is there anything else that hasn't been shown?" As soon as Doug finished speaking, the owner of the weapon shop felt that his last sanity had been completely broken. Not to mention the fact that you buy spicy chicken weapons, you have to pull them out and choose them one by one. They also put them all over the place, and I was not satisfied after picking them twice, and asked me if I had better weapons. Uncle can't bear auntie can't bear it anymore. If a customer comes to the store to buy a knife now and sees the messy appearance of my house, wouldn't the industry image he has built up after 200 years of business history collapse all at once? How could the owner of the weapon shop let Doug continue to be arrogant in his treasure shop? He quickly stepped forward and took off a giant axe hanging on the wall, and then pointed at Doug with the giant axe fiercely and said, "If you continue to trouble my shop, believe it or not, I can kill you with an axe." After all, without giving Doug a chance to answer, he raised the axe and planned to chop down on Doug's head. Doug was so frightened that he ran out of the weapons store. After seeing Doug run away, the owner of the weapon shop put down the giant axe in his hand and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw the long knife that Doug had put on the ground, the expression on his face became ugly again. He wasn't sure if today's incident was a type of the curse of the demon sword. Maybe some weapon shop in the town learned about the rumor that I have a demon sword, so this is a plan to discredit my century-old brand. I can't hide that demon saber anymore. I have to find a time to put that demon saber. Just deal with it quickly, otherwise even me, I might be ruined by that knife. Chapter 72. It turns out that she is the big money. Doug never thought that he would be kicked out of the weapon shop by the owner of the weapon shop in this way. Looking back at the weapon shop, Doug knew that he was already on the blacklist of that shop. Otherwise, the owner of the weapon shop would never bring an axe to drive him out of the shop. The plan to earn 2 famous knives without spending a penny fell apart, and Doug felt a loss in his heart, thinking, could it be that the owner of the weapon shop is in menopause? Why so irritable? Forget it, Doug didn't suffer anyway. These 2 famous knives should be given to Roronoa by himself. Thinking of this, Doug's mood instantly relaxed a lot. There is an illusion that this is cultivating the future protagonist. Looking up at the state of the sky, I thought that it had been a while since I came out. If you count the time, John and the others should have already purchased the materials that need to be stored, so it's almost time for them to go back. Walking all the way back to the base, because Doug's figure is too conspicuous. Almost all the Marines in the base know him, so even if he is wearing civilian clothes, he does not stop him. As soon as I walked into the office building, I saw Irene and Tashiji, 2 little girls, each of them twisting a few large bags, and walking towards Doug talking and laughing. "Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow Dog, where have you been? John says he can't find you." As soon as she approached, Irene began to complain. "I went to town as well." "What the hell did you loot?" Doug looked at the pile of goods in their hands, and couldn't help but wonder how much it cost to buy so many things. Women really TM losers. It's not your money. Irene gave Doug a sullen look, which affected her good mood. "It's been less than a month since you became Marine, and the first salary has not been issued yet. Where did you get so much money to buy so many things?" It is impossible for a person to attack a store, but he still thinks he needs to ask carefully. "You're so stupid, Colonel Doug. You haven't seen my kendo field before. This commodity can even be bought with my usual pocket money, not to mention that I now have all the savings of our family." Doug, what the hell? Doug only now knows that his adjutant is still an invisible rich woman after a long time. The total value of the goods in her hands is at least 500,000 Baileys, which is not more than her pocket money for a month. It seems that she was really a veritable little prince before, the kind that was spoiled spoiled by heaven. I can't control you if you are rich and self-willed, but don't pull Tashigi crazy with you. She is someone who supports herself with her salary, and you can help her return to the pre-liberation period. I bought this for Sister Tashigi, and I didn't spend a penny from Sister Tashigi. Why should I listen to you and educate us? Irene blocked everything Doug had said just now. He couldn't help turning his head to Tashigi, ready to confirm with her. Tashigi's face turned red immediately when Doug saw him, and he released Shikai incoherently. I had the good intention of rejecting Irene, but she told me that if she didn't accept it, she looked down on her sister, so I really. Tashigi's voice got smaller and smaller until he couldn't even hear what he was saying. Doug's face black lines. Then he looked down at the pile of goods in Tashigi's hands. This pile is worth at least 200,000 Baileys. What the hell? It turns out that the world of the local tyrants is really two completely different worlds from his own world. Today, I am still racking my brains to exchange the two famous knives after Roronozoro for money. However, the young adjutant in front of him, with a small wave of his hand, spent 700,000 Baileys just before noon. However, the most annoying thing is that the money is not as much as her monthly pocket money. Also, I bought it for you too. Don't hurry up and thank me, Irene suddenly said with a smile, and at the same time held up a bunch of handbags on her right hand, and praise me. Ha, it turned out that he didn't raise a daughter. The truth was that he was the one who was taken care of. Adjutant Aaron, are you still missing a pendant for your leg? It's like running errands. Aaron and Tashigi. Aaron, Lieutenant Colonel Doug, what about your integrity? That was worthless and was lost on the road. Irene has seen Doug's shamelessness. If it's true, she can only suffer. This man is very shrewd. Okay, it's time to talk serious. What did you say John was looking for from me? Doug knew that it would be difficult to close the stage after the joke was over, so he quickly brought the subject back to the right track. John told me on the phone that no one answered your phone. Don't you bring a phone for communication? Irene said, suddenly thinking of this possibility. Doug then remembered that John Layson did give him a small one when he was about to dock, but it seems that he put it on the head of the bed and forgot to take it. I knew it. Irene was speechless, and then continued to speak. Lesson and I talked to me on the phone just now, saying that all the supplies have been purchased and shipped to the warship. If we want to leave, we can leave at any time. Oh, Doug nodded, knowing this. Now I have stayed in Logtown for almost half a day. The transfer of the prisoner has been done long ago, and it seems that there is nothing else to do. Anyway, staying in Logtown is just hanging out, so it's better to just go to sea. The earlier you go to sea, the less time it takes to complete the task. So Doug decided that instead of waiting until tomorrow morning, he could go faster by going to sea today before dark. He conveyed his thoughts to Aaron. After all, he is his adjutant, and he still has a certain say in the movement of the warship. Aaron listened to Doug's decision and had no objections. After shopping, it's time to go back to work, and for Irene, it doesn't seem that much difference between starting before dark and starting tomorrow morning. It's just one more night's sleep. The two agreed quickly. Since Smoker has his own business to deal with next, he didn't come to see Doug and Aaron off. However, as Irene's good best friend Tashigi, she sent the two to the dock all the way, and then said goodbye to Irene reluctantly. Even though they knew that the two of them were kendo learners, after meeting each other, they had a heart-to-heart connection, and the topic of kendo could go on for more than 10 days without getting tired. But seeing the two of them holding hands at the dock, it was inseparable. Doug had to wonder if the two of them were playing friends. This is more boring than the average couple. Saying goodbye to Sergeant Tashigi, Doug gave the order to set sail. The brilliance of the setting sun, the warship slowly sailed out of the dock in Logtown. Aaron walked into the cabin with her pile of clothes, and she needed to go back to her bedroom and tidy up. As for Doug's pile of clothes, he threw it to John and let him put it back in his room. At this time, Doug remembered that he had not checked the progress of the system task. Chapter 73, Lieutenant Colonel Doug's reputation. Still the familiar task interface. 10 medium and large pirates wandering East Blue. 110. It seems that the chain pirates are a medium-sized pirate group determined by the system. Doug nodded thoughtfully. The mission issued to him by the system was to capture the pirate groups wandering in East Blue, and those pirates who had to return from the Great Route were not named. So can Doug drill again the text loophole in the system? Thinking of it this way, it seems like it would be fine to catch the pirate groups in East Blue itself. The system gives the medium and large pirate group, which does not seem to refer to the amount of bounty offered by the pirate group but to the size of the pirate group. Take the overlord of East Blue, the Krieg pirates. In terms of the bounty alone, Krieg's bounty is only 17 million Baileys. Even the highest cotter on his ship, Mandimanjian, has a bounty of only 12 million Baileys. Profit. Putting this in the Great Route, it doesn't even count as ordinary small fish and shrimp, but if only the size of the pirate group is concerned, then the Krieg pirate group is undoubtedly a large pirate group. Krieg's this pirate ship would have had 50 ships if it hadn't hit Hawkeye on the way to the Great Root, and there are as many as 5,000 pirates under Krieg. Doug thought to himself, for a super large rookie pirate group like the Krieg Pirates, can you give me some face? Throw the skills over, the effect should be so cool. However, his main target is not just the clicker pirates. Anyway, all the pirates encountered along the way have been caught and tried. Maybe you will find a few pirate groups that meet the system requirements. If you finish this task one step earlier, and when you really catch up with the pirates who came back from the Great Root, and then create a new system task, then Doug will actually earn it. Thinking of this, Doug thought it was feasible, so he immediately sent it down so that John Layson would always pay attention to Marine's special emergency channel. As long as the pirates appear within 200 kilometers of their warships, they will report to themselves immediately. Doug's remarks made John Layson and others incomparably admired. The chief of his family is not only going to chase down the pirates who have escaped from the Great Root, but also intends to catch all the pirates that can be caught along the way. Even Irene, who had just finished finishing her clothes and came out of the cabin, was shocked by Doug's order. She always thought that she was the only one who hated pirates, but she didn't expect that her commander, Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow Doug, hated pirates even more than she did. He actually made up his mind to take away the pirate group along the way. Eileen knew Doug wasn't joking when John Layson went to carry out Doug's orders. He really intended to do it. For the second time, Doug's figure was infinitely raised in Irene's eyes. Aaron couldn't help giving Doug a thumbs up. Great. This is the courage that a true Marine officer should have. From this moment on, Irene finally felt a little bit that she was not with the wrong person. For Irene, who was constantly changing, Doug at this time didn't notice it at all, because the only thing he is thinking about now is how many pirate groups can he meet along the way. If the number is not many, why not expand the scope of the sea area? Lieutenant Colonel Doug, southeast 120 kilometers away, there is a pirate group, the Black Sun Pirates. The total bounty is 2.1 million Bailey. Give me the rudder and go. Lieutenant Colonel Doug, northwest 80 kilometers away, there is a pirate group, the Iron Triangle Pirates. The total bounty is 1.2 million Bailey. Then what are you waiting for? Let me sail. Chase him. For 7 consecutive days, Doug and his party spent in such a situation. In the past 5 days, they have caught 4 local pirate groups in the East Blue Waters. None of the total bounties exceeded 10 million, and the highest was 2.1 million Bailey. It is also the closest to Logetown, the same as the Red Continent, of a pirate group, East Blue, which is called the weakest sea area. However, among the 4 pirate groups, only one can be rated as a medium-sized pirate group by the system. It is the Black Sun Pirates, with a total reward of 2.1 million Bailey. With a crew of more than 200, it is a large double-decker pirate ship. Originally, Doug thought he would experience a fierce battle, but who knew that after reporting his battle records, a deterrent force was overwhelmed, and then a can you save face skill. Except for their captains and cotters, 80% of the minion pirates immediately knelt down and surrendered. Buff of Cool Dance. In the following situation, Doug didn't need to do anything, and Irene took out the captain and cotters of this pirate group with 2 or 3 swords. Recruits under Doug to train their hands. Buffs with deterrence, and they are absolutely not the opponents of this group of recruits. The first battle, except for 1 or 2 recruits who were slightly injured due to carelessness, the other recruits dealt with these pirates with little effort and subdued them all. Perhaps the most troublesome thing for Doug and the others was the matter of pulling the pirates' ship after the war and meeting up with Marine, the nearest branch on the island, to hand over the criminals. Once grabbed, pulled, and handed over, by the time Doug and the others returned to the original route, it was basically a day's time. This is still Doug launching Catch the Shrimp, on the premise of chasing pirates with the skill to capture them as quickly as possible. After these few days, the name of Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow Doug spread quickly on the entire East Blue. Said he was a monster sent from the Great Root Marine headquarters. The boating skills are super good, and he is good at using inertial drift to hunt down the pirate group he is eyeing. Not only that, Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow Doug was able to speak well, and could use his 3-inch tongue to persuade a large number of pirates to kneel and surrender. At the same time, the strength of Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow Doug is also very terrifying, and he is a good sword. As long as he draws his sword, all the pirates will be deprived of their vision. Wow, what a terrifying strength it must have to be able to do such a thing. Anyway, in just a few days, Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow Doug was blown away by East Blue's pirate group. All the large pirate groups keep their distance from them. These days, I started to be a man with my tail between my tails, and I basically didn't go to any small islands to burn, kill, and loot. After all, they didn't know when. Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow Doug, who they were afraid of, just floated the warship and killed him from the sea. Because so far, none of the pirate groups he has been eyeing have had a record of running away from him. Chapter 74. The request of the two navigators. A quiet day that made Doug a little harder. It stands to reason that along the way I should be able to encounter reports of several pirate groups making troubles. Why is it that 3 days have passed and there is no report of a pirate doing something wrong in the emergency channel? Could it be that the pirates of East Blue are starting to be good? Doug watched his 2/10 mission progress and Vivi sighed in his heart, leaning on the railing with a sad face. At this moment 2 recruits came up from below the deck and then trotted all the way to Doug. Doug looked at the 2 recruits in front of him and was puzzled for a while. One of the recruits elbowed the other recruit. Another recruit immediately put on a pleading expression and said to Doug, "Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow Doug, we actually have something we want to ask you to help with. Do you think you can listen to us?" "Yes, we want to trouble Lieutenant Colonel Doug for a favor." The former recruit also hurried to speak. After listening to the words of the 2, Doug raised his eyebrows. "I thought in my heart that I would be taking them for a while, and this was the first time that my subordinates took the initiative to come to me for help. It seems that in their minds he is still a kinder officer, otherwise he would not have come over like this." Doug guessed that the thing they wanted to help him was definitely not a task, but he was still curious about what they wanted to help him, so he asked with a smile, "Tell me, what do you two want me to do for you?" "Hey, Lieutenant Colonel Doug, that's actually the case." The recruit who first spoke began to explain their intentions to Doug. "We are navigators, believe Lieutenant Colonel Doug knows it." Doug nodded. Although he can't remember the names of all recruits, Doug can basically tell their looks and positions. Recruits in front of him happened to be the 2 navigator recruits on his ship. The previous job of reporting the location of the pirates was that they were operating. Strictly speaking, Doug's time in contact with them is actually more than the recruit time in those battles, so I'm more familiar with their looks. This may be the main reason why they were the first to ask Doug for help. Lieutenant Colonel Doug knows that navigators actually have the ability to draw nautical charts, right? "Well, I know that." This reminds Doug of Nami on Luffy's ship. Her dream is to paint the whole sea and come out with a complete set of nautical charts. Actually, there is a small island in this East Blue Sea area. Marine headquarters has never obtained a complete nautical chart information about this island. What else is going on? When Doug heard this kind of gossip, he suddenly became interested. It seems to be because there are many ferocious animals on that island. The navigators of the branch tried to record the data on the island several times, but they were all driven out by the creatures inside, and there seemed to be some casualties. Situation: 2 navigator recruits. "You said a word, I said a word," and told Doug Cope the secret story between East Blue navigators. It turned out that the small island they were talking about has now been listed as a taboo island by various navigators in the East Blue branch. Under the protection that the headquarters did not send an effective combat force, they gave up the measurement of the data on that small island. Therefore, on the nautical chart of East Blue, the information about the island has always been vacant. On the other hand, the headquarters didn't seem to pay much attention to this matter, and had no intention of sending fighters to assist the navigators on East Blue's side to improve the data. Even so, there is still a quest bounty on the nautical chart of this small island from the headquarters. As long as there are navigators who can complete the nautical chart of this small island and complete the large nautical chart of the entire East Blue Sea area, they will be able to obtain some of the military merits they deserve. Hearing this, Doug probably understood the real reason why they found themselves, so he asked curiously, "You two want to complete the data on that island, right?" Hearing Doug's words revealing their purpose, the 2 nodded quickly. Doug thought about it for a while, then continued to ask, "How long will it take to measure the nautical chart of the island? If no one bothers, we can successfully come to the commanding heights of the island. In a maximum of 4 hours, we can complete all the data and information of the island." Hearing Doug's question, the 2 navigator recruit replied quickly, "It doesn't seem to take much time." "So how far is the island now from where the warship is?" Doug continued, "It's not far. If Lieutenant Colonel Doug comes to set off the boat, we can reach the island in half an hour at most." Explained. "That would take 6 drifts." Doug calculated himself catch the shrimp. The CD time of the skill. 2 navigators. Recruits on the warship know that Doug's boating skills are very good. So far, they have not figured out Lieutenant Colonel Doug's boating. Why do a straight 90-degree drift at sea every 5 minutes? Lieutenant Colonel Tina and Irene Ensign seemed to have asked Lieutenant Colonel Doug the real reason, but they both turned around and left in a rage in the end. It hasn't been mentioned since. Regarding the occasional nerve-wracking behavior of their superiors, the recruits all maintained an attitude of just taking a look. No recruit who doesn't have long eyes stepped forward to advise Doug. After all, he was his own boss, and Doug's attitude towards them has always been very good, and this little patience can still do it. After calculating the total time it takes to go back and forth, Doug thinks it doesn't seem unacceptable because they caught a pirate group along the way. The time consumed is is not less than this. So after thinking for a moment, Doug agreed to the request of the two navigator recruits. Hearing that their superior agreed to their request, the two navigator recruits jumped up with joy. Originally, they were already mentally prepared to be scolded by Lieutenant Colonel Doug, but they did not expect that their superior would actually agree to their request to help them. How can this not make them excited? Since it was a decision, Doug stopped dragging his feet and immediately called up all recruits on the deck and ordered to prepare to speed up so that they should grab it, rely on it, and don't be carried away by the force of inertia. Out. Lieutenant Colonel Doug, did you find another pirate nearby? Irene, who was told that she was about to speed up her voyage, had a question mark on her face. No, we're going to draw a nautical chart, Doug explained to his adjutant as he walked to the rudder. Aaron. Chapter 75. Going up is a sliding shovel. He couldn't understand what the boss of his family was talking about, but by this time Doug had already touched the rudder. Irene hurriedly, like the other sailors, firmly grasped the fence on the deck with one hand and firmly held the famous knife around her waist with the other hand. Frost Snow Prescott. After several experiences, Irene and recruit have their own experiences. As long as their superiors touch the rudder, they should quickly stabilize their bodies and take good care of their belongings. In order to avoid a momentary drift, I would throw the important things out of my body, and when I finally came back to find them, those things would have already sunk to the bottom. After all, these things have already happened, otherwise Irene would not have protected her precious sword. The hurricane drifted along the way, which lasted for nearly half an hour and drifted 6 times before the warship slowly stopped. Irene, who let go of the railing, felt like she was floating. Many sailors rushed to the stern position as soon as the ship stopped. They all ran over there and vomited because the sea was not as calm as before. Doug's boat was bumpier than before. Although they are all sailors who are used to staying at sea for a long time, they can't stand the constant swaying at high speed. Looking back at the group of sailors who were standing in rows and vomited pulling the railings, Doug thought to himself that it was because his body was too weak. Although he also suffered from seasickness before, after changing to the Overlord skin, it seems that such seasickness has never occurred again, and not even when sick. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is really thanks to the skin special effects. So Doug once again raised his evaluation of the skin special effects. Speaking of which, when will you give a skin reward again? After finally slowing down, Irene walked to Doug with light footsteps and asked, Lieutenant Colonel Doug, what are you doing here again? Recruit, who were lying on the stern and vomiting, immediately ran over to the side and then stopped in front of Irene. Explained again. After listening to the explanation of the two, Irene understood the real reason why Doug suddenly deviated from the course. Give generously to your subordinates and help them accomplish what they want to do. Aaron's attitude is actually similar to Doug's. Since it is something that doesn't take much time, it is not impossible to run this trip. She is also a good lieutenant and has been dealing with this group of recruits these days. Irene spends more time treating these recruits as her friends. Since Doug drove the warship to a location not far from the island, the follow-up docking work still needs to be done by the sailors who are really at the helm. After all, everyone agreed that if the docking work was handed over to Lieutenant Colonel Doug, it was very likely to end up with a ship crash. In fact, Doug took the initiative to explain to everyone that his boating skills were 5 times that of the most peak person in the world. As far as his water drifting skills are concerned, no one in this world can do it except him. But after his explanation, no one would believe his words. In the end, everyone unanimously decided that if Doug did not agree to hand over all the docking work of the ship to the sailors in charge of the helm, after that, no one on the warship would be willing to take his ship again. In this way, under the pressure of all the staff, Doug was forced to succumb to their obscenity. Abandon the right of docking when sailing. According to the instructions of the two navigators, the sailors at the helm slowly entered the range of this small island. At this moment, Doug and his party really saw the face of this island. Island is known as Eden after the person who first drew the sketch of the island. The whole island is surrounded by layers of huge dense forests, and there is no beach or rock stall around. As long as you lean over, you will be faced with densely packed towering trees. Doug estimated that each shrub here is at least 30 meters high, and the trunk is extremely thick. The smallest one is about 20 meters in diameter. So this small island is more like an isolated virgin forest, and it is still the kind with thousands of years of history. This made Doug think of a cartoon of the island nation with a similar name called the Garden of Eden. A little too far. Continue to return to this small island. The navy at the helm obeyed the navigator's instructions, and the warship was firmly docked on a slightly empty shore. A group of recruits dropped their anchors, then disembarked and tied the thick ropes tightly to a big tree. Since the island has no pier, not even a shoal, and the currents nearby are still turbulent, the only way to dock their warships firmly on the edge of the island is this. Doug and Irene Irene had just landed on the island before and after, when there was a huge thump footsteps in the jungle on the island. Immediately afterwards, a black panther with a height of more than 3 meters suddenly ran from the bushes and ran straight towards the recruits who were fixing the ropes. It seemed that it took those recruits as its prey. The few recruits were frightened enough by the huge black panther running towards them. Seeing this, Doug quickly pulled out the Xingyu from his waist and immediately launched look at the sword. Skill. In an instant, all the creatures on the scene turned their heads and looked at the bright sword in Doug's hand. Because Doug is standing in the front position on the shore, there will be no accidental injury on the side of the Marines. It's the kind of running black panther. The prey that was originally aimed at was forcibly removed, and finally the next target could only be locked on Doug, but it thought it was not a loss. When it saw Doug's figure similar to him, it knew that the guy in front of him had the most flesh. After eating, he will definitely be able to handle it. At this time, how would it know that the human beings it identified as the target actually possessed more power than it? Doug retracted look at the sword. Effect. At the moment when the black panther swooped over, he used a diving shovel and quickly drilled under the huge body of the black panther. Immediately after that, he called out the two skills deterrence and gaze of the powerful and threw them at the black panther. The black panther, who was covered with two skills, instantly lost his ability to resist and lay on the ground motionless. But what surprised Doug was that the black panther ate two of his negative buff skills and didn't stun immediately, just lying on the ground unable to move. This is not the Great Root or the New World, although Doug's deterrence and the Strong's gaze combined are not as good as the real Conqueror Haki. However, to deal with such ordinary wild animals, it should be very common to suppress them to a coma. Something yo. Doug didn't revoke the release of the skill and walked slowly to the lying black panther. The fierce light in the black panther's eyes began to gradually disappear and slowly turned into pain and finally into a begging for mercy. It's still a spiritual leopard. Doug, who had a panoramic view of the opponent's performance, let out an exclamation. Even the Marines behind him were amazed by the humanized performance of the black panther. Chapter 76. In the exploration of the primitive island. How could such animals still exist in the East Blue Waters? Irene walked to Doug's side, looking at the black panther lying on the ground and sighed. The leopard is inherently more psychic, and there should be a lot of beasts in this primeval forest. If you are not smart, it is estimated that it will be difficult to survive in this forest. The fittest survives. Doug listened to Irene's words and said casually, "Give her some science." Without waiting for Irene to answer, she continued to speak. "It seems that no one in East Blue dares to draw a nautical chart of this island. There is a reason. It should be that they exist. Take this black panther as an example. When an ordinary sailor team encounters it, it is estimated that they are enough to drink a pot." Aaron nodded in agreement after listening to Doug. Since it lives on this small island, it should have a good understanding of the terrain of this small island. Doug looked back at the two navigators recruits standing behind Irene and then asked, "You said before that you have to find the highest point of the island before you can start measuring the island's data, right?" The two navigators who were asked nodded hurriedly. Doug, who got a positive reply, looked back at the black panther lying on the ground again and said, "Perhaps we can let it be our local guide." Everyone, Doug didn't explain to them either. He directly stretched out his right hand to the black panther on the ground and then launched "Can you save face?" skill. "Can you save face? Don't attack us before we leave this island, and at the same time protect their personal safety and lead the way for us on this island. After I promise, I will let you go. How about it, others?" After Doug finished speaking, the black panther actually nodded under everyone's surprised eyes and then responded with a woo. When Doug saw this, he thought that the skill should have worked, although he didn't know whether the skill could last until they left the island. The black panther should not be able to attack them so far. Thinking of this, Doug revoked the negative state buff on the black panther. Without the coercion that originated from Doug, the huge black panther slowly stood up and gradually regained his mobility. Everyone except Doug took a fighting stance at the same time, although they all knew that Doug's language had the ability to demagine. But after a long period of time, they realized that Doug's language ability was actually ineffective from time to time, and the other party is a wild animal, not afraid of 10,000 just in case. But the black panther did not continue to pounce on Doug and others as everyone imagined, but lightly came to Doug and stretched out his tongue to lick Doug's face. It was an agreement with Doug. "Hee, it's very good. Then you are now my mount on this island." His own skills can really work on animals, which allows Doug to open a new door again. It seems that the skills of the system do not refer to the humanoid species alone, and other creatures can also be affected by the skills of the system. Doug's move to let the panthers be their guide and bodyguard made everyone in the room not guessing. After all, the other party was a terrifying beast that drank blood. As for encountering such beasts, most people keep them at a distance. Even if they have strong power, most of them choose to kill the opponent immediately or beat them away so as to avoid future troubles. But Doug gave a different show, and he drew the other party over with a single sentence and gave them back as a guide. So after working with Lieutenant Colonel Doug for a long time, they feel that their 3 views are constantly being refreshed every day. It is estimated that it will not be long before they will become a wonderful team in the Marine headquarters. Every recruit at the scene had this feeling in their hearts, and it was an inevitable result. Taking the Black Panther as his temporary mount, Doug directly asked the Black Panther if he knew where the commanding heights of the island were. Anyway, this Black Panther has human nature and the blessing of system skills, so it should be able to understand what Doug said. As Doug thought, after the Black Panther heard Doug's question, he nodded his head for sure, then turned his head to look at the forest more eastward and snorted, "Oh, is that the direction over there?" Doug glanced over there, then he turned to look at the 2 navigators recruit behind him and said, "Yo, who are you 2 going to the highest point with me, or are you both going to go together?" "We are together so that we can separately detect the data of this small island and the completion time will be doubled." Hearing Doug's question, the 2 navigator recruits responded excitedly. Doug nodded after listening to the 2's answers, then continued to turn to look at Irene standing beside him and asked, "Irene, do you want to come with us, or do you plan to stay on the shore and guard the warship with the others?" "I'll go with you." Erin didn't hesitate to answer Doug's words. Nonsense. She finally came to the sea. In addition to the work of catching pirates, how could she be without the adventure story of the mysterious island? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and an undeveloped primitive desert island is in front of her eyes. This opportunity is rare in a lifetime. All right then. Doug looked at Irene, who was in high spirits and did not intend to lose her interest, but the safety of those on and off the warship is equally important. There are obviously many beasts on this small island. He didn't want his home to be stolen by these beasts not long after he and Irene left the warship. So he turned his head and instructed those recruits who wanted to stay on the warship. "During the time when I and Irene Ensign left, for the sake of safety, you should not land on the island again. Just stay on the warship, lengthen the rope, and float a dozen meters away from the shore." After all, Doug suddenly reached into his pocket and took it out, then took out a small phone bug from it and put it in the palm of his hand, pointed at the phone bug and continued to speak. "I have always carried the phone bug you gave me before. If you encounter any emergency, you can use the artillery, or you can call my phone bug. When we hear the sound of the gun or the notification of the phone bug, we will use the shortest time to get back to the warship." Recruits who stayed behind listened to Doug's order and moved the warship back. After seeing the warship more than 10 meters from the shore, Doug turned over and rode on the back of the Black Panther. At the same time, he looked at the other people and reached out and patted the Black Panther on the back. "Okay, you all sit up. It's time for us to go too. Because this Black Panther is huge. Its net height is more than 3 meters and its horizontal length is more than 6 meters. The 3 of them had no problem sitting in the back 3/4, except that Doug would take up a quarter of the seat. Knowing that the Black Panther took them to the highest place on the island, several people took turns to sit on the back of the Black Panther. Behind Doug is Irene, and behind them are 2 navigators recruits sitting on the back of the Black Panther. The 3 of them had a bad premonition almost at the same time before departure. "Okay, hey, let's go." How could Doug know what the 3 of them were thinking? With his own order, the Black Panther immediately stepped forward and ran away into the dense forest. Chapter 77. Mounts can also catch shrimp farmers. At first the run stopped smoothly. Although it was a little bumpy, the 3 of Irene trained for a long time and were able to grab the Black Panther's fur to stabilize their body, until Doug discovered that riding the Black Panther can also use catch the shrimp. After the skill is over, the 3 of them learned what a roller coaster is. Because he was riding a Black Panther, Doug opened his skill interface out of curiosity. Logically speaking, riding a Black Panther should not be regarded as operating a vehicle, right? But when Doug opened the system skill interface, he was surprised to find that catch the shrimp, the skill, is actually a state that can be blessed. While thinking about whether the skill can be used on giant creatures, he silently said catch the shrimp. As skill effect was applied to the body of the crotch Black Panther. The Black Panther, who was originally running, instantly felt that his whole body was full of strength, as if he had an inexhaustible amount of energy, and was extremely eager to run fast. As he thought, the Black Panther's running speed instantly increased 5 times. It used to take 5 seconds to run a distance, but now you can run it in a blink of an eye. Because of the blessing of skills, Doug sat on the back of the Black Panther as if walking on the ground, but this suffered the 3 of Irene behind him. The sudden acceleration of the Black Panther almost didn't throw the 3 of them off, especially Irene, who is still holding the famous knife in both hands. Frost and snow. Since the 2 navigator recruits packed various props to detect the island in their backpacks, they successfully freed their hands and finally grabbed the back of of the Black Panther firmly. At the same time, because of the weight of the backpack, the two navigator recruits can also use them to fix their bodies. But Eren was completely different from them. The long knife inserted in the waist greatly affects the sitting position, so start by climbing on the back of the Black Panther. She immediately removed the frost and snow from her waist and hugged it tightly. Before being able to sit firmly on the back of the Black Panther, it was basically due to her strong balance ability and the strength of her legs. Now that he has suddenly accelerated 5 times, his balance ability and leg strength are instantly useless. If she hadn't hugged Doug's back immediately, she might have been thrown out the moment she accelerated. Along the way, Doug couldn't help showing an excited look on his face. "Let me go. I didn't expect my riding skills to be very slippery." "Is this the problem?" Irene tugged at Doug's back, preventing herself from being taken away, and at the same time thinking that her bad premonition had come true. "Lieutenant Colonel Doug, can you give the Panthers a break? I feel like I'm reaching my limit." After running for about 4 minutes, Irene suddenly felt that her stomach turned upside down. "We're about to die." The two navigators recruit behind Irene also answered weakly. After Doug heard the words of the 3 of them, he hurriedly called "Catch the shrimp." The skill was removed, and then he quickly ordered the Black Panther to stop it and take a short rest. The Black Panther, blessed by the system skills, does not feel tired at all. Compared with the past, this time it took a step and ran with all its strength for more than 4 minutes, and it did not feel any physical fatigue at all. Although it still wanted to continue to run forward, when it heard Doug's words, it still chose to slowly stop its pace. The first time the Black Panther stopped, the 3 people behind Doug rushed to the bushes on the side. The man held a giant tree in his hand and began to retching. "After all, it's even more swaying than sailing a boat. Constitution like Eren can't stand it." After retching for nearly half a minute, Irene recovered. "At the same time, I was secretly glad in my heart that if I hadn't stopped Doug just now, it is estimated that after a few tens of seconds, this Black Panther would also have an inertial drift. In that case, Irene probably really couldn't help but vomit on the spot." After sitting on Doug's boat for a long time, although the reason is still unknown, Irene has almost figured out the rules of Doug's boating. She had been thinking before that when Doug was sailing, she might be able to get Lt. Colonel Doug to stop in time. However, Irene would have thought that these little clever things of hers were already left to Doug to play. In order to maximize the power of the system's skills, Doug has already tried various methods such as card time, first drift, and repeated brushing. However, the final result remains unchanged. As long as the skill is used, it will be less than the next day. No matter what time you pause, the next time you use the skill, it will be immediately after the last time. Finally, after the 2 navigator recruits had vomited enough, regardless of Doug's advice, the 3 of them would not be sitting on Doug's thief leopard anyway. Otherwise, they don't have to wait for them to reach the highest point. They will be the first to lie down and go back to cultivate their bodies. Doug couldn't beat the 3 of them in the end, so he could only choose to jump off the back of the Black Panther, and then change to walking to let the Black Panther lead the way in front of several people. Since it was replaced by walking, the speed of the group dropped by half. But fortunately, after 4 minutes of telling the run before, they have almost finished more than half of the distance, and the next section of the road should not take much time to complete. That's it. The group walked slowly, and the dense bushes and tree trunks were above everyone's heads, which gave Doug the illusion that he was visiting the tropical rainforest. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, Doug always felt that there was something around him, and was staring at them all the time. However, no creatures could be seen nearby. Is it his own delusion? Wrong. From where they stopped just now, it seemed that not even a single bird could be heard in such a large forest. This is clearly abnormal. Just thinking about it, in the grass pile more than 10 meters in front of Doug, there was a strange sound of creaking. Sounds like some kind of animal is grinding its teeth over there. Hearing this voice, the Black Panther immediately took a fighting posture and kept roaring at the grass over there. In this situation, everyone knows the result without guessing. That must be the emergence of a threatening species. Doug and Irene pulled out the long knife from their waists almost at the same time. Then Doug stared at the grass pile in front of him with the star language and said to the Black Panther behind him, "Hey, don't move. Just protect the 2 navigators around you and leave the rest to me and Eren Ensign." Black Panther understood Doug's words, lowered his body and stepped back. And the 2 navigators recruit knew that once the war started, they could only do a disservice to their elders, so they didn't try to be brave and quickly hid behind the huge body of the Black Panther. After all, the 2 of them were navigators on warships, and they were not originally good at fighting. The 2-meter-high grass pile was peeled off, and a black figure came out of the grass pile just now and appeared in front of everyone. This is a huge ape that is nearly 2 meters tall, and its muscles are almost the same as Doug's, and on both of its palms there will be extremely sharp claws, and at a glance you can be sure that the this guy is not a good stubble. Chapter 78 You Chase Me. Doug looked at the weird giant ape in front of him, thinking about preemptively applying the double negative buff to it and then taming it just like the Black Panther behind it. However, when I first switched to the marking stage, I suddenly found that in addition to my own people, there were dozens of creatures that could be marked by the system. A bad premonition rose from his heart, and Doug remembered the feeling of being watched just now. That shouldn't be his delusion, it's the perceptual warning of the special effect of flying clouds and flowing water. What's the matter, Lieutenant Colonel Doug? Irene asked Doug, who was suddenly standing still while being alert to the sudden appearance of the giant ape. Doug leaned towards Erin's place and then lowered his voice to remind her. Our situation doesn't seem to be very good. There are more than one guy in front of us. There are at least 2 dozen, and we seem to be surrounded. Irene looked around and found no other animals. Just about to look up to the top of the head, but was stopped by Doug's eyes. Doug's perception ability is not weak, Irene has always known, so she didn't doubt Doug's judgment too much. Just asked in a low voice, then what shall we do now? Doug actually already had his own way of coping, and he whispered his method to Erin. Later, I will use a large-scale attack to create chaos and force out those guys who are hiding and planning to sneak attack. Then you are panicking at the scene, and take the black boy and a few people without hesitation. Run directly to the right. We play the draw with kite flying style. Irene quickly understood what Doug meant, so she nodded slightly. The giant ape on the opposite side looked at Doug and the 2 of them for a long time and seemed to be unable to sit still. He began to slowly approach the 2 of them with grinning teeth. He should have made up his mind to force the 2 of them to do it. If Doug and the 2 attacked it, there would be a huge gap behind him, and other hidden enemies would probably take advantage of this opportunity to swarm up and destroy Doug and all of them in an instant. A group of wild animals actually know how to play strategy, which makes Doug never think of it. If it weren't for the system skills that could prompt the number of people who could be marked around, it is estimated that Doug might really be hit. But since he was discovered by himself, Doug didn't plan to follow the other party's ideas. He directly raised the Xingyu in his hand and launched look at the sword. Skill to draw the attention of all creatures around to your sword. Immediately after that, the weapon's special effect flame was activated. Several orange flames quickly strung the blade of star language and then completely covered it. Most wild animals have a natural fear of flames. Doug's sudden move made the creatures lurking around him even more vigilant. Doug's hands kept moving. He quickly installed the attack special earth crack skill and then swung several swords in the direction of the right hand that I had told Irene earlier. A semicircle of white ripples quickly spread out in all directions. Among the 7 or 8 ripples, there are also traces of orange light. Wherever the ripples pass, dozens of cobweb-like cracks will appear, rapidly extending outward, and among these cracks, many cracks are accompanied by several orange flames. Cracks and flames intertwined, completely destroying the surrounding ground in an instant. Not only that, those cracks and flames didn't stop at the ground. Even those giant fibrous roots that are deeply rooted in the ground cannot escape the fate of cracking and flames. Just as Lieutenant Colonel Doug said before, after a burst of attacks just a few seconds later, the surrounding situation became abnormally chaotic. The ground collapsed, flames erupted everywhere, and dozens of huge trees were surrounded by flames and then collapsed. More than 20 huge light gray figures kept falling from the sky, and some of them also had orange flames hanging from their bodies. These figures are of the same species as the ape that appeared in front of several people just now. Everything happened too fast, and it was the first time everyone on the scene saw the situation except Doug himself knew it. Not only those wild giant apes, but even Irene and others who were always ready were stunned by the sight in front of them. Doug knew very well that he had a set of combo skills. Although it seemed to be awesome, its power was extremely lacking. Don't want to hurt people, just want to be able to delay for a short time, which is the best result. Doug grabbed the time when the giant apes didn't respond and shouted to Irene and others, "What are you waiting for? Run! Run in the direction left on the right." Irene, who was woken up, soon discovered that none of the giant apes seemed to have suffered much damage, and many of them even started to stand up one after another. She recalled Doug's words just now in her mind, so she quickly asked the panther to run to the only intact position on the right with 2 recruits. A few giant apes reacted first and wanted to block Irene, but they were fascinated by Doug's look and fell to the ground, greatly reducing their mobility. Without the interception of the giant apes, Irene and the others successfully escaped from the encirclement. Doug also took this opportunity to step on the shaver and ran out of the pile of giant apes. Once the skill suppression was lost, those suppressed in the giant ape resumed their mobility one after another. Just like the previous Black Panther, it even has more tolerant skills than the Black Panther. Doug kept running while stepping on the razor, while throwing the Rankyaku/Tempest kick at each other as if he didn't want money, to harass the giant ape group that had already chased after him. These giant apes have obviously been irritated by Doug and others, especially the few giant apes whose bodies have been burnt cleanly by the flame special effect. It's a complete look that he won't give up unless he catches Doug and the others. Doug ran behind Aaron and the others. While using the kite flying style, he used Rankyaku/Tempest Kick to accurately clear out the giant apes that were chasing one by one. Since Doug's Rankyaku/Tempest Kick doesn't need to consume any physical strength, he throws at least 100 rounds of Rankyaku/Tempest Kick in a row within 7 or 8 minutes. No matter how thick the skin of a giant ape is, it can't stand the precision blow of Doug. Running all the way down, the number of giant apes became less and less under Doug's attack, until the last hairless giant ape was killed by Doug with Rankyaku/Tempest Kick. Irene and several people slowly stopped running, looking down to check the giant ape lying on the ground completely unconscious. Doug's brows knit together tightly. There's definitely something wrong with this small island, otherwise so many vicious animals that shouldn't belong to East Blue wouldn't have come out. Irene and several others agreed with Doug's guess. Whether it's Aaron or these two navigator recruits, they are different from Doug. They are all indigenous inhabitants who have lived in the stage of the Great Root since childhood, so they have heard of these terrifying animals. However, the phenomenon of such terrifying creatures appearing together now, even if it is placed on the Great Root, is an extremely rare scene. This is generally a special match that belongs to the New World, but now suddenly appearing in the weakest sea area of East Blue, it doesn't look like it was born naturally. Recommend a friend's book. The title is Tokyo Juggernaut Online Dealing. Introduction. Aokiyo-e, a set of Beiwen cards, a mirage building, and a murder knife. This is the story of a young man who stepped into the extraordinary, exorcising evil spirits in Tokyo, practicing for a living, and being teased by his sister every day. The knife cuts the body, and the heart cuts the ghost. Tokyo Juggernaut Deal Online. The book is very beautiful. The original plot, the rhythm is tight, and the atmosphere is well rendered. Friends who like this type can go and see. Chapter 79. Deep inside the island. Whether these creatures are naturally conceived or man-made, we must investigate them clearly. Doug put away his usual giggling attitude and spoke with a serious expression. If this island is really man-made, there must be a huge conspiracy behind it. If it is left unchecked and it continues to develop, the waters of East Blue are likely to suffer unprecedented disasters. Irene and the two navigators recruit have said what they are saying to Doug since the siege and suppression just now, and they are very clear that this is not an alarmist. If those animals swarmed out of the island, there were hardly any people on East Blue who could stop them. Even if there are individual strong people, it is impossible to stop multiple places at the same time. Doug saw that several people did not object to his opinion, so he continued to speak. At present, it may be difficult for the few of us to find out the real situation on the island, but it should be possible to find some clues. When Doug arrived here, he suddenly changed to a negotiating tone and spoke to the three of Irene. I want to ask you what kind of thoughts you are now. Do you continue to go deep into the island like I said and explore some clues on the surface, or temporarily withdraw from the island, report to the headquarters, and then wait for the headquarters? Make time over there and then go to this island to continue investigating the truth behind this. As Irene, who has more say than recruit, was the first to express her opinion, my thinking is similar to what Lieutenant Colonel Doug thinks. Now that we have all come to this outer part, it doesn't seem to be too difficult to go a little further, and now the headquarters seems to be busy dealing with other things. If there is no favorable evidence, just relying on the verbal reports of a few of us, the headquarters should not take this island too much matter. So my idea is that we go to the depths of the island first and find some solid evidence to bring it back so that our claims are more authentic. After listening to Doug and Irene's thoughts, the two navigator recruits nodded their heads in agreement. Although the combat effectiveness of the two of them is not good, there is no problem with being a scout. You're right. Maybe when we first arrived on this island, our whereabouts were completely exposed. Doug slowly explained his previous thoughts to the three of them. The encirclement and suppression of those giant apes just now doesn't look like a tactic that wild animals can use, so I think someone is manipulating them behind their backs, allowing us to gradually enter their encirclement and plan to put a few of us in one wave, take it all away without knowing it. Then our current situation is not very dangerous. Irene immediately reacted after listening to Doug's analysis. If someone was watching them, as he said, the next wave of attacks would soon hit them. And our warship, isn't that also exposed to the other side's side? They won't encounter any dangerous situation, right? Irene thought of the warship still floating at sea and spoke anxiously. After listening to Irene's words, Doug shook his head gently and said, there should be no problem with our current situation. I have used breath to probe the surrounding area along the way, and I haven't found any other creatures. Doug's affirmative tone made Aaron and the others feel relieved for the time being. Then Doug continued continued to speak. As for the warship, there is no sound of shelling and there is no notification from the phone bug. I think the sea part should be beyond their attack range, so the warship should be safer than us. This reassurance finally made Irene and the others feel at ease. After all, if the warship was destroyed, then their group would be trapped on this mysterious island. I plan to inform the warships and have them divert the warships around the eastern position of the island and then launch an artillery attack on the island, east and west. Irene immediately reacted to Doug's plan. Doug nodded and confirmed Aaron's guess. At present, the other party has lost our whereabouts. The chaos we created through the shelling should be able to temporarily divert their sight. After that, we are taking this opportunity to directly break through the periphery and go deep into the interior of the island to take samples. Investigate. It works. Lieutenant Colonel Doug's strategy is simple and practical. If the other party has been looking for them, if there is chaos there, the other party will definitely be fooled. Moreover, as Lieutenant Colonel Doug guessed, if the opposite side does not have the ability to strike warships at sea, then the warships will not encounter any threat. This approach may be worth a try. After all, this series of analyses are Doug's guesses, so Doug needs to seek the opinions of several of them before proceeding. Only in this way is a qualified officer, and he must be responsible for his subordinates. And after Doug said his thoughts, Irene and several others had no objection, so he can execute his plan with peace of mind. In this way, under the eyes of Irene and the two navigators recruit, Doug dialed the phone bug over the warship. Just as Doug had analyzed, the phone worm on the other side of the warship was quickly connected. There didn't seem to be any attack from the island on the side of the warship, except that the waves became a little rougher and everything was normal on their side. Knowing that the warship was normal, Doug immediately instructed the warship to sail to the east now and then launch an indiscriminate artillery attack on the island when it was 250 meters away. Recruit on the warship didn't know what Doug's plan was. He had no doubts about Doug's order, so he immediately drove to the east of the island according to Doug's request. Doug, who hung up the phone, turned over and jumped on the back of the Black Panther and then reached out and patted the wide back of the Black Panther again, signaling the people on the ground to come up quickly. Seeing the actions of their own officials, Irene's brows were twisted into a mess. The attitude that was very positive just now suddenly became submissive. What's the matter? We are in a hurry now, and we must use the current fastest speed to break through the outside and enter the interior of the island, Doug said. And you have all seen the speed of Haze just now. This is the most advantageous way for us to break through. Having said that, the few people on the ground really didn't want to sit on the back of the Black Panther. After all, the bumps when running are older than the boat that Doug drives. He urged himself for a while, but several people on the ground did not move at all, which made Doug not anxious. He turned to look at his adjutant, Irene, and said in a stern tone, Irene, you are their commander. Come up and set a good example. We can't spend any more. As soon as the shelling sounds, we will set off immediately. Aaron, please let go. Chapter 80, Strange Buildings. After Doug's persuasion, moral kidnapping, Irene finally climbed on the back of the Black Panther. Irene's submission made the two navigator recruits have no hope of resisting at all, so they could only reluctantly climb onto the back of the Black Panther. Seeing that several people obeyed his orders, Doug nodded with satisfaction. Soon, there were several boom explosions in the distance to the east. It's the warships that start shelling the island. Several people lowered their bodies and concealed their bodies. Thump thump came out in the distance and then gradually drifted away. Doug knew that their pursuers were heading east, so he quickly ordered the Black Panther to run to the west inner ring and at the same time launched Catch the Shrimp skill. The surrounding scene changed in an instant. Black Panther didn't need to start at a low speed this time and suddenly entered a state of 5 times high speed movement. Irene and the others who were originally mentioned carefully did not need to be filtered and were directly mentioned to the top. It was bumpy all the way and several people felt that their brains were about to be shaken out. Because of Doug's previous Catch the Shrimp, the skill was interrupted by Irene before the forced drift, so this time the skill was activated immediately after the last time. Aaron's cleverness soon made her suffer. As soon as the Black Panther rushed out not far, he felt an unprecedented desire hit his heart. That is something it has to do. It has grown so big and it has never had such a strong impulse. The sliding shovel drift of creatures is much more powerful than that of warships. All of a sudden, countless flying sand and rocks floated out and the 90-degree terrifying sliding shovel scared Irene and several people to scream. If you hadn't prepared in advance to grab Doug's clothes and Black Panther's back, it is estimated that everyone except Doug would have been thrown out by the Black Panther's sliding shovel. With the shelling cover of the warship, Doug and the others ran all the way without encountering any enemies. At the same time, the closer you get to the inner ring of the island, the more strange the wild animals you meet along the way. The wild wolf that walks upright on 2 legs, the rhino with leopard skin, and the most outrageous is the lion with the head of an eagle. If it weren't for the lack of a pair of wings, Doug almost thought he had traveled to the set of the Western magical world again. With the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion, what else could this Nemo be if it wasn't a griffin? I've never seen the griffins in the game. Irene and the others, they were stunned by the strange animal in front of them. After rushing out of the virgin forest, the road behind is a huge rock area. Layers of huge boulders pave the entire area, but fortunately, the jumping ability of the Black Panther is also caught shrimp is enhanced fivefold. The racing car becomes a roller coaster in seconds. Let Aaron and the three of them experience what a real roller coaster is. After a few sprints and jumping up and down, Doug and the others climbed over a city wall composed of the tallest giant rock blocks. Behind the rocky area is a huge basin with an area of more than tens of thousands of square meters. There are many trees in the primeval forest all around, but the middle part is a flat open space, and it looks like it was built artificially. In the middle of the Great Basin, in the very center of the open space, there are just 7 three-story white cement buildings in the shape of a cuboid. Except for the entrance and exit positions, there are only a few square windows on the 4 walls. The shape design of the postmodern research base is exactly the same. My darling, someone is actually doing something on this island. Doug looked at the buildings in the basin and exclaimed, but he didn't expect his speculation to be true. Irene and the others saw this situation, and the expressions on their faces became serious. There doesn't seem to be any guards around. Are we going to sneak in? Doug nodded, affirming, we're all here. How could we not go in and take a look? After all, Doug will bless the Black Panthers catch the shrimp. The skill was cancelled, and then he reached out and patted the head of the Black Panther and said softly, you wait a while and support us from the forest on the right. Stop at the edge when you are about to reach the open space, and then put us down. Understand? Black Panther understood what Doug said, and at the same time lightly nodded his head to show that he understood. The reaction of the Black Panther, Doug, and several others have a panoramic view of it. Several people were deeply shocked by its increasingly smart performance. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't stand and walk so far, Irene and the others would even think that this Black Panther had become a sperm. Otherwise, where would you understand such a complicated order as Doug? There are also those more professional terms, such as lurking, which are obviously beyond the understanding of wild animals. Only Doug was amazed at the scene. I didn't expect my can you give me a face? The skill acts on wild animals, and can also have the effect of improving intelligence. I don't know if the skill will change back to its original state, or Doug might be able to use the skill to create a not weak animal team, but now is not the time to think about it. I have to figure out what is in those buildings for a while. If it is really dangerous, will Doug destroy them all? Of course, these can only be decided after entering those buildings. The Black Panther jumped softly all the way, and it didn't take long for it to fall into the forest on the right. Then, with the help of tree trunks to take cover, the crowd kept moving closer to the open space. In less than 10 minutes, Doug and the others came to the right side of the open space he just mentioned, the edge of the forest. Since the world of pirates also has surveillance phone bugs, Doug and others must be cautious from now on. At least try not to reveal their movements until you know exactly what these buildings are for. Doug and the others rolled down from behind the Black Panther, and at the same time used the thick trees as a good cover, and carefully observed the walls of the building ahead to see if there were phone bugs that could be monitored. Several people searched for several times, but did not find the existence of a surveillance phone bug. It seems that the owner here never thought that someone would be able to invade the interior of this small island. Irene nodded in agreement. Without the existence of monitoring phone bugs, it would be more convenient for them to sneak into the interior of the opposite building. After repeatedly confirming that there is no guard handle around, Doug turned his head to his adjutant Irene, as well as the 2 navigator recruits and the Black Panther, and whispered, later, Irene and I will go over to investigate those buildings. As for Haze and you can just stay here and hide yourselves. We will follow you when we get favorable evidence. A few people gathered and left. Do you have any other good suggestions before taking action? Chapter 81. Incredible information. Navigator recruit duo basically agreed to Doug's arrangement without much hesitation. After all, in the past the two of them didn't have much effect other than helping to move things. Moreover, those mysterious buildings that were explored in the past must be hidden everywhere. Once their whereabouts are revealed and the fire is exchanged, they will be immediately in danger. It was the best decision for them to stay in this hidden place now, and Doug also kept the Black Panther and asked it to protect them both at all times, so they don't have to go into that building with Doug and the others to take the risk. After explaining the arrangements, Doug and Irene hurry up and trot down to the outer walls of the 7 special buildings. Lightly touching the wall of one of the buildings, he kept moving closer to the door. Irene followed behind Doug Doug, also clinging to the wall, holding the hilt of the frost and snow cut with her right hand, ready to fight. Doug silently raised 120 hearts and came to the main entrance of the building with his forefoot. Then he carefully put his ear on the iron door and quietly probed the movement inside the building. After listening carefully for about 10 seconds, I found that there did not seem to be any strange sounds in this building. So Doug slowly left the iron door, pointed at the lock on the iron door, and then winked at Irene. Irene immediately understood Doug's meaning, followed him and took a step back. She gently pulled out the famous knife around her waist, frost snow press cut with her right hand, and then slashed the lock on the iron door with a slash break. Doug saw that the lock was broken, so he stepped forward and pushed the iron door lightly. With a creaking sound, the iron door was smashed smoothly. Inside the building, the first thing that bears the brunt is a long passage, a bit like the inpatient department of a modern hospital. Since the current time is noon, the light in the passage is bright, so at a glance, you can see the whole picture of the entire passage. Doug and Irene's eyes swept across the passage quickly, and found that there seemed to be no trace of a living person here. Moreover, there are also no monitoring phone bugs set up on the walls around the passage. It seems that there is no danger in going in. Doug and Irene entered the mysterious building one after another. After the two sneaked in, Irene did not forget to gently close the broken iron door. This way, from the outside, if you don't check carefully, the farther position doesn't look any different from just now, so it's more reassuring to work with smarter teammates. Doug silently gave Aaron a like. Even if such a teammate is brought into a horror movie, it is also a proper god-assisting teammate. As for Luffy and Zoro, they are completely pitted against their teammates, and they belong to the kind of abyss that can't be carried. Seeing Aaron coming in, Doug pointed to himself, then to the left, then to Aaron, and then to the right. Aaron understood Doug's meaning in seconds. Doug was saying that he was searching for the rooms on the left of the passage, while Aaron was in charge of searching for the rooms on the right. After Irene received Doug's order, she stretched out her right hand and made an OK gesture. It was a gesture she had learned from Doug on a boring voyage. Recruits on Doug's warship have learned Doug's self-created special gesture, saying it might come in handy in this secret mission. However, it has only been a few short days, and what Irene did not expect to learn is actually used now. Irene looked at Doug high again, but she didn't expect her superior to come up with such a practical gesture language. How could Irene know that Doug's gestures are actually all kinds of command gestures in the modern games of the cottage? If you take this set of gesture commands, take it to modern society to compare it with professional gestures, then the ability that can be expressed will be instantly overwhelmed by all the professional gestures for several streets. But even so, this kind of gesture command assembled from various places is still a very new thing in the world of pirates. Except for Doug, it seems that no one party has ever adopted this kind of gesture to convey orders. After all, the world of pirates is still in the primitive stage of traffic basically depends on walking, and communication basically depends on roaring. Knowing what they were responsible for, Doug and Irene immediately separated and began to search for the rooms they were responsible for. The rooms that Doug was in charge of searching didn't seem to be large, each with a maximum area of 60 or 70 square meters. There are no seats or benches in the room, only 4 or 5 huge wooden cabinets stand upright in several directions of the room. It looks like some kind of dedicated room for storing data. Doug went back and forth to check 3 or 4 of these rooms, pulling out a paper document from each cabinet and skimming it. The contents of these documents are almost the same, and they all record a certain number and quality corresponding to the various organs of a certain creature. There are also many documents on cells. Looking all the way down, Doug became more and more surprised, and even began to wonder if this was the pirate world he knew well. These detailed and explosive biological data are actually more complete than the data of some modern biological laboratories. This is someone in the sea area of East Blue, using the mysterious island as a cover, and secretly conducting genetic modification experiments on it. Although Doug is not a scholar specializing in genetic research, but just looking at these documents, he still understands that these documents are not things that ordinary people can sort out. If the contents of these materials can really be realized, then this small island will breed a large number of terrifying creatures. The mass production of these creatures will have a huge impact on all forces in the sea area. This must be notified to the Marine headquarters, and they must be made to pay attention to this small island. Carefully fold the several paper documents that he has browsed and put them in his pocket. Doug intends to take these documents back to the headquarters as feasible evidence to convince the headquarters. After completing the series of actions, Doug heard a very slight knocking sound from the corridor. 2 long and 1 short means that an enemy is slowly approaching in the distance, and 3 long and 2 short means finding important items. This is Eileen finding something important and sending a message message to herself outside. Doug, who understood what Irene was expressing, immediately whispered out of the room he was in charge of and went to the area in charge of Irene to join her. Irene's side seems to be very different from Doug's side. She checked faster and farther than Doug. Before Doug had finished searching the 4th room, Irene had already seen the 7th room. Doug followed the passage to where Irene was currently. As soon as he walked into the room, he saw that Irene was opening her mouth wide, looking at some strange facilities in the room with an incredible expression. "Have you noticed anything, Aaron?" Doug hurriedly asked about the situation on Aaron's side. "The jars. Those jars have strange creatures in them." Aaron pointed to a pile of equipment deep in the room with a horrified expression on her face. Chapter 82, Research Institute for the Sudden Change of Painting Style. Doug followed Irene's direction and was also taken aback when he saw what was in front of him. Fuck, this place is simply anti-human. If everything Doug had seen before fit into a modern, ordinary research lab, then what he saw next, he directly crossed modern society on a rocket and went to the studio in the future world. 1.5 meters and a height of more than 3 meters are erected side by side in the center of this huge room. Of course, it wasn't enough to scare them both if it was the terrarium alone. What terrified the two of them were the things that were soaked in the cylindrical glass container. It was a humanoid creature with no hair on its body and strong muscles, but it had a lion-like face on its face, and its hands and feet were even more amazing. There are actually 4 sharp claws, and the sharp nails make people feel chills. Since the other party was not wearing any clothes, it was naked and exposed in front of Doug and Doug. But the amazing thing is that Doug couldn't tell the gender of this strange creature at all. To explain in stricter terms, the creature in front of him is actually an asexual creature. Neither male nor female reproductive organs are reflected in it. Doug, who has seen the disgusting monsters of the future Resident Evil, can barely accept it, but Irene, who had no such experience, saw a pretty face at this moment, and the expression on her face instantly distorted. Feelings of nausea kept coming up in my heart. What the hell is this thing? Irene couldn't find any name to call the creature in front of her in her mind. Doug turned to look at the other cylindrical glass containers beside him before, and then said, "Except for this strange creature in the middle, look at the creatures in the other glass containers. Don't they all look familiar?" Hearing Doug's words, Irene turned her gaze to other glass containers. After a few seconds, Aaron finally recognized what the bubbles were inside these glass containers. "This is the prototype of the strange animal we encountered along the way." Doug nodded solemnly, affirming Aaron's words. These glass containers, which were erected on either side of the room, each contained a dead animal carcass. It should be said that it is a taxidermy. Although the shapes of those animals have changed slightly, it is not difficult to see that they are all strange creatures that Doug and the others have encountered along the way. Doug swallowed hard. He felt as if they had been involved in a terrifying conspiracy. Even if you want to retreat now, it is probably a little difficult. This seems to be the biological laboratory of a terrorist organization, specializing in looking for ferocious animals, then mixing their various genes together, and finally merging into a more dangerous and terrifying ferocious creature. Aaron was taken aback by Doug's words, and she asked with an expression of disbelief, "Can this kind of research be allowed by the world? This kind of interpretation is playing with life, but even the gods can't tolerate it." "That's right. That's why they hid in the weakest sea area of East Blue, and carried out this kind of secret research. After all, this is something against humanity." Doug looked at these biological specimens and rationally analyzed the purpose of these laboratories. These buildings that desecrate life must not be allowed to continue to exist. Irene growled through gritted teeth, then looked up at Doug and tried to make her own suggestion. "Lieutenant Colonel Doug, how about we take the lead in destroying all these buildings before the other party notices us?" Doug glanced at Irene and spoke in a questioning tone. "Are you sure? Then this will reveal our whereabouts, and it will make us fall into each other's siege again, so I don't think so." Hearing Doug's words, Irene's face immediately showed hesitation. Back and forth his face changed several times, but he couldn't answer Doug's own final decision. On Doug's side, after he analyzed the current situation of both the enemy and the enemy, he had not waited for Irene's reply. "The system in my mind was the first to pop up. Ding dong. Prompt sound. What's the matter?" The system actually responded to Aaron's suggestion. Ignoring Irene's hesitant attitude, Doug quickly called up the system task interface after hearing the system's ding-dong sound. After seeing the introduction of the system task interface, Doug suddenly stood still. Long live. This pit system actually released 2 system tasks at one time. See famous mission that existed before. At this time, there is another famous side mission below. Doug quickly browsed the side quests newly refreshed by the system. Side mission famous: destroy the mysterious Institute 0/7 and members of the evil organization. Valid for 3 days. Introduction: as the most dazzling Marine at Marine headquarters, headquarters. How can you tolerate the existence of these anti-human research institutes? Destroy it. Let the forces behind this know that Marine headquarters will not allow them to do such desecration of life. Mission reward: weapon skin, shadowless sword. Doug's eyes widened, staring at the task reward given by the system, and his heart began to tremble. Skin. It's actually a skin reward. Since completing the novice quest, this is the first time that a skin type reward has been spawned. Although it is not a character skin, the weapon skin Doug also dare not underestimate, because this kind of reward Doug can be almost 100% sure this is definitely the most excellent task reward in the system. This is a must. Moreover, the tasks given by the system, even if it is the main task, are never absolutely mandatory. Even if Doug gave up the mission, it would not have any adverse effect on his normal life in the future. There is no such crazy setting as in other novels. If the task given by the system is not completed, then the host is directly obliterated. Therefore, Doug's new side quest, logically speaking, can actually be rejected directly. And this task is a very troublesome task at first glance. It is estimated that even at the Marine headquarters, if you poke this, you can get into trouble. But even so, Doug did not intend to give up this mission, because he is not sure if he misses the reward of the system skin this time, when will he be able to get the skin reward next time. After hesitating for a long time, Irene finally made a decision at this time. Sure enough, it is the most important to ensure the safety of their group first. Now if their whereabouts are revealed and they fight against this mysterious force, then they must be on the passive side, and it is still uncertain whether they can defeat the forces on this island. Sure enough, it would be more prudent to report to the Marine headquarters first, and let the headquarters send more powerful people over. Just about to answer Doug this way, but Doug was one step ahead of her. Adjutant Aaron, I think that maintaining the dignity of every creature's life is what we Marine should do. So we should work together to destroy all these anti-biological buildings. What do you think? Aaron. Chapter 83. Spinning and jumping. I closed my eyes. If a girl is a creature that turns her face faster than a book, then a man is not bad either. Irene looked at Doug, who was still rationally analyzing 1 second, and began to be indignant for the world's creatures the next second. There was an old groove stuck in his throat and he wanted to spit it out loud. But after thinking about it, although destroying these buildings is a little risky, it can destroy such buildings that desecrate life. The sooner the better. After all, they have already started to frighten the snake, and it is difficult to guarantee that after they leave, the owners of these institutes will not quickly transfer these disgusting things out. This time I found it by accident. So where should I go to destroy this evil research institute after moving away? Although Irene was very curious about Doug's sudden change of attitude, as long as she thought about her own boss, there was a hole in her head. It was soon relieved. She looked at Doug with a serious expression and nodded affirmatively. Then destroy this evil place completely. Irene's assists made Doug very satisfied. According to Doug, it is the best plan for them to go out now and destroy from the central position of these 7 buildings. Destroying the entire building directly is faster than destroying one room at a time. Irene remembered Doug's previous swing. The surrounding ground was broken, covered in flames, and a large number of trees fell. Since Lieutenant Colonel Doug has this ability, it seems that it should not be difficult to take down these 7 buildings in one wave. So Doug and the two went out along the passage that going came from, and then walked to the center of the 7 buildings under the strange eyes of 2 navigator recruits. At the signal of Lieutenant Colonel Doug, Irene stood 3 meters away from him. He said that was so that he would not accidentally hurt her. Before starting, Doug told her that it is best to jump in place when he attacks, and jump as high as he can. When I heard this, Irene was stunned. Due to the tight time, Doug didn't explain too much to Aaron. He has already figured out his own attack method. In order to take care of several buildings in all directions, Doug intends to directly use the attack special effect Earth Fissure to attack with the big windmill. As for what the big windmill attack is, you can imagine what the grass looks like when using the E skill in the League of Legends. Since the weapon in Doug's hand is not a two-handed sword, he can only hold it with one hand. In this way, Doug held the knife in one hand and straightened his balance with the other. Under the look of Irene looking at the sand sculpture, she started her performance. He straightened his hands and then slowly began to spin in place, looking very cheerful. Aaron, with Doug equipped with the special effect of Earthcrack, he kept autobiography in place, and the long knife in his hand was successfully recognized by the system as an area attack. Circles of white light, like ripples on the water surface, continued to spread rapidly in all directions. It didn't take long to cover the entire building and open space here. The ground beneath his feet, with the passage of the first ripple, immediately began to respond as it should. Countless cracks began to spread out rapidly from the position about a meter below Doug's feet as the origin of the range, and quickly climbed the outer walls of the 7 buildings. Since Doug is always in the state of using attacks, the special effects of earth fissure are constantly being superimposed. Under everyone's astonished gaze, those 7 buildings kept cracking and collapsing. Then it slammed into the ground, setting off a large cloud of dust. After a while, other than where Doug was standing, there was nowhere to be seen. This made Erin suffer. Although she was only 4 meters away from Doug, the effect of the ground fissure was not as severe as in the farther places outside. Originally, you could use jumping in place to open more cracks in the ground and find a place to settle, but with the continuous superimposed special effects and the ground that keeps getting worse, the complete place under Irene's feet is also gradually decreasing, and soon even a flat surface for landing is about to disappear. Lieutenant Colonel Doug. Since Irene has not learned the moon step in Roku Shiki, she can only choose to ask Doug for help in the face of the constantly collapsing ground. Hearing Irene's request for help, Doug discovered that the form in front of him was wrong, so he quickly stopped his attack of spinning in place. He looked up at the surrounding buildings, although most of them had collapsed. But if you want to be completely destroyed, you have to continue. It will definitely waste most of the time for Irene to run to Haze now. After all, there is not even a foothold around. Going slowly does not necessarily guarantee your own safety, let alone running. Oh, got it. Doug had an idea and came up with a solution. He reached out and beckoned to Irene, who was still stabilizing her body, and motioned her to come over quickly. After seeing Doug's actions, Irene crept to Doug's side. Finally, there is a good piece of ground to settle on. Irene just breathed a sigh of relief when Doug said with an "I have a good idea" expression, "The research institute has not been completely destroyed yet. I have to continue to attack. You are now squatting between my feet with your hands on your head. I will spread my legs and continue to rotate. After I have completely destroyed the surrounding research institutes, use moon step to take you to a place where you can stay. Do you think this is?" "No." Irene's face was full of reluctance, so she didn't need to answer. Although the method Doug said is a very practical method, the effect obtained at the same time is also the most effective. But Irene's whole body and mind were extremely resistant to following Doug's orders, because it's so embarrassing. She is a dignified female swordsman, and it is a rare existence in the stage of the Great Root. Now I have to put my head in my hands and squat under my superior's crotch. This is so spread out. Your own reputation. Aren't all the famous festivals in Sioux? Erin's head was shaking like a rattle. Doug had a tangled expression on his face. He also knew that such a posture was ugly, and there were 2 recruits watching them outside. But this method is the most practical for now. Finally, after Erin's suggestion, the 2 took a step back. Erin ended up holding Doug's arms with her own hands, allowing her entire body to hang on Doug's sword-carrying arms. She was engrossed, hugged Doug's arm tightly, and carefully kept herself from being thrown out by Doug. After the 2 maintained this posture, there was another burst of joyful rotation. This time, however, the speed of rotation has dropped significantly. Doug was thinking of Irene. He was afraid that he would spin a few more laps and make Irene faint. If it weren't for the terrifying scene of the surrounding collapse, just looking at the actions of the 2 of them, maybe everyone would think that the 2 of them were standing there playing a father-daughter game, and it's that kind of spinning game for a very young age. Another burst of ground fissures collapsed, and the 7 buildings that were already in danger were finally completely turned into a pile of rubble after being devastated by cracks again and again. And all the items in the building, even if not completely destroyed, will be deeply buried under the clay. Chapter 84. Doug knowing the expertise. Doug clearly felt that there were a lot of things that were constantly approaching the center of the island from the outside. The other party has reacted, and we have to seize the time to change to a place where we can stand firm. After all, Doug didn't wait for Erin to agree. Pick her up. Irene was picked up by Doug in the way of a princess hug. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and she began to struggle gently. It seems that soldiers can't use princesses to carry people, right? Doug didn't notice the reaction on Erin's face, thinking that she was very uncomfortable, so Doug suddenly thought in his heart that he seemed to have seen professional knowledge of leading people in the military post in his previous life. There is a set of professional methods for leading soldiers. Doug suddenly remembered. The correct posture for carrying a person on the battlefield is to carry the person to be carried on one's shoulders. Since Doug is Erin's boss, he should set a good example. This is to show their professional attributes. Doug, who had reacted, changed the position of Irene in his arms and twisted her up and carried her on his shoulders. And Irene, who was suddenly carried on her shoulders, was stunned. Doug, who carried the target, felt the reaction of Irene on his shoulder at this time. The struggling movement has disappeared, and the body has become cooperative. Sure enough, it's because of the wrong posture. Doug secretly praised his behavior, then immediately stepped out of the moon step and kept flying high into the sky. As Doug's position gradually increased, his sight became wider. In his eyes, he saw that there were a large number of teams at this time, and now they were quickly approaching from the eastern forest. Those raised smoke and dust determine the huge number of the other party. If there are so many people, then they may be able to dig out some information from the ruins of those buildings. In order to better destroy those materials, Doug stepped on the moon step and hovered in the air, then stretched out his right hand, took out the star language inserted in his waist again, and quickly equipped the weapon special effect flame in his mind skill, and finally slammed into the ruins of the building below him and slashed more than 10 knives in a row. The ground fissure effect was activated again. What was different from the previous one was that the cracks that were split this time were mixed with a lot of orange flames. At the same time, a gray-white giant ape covered in gray fur and a monkey body woman covered in silver-white fur rushed to the top of the boulder wall with a large group of giant apes and monkeys similar to them, and just saw the scene where Doug completely destroyed the institute. "Damn sea soldier, what have you done?" A heart-piercing roar suddenly resounded through the entire island canyon. Without saying a word, Doug fell to the open space under him carrying Irene. Seeing this, everyone on the boulder fence quickly followed. After a while, the two sides met in an open space under their feet. "Smelly Marine, do you know what you're up to?" The gray-skinned giant ape, who witnessed what Doug had done just now, could not wait to tear up the two people in front of him immediately. Doug put down Irene, who was on his shoulders, and let out a cold snort from his nose. "What? Of course I did what a Marine should do. You sabotaged your master's laboratory and hindered your master's plan. I'm going to tear you apart." After that, the gray-skinned giant ape rushed towards Doug and the two with a group of animal subordinates behind him. "Are you ready, Aaron?" "Just as I said," Doug shouted to his adjutant. At the moment the other party rushed over, Irene's face turned red. She nodded ruthlessly as if she had been forced to helplessly, and at the same time she pushed the frost and snow in her hand back to her waist. At this critical moment, Doug marked Irene and launched the cool dance skill. The two suddenly lost control of their bodies. At the same time, 2 half-meter long cracks broke out beside him, and then 2 1-meter long wooden brushes were quickly shot out of them and fell into the hands of the two of them. Doug and Irene, who were holding wooden brushes in both hands, immediately followed the music coming from Doug's body and danced on the spot. He swish, he swish, he swag, he swish, he swish, he swish, he swish, he swag, he swish, he swish, he swish, he swag, he swish, he swag, he swag, he swish, he swish. 123 go. And all the wild animals that pounce on Doug, while the two of them lost control of their bodies. Plop! With a slam, it slammed into the transparent barrier less than half a meter away from Doug, and the two finally slide along the edge of the transparent screen to the ground. There are even a lot of giant apes and monkeys, so they were hit with blood and blood. There are piles of them lying on the ground and rolling in pain. Devil fruit ability. The gray-skinned giant ape, who was also hit with gold stars, shook his head and quickly recovered. He looked up at the dancing Doug duo, showing a slightly surprised expression. "Who the hell are you? Why are you doing this kind of anti-human research in the East Blue Waters?" Doug danced with a brush and raised his legs, while taking time to wonder if he could get some beneficial information out of the other party's mouth. The gray-skinned giant ape snorted fiercely and looked at Doug with a fierce look on his face. "Don't think you can get anything out of my mouth. Even if you are a devil fruit person, you have destroyed the biosynthesis room of the adults, and you have no chance to leave this island alive." The gray-skinned giant ape looked at Doug and the others as if looking at two dead men. Following the words of the gray-skinned giant ape, the giant apes and monkeys lying on the ground all got up one after another and surrounded the Doug duo in the dance, obviously not planning to give them any chance to escape. "I want to see how long the cover on your body can last. As long as this invisible cover disappears, it will be the time of your burial." Since crossing into the world of pirates, Doug has become this 3-meter high appearance. How can he be looked down upon like this? "Be careful that the cowhide is blown. When I finish the buff, I will see Grandpa teach you how to be a man." For the mutual spraying behavior of the two, Aaron, who was dancing on the side, never made any suggestions. As time passed slowly, the music of He Swish began to gradually come to an end. Before the music was about to end, Doug winked at Aaron beside him while spraying the gray-skinned giant ape. Irene, who had dance experience, immediately understood what Doug meant. The original feeling of being unlovable was swept away, and he was always ready to meet the upcoming hard battle. He swish, he swag, he swagjadu. He swish, he swish. 123 go. When the music ended, the wooden brush in his hand flew back to the void crack. Doug and Aaron regained control of their bodies at the same time. Irene immediately drew a knife and slashed at the ape not far ahead. Doug also put the negative buff skills of deterrence on them all. P.S. Did you all forget to vote for me? Don't put the recommendation votes in your hands. Cast them for me. Sigma. Chapter 85. The Experience of Killing. As the shield disappeared, the scene immediately turned into a melee. Doug and Irene, after superimposing the buffs of cool dance, cut down the giant apes and monkeys beside them like a knife and a child. The two suddenly burst out with extremely high combat power, exceeding the expectations of the gray-skinned giant ape. After a brief absence, he did not intend to give the opponent the effort to defeat them one by one, and immediately flew to meet Doug, who was the most powerful, and the monkey woman who had been following him all the time took Irene as her goal and rushed towards the two of them along with the gray-skinned giant ape. After a short fight, Doug discovered that the strength of the two was far beyond those of ordinary giant apes and monkeys. Especially the outer skin of this gray-skinned giant ape is simply thick and rough, and the famous knife Zinyu can't break the defense at all. The Rankyaku/Tempest kick guy can also go straight to Doug. Doug could feel that this guy didn't rely on armament haki to cover his body. It really resisted all Doug's attacks by relying on his body's defense alone. His 840 Deo strength value seems insignificant in this guy's eyes. If it weren't for the blessing of the movement technique of flying clouds and flowing water, Doug estimated that he would be defeated in a few rounds. Dodging the wave attack of a giant ape, Doug didn't pay attention, and the position of his arm was clawed by the gray-skinned giant ape. Flesh and blood fly. An astonishing excruciating pain rushed into Doug's heart. Doug was so frightened that he quickly stepped on several shaves to distance himself from the gray-skinned giant ape. Irene here, facing the monkey woman and a bunch of wild monkeys, is in a bad situation. Even with the buff attribute increase, she is also very lucky. It can't go on like this. Even if we want to fight, at least we have to get rid of this group of monkeys and apes before we can devote ourselves to the fight. But can you give me a face? The skill was tried before, but it couldn't work on the man in front of him and these giant apes and monkeys. I don't know if it's because these giant apes and monkeys are completely controlled by the two guys in front of them, or because their IQs are too low to understand Doug's meaning. There must be another way to do it. Look at the sword. Rankyaku/Tempest kick. Eileen, step back. After pulling a distance from the gray-skinned giant ape, Douglas stabilized the hatred of all the enemies and threw several Rankyaku/Tempest kicks at them in a row, while loudly reminding his adjutant. All of a sudden, Doug caught their attention. Although Irene didn't know what Doug was going to do, she still obeyed Doug's order and forcibly pushed away the monkey woman whose eyes were attracted by Doug, and jumped behind her without turning her eyes. Do you think you can get away? Although I don't know what Doug has done to him, he obviously doesn't have much influence on him. The gray-skinned giant ape roared, his eyes fixed on the knife in Doug's hand, and he followed closely behind. Doug continued to throw several strong man's gaze at the opponent, and then took advantage of the other party and others to relax. The weapon's special effect flame is activated, and the attack effect earth crack is installed at the same time, and several knives are continuously swung towards the front position. The ground cracking effect is accompanied by the fire effect at the same time. The gray-skinned giant ape and many monkeys suddenly became unstable under their feet and stepped into the cracks. The flame special effects in the cracks quickly spread to the opponent's body. Especially the animal-like fur is the best ignition for the flame effects. The gray-skinned giant ape covered in flames suddenly screamed. However, it was soon discovered that there was no burning pain that the flames should have. Is it a hallucination flame? The gray-skinned giant ape, which was completely covered by flames, raised a doubt in its mouth, but the rapidly burning fur on his body woke him. No, it's eating my skin. The invincible fur of the whole body is the greatest support of the gray giant ape. If this strange flame is allowed to burn out, it will be a devastating blow to the gray giant ape. In order to extinguish the flames all over his body, the gray-skinned giant ape lay on the ground regardless of his image and kept rolling. But these flames were not affected in the slightest. In less than 10 seconds, 1/3 of the fur of the gray-skinned giant ape had been burned. Terrified, the gray-skinned giant ape hurriedly removed the orc form of his devil fruit. The huge body, which was originally close to 5 meters, began to shrink rapidly, and finally turned into a naked man who was only about 1.8 meters without clothes. The flame has no gray fur as a burning medium, and without the support of dead things, it completely disappears at once. Men's naked appearance. Such an unexpected scene. Doug didn't miss a moment and had a panoramic view of it. Of course, he also will not miss this best opportunity. When the naked man did not pay attention to himself at all, Doug stepped on the shaved several times in a row and rushed straight to the naked man. Zinyu tightly in his hand, he used his greatest strength to aim at the man's neck. He is in a desperate stage now, and it will be extremely difficult to miss this opportunity to beat this guy again. At this time, Doug had no plans to keep his hands at all. He really wanted to chop off the man's head with a knife. Doug had already had a lot of experience in the arena for this trick. It can be said that the most powerful move in his kendo skills is wiping his neck. If it wasn't for being bound by real education all the time, Doug wouldn't use this trick outside. After all, as long as he personally killed someone once, the scene of his killing will always be lingering in his mind. But it's not so much to think about now. He didn't have the confidence to defeat the man if he didn't take his life when the opponent unlocked the devil fruit ability. Then the next big result will be that he himself and all his subordinates will lose their lives. As the saying goes, a dead bald donkey will never die. Since you are all bald, then please die. With the determination to kill with one hit, Doug swung out the long knife in his hand. The naked man didn't expect Doug's shaving to be so fast. Coupled with his ability to unlock his devil fruit, his speed and reflexes were greatly reduced. At this time, it was obviously impossible to dodge. He tried his best to throw his head back, but the blade of sinew still slid across his throat. Bright red blood spurted out immediately, and the naked man took a few steps back while clutching his bleeding throat. There was an incredible look in his eyes. He felt that his life was passing by, and he looked at Doug with a sinister look in his eyes. Finally, his expression changed to a smirk. With the last strength, he spit out blood and said, you can't run. Drop. The limiter has been burned. That guy is about to come out. You, in the end, all die. After saying that, before Doug could ask back, he closed his eyes and lay straight on the ground. Doug held star language with one hand, and the little heart in his chest thump jumped non-stop. He had seen a lot of people talking about it on the internet before. The first time he killed someone, or when he saw someone being killed in front of him, there would be a feeling of disgust in his heart. In severe cases, nausea may even occur. However, Doug didn't seem to have the adverse reactions that those people said, except for being careful. I just don't know if it was affected by the Overlord skin. Chapter 86, Monsters in the Institute. Regarding the words the great ape man said before his death, Doug didn't really care that much. The research institute was buried by himself. Could the guy he mentioned still climb out of the rubble? After solving the giant ape man, Doug did not hear the system prompting the completion of the task. If the last thing is not done, then only the monkey woman next to the giant ape man is left. Doug turned his head blankly to look at the monkey woman who was standing there. She doesn't seem to have recovered from her companion's death. The boss stared blankly at this with his mouth open. Irene on the side also wanted to seize this opportunity to defeat the monkey woman, but she didn't wait for her to run forward to make up for the knife. The monkey woman suddenly started screaming in panic. Miserable screams echoed throughout the clearing. Doug just wanted Irene to stop her from screaming, but suddenly felt a sway in the pile of ruins behind him. No way. Doug turned his head blankly and looked at the pile of ruins behind him. He hoped that the shaking just now was just his own illusion, but what happened next dispelled his idea. The rubble at the top of the ruins was continuously pushed away, and a naked figure slowly crawled out of the ruins, and the scream of the monkey woman stopped at this moment. Did she just call it? Doug and Irene stared blankly at the figure that climbed out of the ruins. There was a huge wave in my heart, because the figure crawling out of the ruins is exactly what they saw in the research institute before. The humanoid soaked in the glass column container, not like a creature. The human body, the head like a tiger and a lion, and the sharp claws on the limbs that have completely escaped the human palm. Is it a living creature? Doug spit these words out of his mouth unconsciously. Before anyone could answer him, the four disparate creatures that climbed out of the ruins also shouted in a heartbreaking voice, just like the monkey woman just now. However, unlike the monkey woman, this creature raised an earth-shattering aura as it roared. In addition to Doug and Irene in front of him, there is the remaining monkey woman. All the other wild great apes and wild monkeys lay on the ground at the same time, foaming at the mouth. Conqueror Haki. This familiar scene and the terrifying pressure made Doug think of the only possibility. God kidding me? This monster has Haki from Conqueror? Even in the cool weather, drops of sweat kept rolling down Doug's forehead. The level of danger emanating from this strange creature is simply not comparable to that of the giant ape man just now. No, totally not an opponent. Gotta escape. Just as this thought rose in my heart, a figure suddenly flashed past Doug. Puff sound from behind. The figure inside has disappeared at this time, and Doug secretly said that it is not good. Quickly turn around to confirm Aaron's safety. But as soon as he turned around, before he could speak, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. The four dissimilar creatures that climbed out of the ruins. The sharp claws of the right hand have completely penetrated the monkey woman's body. The other hand just pinched on the monkey woman's neck, lifted her up in the air with one hand. Companion cannibalism, and it's still an instant kill? This guy is not without self-awareness, just relying on biological instincts, carrying out indiscriminate attacks. Doug analyzed this possibility from the creature's current reaction. At the same time, he raised his 12 hearts, fully guarding against the four dislike creatures in front of him. Irene on the side also didn't react, and was suddenly frightened by the creature's sudden move. The monkey woman who was lifted up by the strange creature initially had a little struggling reaction, but as time passed, the struggling movement disappeared completely after a few seconds. It looks like he can't die anymore. At the same time as the monkey woman stopped struggling, Doug finally sounded in his mind the reminder that he only had to complete the system task. In the face of this kind of monster, Doug didn't dare to be too big, and quickly used the fastest speed to reward the side quest, and took a quick look at the skin rewards that were sent out for the second time. Weapon weapon skin shadowless sword. Skin skills. Shadowless sword passive. Introduction. Equipped with this skill, all sword-like weapons in the holding state will obtain the special effect of shadowless sword, which cannot be perceived by any creatures. Excalibur. Initiative. Introduction. Swing a sword-like weapon while shouting Excalibur. The damage of the moves played during the period is increased by 5 times. I'm going. Is it actually a copycat version of the Sword of Oath Victory? However, it is because of magic that people have no shadows. Don't rant about this. Anyway, there is a play. There is an attack skill. After reading the skill introduction in 2 seconds, Doug quickly equipped the weapon skin shadowless sword on his body. Xingyu held in Doug's right hand disappeared instantly, and it looked as if it didn't exist in the first place. If it weren't for the touch of the handle on his right hand, even Doug would have thought it was the star language that disappeared. It seems that the passive effect of shadowless sword has taken effect. The 4 different creatures seemed to notice that the woman in their hands had lost her life, so she threw the woman's body aside at any time. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Doug behind Jean. Stared at by those empty beast-like eyes, Doug's goosebumps appeared instantly, and the cold sweat on his forehead was constantly overflowing. Is it decided that the next target is me? Feeling the murderous aura that was constantly overflowing from the 4 dissimilar creatures, Doug quickly adjusted his state to the best preparation for the attack that would come at the next moment. It was also a feint, and within a second the 4 different creature had already rushed to Doug. It raised the sharp claws of its right hand and stabbed Doug's chest in the same way of attack. Doug, who was concentrating on this time, finally captured the movement of the other party, so he hurriedly used the movement technique of flying clouds and flowing water to dodge, and at the same time he tightly grasped the completely transparent Xingyu with both hands and slashed fiercely at the necks of the 4 dissimilar creatures. Excalibur. In order to ensure that Doug can kill with one hit, quickly use your newly acquired attack skills while swinging your sword. At Doug shouted Excalibur. After the skill, several light-colored phantoms quickly appeared on the famous sword Xingyu sword that had completely disappeared. Doug instantly felt that the strength in his hands had increased by 5 times. A knife slashed on the neck of the 4 different creatures, and the resistance generated was not as great as the slash on the giant ape man just now. It works. Doug flashed these 2 words in his mind, and at the same time strengthened the strength of his hands again. Pop in his ears. Doug's knife cut off 3/4 of the neck of the 4-dimensional creature, Rear Admiral. A black blood gushed out from the wound on the creature's neck, and after the creature took a few steps forward, it fell to the ground. Chapter 87. Ashes are raised for you. Is it dead? Doug looked down at the corpse under his feet, and the horrified expression on his face lingered. Before confirming that the 4 different monsters have completely cooled down, he couldn't let go. Following his gaze, Doug found that the monster's head was still opening its mouth. He was so frightened that he hurriedly slashed several times at the monster's neck. Excalibur completely cut off the monster's head and chopped it into mud. Because of the fear that this monster will be like the biological weapon in other horror movies, it can also reorganize cells or something. Doug didn't forget to sprinkle some leaves in the chopped head, and finally used the burning attribute of the weapon's special effect flame to burn it into a pile of ashes in one wave. With a light wind blowing, the black residue was blown everywhere. Really, even the ashes are raised for you. After all this was done, Doug reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally he could breathe a sigh of relief. After being made into a vice by myself, even if it is put into a horror movie, it is impossible to resurrect it again. All Doug's actions were seen by Irene standing behind him. He has already killed the other party, but he still has to do it to such an extent. I watched Lieutenant Colonel Doug fight a pirate before, but he never personally killed a pirate, so Irene always thought that Lieutenant Colonel Doug was actually the kind of person who didn't like killing. But now even killing 2 people is still the kind of direct beheading, and one of them was not enough to make up dozens of times in a row. The last fire burned his head to ashes, and he didn't even leave a whole corpse for the opponent. Seeing this scene, Irene understood. It turns out that Lieutenant Colonel Doug is a real ruthless man. If you don't kill, you won't kill. If you do it, you will be beheaded, and even the whole body will not be left for you. It seems that his opponents have to be careful in the future. Irene dragged her injured body to Doug's side and asked, "What do I do now? Those monkeys and giant apes on the ground just fainted. Do they need to continue to make up for it?" Doug glanced back at the wild animals that were all over the place. Shaking his head slightly, he said, "Forget it. A group of wild animals is nothing to worry about. The reason why they besieged us is probably because they were ordered by the giant ape man and the monkey woman just now. Now that everyone is dead, they should be gone when they wake up." Doug stabbed the headless corpse of the monster on the ground with the shadowless sword and continued to speak. "The 2 guys died just now and turned back into ordinary people. They should all be devil fruit power users, but this most terrifying monster died without any trace of returning to human form. I don't think the back of this monster is that that simple. Speaking of which, Doug turned the monster's body over, revealing a large ghost head tattoo on his back, and continued speaking in a very serious tone. Also, the power this guy used just now was Haki of Conqueror. He couldn't possibly be an unknown character, but now this guy has become someone else's test product, which probably involves a lot of unknown horror content. So I'm going to take this monster's body back to Marine headquarters. Maybe I'll meet someone who knows him. Hearing Doug's words, Irene showed a puzzled expression on her face. Conqueror Haki? What power is that? Hearing Aaron ask, Doug reacted, she is a resident who lives in the first half of the Great Root and should have never heard of Haki. So Doug patiently explained to Aaron what Haki is. After listening to Doug explain Haki, Irene's face immediately showed a shocked look. So there is a power in the new world that I have never heard of? After saying that, Irene showed a delighted expression. Then if I learn to use the skill you call Haki, I can quickly become stronger? Of course. Doug nodded affirmatively in answer to Aaron. Then quickly teach me how to use Haki. Irene stared at Doug with gleaming eyes, with a look of anticipation on her face. Doug sighed deeply, then spoke earnestly. Silly boy, what made you think I could have the skill Haki? Irene was obviously taken aback after hearing this, and then replied suicidal. Lieutenant Colonel Doug knows things like Haki so well, and I have seen you use the power that the monster used just now. Although I have never heard of it, don't try to lie to me. My devil fruit is so powerful. I don't know how to use Haki at all. If I really knew how to use Haki, would I be abused by that little fish and shrimp just now? Doug said helplessly, and showed Aaron the wound on his arm. But you killed the people who know Haki. Logically speaking, you should know Haki, Irene said, and pointed to the monster corpse that had its head cut off on the ground. That's because it's silly bee. Although Doug said that, he did have a very happy expression on his face. If it weren't for the fact that this monster had no thoughts of its own, and only acted on instinctive consciousness, then Doug would most likely be planted here. In addition, thanks to the new weapon skin Shadowless Sword, although the monster is driven by instinct, but from the battle situation he showed when he killed the monkey woman, you can imagine how terrifying his strength is. Fortunately, the passive skill of Shadowless Sword is so that no one can perceive its existence, otherwise Doug's knife just now would not be able to slash firmly on its neck. Of course, Excalibur. The skill also has a lot of credit. It is its 5 times the damage that allows Doug to kill it in one hit. Anyway, this time Doug was lucky to kill this monster by relying on 3 factors: weather, location, and people. Doug felt the star language in his hand and slowly inserted it back into the scabbard around his waist. Soon as he let go of the hand holding the hilt, the original appearance of Xingyu appeared again. Doug looked down at the Xingyu inserted in his waist, feeling strange in his heart. He clearly hasn't removed the weapon skin Shadowless Sword yet, so it stands to reason that the passive skill Shadowless Sword is still in effect. But how can you suddenly see it now? Doug tentatively reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Xingyu again. The Xingyu inserted in his waist directly attached to the scabbard and immediately disappeared without a trace like just now. No way. Doug had a bad premonition in his heart, and at the same time let go of the hand that grabbed the handle of the Xingyu knife. As expected, the famous sword Xingyu appeared again. In order to confirm his conjecture, Doug tried back and forth 7 or 8 times before finally stopping the same action. Chapter 88. The pot on the devil fruit. Star language that suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared again made Irene on the side look dumbfounded. If Doug hadn't been experimenting all the time, Irene couldn't help but touch it directly. This is the first time she has seen such a magical knife. Moreover, the famous knife in Doug's hand seems to be a good and fast knife. According to her good friend Tashiji, it is a famous knife with the same name as her Huazhu, and its name is Xingyu. But she has never heard her best friend Tashiji say that this knife has an invisible function. Under Irene's curious eyes, Doug stopped the movement of his hands. Then he stretched out his hand to Irene and borrowed the famous knife on her waist, Frost Snow, to cut it. Although Irene didn't understand Doug's purpose of borrowing the knife, she still took off the famous knife from her waist and handed it to Doug. After all, Irene believes in Doug's character. She once gave him this famous sword directly, and he doesn't want it. Now that she is her superior, she will not shamelessly smear her famous sword. In this way, under Irene's doubtful eyes, Doug took Irene's Frost and Snow and tried it back and forth several times just like the famous sword Xingyu just now. After that, he held the 2 famous knives left and right in his hands, and the effect was still the same. In fact, not only that, Doug even tied his own good knife Xingyu to his legs, or put it in his mouth to test it under Irene's speechless eyes. Irene couldn't help but want to hit him to actually spoil the famous sword like this. However, Doug's experiment did not produce the effect of completely disappearing when he held the Star Whisper. At this time, Doug could finally confirm the effect of his weapon skin Shadowless Sword seems to be a bit pitted. The introduction introduced that the passive effect of Shadowless Sword can be obtained in the handheld state. It turns out that it is really necessary to pick up the sword with the hand to equip the skill to take effect. As long as it's not handheld, it doesn't count. Pity. It's a pity. The idea of using this skill to catch the opponent by surprise was given a big discount at this time. Unless it was before the two sides met. Doug had already held the star language, and it was still under the condition that the other party did not know that he had a sword-like weapon. Only when the above two prerequisites are met can Doug be caught off guard when facing the enemy. Doug lowered his head and thought to himself, but Irene on the side opened her mouth in surprise. She knows better than anyone what kind of ability she possesses, her famous sword Frost Snow Prescott. But Doug held the frost and snow just now, and the effect of disappearing completely like the previous star language appeared, and Irene's mouth never closed again. Looking at Doug, who finally recovered, Irene couldn't help but speak. Lieutenant Colonel Doug, what happened just now? My frost and snow also disappeared just now. Oh, that's my devil fruit power. Doug explained it in a very flat tone. Aaron, then your devil fruit has a lot of abilities. Then what curry stick did you shout just now? And the phantom knife light appeared on the invisible knife. Could that be the power of your devil fruit? Irene still stared at Doug with dead fish eyes and asked. Then, under Irene's speechless eyes, Doug nodded with great certainty. Yes, he pushed all his skills to the devil fruit. Otherwise, Doug really can't find any reason to explain his wonderful system skills. Devil fruit said that he never thought that it would take such a heavy black pot one day. Irene has already begun to wonder what kind of devil fruit her superior ate. It's not too late to talk about these things after things are done, and you don't have to worry about hacking. After all, it's the entrance ticket to the new world. With Marshal Sengoku's optimistic attitude towards us, I asked a teacher to teach me. It's a matter of time. He thinks that our strength is not enough now, and we haven't reached the level of learning haki, so he didn't let us learn haki. Having said that, Doug reached out and patted Aaron on the shoulder, and continued to speak in a firm tone. Don't worry, you are my adjutant. We will go to the new world to fight pirates in the future. It's a fact that we can't escape, even if I don't want to go. Do you think Marshal Sengoku will agree? So as long as you follow me, sooner or later you will come into contact with haki. It's useless to be in a hurry now. What we should do now is to hand over the monster corpse to the Marine headquarters, and let the headquarters. The most important thing is to find out its identity over there, and then destroy that evil organization against humanity. A series of things that need to be done pulled Aaron back from her impatient mood. Right, they still have a lot of things to do now, and this is not the time to think about other things. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Irene asked, then we're going to carry it to the warship outside the forest now? Aaron stared at the headless corpse on the ground, a reluctant expression on her twisted face. Don't worry, I didn't plan to let you back. Irene's thoughts he saw at a glance. Even saying such a thing is to make Doug pity her for being a little girl and take on this corpse-carrying errand. What a hard-to-get game. Dig a hole and let yourself jump. He is a scheming boy. Even though that was the case, Doug also had no intention of running away with the corpse. He stretched out his thumb, pointed to the forest in the distance on his right, and said, did you forget we have a big black boy? Let it carry it, or run with it. Anyway, it is used to running away with a corpse in its mouth, and it doesn't care if it is a monster biting in its mouth. Aaron, people are biting animals, not biting monsters. Aaron silently gave Black Panther a wax in her heart. However, she did not open her mouth to fight for the Black Panther. The two quickly reached an agreement. Doug and Irene hurried to the location of Navigator Recruit. As soon as she walked to the periphery of the forest, Irene found that the two Navigator recruits were standing motionless on the ground at this time, and the Black Panther was guarding the two of them with vigilance. What's wrong? Are you also attacked by those animals? The sudden incident in front of her made Irene nervous again. Doug looked around for a while, and then softly comforted Irene, who had entered a state of alert. It shouldn't be that there is an enemy, and there is no sign of fighting in the vicinity. The reason why the two of them passed out is probably due to the influence of the Conqueror Haki on the four-dimensional monster just now, so it should not be in the way. The panther understood Doug's words, and nodded with its huge head. Vivi affirmed what Doug said. Chapter 89. New partner get. After listening to Doug's explanation, Aaron showed a look of fear on her face. She didn't expect that the monster's haki would affect so far. The more Aaron learned about this power called haki, the more afraid of fighting someone with that power, because according to Doug's words, a person who knows haki is not on the same mountain as she is now. Don't go to a duel with someone who knows haki until you have learned haki. This is a sentence Doug reminded Aaron repeatedly. After confirming the status of the two Navigator recruits, Doug praised the Black Panther. Obviously, can you give me some face? The effect of the skill has long since passed, but Black Panther is still strictly following Doug's request. This made Doug increasingly feel that Black Panther looked pleasing to the eye. I even had the idea of wanting to conquer it as my future mount. After all, there will be a lot of time to travel in the future, and Doug Doug has enjoyed riding a black panther and driving Catch the Shrimp. The effect of rushing on the road brought about it is difficult to accept the way of walking slowly. No matter which sea area he was in, Doug felt that he could not do without the fact that he was on his way to the island. If you take the black panther as your mount, then the travel time will be greatly saved, and the shape of the black panther is in line with Doug's aesthetics, and the body shape of more than 3 meters is also in line with his personality. Once such a thought arises, the more Doug thinks it makes more sense. Then he directly asked the Black Panthers to form a team. Black boy, you are much smarter now than before, and you are just an ordinary Black Panther on this island. Why don't you join my team and become my partner so that you can leave this island to see the wider world beyond this island? It's definitely better than anything you've seen right now, and your leopards will have no regrets. Irene couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard it. God TMS leopard. The chief of the family has started to fall ill again. I actually started talking to a wild animal about the philosophy of leopard life. Does it understand you? A bunch of slots got stuck in Aaron's throat, but what she didn't expect was that the Black Panther actually nodded his head. He also stuck out his tongue and licked Doug's cheek. It's like agreeing to Doug's invitation. Irene was stunned when she saw the whole person. Is it because you have too little knowledge? Is it true that wild animals have a thinking ability that is not weaker than that of humans? Ever since Irene got on Doug's thief ship, she felt that her 3 views were being refreshed over and over again. What I have learned in the past 10 years is basically useless now. Doug didn't notice the surprised look on Aaron's face. Doug was genuinely happy that the Black Panther accepted his invitation. Now he has a huge mount. This is more than the local tyrant's Haki who raised lions and tigers in previous lives. After all, are your lions and tigers more than 3 meters tall? After inviting the Black Panthers to join his team, Doug planned to wake up the 2 fainted sailors recruit and run away. However, the psychological endurance of the 2 recruits does not seem to be very good. It has been a long time. No matter how Doug calls them, they just don't wake up. It seems that the physical fitness is not good. Doug gave up shaking the 2 of them and said, "They're not combat sailors after all." Aaron replied. Doug rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of a way. "You said that if I give him 2 last attribute boost buff, will they wake up immediately?" Buff was in Doug's mouth. Is it possible to forcibly pull someone up and jump from a coma? Anyway, try it without spending money. It's done. After saying that, Doug selected the 2 navigators recruit who fainted on the ground and immediately activated the cool dance skill. Mimi 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 my only mimi 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 my sexy me. A strange but very pleasant female voice came from Doug's body. Whether it was Doug or the 2 navigators recruit who fainted on the ground, their bodies reacted instantly. Doug stood in the first place alone, pouting his buttocks, tilting his thick waist, and posing in an extremely seductive and coquettish pose. The other 2 navigators recruit quickly climbed up from the ground, rolled their faces with white eyes, and stood on the left and right sides of Doug, also pouting their butts in different directions, posing in the same posture. Although Doug had a sexy and charming smile on his face, his eyes revealed endless sadness and a desire to die. Irene, who had a panoramic view of everything in front of her, forcibly suppressed her desire to complain. She intends to retain the last trace of dignity for her superior and quietly watch the 3 of them dance this seductive dance. At this time, Irene was truly certain. It turned out that Lieutenant Colonel Doug really couldn't control the type of dance. Finally, Doug finished the 3.5 minute sexy dance mimimi with a black face. Fortunately, the system didn't put on a sexy pink high-cut skirt. Otherwise, even if only Irene saw it, Doug would have no shame and continue to hang around in the army. And Haze is an animal, so it's not a human being. After the dance, Doug looked at Aaron with embarrassment all the time, until the 2 navigators recruit woke up. It was Doug who had finished changing the awkward atmosphere just now. Where's the monster just now? The 2 navigators recruit woke up from the coma and became alert in the next second, apparently not knowing the current situation. Doug pointed to the corpse in the distance behind him and said softly, "I've done it. We're safe now." 2 navigator recruit followed Doug's fingers and saw a headless corpse lying there. Although I was surprised that my superior was such a ruthless person, at the same time I finally let go of the dangling heart. After confirming the current safety situation, the 2 navigator recruits said with some remorse, "Sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Doug, we haven't been of any help and have been holding you back." Doug, on the other hand, patted one of the navigators recruit on the back with a carefree hand and said, "The professions are not right. What are you blaming yourself for? As long as you take care of the sailing state of our warships, you are already doing your own work, and there is no need for you to blame yourself for the battle." Lieutenant Colonel Doug. 2 navigator recruits were moved when they heard Doug's words, thinking that they did not follow the wrong commander. Right. Doug suddenly pointed to the headless corpse in the distance behind him and continued, "There should be something wrong with that corpse, so we plan to transport that corpse back to headquarters headquarters. We will need your help when we move it later. Chapter 90. The True Identity of the Monster. Two Navigator recruits glanced at each other. Why do they always feel that Lieutenant Colonel Doug woke them up to help move the corpse? It's one thing to feel, but another to get your hands on it. The two people who had greatly increased their own attributes quickly carried the headless corpse on the back of the Black Panther. Doug watched helplessly as black blood flowed down the corpse's wound and onto the back of the panther, dyeing it even blacker. Doug reached out and slapped himself in the face. It's over. It looks like I can't ride Haze when I go back. Erin let out a sigh of relief in her heart. She walked over to Doug and asked, "Is there anything else to bring, or go back now?" Doug took out some research materials that he had folded and put in his arms before shaking it in front of Irene, and then replied, "If I have some information, I have already obtained it. It is best not to take back the entire anti-human research material so as not to be used by some ill-intentioned people. We only need to take a little back as favorable evidence. As for the rest, just burn them all in one fire." Erin strongly agrees with Doug's decision. In this way, Doug first took out the phone bug and dialed John Layson's side, telling them that things were done and asking him to return the ship to the original docking position on the island. I and Irene will go back soon. After notifying the warship, Doug and Irene checked the ruins again to see if the well-preserved materials had not been destroyed. After all these things were done, Doug and Irene planned to set off and rush back to the place where they originally landed on the island. Since this time I didn't ride a Black Panther to hurry, it took a lot more time than when I came. After walking for nearly 3 hours, Doug and his party finally returned to the place where the warship originally docked. Soon as the few people walked out of the jungle, John Layson ordered the Navy at the helm to approach the warship. Doug and the others finally returned to their warships alive. Although it only took less than half a day to land on the island, Doug and the others ran several times on the edge of life and death. Now back on the warship, several people can relax. Doug sat on the upper deck and let the military doctor urgently deal with the wound on his arm while letting out a burst of emotion. Sure enough, it's the safest place to be on a warship. Hee, I suddenly seem to have this feeling too, Irene replied with a smile. Because Irene was only slightly injured outside the skin, after a simple bandage by the military doctor, she was allowed to move freely. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, they heard panicked footsteps coming from the lower deck. Then, under the suspicious eyes of the two, John Layson took a panicked step, ran to Doug and Irene, and asked in an anxious tone, "Who, Lieutenant Colonel Doug, Erin Ensign, where did you find that headless body?" Doug raised his eyebrows and asked in a suspicious tone, "What, do you know the true identity of that headless corpse?" "I think I should know." John Layson listened to Doug's rhetorical question, and after hesitating for a while, he answered affirmatively. Erin also tried her best to perk up her ears, intending to listen carefully to John Layson's reply. In this way, under Doug and Erin's puzzled expressions, John Layson revealed what he knew, that a very terrifying thing happened in the town where John Layson was born more than 40 years ago. At that time, a group of pirates called the Purgatory Pirates attacked their town and stole almost all the treasures in the town. Not only that, the captain of the Purgatory Pirates, Demon Man Shells, launched a horrific massacre in John Layson's town. With his own power, he shattered the heads of almost all the young men in the town. The residents of the town were also severely damaged by this incident, and the population dropped sharply by 1/2, and they were all young men. This event was also called Shell's Horror Day by the local townspeople, and has been passed down as a horror story to this day. John Layson was one of those who grew up listening to this Shell's Horror Day story. "It's not what you meant to say." Doug and Irene opened their mouths wide and pointed at the headless corpse on the lower deck with an expression of disbelief. John Layson glanced at the corpse below and nodded. "Because it is clearly recorded in our story that the demon man Shells has a huge devil's head tattooed on his back, which seems to be what he has always believed in. This guy is a big pirate from 40 years ago." "John, you are sure you are right? This guy has a head like a lion and a tiger." John Layson listened to Doug's words but shook his head slightly and said, "The head is wrong, because the devil Shells is a ferocious-looking man, not an animal's face." "Then you're wrong," Doug replied with a shrug. "No, I'm sure I'm not mistaken. The portrait of the devil's head has been handed down in our small town. I've seen it countless times before I became a Marine, and I'm sure I'm not mistaken." John Layson said loudly and decisively. "Then what do you mean?" Doug thought of a terrifying possibility. "Except for the head, as well as the parts of the hands and feet, all other parts are demon man Shells." John Layson's words made several people at the scene break into a cold sweat. They felt at this moment as if they had heard some super scary ghost story. "My God, did he transform himself?" Erin showed an expression of disbelief. Doug shook his head while giving his own analysis. "Not necessarily. It is also possible that someone arrested him and then carried out a forced transformation. It's so ugly after all. The rest of his life was ruined. Doug thinks few people would be willing to accept such a makeover. Lieutenant Colonel Doug, Aaron Ensign, in fact both of you are wrong. John Layson in front of him suddenly denied the two's conjecture, and then spoke again with a trembling tone. The demon man Chels actually died 40 years ago. The rumor at the time was that one day he suddenly challenged the then Sea Overlord with confidence and was then cut off by someone else's head. So at that time he was too dead to die. Fuck. At this time Doug finally couldn't hold back his face and burst out a foul language. This Nemus. How to understand according to John Layson's meaning, the real identity of the guy who fought with him before is actually Frankenstein, the living dead. Chapter 91. The troublesome things are pushed aside. At first Doug thought that his opponent was just a devil fruit person, but after the fight there was no change in the corpse, so he thought the opponent was a synthetic beast. In a blink of an eye it was confirmed that the real identity of the other party was actually Frankenstein. Why is the situation gradually moving closer to the B-level movie? Doug looked at the headless corpse on the lower deck and was afraid for a while, and secretly grateful for his prudence and stability. He directly chopped off the opponent's head, and finally even the ash was raised to him. Otherwise, if they were moved to a warship like before with such a strange head, it is estimated that John Layson would not have gone to check carefully. When night falls, the corpse comes back to life. That is a marine version of Frankenstein. Thinking of that monster's power, it's not impossible for a ship to crash. Not only that, after listening to what John Layson just said, in addition to learning that the Devil Chels was active more than 40 years ago, because of his arrogance, he challenged the strongest pirate group in the sea at that time, and was finally cut into pieces by other captains. I also learned something even more amazing. Rocks more than 40 years ago, before Gold Roger opened the era of great sailing, and also has a pirate who can directly overthrow the power of the world government at that time, Rox D. Zebek. As a modern Haimai, the story of the Rox pirates has been circulating in the internet sea bars. Rox pirates were rarely mentioned in the original animation. The entire world is now closely related to the Rox pirates, 3 of the 4 emperors of the New World, and the real reason Garp is called the marine hero. Doug can say without boasting at all, if it wasn't for Garp and Roger joining forces back then, perhaps the pattern of the entire pirate world would have already undergone earth-shaking changes. But now the problem is not with the Rox pirates, it was the body of this devil man Chels. Even 40 years ago, Chels was extremely arrogant, but without absolute strength, it would be impossible to truly have the courage to challenge the Rox pirates. Why is he a person with a head and face in the sea area of the New World? However, it is such a character who was not only taken away by others, but also rebuilt and resurrected. It was difficult for Doug to imagine who the real identity of the adult in the mouth of the giant ape man was. But the only thing Doug can be sure of at the moment is that that kind of guy is not someone he can provoke at all, at least for now. After a series of reasoning, Doug felt his whole body trembling, so they hurriedly called all the crew of the warship to gather urgently on the lower deck, and no one fell. Under the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Doug's attitude changed from usual, and he gave orders with an unusually serious expression and tone. From now on, everyone on the warship, including Irene and I, are not allowed to mention to anyone other than us that our warship has been to this small island called Eden. This is an order. Do you understand? Yes, everyone shouted collectively. Although I don't understand why Colonel Doug wants to do this, the mission of the soldiers is to absolutely obey the orders given by their superiors, so they don't need to know the real reason. And Doug didn't let them know that it was also for their sake. For a group of recruits who just hit the road, it's better to avoid these troublesome things as much as possible. Otherwise, one day if they leak their mouths, they will be killed. This is the result that everyone does not want to see. Even if the Marine headquarters is also unsafe, Doug is almost certain that Marineford is also mixed with a large number of undercover agents from various forces. Although it is hardly mentioned in the anime, the people in the pirate world are not fools. It's not too difficult to train 1 or 2 undercover agents to infiltrate Marine headquarters, or be careful to sail the ship for 10,000 years. After disbanding the team, Doug asked in which direction the island with the market closest to them was. After knowing the exact location of the island closest to the warship, Doug informed the sailors at the helm to set the island as the target point. He himself needs to go to the island to do something. Determine the destination. Doug quietly issued a secret mission to John Layson. After he landed on the island, he quickly found a carpenter to customize a wooden box that could hold the headless corpse. Doug intends to put all the information in his hand as evidence, as well as the headless corpse, into the wooden box. Afterwards, Doug instructed John Layson to let him select 4 quick-wit Marines from the team, and let the 4 of them secretly send the box containing the corpse to the water capital. For the sake of safety, Doug also asked John to instruct his brother that it is best to dress box up on the road and then disguise the box as a luggage item as an ordinary homeless person and go to the water city. As for what happened after arriving in the water capital, they don't have to worry. Doug intends to notify Marshal Sengoku directly and ask him to send someone he can trust to deliver the box. These things are still a headache for Sengoku. After all, as far as Doug's current strength is concerned, he can't touch the events at this stage. Now that he has completed the task of the decoy in his hand with peace of mind, he has already done his best. Doug had at least 10 layers of certainty that Sengoku wouldn't push this kind of trouble on his head. After a whole day of sailing at sea, Doug finally arrived at the island called Helen in the early morning of the second day. The warship slowly docked. John Layson went to the market with 4 of his chosen sailors. Doug, on the other hand, went back to his room alone and dialed Marshal Sengoku's number with his own phone. A long time ago, Sengoku handed his phone number to Doug, saying that if he had a really difficult problem, he could call him for advice or help. Even though he said that, Doug knew how tight the schedule was for Marshal Sengoku's day, so until now, he has never used this phone bug number. Including the previous pursuit of the remnants of the Double Blade Pirates and the Bloodwater Pirates, Doug never thought about calling this number. He planned to find a way to solve it by himself, but now this incident is beyond Doug's ability, so he had to ask Sengoku for help. Just like that, after a while of mental preparation, Doug gently dialed Marshal Sengoku's phone bug number. After a busy tone, the phone worm was quickly answered. Is it Doug? Phone worm opened his mouth and Marshal Sengoku's suspicious voice came from inside. Well, Marshal Sengoku, it's me. Haven't seen you in a while. Chapter 92. Scolded by Marshal Sengoku. Haha, it's rare for you kid to call me. Sengoku was Isho at first, then immediately changed to a serious tone. What's the matter? Did you encounter any trouble during the mission? Sengoku knew that Doug wouldn't call him for no reason. After all, Doug hadn't called him once since he gave him the phone bug number. But this time, suddenly in the early morning, I called him the first time after going to work. That Doug must have encountered something difficult. Sengoku still knows Doug's character very well at this point. Doug nodded, told Marshal Sengoku in detail about the horrific things they had encountered on the island of Eden. Doug spoke. He told Sengoku Cope John Layson his hometown story, as well as his own speculation and analysis behind the series of events. During the whole speech, Marshal Sengoku listened very carefully. Except for occasionally asking a few necessary details, he almost didn't say a word until Doug reports everything he knows. Marshal Sengoku then said solemnly, very well, there's basically nothing wrong with what you've done. It's also for your safety that you let the sailors stop talking about it. That's right. Marshal Sengoku first complimented Doug, but before he could be complacent for a while, Sengoku immediately put on a reproachful tone and began to question Doug. Do you know that you actually have one of the most important things wrong? Important place? Doug, who was suddenly blamed, was obviously taken aback, and after thinking for about 10 seconds, he tried to speak. Did I give up the task I was supposed to do to help my subordinates measure the island of Eden? Idiot. That's not what I meant. After hearing Doug's answer, Marshal Sengoku suddenly shouted angrily. Ugh. Doug, who was suddenly yelled at by his boss, was stunned on the spot. He had never been yelled at like this since he had been in touch with Marshal Sengoku for so long. So Marshal Sengoku has always been a very amiable boss in Doug's impression. The change before and after this time, the gap is huge, and Doug doesn't know how to answer for a while. Just like that, the silent atmosphere froze again for about 5 seconds. Doug just tried to continue speaking. Then what? I didn't do well. You still don't understand. Marshal Sengoku angrily began to slowly explain the reason to Doug. Since you found out that this matter was completely beyond your ability from the beginning, why didn't you choose to retreat as soon as possible? Wait for a completely safe place, and then use the phone bug to notify me, and finally I will send someone with sufficient strength to East Blue to solve this problem. Isn't this the most correct way? However, our landing on the island has already exposed the other party's whereabouts. If we choose to retreat at the first time, the next time we send someone to land on the island, they must have changed their bases, and they will not be able to find so much favorable information at all. Doug tried to speak up. Of course, he did not explain the reason why there are system tasks among them. Doug, you know what? Marshal Sengoku suddenly changed to a softer tone. How dangerous is your action this time? The bounty of Demon Man Shells 40 years ago was 980 million Bailey, even if his resurrection followed his own instincts, but you are now facing the possibility of such a guy as well. I know. Doug didn't deny Sengoku's words, because he also knew that if it weren't for the reward of that weapon skin, the worst would be obvious. Then do you think that an old soldier wanted to see the recruit he cultivated as best he could, and sacrificed it in vain because of this impulsive behavior? You bastard. A sentence that hits Doug's soul directly. This made Doug feel feel the pain that was buried deep in his heart when Sengoku said this. At this moment Doug really felt Sengoku's concern for him. That is beyond the love of subordinates. His actions this time seemed to have unsealed the long-lost memory box in Sengoku's heart. It reminded him of a past event that had caused him pain for a long time and was extremely regretful and remorseful. It was also because of an unauthorized action by a subordinate that he finally let the white-haired man send the black-haired man. So this time, anyway, Sengoku won't let what happened last time happen again. He had to give Doug a stern warning. In the future, if you encounter this kind of incident that you know you can't solve by yourself, you must ensure your own safety as soon as possible and then promptly notify me so that I can handle the next thing. Order. This is an order, did you understand? Sengoku was almost done with that because he had to impress Doug the most. Even the statement of the order was moved out by him. After some bittersweet tirade, Doug accepts Sengoku's criticism of himself and promises that he won't do this kind of bravado again in the future. After listening to Doug's promise, Sengoku stopped preaching to Doug. As for the headless corpse, Doug doesn't need to worry anymore, and Marshal Sengoku told him that there was no need to send it to the Water City at all. It was enough to send it directly to Logtown. Sengoku will arrange for a strong and trustworthy subordinate, Momonga, to take over the wooden box provided by Doug in Logtown. As for what happened after the wooden box was handed over, there was nothing about Doug. Sengoku let him not have to think about it anymore, and completing this task well is his most important thing at the moment. With Marshal Sengoku, Doug lay down on his bed in a state of exhaustion. This is simply harder than a battle, but Doug understood Sengoku's mood just now. After all, that incident made a deep impression on him. After a period of rest, Doug finally adjusted his mood. He slowly came to the upper deck of the warship and happened to bump into John Layson and the others who had customized the black wooden box and moved it back to the warship. So Doug walked quickly to John Layson and the others and told him the plan that Sengoku had revised before. After making sure that the 4 selected sailors had not misunderstood Doug's order, they began to execute their transfer plan. After silently saying goodbye to the 4, Doug took the rest of his subordinates and quickly left the pier and returned to his original route. This sudden incident made Doug's whole body and mind feel unprecedentedly exhausted. In addition, so far, there are still no traces of the pirates coming from the Great Route. Doug decided to take advantage of this time to let himself and the rest of his subordinates relax. So after thinking about it for a while, Doug finally decided, with the rest of his subordinates, simply go to the most famous sea restaurant Bardi on East Blue and have a big meal first. It can be regarded as a reward for all the efforts made by his subordinates during this period. Chapter 93, Arrival at the Sea Restaurant. The Sea Restaurant Baladi is a more famous luxury restaurant on the East Blue Sea. The seafaring merchants of East Blue have a meal at Bardi almost every time they pass by. The reputation of the Sea Restaurant Bardi has spread throughout the entire East Blue Sea. Not only that, the top chef of the future Straw Hat Pirates, Blackfoot Sanji, is currently an employee of the Sea Restaurant Baladi, and Sanji's cooking skills will be admired by chefs all over the sea in the future. No one who has tried his craft has ever said the word no. Even the 4 emperors of the New World, Big Mom, were captured by Sanji's cooking. This made Doug, who has eaten countless delicacies in modern Chinese society, have a strong interest. Doug informs his lieutenant, Aaron, of his intentions, and Irene raised her hands and feet to agree with Doug's idea almost at the same time. After a war, Irene is eager to relax her body and mind, but for a young girl, nothing could relax her body and mind more than delicious food. The 2 top executives on the warship made such a decision at the same time, and naturally no one of the seamen on the warship would stand up and deny them. Luxury restaurant, famous East Blue. It wasn't just Doug and Aaron who were curious about this. After all, in this pirate world that is extremely lacking in entertainment culture, being able to eat delicious food is also an entertainment item for most people in the pirate world. Not only that, based on what they knew about their 2 bosses, they definitely had their share of this meal, and it was their boss Doug and others as a treat. Therefore, adding up the above points, this group of recruits has no objection. In this way, the opinions of all the personnel on the warship were quickly unified. Even the 2 navigators, recruit, participated actively and successfully found the exact location of the Sea Restaurant Bardi on the East Blue nautical chart. Afterwards, after accurate calculation by the 2 navigators, recruit, the Sea Restaurant Bardi is currently about 800 kilometers away from their warship. If sailing at the normal speed of a warship, it would take about a whole day to reach the destination. However, if Lieutenant Colonel Doug was used to sail the ship, this time would be shortened by a factor of 5. After about 4 hours of sailing, they were able to reach the Sea Restaurant Bardi. How do you want me to drive the boat? After calculating the time, Doug looked at his adjutant Irene with a playful expression. After all, we have a mission at hand. Although we haven't received any reports on the whereabouts of those pirates yet. I think that if we can spend a little time doing other things, we should try not to waste this time and leave more. It is the best plan to have time on standby on the original route, otherwise we will waste 2 whole days of going back and forth. Doug's diabolical whisper in his ear kept echoing in Aaron and John Layson's ears. After listening to his explanation, the two of them showed a tangled expression almost at the same time. Because what Doug said was very true, she couldn't find any reason to refute it. But even so, the two of them also didn't want to experience the 4-hour high-speed sailing at sea. Delicious at present. If the dishes of the sea restaurant Baladi are really as delicious as those businessmen boast, it seems that it is not unacceptable to get off the boat. So everyone gritted their teeth. Endure it anyway. These days are so galloping over here. However, after consultation with all the Navy, their ideas came to an agreement. Decided to take a step back with Doug on both sides. Can only sail for a maximum of 2 hours and have to rest for 20 minutes every half an hour before continuing to drive the next sailing. Doug doesn't care because he has the protection of system skills and he never felt the feeling of other people when he was sailing. So there is nothing wrong with Doug's decision except that he feels a little waste of time. So it was finally decided. Doug only raced the warship for 2 hours and had to stop every half hour to let everyone relax for 20 minutes before continuing to race. So in the end, after such a decision, they only need half a day to arrive at the sea restaurant Bardi. It saves a whole day compared to normal sailing. Irene and the others prayed in their hearts, hoping that the cuisine of the sea restaurant Baladi was really worth the price they paid. Otherwise, this sacrifice will seem to be a bit of a loss. In this way, the sea hurricane lasted for half a day. Doug's warship finally arrived at the outer waters of the sea restaurant Baladi after a lateral drift. The ferocious sailing at sea and the lateral drift operation just stared at all the diners around, and in their hearts they have all left behind, which makes them unforgettable memories for a lifetime. And after the east blew, there were rumors that a new type of warship was developed by the Marine headquarters. The speed of this new type of warship is 5 times that of ordinary ships, and it can also turn quickly. After that, there were many business tycoons who wanted Marine to share the manufacturing plan of this kind of ship, and even promised to raise money to buy the manufacturing method of this kind of ship. And their reasons are very reasonable, saying that this is the only way to promote commercial trade in various sea areas and even greatly improve the economic level of the world. Marine branches on each island bewildered. If they weren't from Marine's side, even they would have to believe that their own organization had come up with such a special warship. In the end, the public opinion escalated again, and all the trouble went to the Marine headquarters. Marshal Sengoku received many collective written applications from merchants from various sea areas in one day. He literally stared at Sengoku for a while. Even he himself didn't know what the so-called new warships of these merchants were. If we really had this kind of special warship, we would have used it long ago to chase pirates, and we would have to share it with your businessmen. In the end, Marshal Sengoku concluded that this group of businessmen was on Marine's side, so all the application documents they handed in were treated as snacks for their precious pets. Of course, Doug had no idea what was going to happen after that. Under the language instructions of the staff of the sea restaurant Bardi, Doug's warship slowly docked at the exclusive position on the right side of the sea restaurant. John Layson successfully completed the necessary docking procedures. Because of Blackboy's size, Doug was afraid that bringing him into the restaurant would scare other diners, so he ordered Haze to stay alone on the warship to watch the house. After they finish eating in the restaurant, hack a delicious meal for Haze to bring it to him. Finished telling the black boy, Doug took his subordinate slowly away from the warship and successfully boarded the outer deck of the sea restaurant Baladi. Looking up at the sea restaurant called Bardi, the memory deep in Doug's mind was awakened again, and secretly sighed in his heart. This is where Luffy met Sanji. P.S. Next is pie time. I recommend an equally funny novel because I'm too afraid of bad luck. I'll be lucky. Introduction. The super unlucky Henry Zhang has passed through, but he is witty and full of luck this time. Xian Huan or Xiangxia are invincible and have a lot of fun. Henry Zhang. I don't want to miss the day when I was attacked by my seniors at night. The book is very interesting. It is an original novel. If you are interested, you can go and read it. Epsilon. Also, ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 94. Familiar Faces. Sea Restaurant Baladi is almost exactly the same as Doug's impression. The overall shape of the entire maritime restaurant is circular, and it is a super large vessel with a 3-story structure. The overall area, not counting the 2 outer decks, is at least more than 3,000 square meters, almost catching up with half a football field in the future world. The restaurant boat is shaped like a fish, except when sailing, it basically floats steadily on the sea. Doug wasn't sure how much the restaurant boat weighed, but standing on the boat didn't feel the ground shaking at all. It's as stable as is standing on the ground of an island, and I don't know how it's done. Because Doug and the others arrived at the time of the meal, there were a lot of guests coming from all directions. Offshore restaurant Baladi opened up the outer decks that were usually tucked away today. Due to the large number of people on Doug's side, there are more than 40 people in all his subordinates. So they were seated in the largest restaurant on the first floor by the waiter who was in charge of leading the way. Bardi restaurant on the sea. Several faces that Doug felt very familiar were imprinted into his eyes. Wearing a 1-meter-high chef's hat, the restaurant owner with 2 beards like baguettes, Zeph, with a big face and body like a cartoon version of Popeye's restaurant chef Patty. There is also the restaurant chef who wears sunglasses and a bearded face, Karn. These several iconic characters who can best represent the sea restaurant Bardi are all concentrated in the lobby on the first floor at this time. Number of people means business. Doug and his party, in Patty's eyes, immediately transformed into the biggest customer today. Often talked about the service motto, and when he saw Doug and the others, he immediately trotted all the way to Doug's right hand and rubbed his hands together. Welcome to our shop. We are the most famous sea restaurant Baladi in East Blue. You are very discerning. I guarantee that you will be full of praise after eating our food. Patty, who knows that treating guests and enemies are two completely different attitudes, Doug said with a smile. Actually, we came here from a long way to wait for me because we heard about the reputation of your restaurant. I hope your dishes will not disappoint us. Patty replied with a smile and a smile. Of course it's necessary, although I don't know if our restaurant is the largest on the sea, but if we only talk about the taste, the cuisine of our sea restaurant Baladi can definitely be regarded as one of the best in the world and in every sea area restaurant. There are even many other guests from all over the world who come here because of this, and it will definitely make every guest think that this trip is worthwhile. With the exception of Doug, a group of Marines behind him listened to Patty blowing up their dining room. I can't help but start to have doubts about the cuisine of this restaurant. I'm afraid it's not because the Navy you invited has praised it. Is it really that exaggerated? Patty naturally encounters customers who are suspicious of their restaurant's food, but these people will change their attitude immediately after eating their restaurant's food. He is still very confident about this. So in order to prove the reputation of his restaurant, Patty quickly led Doug and others to the largest round tables in the hall and hurried to be seated. Guests have to eat, right? This is the signature menu in our restaurant, and there is absolutely no negative review for every dish on it. I dare to use the reputation of our restaurant to guarantee it. As long as you have eaten one, you will definitely let the guests. They will never be forgotten. While introducing the dishes in the store, Patty handed a few extra large menus to the team, the three who looked the most like the leaders. Doug took the menu from Patty and started flipping through it. I don't know if I don't see it. I'm startled when I see it. Good guy. There are more than 100 signature dishes alone, plus other dishes and desserts. There are thousands of them. The memory of these chefs is so perverted. It seems that the most famous sea restaurant Baladi on East Blue really didn't get its name out of it. Patty, who had a full view of the surprised expressions on the faces of the three, had a proud expression on his face. What he likes to see the most is the surprised expressions on the guests' faces when they order and eat the dishes. Otherwise, Patty, one of the three main chefs in the restaurant, would not have come to the lobby to guest serve as a waiter. Doug carefully looked at the huge menu in his hand. More than 100 dazzling various signature dishes made Doug not know how to start for a while, and instantly made him fall into a very tangled state. And Aaron and John Layson are facing the same problem as Doug at this time. After flipping through 7 or 8 pages of dishes, Doug finally chose to ask Patty to recommend their specialty dishes. But before he could speak, a familiar voice came from his ears. At this time, a yellow-haired curly-haired brother in a black suit was holding a bottle of red wine in one hand and pouring wine for Irene alone. At the same time, he did not forget to start a conversation with her. "Ah, beautiful Miss Marine, you are like the bright star in the dark night, illuminating me and guiding me here. Your beautiful face is deeply unforgettable. Is this the arrangement of fate, or our fateful encounter?" The boy in the suit filled the wine glass in front of Irene, then bowed to her very gently, and then spoke. "Beautiful Miss Marine, I wonder if I have the honor to have a drink with you. I believe this will leave a good memory for both of us. What do you think?" Doug, John Layson, Patty, Aaron, come out. Sanji Sibo finally appeared. Doug, who had a panoramic view of Sanji's series of tricks just now, couldn't help but complain loudly in his heart. Irene was completely standing in her seat, and her pretty face turned red immediately. Although she has been praised by the people around her for being beautiful, there are also many young people who want to chase after her. But as soon as he came up, the guy who put this kind of love on his mouth and said it so bluntly was the first guy in front of him. Patty, whose expression was completely stunned when he found the guests present, immediately turned into an angry look and shouted loudly at Sanji. "Bastard Sanji, didn't you forbid you to run into the hall just now? Why did you run out again?" again. And not only that, but you even shamelessly started molesting the big clients on my side. Am I going to lock you up in the iron cage? Can you rest in peace?" Sanji frowned after hearing this, then turned to look at Patty and yelled back at him with the same angry tone. "Shut up, you have a big face. Didn't you see that I'm talking to a beautiful girl now? You look so scary. Aren't you afraid of scaring such a beautiful lady? You should be locked in a cage. It's you who is right." Chapter 95. Sanji who was fooled into cooking. No, Patty's head was smoking with anger at what Sanji said. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many guests dining in the hall now, he would have to find Sanji to practice anyway, so as to get rid of the bad anger in his heart. Seeing that Patty was speechless by himself, Sanji proudly raised his curly eyebrows. Then he instantly changed into a more gentleman tone and continued to speak to Irene. "Beautiful lady, how are you thinking?" Although Irene was said to be blushing, her good literacy kept her from losing her temper immediately in public. She just looked at Sanji's face with a very dissatisfied look and replied, "I will not participate in the invitation of the little brother in the suit, and we are marine with a task at hand. After this meal, we will set sail and leave immediately." So the little brother in the suit still invites other girls to watch the stars with you. Moon. Hearing Irene rejecting herself politely, Sanji wasn't angry, but he wasn't discouraged either. As a standard gentleman, it was as common as drinking cold water for him to be rejected in seconds. He now intends to use another method and increase the mutual affection with Irene. Sanji bowed deeply to Irene first, then changed into a top-level waiter's tone and said suddenly, "Is the beautiful lady in a dilemma when ordering? Then let me choose a few dishes for the beautiful lady that are very suitable for you, and those dishes will be made by me personally, which will definitely make you change your opinion of me in an instant. What do you think?" Irene frowned and began to feel impatiently that this little guy in a suit was really annoying. Just as she was about to politely reject his favor, suddenly an after-image passed by. A clap, the loud noise came out. Sanji even flew out with a bottle of wine and didn't stop until he crashed into a round table. The sudden attack frightened every guest in the hall. Zeph, the restaurant owner wearing a high hat, raising his prosthetic leg and staring angrily at Sanji who was kicked out by him. "Damn old man, what are you doing?" Sanji shook his head and slowly got up from the pile of wooden blocks, staring at the boss Zeph with the same angry expression. "What? You still have the face to ask? Sooner or later my restaurant will be ruined by your frivolous temper." After Zeph said that, without waiting for Sanji to reply, he immediately looked at Eren with an apologetic expression and said casually, "Guests, I'm making you laugh. In order to compensate this bastard for his rudeness, this time he will take care of your cooking. Don't look at his weird personality, but his cooking skills are still good if he waits. If the dishes made later are not to your liking, then I will waive the cost of this meal for you." The boss's words count. Doug, who was still eating melons and watching a play, instantly became energized when he heard this. "As the owner of this restaurant and in front of so many guests, I still have some credit," Zeph said in a flat tone. "What the hell? This way, Vern." After hearing Zeph's words, Sanji, who just got up from the ground, immediately became dissatisfied. "Damn old man, do you know how many people this is going to cook? Just pushed me out of the pot." "Shut up, you stinky bastard. Who do you think is causing all this trouble?" Zeph stared at Sanji with fiery eyes. Ugh. Sanji was speechless for a while. "If you still want to make up for your rudeness to the guests, then quickly roll me into the kitchen and apologize to the guests in a way that only chefs do. Or do you no longer have that ability? It's been a long time ago. Forget what I taught you, you stinky brat." "Ha, even if you're a stinky old man, I don't allow you to look down on my cooking." Sanji seemed to be angry, but Zeph said he couldn't cook, so he quickly got up and walked to the kitchen. "You wait with your eyes wide open to see me conquer them with my own cooking." After saying that, Sanji slammed the door out and walked towards the kitchen. "Boss, it looks like we haven't ordered yet." After the melon was finished, Doug raised his hand weakly. "Boss," Zeph acted a little indifferent. "Guests, rest assured that stinky boy has a good eye in addition to his craftsmanship. The old man I said just now, if the food he brought out does not satisfy you, then you will not be charged for this meal." Well, as soon as this remark came out, Doug and others immediately dispelled all dissatisfaction. In this way, after waiting for up to 40 minutes, Sanji finally brought the 40 or so dishes that he selected and completed by himself to the people of Doug. Chapter 96. Sanji's cooking. The strong aroma of the cooking instantly enveloped everyone in the hall. Even the other diners around couldn't help but put down the food in their hands when they smelled the aroma. Doug looked down at the 3 exquisite dishes in front of him and couldn't help swallowing. "Looks like I'm having a good time today." As expected of the top chef in the future of One Piece/King of Pirates, the color, aroma, and taste of every dish in front of him are all taken care of by Sanji. Doug couldn't help but picked up his own cutlery at the table and prepared to start his own tasting session. Even Irene couldn't help swallowing laughing when she smelled the smell. Because it was to surprise Zeph and Doug, Sanji used all his skills to cook this time. It can even be said that the level of these dishes has surpassed every dish he has cooked this year. A spoonful of food is put into the mouth and a unique fragrance fills the entire mouth instantly. Soup is thick and meaty, and it keeps stimulating my taste buds. Eating it in one bite made Doug forget to return, and even made him reluctant to swallow it, wanting to stay in his mouth more to reminisce about that wonderful moment. If it weren't for the fact that these dishes would not shine, Doug would have thought that he had strayed into the studio of China's young master. Aftertaste or something really doesn't suit Doug. He held the big plate and kept sending the food to his mouth. It's not just Doug alone. It should be said that except for Irene, all the Marines are gushing the food in front of them, and in everyone's heart they thought that this trip was worth it. It seems not bad to be able to eat this kind of food. In just 3 minutes, the group killed the meat entree in front of them. Then there is the side dish. The mix of meat and vegetarian dishes is also very delicious. Even the dessert at the end did not disappoint Doug. Much better than the luxurious dishes in 5-star hotels in modern society. Doug almost swallowed his tongue. Although he had never eaten the luxurious dishes in a 5-star hotel in modern society, his instinct told Doug that it was right. It took nearly 10 minutes. Doug leaned back in his chair full of food and drink, picking his teeth with a toothpick with one hand. Irene just finished eating her share of food at this time. Compared with Doug and the others, she paid more attention to her image. Although she is not slow to eat, she doesn't seem flustered at all. Every time, the food is brought to the mouth gracefully, and it seems to be chewed slowly. However, it took her to finish eating no longer than Doug and the others, which surprised Doug very much. Elegant movements, but with a slow eating speed. Is this the long-lost fighting diet, the gourmet fat foie gras stunt? There are many flaws, but they can't be shared. Doug can only swallow these things that can be complained silently. Seeing that Doug and his party had all finished their meal, Sanji walked over from the opposite side. How is it? My cooking didn't disappoint you? Sanji held a cigarette in one hand, raised his head, and spit out a ring of smoke into the sky. Yes, this is the best meal I've ever eaten in this world, and I give you a 5-star praise. Doug took the lead in giving Sanji a thumbs up. Sanji. The picture returns to Irene's side. After eating, she is holding the napkin provided on the table and wiping her small mouth without any hassle. Very good. I have never eaten such delicious food before. You are a skilled cook. Irene also spoke highly of Sanji and praised him honestly. Compared with before, the impatience on Irene's face just now has disappeared by more than half. It was normal for Sanji to be praised by Doug, but when she heard Aaron's praise, Sanji immediately showed an ecstatic expression and couldn't help but spin on the spot, just like the anime scene on TV. Doug wonders if he won't feel dizzy if he spins so fast. In this way, Sanji finally proved his strength with practical actions. Chapter 97. Intelligence from Zeph's mouth. Zeph, the silent boss on the right side of the service desk, suddenly spoke to Doug. Mr. Marine, he shouldn't be the captain of the East Blue unit, right? Boss Zeph's sudden speech instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience, including Irene and Sanji. Doug patted the dust on his clothes and looked at his boss Zeph with a smile. The old man has good eyesight. We are indeed not a local navy in East Blue. We came from the Great Route to carry out the mission. Doug's words are like a bomb detonated in deep water, causing 1,000 waves. The originally quiet hall suddenly became noisy. They were all whispering about Doug and the others, the army that had suddenly arrived from the Great Route. Even Sanji looked at Doug and the others with a look of surprise. As for Irene, John Layson, and others, they showed a puzzled expression. Is there anything wrong with the ships coming from the Great Route? Since they are all indigenous people living on the Great Route, they don't know what the Great Route means to the people in the sea area of East Blue. Zeph is a man of the world, so he's not too surprised that Doug et al. Are from the Great Line. What he cares more about is what Doug said about the task. Doing the mission, is it related to the pirates who suddenly came from the Great Route in the last half-month? Boss Zeph tries to guess the purpose of Doug and the others coming to East Blue. The old man's intelligence ability is good. Since the story of his arrest of a large number of pirate groups on East Blue spread, Doug didn't intend to hide anything on purpose. It seems that the monster marine that has been circulating on East Blue recently is probably your team. From the words and actions of Doug and others, as well as the information Doug himself said just now, it is not difficult for Zeph to think of the rumored warship. Doug doesn't really care what people think of them in East Blue. After all, the title of monster is too cheap in East Blue. He was more interested in Zeph's opinion on the matter. The old man actually knows so much about what happened on East Blue, so I don't know if the old man has any information about the current whereabouts of the pirates. After all, we have been floating in the East Blue Sea for nearly half a month, but even those pirates, the shadow of the regiment has not been seen. If we continue like this, we are likely to return without success. Doug's words detonated all the diners present for the second second time. For the past 2 weeks, for this group of merchants at sea, almost every day they sailed on the sea with fear. For fear that at some point I might run into a monster pirate coming from the Great Route. As time went on like this, they also became more and more dissatisfied with Marine's attitude. Think Marine didn't take it seriously at all. Until now, after hearing the conversation between Doug and the boss Zeph, everyone understood. It turned out that Marine didn't care about East Blue. In fact, the headquarters had already dispatched a monster Marine who was responsible for this event. It's just that they have not obtained the whereabouts of those pirates so far, so there has been no news that the pirates on the Great Route have been driven back. But now that I hear that there is no trace of those pirates, they are likely to return without success. Marine couldn't stay in the East Blue for long on the Great Route. If that's the case in the end, wouldn't the 10 pirate groups that came back from the Great Route stay in the Sea of East Blue and wreak havoc? As soon as these words came out, they immediately brought up the heart that everyone had finally put down. Lieutenant Colonel, how can a restaurant owner have such information? Eileen on the side was obviously out of breath at this time. She couldn't help but whisper to her chief, because he thinks that Doug's current condition is long-term illness and medical treatment. Even if he wants to inquire about the whereabouts of the pirates, he should not ask a restaurant manager. Zeph, who was sitting beside him, suddenly answered, I recently heard from a former crew member that I seem to have seen those pirates that do not belong to East Blue near Bad Rock Island. I am not sure of the truth of what he said, but it would be better if Mr. Marine hadn't whereabouts information. I think I might be able to try my luck over there. After Doug listened to Zeph's words, he immediately turned to look at the 2 navigators recruit who planned the sailing of his warship. Seeing Doug looking towards him, the 2 navigator recruits felt sorry and quickly took out the nautical chart they carried with them and began to search. After a few minutes, the 2 found information about the island and started talking to Doug. Bad Rock Island is an abandoned island 1,600 kilometers away from our current east-west direction. The original name of Bad Rock Island was Huanchi Island. It used to be a small island where a certain kind of ore originated. There used to be many businessmen who had invested in ores on that small island, but 4 years ago, a group of the pirates led a team to sack the island, which caused all the original mines on the island to be blown up, and even some of the mines leaked toxic gas, which seemed to have killed and injured many workers at that time. Because new ore could not be mined for a long time and there were casualties, all investors and businessmen lost their money, so they began to withdraw from the island. Now the facilities and equipment on the island have been completely abandoned. So far no one has picked it up, so that small island has completely turned into an abandoned island, and no one cares about it so far. Doug rolled his eyes after listening to his subordinate's introduction, thinking that if it was really hidden on that small island, it seemed that it would be really difficult for East Blue's Marine to discover it, and if those pirates curled up on that abandoned island, there would be no movement. This made Doug try to guess what their purpose was. However, after much deliberation, no conclusion could be drawn in the end. It seems that he still has to go to that island anyway. He has no better arrangements now. Chapter 98 Undercurrent. Doug was very satisfied with the whereabouts of his target after a meal, properly earning a useful piece of information for nothing. Doug glanced back at Zeph, who provided him with useful information, and said in a grateful tone, "Thank you, old man. No matter whether this information is correct or not, it does give us a new target. Like you said, we are going to try our luck there. If those pirates are really there, this time they will be wiped out and it will be considered a peace on the East Blue Sea." Boss Zeph seemed to be waiting for Doug's words. He didn't answer Doug's words, but nodded to him, agreeing with what he said. After determining his new target, Doug ordered a large portion of food, intending to pack it back for the Heisei who was left behind on the warship. After doing the series of things, Doug and Irene paid for the meal together, and then notified all the subordinates to board the ship and be ready to go at any time. A group of people came and went in a hurry. The huge living room finally fell silent. Returning to the warship, Irene, while commanding her subordinates to prepare to sail, couldn't help but ask Doug about the identity of the restaurant owner just now, because from Doug's eyes just now, and the tone of the boss's answer, it is not difficult to see that the old gentleman must be no ordinary person. Doug replied with a smile after listening to Aaron's words. That old gentleman is indeed not an ordinary person. He used to be the head of the biggest cook gang on the great airline, Aaron. At the same time as Doug, they identified their new goals. The second half of the Great Route, the heart of the New World. A huge pirate ship was sailing on the calm sea at this time. A sea breeze blew, and the black pirate flag on the pirate ship's mast swayed. The flag on the black background is printed with a smiling white skull, with two bones up and down crossed passing through the smiling skull, and on the nose of the smiling skull there is a white crescent beard that curves upwards. No matter if this pirate flag is placed in any part of the sea, it will shock all the local marines. One of the 4 emperors in the New World, the Whitebeard Pirates, known as the strongest pirate group in the sea. It is the owner of this pirate flag and the strongest man in the world with a bounty of 5 billion. Whitebeard Edward Newgate is the captain of this pirate ship. Porper. A noisy phone bug rang, and a pirate in black quickly picked up the phone bug and quickly ran to the deck outside the ship. Daddy, your personal phone worm is ringing, and someone seems to be looking for you. Soon, the black-clothed pirate took the phone worm and ran to the outer deck. The man, who was nearly 6 meters tall, shouted loudly. The man's face also has a crescent beard exactly like the one on the pirate flag. He is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate. Whitebeard glanced down at the phone bug in the black-clothed pirate's hand, feeling strange in his heart. After all, this phone bug has not rang for many years, and now it suddenly rang, which made him somewhat surprised. Even so, Whitebeard reached out and picked up the phone bug. At the moment when the phone worm was connected, a deep and familiar voice came from the phone worm's mouth. Finally connected? Whitebeard, huh? Whitebeard frowned and said in a low voice after hearing the voice of the phone bug, Shiki. Ah, it's me. After confirming the identity of the other party, Whitebeard's brows furrowed even deeper. What's the matter? After disappearing at sea for so many years and now suddenly finding me, is there something wrong? Hehe, I've been doing something recently, but it seems that Sengoku discovered it. Although his actions didn't have much impact on me, I suddenly thought of an interesting idea. How is it? Are you interested in hearing about my plan? Shiki, who had disappeared for a long time, talked about an interesting idea, which made Whitebeard, who had been drifting at sea for a long time doing nothing, a little bit of interest. So Whitebeard said with a hint of curiosity, plan? Although I don't know what you're going to do, if you find it interesting, you might as well say it and let me hear it. I knew you would be interested. My plan is this. In this way, Shiki slowly told Whitebeard about the interesting new plan that came to his mind in the way of a phone bug. After 10 minutes, Whitebeard had fully understood what Shiki was referring to as an interesting new plan. Shiki, are you so confident that the other side will fall for you as you planned? Hearing Whitebeard's question, Shiki's slightly sarcastic voice came from the other side of the phone. Whitebeard, I've spent a lot more time with Sengoku than you, and I can still predict his way of thinking. What? I have been monitored by the other party for a long time at sea, and now I have lost the blood that I had in the past. I plan to enjoy my old age. Based on my understanding of Sengoku's character, I don't think he will be as easy as you think. I'll let you go. Hehe. Whitebeard frowned and Vivi frowned, and after thinking silently for about 30 seconds, he spoke again. If you can vouch for the plan you said earlier, then I might as well do as you say. Cheer up. Don't worry, Whitebeard. I'm at least 90% sure. Hopefully as you say. After hearing Shiki's confident tone, Whitebeard agreed to join Shiki's new plan. Whitebeard hung up the call with Shiki after a few innocuous remarks. Whitebeard's first echelon captain, Phoenix Marco, suddenly stepped forward and said with some concern, Dad, can we really believe what the Golden Lion says? Could it be a trap? After Whitebeard heard Marco's concern, Vivi shook his head and said, don't worry, son. Shiki will never enter into a partnership with Marine because he hates Marine more than any of us. Whitebeard's words left Marco speechless. At the same time, there is a small island in the sky in the East Blue Sea. Golden Lion Shiki, standing on the edge of the cliff on the small island in the sky with a frontal smile holding a phone bug. Golden Lion Shiki is delighted that he can persuade Whitebeard to join his plan, but one from Whitebeard isn't enough. Golden Lion Shiki said in a low voice and dialed the phone bug in his hand again. Chapter 99. Calling the branch Marine. Even if Doug and the others set off immediately, it would take 4 full days for the warship to reach Bad Rock Island, and this kind of long-distance voyage is not suitable for using catch shrimp to hurry. At least their bodies can't take it. Marine branch closest to the island. Ask the branch over there if they can send someone to disguise themselves as a small fishing boat or something to investigate the location of a small island near the periphery. Although Doug's position is not as high as that of the head of the branch, however, since Doug was specially sent by the headquarters to support East Blue, he had given assistance instructions to the various branches of East Blue. In addition, Doug's request was originally for the sake of East Blue's future safety, so the branch colonel he had asked for, after listening to Doug's request, agreed shortly after. At the same time, not only that, but they will also send former workers who are more familiar with the environment of Bad Stone Island to assist in the exploration. In this way, the sailors can be better concealed, and even if they are discovered by the pirates, they should be able to disguise themselves as former workers to fool them. After half a day, the branch that Doug asked for returned the results of the investigation. It was said to be disguised as a mining team around Bad Rock Island, but it was actually discovered that 6 ships with black pirate flags were docked at a very secret location on the island. If it wasn't for the guidance of the former worker who followed the disguise disguised sailors really couldn't find those pirate ships. The colonel in the branch was so frightened by this incident he never thought that most of the pirates who came from the Great Route were actually active in the sea area under his jurisdiction. He couldn't imagine the horror scene when these pirates swarmed out of the abandoned island after Doug and the others were gone. In this way, including the island where he is located, it will be turned into a waste island. Doug, who received the confirmation notification, was very excited at this time. He didn't expect that when he went to a restaurant on the sea for a meal, he suddenly received the traces of 6 pirate groups that came from the Great Route. If you plan well, wouldn't there be a chance to wipe out those pirates? In this way, his system tasks will be completed 90% in an instant. This is simply the task. Reward is just around the corner. Of course, Doug's actions this time too have to be cautious. Absolutely can't scare the snake. Otherwise, one stone will cause 1,000 waves, and the 6 pirate groups will all escape separately, and Doug will even open the catch the shrimp. Skills to chase can only catch up to 2 or even a pirate group. After that, it would only be more difficult to catch those pirates who ran away. But Doug's team alone can't arrest so many pirates. So in order to improve the success rate of this operation, Doug went out of his way this time. Marine branches on the small islands in the area around East Blue, and his request is only one. That is, each branch immediately dispatched all available warships to fully assist Doug to capture the 6 pirate groups lurking on the Bad Rock Island. As for how to cooperate, it can only be decided after Doug and their warships enter the sea area. Just like this series of phone calls, the officers of each branch actually expressed that they would do their best to assist Lieutenant Colonel Doug in arresting the 6 pirate groups who returned from the Great Route. Doug was a little surprised. Later, I heard John Raisin mention that it turned out that before Doug started the mission, the order issued by the headquarters to the various branches of East Blue was mandatory to let them try their best to cooperate with Doug's operation this time. That's why Doug was able to enjoy a complete special task and special treatment. In fact, before Doug knew about this, he thought that he would run into a wall in every branch of East Blue. But after talking to the leaders of the various branches, he found that the leaders of each branch in East Blue are all talented and speak so nicely. Doug really likes it here. If it wasn't for Marshal Sengoku will not allow it, Doug would have wanted to stay in East Blue and be a parental officer on an island. 3 days later, at the normal speed of the warship, Doug's warship finally entered the sea area within the Bad Rock Island. 9 warships stopped at sea level 80 kilometers away from Bad Rock Island. As the Doug warship continued to approach, the executive officers on other warships also walked to the deck of their warships one after another. A wave of wooden boards spliced together, and several warships were linked to each other. Doug took his adjutant Aaron and John Layson to the deck of one of the branch warships. The executive officers of other branch warships also boarded this warship one after another. At this time, Doug's eyes swept over these people and found that these officers were faces he did not recognize, and the executive officers of other branches were seeing Doug's body shape and the leaky face of Haki. Almost at the same time, they all sighed in their hearts, as expected of a monster from the Great Route. All the executive officers of the branch were lieutenant colonel or above, but when facing Doug, they all showed great enthusiasm and respect. Doug was very happy to be treated politely by his colleagues. After a few words of greeting, bragging to each other, everyone went straight to the topic. Several sailors moved the 5 tables to the deck of the warship and then spliced them together. A large square table appeared on the deck of the warship. The officer in charge of the sea area winked at the navigator on his warship. The navigator immediately reacted and spread a huge square nautical chart with a side length of 2 meters on the table. I learned from the navigator that this nautical chart is Round Rock Island. Oh no, it should be the detailed nautical chart of the current Bad Rock Island. And now the location that the navigator is pointing to is the exact location of the 6 pirate groups that hide their respective pirate ships from each other. Doug followed the navigator's finger to the chart and saw that the place he was pointing was a depression in a ledge. So there was a doubt in my heart, and I asked, "That's not right. Isn't there a rocky area over there? There isn't any shelter around, so it should be easy to expose." After listening to Doug's words, the navigator began to add, "Lieutenant Colonel Doug, you are right. If you stop at the edge of the rock area, it is indeed very easy to expose your position, but the point is that this rock shelf area used to be the outermost large mine. There is a fairly large hollowed-out cave which was previously prepared for the docking of super-large cargo ships that transported ore, so it is not a problem to accommodate 6 medium-sized pirate ships at all. At the same time, according to the explanation of the original worker, the inside of the mine is completely linked to the sea outside, so there is no need to perform any operations at all, and only need to navigate correctly to enter and exit the mine smoothly." Chapter 100 Before Plan Action. After listening to the explanation of the navigator, Doug and the others showed their original expressions. It seems that the two disguised sailors took considerable risks to bring back this useful information. No wonder it was said before that if the former worker hadn't led the way, it would have been impossible to find the whereabouts of those pirates. Now, it really looks like that. Now that the location of the opponent is known, the next step is to formulate a plan of action. Doug first politely asked the branch executives what plans they thought were feasible, so they began to play independently and put forward various solutions that they thought were feasible and summarized them. After rounds of screening and discussion, they finally selected a plan that they all thought was feasible. In fact, their final plan was very simple. Send a secret force to sabotage the 6 pirate ships that are stuck in the big mine. Of course, it is not necessary to completely destroy those pirate ships. Just destroy the rudder blades of each pirate ship. This will keep them from sailing at sea for a short period of time. After doing these actions, Marine's side started to attack the island with several rounds of indiscriminate running fire from all directions. This is to consume the troops of those island pirates and disrupt their formation. In the end, Marine dispatched all ground troops to the island to carry out encirclement and suppression operations against the remaining pirate forces on the island and capture the wounded and scattered remaining pirates. Doug listened to their final plan and agreed that it was practical. However, this plan has the most obvious flaw. That is, it is very likely that Marine and the pirates will suffer a lose-lose result if executed. This is obviously a plan to kill 1,000 enemies and destroy 800, because the executive officers of each branch obviously ignored a very important issue. That is, their method may be feasible for the local pirate group of East Blue, but if you want to deal with those pirate groups that come from the Great Root, it is obvious that there is a lack of strength, because they really underestimate the personal strength of those pirate captains and cotters. It is believed that those pirate groups that have come from the Great Root can be crippled by indiscriminate attacks of a few rounds of artillery. This idea is so naive, even Irene looked suspicious after listening to their plan. The expressions of Doug and Irene were naturally seen by the officers of other branches. They thought there was something wrong with their plan, so they all asked Doug's opinion. Lieutenant Colonel Doug, what do you think needs to be added to such a plan? Doug heard others ask his opinion, so he didn't hide it and directly explained the inadequacy of the plan. In fact, your plan should be quite perfect. If you only deal with ordinary pirates, it is estimated that you will be able to kill in one hit. You won't even let any pirates go. Doug's words made the officers of the branch nodded uncontrollably. After all, they all brought troops here. But Doug's next words were obviously pouring cold water on them. But you guys made a major mistake. That is, you underestimate the personal strength of those pirates. Personal strength? The commanders of the East Blue branch looked at each other and didn't think anything was wrong. So Doug said immediately, do you think that indiscriminate artillery attacks can consume most of the strength of each pirate group? The others couldn't help but nod their heads. Doug sighed and let out a sigh. That's why I said that East Blue's Marine is too young, too simple. Huh? Doug's words instantly confused everyone in the audience, including his own adjutant Irene. The chief of the family came up with some incomprehensible sentences again. This was Erin's first thought when she heard what Doug said. Lieutenant Colonel Doug really came up with a better way than this. But don't understand. That's what John Layson thought after hearing what Doug said. In this way, Doug slowly explained to all the chiefs of the branch what he said. Those things that they ignored. From the pirate flag information you provided before, we have learned that each of these 6 pirate groups is a pirate group with a bounty of more than 100 million Bailey. There is even a pirate group with a total bounty of more than 280 million Baileys. Doug said this, and his tone became serious. According to the information given by the headquarters, the captain of this pirate group seems to be a devil fruit person. When he was on the Great Root, he used artillery-intensive attacks on it, but it seemed to be easily resolved by the other party. After Doug finished speaking, he reached out and patted the table. His eyes swept over the officers of the other branches, and he said, this is still the strength of one of the pirate groups. After listening to this information, do you still think that artillery indiscriminate attacks can cause huge damage to them? Doug's last words instantly made all the branch officers present speechless. As Marine officers from East Blue, they had never considered the kind of guy who could completely ignore the artillery attack and have an inhuman existence. After all, there is basically no such guy on East Blue, so they also have no experience with this kind of guy. One of the older-looking branch officers reached out to wipe the sweat from his face and asked Doug in a flattering tone, then Lieutenant Colonel Doug, what do you think? Of course I see with my eyes. Doug resisted this old groove in his heart. Then he spoke silently. Although the strength of the enemy is strong, our side is also not weak. I think you don't destroy those pirate ships for now. If you take a step back, you can set up an ambush point outside the cave, and you can just ensure that the whereabouts are not discovered by the other party. As for the later, as you said just now, I will launch a few rounds of indiscriminate indiscriminate artillery attacks on the pirates on the island from all sides of the island, and then I will break in from the air alone and launch a large-scale attack on the island. Area attacks. This can kill many ordinary pirates and at the same time drag the captains or officers of several pirate groups, and you are turning to continue to carry out artillery attacks on the island, so the remaining pirates will definitely return to the mine, planning to drive out their own pirate ships to counter-attack or break through. At this time, those ambush the warships outside the mine can directly carry out intensive and accurate artillery attacks on the pirate ships coming out of the mine, so that in addition to directly destroying their ships, they can also kill a large number of pirates. After everyone heard Doug's plan, they felt that what they said seemed to make sense. But isn't it equally important to implement such a plan? At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Doug's face. The prerequisite for the whole plan is that you don't cheat. They all wanted to ask that one sentence at the moment. Can you really do it?